This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Hello everyone, this is Xiao Ai, our news anchor. Recently, Jingcheng has been shrouded in heavy fog, and people are falling ill. Lin Momo's computer was playing live TV when a news report suddenly interrupted. The heavily made-up presenter on the screen didn't look well, her voice was weak, and her eyes were bloodshot, looking like she hadn't rested for days. Lin Xiao, the prettiest girl in the dormitory, curled her lip in disgust upon hearing this. When will this fog clear up? Every time I go out, I smell a strange, disgusting odor. The other two echoed her sentiment. Due to the fog, they were either in class or staying in their dormitory. Whether on campus or on the streets, everything was shrouded in fog. The sticky, nauseating feeling constantly surrounded them. Lin Momo, who was sitting in front of the computer, didn't say a word. Her face was pale, she lowered her head, covered her nose, and jumped up from her chair, rushing to the bathroom. Momo, what's wrong? Nolan turned her head in surprise. She had just seen obvious bloodstains on Lin Momo's hands. After a long while, Lin Momo's voice came from the bathroom. I'm fine. Accompanied by the sound of running water. This was her 5th nosebleed, judging by the dates. It must have happened a week ago, and the fog had also started a week ago. Are you really okay? Should we go to the hospital? The bookish Chen Jiujiu looked at Lin Momo worriedly, handing her a clean tissue. Next week is the holiday. I go to the hospital for a checkup then. Lin Momo took the banknote and wiped her slightly damp cheek. Such frequent nosebleeds definitely meant something was wrong with her health. Just as she was thinking this, her vision suddenly went black, and she swayed, almost losing her balance. After regaining her composure, she continued softly, Jojo, I'm feeling a little dizzy. Could you ask my advisor for leave this afternoon? With that, she slowly climbed into her bed. She had a full afternoon of classes, but she was simply too exhausted. Chin Jojo adjusted her glasses and nodded. I bring you dinner tonight. Call us if anything happens. Then, the three of them left the dormitory, each carrying their textbooks, thoughtfully turning off the light for Lin Momo. The dormitory, darkened by the thick fog, was filled with dampness and a strange, suffocating smell. Lin Momo lay in bed, forcing herself to sleep, but she couldn't fall asleep. Her head throbbed as if her whole body was being torn apart, and it felt like countless insects were gnawing at her, devouring her life. She even wondered if she was about to die. The physical pain tormented Lin Momo repeatedly until she completely lost consciousness, lying on the bed, unresponsive. Momo? Momo? After a long while, Lin Momo heard someone call her. She tried to respond, but her heavy body wouldn't move. She struggled, finally managing to weakly open her eyes and sit up in bed, gasping for breath. Her pajamas were soaked with sweat, her forehead was still burning, and her cheeks were abnormally flushed. Chin Jojo paused, then asked, Momo, are you alright? The other 3 roommates had already eaten dinner and returned. Chin Jojo had even gotten food for Lin Momo, only trying to wake her when she didn't wake up for a while. An afternoon passed, and Lin Momo's condition seemed to have worsened. I think I have a slight fever, Lin Momo said, touching her forehead. Chin Jojo also touched her forehead to feel it. Eat your food, I get you some medicine. Of all the roommates, Chin Jojo was Lin Momo's closest friend. Hearing Chin Jojo's words, Lin Momo forced herself to eat, but as she ate, she couldn't help feeling nauseous, and eventually couldn't even swallow her medicine, vomiting everything she ate. Lin Xiao, wearing a face mask, frowned. You're not like those people on TV, you caught a disease, have you? Recently, the online trending topics revolved around 2 things. The heavy fog in Jingcheng and strange illnesses. Nolan shook his head. Not really. People infected with the disease first experience skin ulceration, then gradually lose their minds and go insane, finally biting and scratching like they have rabies. The official cause of the disease is still unclear. In the end, there was no result, and it was getting late, so Lin Momo could only go back to bed to rest. Before going to sleep, she called her counselor to ask for another day off. She thought that in this state, it was better to go to the hospital for a checkup as soon as possible, so as not to cause trouble when she went home for the holidays. Fortunately, her counselor was easygoing and told her to be careful on the road. The next day, when Lin Momo woke up, she saw a lot of bloodstains on her pillow. She had another nosebleed while sleeping last night, but compared to the splitting headache she had yesterday, she felt much better today, although her body was still feverish. The other 3 roommates had gone to class early. Chin Jojo had left her a note with milk and bread next to it, indicating that she should eat breakfast before leaving. Lin Momo looked at the breakfast on the table. She had no appetite and felt no hunger. She then put on a mask, donned thick clothes, and hurriedly went out, completely concealing herself. The thick fog outside hadn't lifted, making distant scenery almost invisible. She could only slowly walk towards the subway entrance outside the school. While walking, she suddenly stopped, then turned her head to look back, her pale eyes gleaming coldly. Someone was watching her. This wasn't the first time. At first, the gaze was cautious and tentative, but recently it had become bolder, brazenly observing her every move. This behavior could be called stalking. Lin Momo didn't pay attention and quickly looked away. She couldn't spare the energy to find this person right now. Moreover, even dressed like that, she was still recognized. The person must know her very well. She continued walking, finally managing to squeeze onto the subway and arrive at the hospital, only to find it nearly overflowing with people. Having come all this way, all she could do was register and wait, but after a whole morning, she still hadn't been seen, and her head started throbbing again. Lin Momo caught her breath and managed to find a corner to rest. But she had barely sat down against the wall when a frantic cry for help rang out from the waiting crowd in the lobby, drawing everyone's attention. She stood up and looked into the distance, a bad premonition rising in her heart. Help! Help! Man-eating! The crowd, terrified and disoriented, scattered and ran. In the chaos, many fell and were trampled. At that moment, Lin Momo finally saw what was happening in the center of the hall. A man in a hospital gown was kneeling on the floor, tearing at his prey, swallowing each bite. His lower face was almost entirely covered in blood. His eyes were bloodshot, and his pale cheeks were covered in blue cracks for some unknown reason. The sight was chilling. He no longer resembled a human, he looked like a monster. His prey was a pitiful old man, his stomach gaping open, blood pooling on the floor. Around the old man, several bold young men tried to subdue the man. Lin Momo clutched her chest, taking a deep breath. Her heart pounded, she felt her blood boiling, unsure whether it was excitement or fear. This was not normal. She immediately averted her gaze and hurried towards the door, not wanting to linger for even a second longer. The doctor hadn't seen anything, but instead witnessed a cannibalistic incident. Exhausted, Lin Momo returned to her dormitory. Everyone was still waiting for their classes. She hurriedly pulled off her mask, opened her newly bought bottle of mineral water, and gulped it down. Since returning from the hospital, she felt as if her body was burning, incredibly uncomfortable. The events at the hospital kept replaying in her mind. She could almost smell the faint scent of blood, which stirred a strange appetite within her. She gripped the empty bottle tightly, clutching her own neck with one hand, tears welling in her eyes. Just die. She choked for a while, leaving red marks on her neck, but finally calmed down. I'd rather die here. Lin Momo changed her clothes and lay back on the bed to rest. Exhausted, she fell into a deep sleep, and no one could wake her. What do? We can't get out? Late at night, the three girls who had returned to their dormitory huddled together in fear, staring in terror at the dormitory door, where screams echoed intermittently. Chin Jojo glanced at Lin Momo, still unconscious on the bed, and calmly said, "Don't panic, the army will definitely come to rescue us." In just one afternoon, the outside world had descended into chaos. The cannibalism stories circulating online were happening right around them, and it was even contagious. Isn't that a zombie? Lin Xiao shuddered, as if recalling a terrifying scene. No wonder things have been so chaotic lately. It must be the end of the world, we're doomed. Silence filled the dark dormitory. Lin Xiao seemed to remember something else, gripping the fruit knife tightly and pointing it at the still unconscious Lin Momo. She must have been infected too. Her health has been so poor these past few days. She seemed intent on stabbing Lin Momo to death, but Chen Jojo stopped her. Don't get agitated. Nolan, come help. Nolan responded and grabbed Lin Xiao's hand. They were all afraid of the zombies roaming outside, but they had never tried killing anyone, especially someone they knew. You protect her. If she wakes up and turns into a zombie, she'd bite us. Lin Xiao shouted anxiously. Because her voice was too loud, it attracted the attention of other students, who had also become zombies outside. They came running, unconsciously banging on the dormitory door. Chin Jojo pressed Lin Xiao to the ground, gesturing for her to be quiet. Fortunately, the zombies were currently in a state of near ignorance. They would leave once the sound ceased. Let's wait a little longer, Chin Jojo said hoarsely. The three of them remained tense, staring at Lin Momo's bed, until the sun outside gradually rose. Finally, Lin Momo, lying on the bed, stirred. Chin Jojo stood up with hope, but the next second her eyes turned to despair. Chapter 2. Upon waking, Lin Momo felt completely healed. The discomfort had vanished entirely, and she even felt she could run a few laps. However, when she tried to sit up, she found her body stiff and her limbs uncoordinated. She turned her head in confusion and saw Shinjojo and the others staring at her with terrified eyes. Momo. Shinjojo's voice choked, tears welling in her eyes. Why are you crying? Lin Momo opened her mouth to ask, but couldn't utter a single word, only making hissing sounds that sounded extremely strange. I told you. She's definitely going to turn into a zombie. Kill her before she hurts us. Lin Xiao excitedly shoved the fruit knife into Shinjojo's hand and pushed her forward. Shinjojo was terrified and desperate. She lost her grip on the knife, and it clattered to the ground. Momo. She kept muttering Lin Momo's name. Lin Momo's mind went blank. The word zombie echoed in her head, but she hadn't grasped its meaning. Zombie? Where's the zombie? She slowly rolled off the bed, reaching out to touch Shinjojo. Just then, Nolan grabbed a pillow from somewhere and threw it at her face. Because of her slow movement, she had no chance to dodge. The pillow hit her face with a loud thud, stunning her. Why did he hit her? She felt like her neck was stuck, and her thoughts drifted away. She's turned into a zombie. If you don't want to die, hurry up and do it. Nolan's expression twisted as she pushed Shinjojo forward, just like Lin Xiao, hoping she could resolve the immediate problem. Early-stage zombies are slow-moving and lack intelligence. They can be easily dealt with if you're ruthless. The sounds of Lin Xiao and Nolan arguing echoed in Shinjojo's ears. She looked up, stunned, at Lin Momo before her. Due to the mutation, Lin Momo's once lovely face was now pale, devoid of any color, like a corpse. Her gentle brown eyes had turned an icy blue, sending chills down one's spine just by looking at them. But compared to the zombies outside, missing limbs and limbs, she was much more beautiful. Her expression seemed the same as before. Shinjojo suddenly jolted, quickly calming herself and scrutinizing Lin Momo. From the moment she woke up until now, Lin Momo, now a zombie, hadn't harmed or tried to eat anyone. If it were one of the zombies outside in the corridor, they would have pounced long ago. So, was she still conscious? Shinjojo wanted to prove her point, but the other two didn't give her the chance. Seeing that Shinjojo hadn't moved, and fearing that Lin Momo would go berserk once she realized what was happening, Lin Xiao bent down and picked up a fruit knife from the ground, intending to stab Lin Momo in the head. Many movies and novels had taught them that to kill a zombie, you had to hit its head. Stop! Shinjojo reacted quickly, stopping Lin Xiao's attack, and the two became entangled. Nolan, fearing for his life, immediately fled to the bathroom and tightly closed the door to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Shinjojo. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Lin Xiao, completely devoid of her usual beautiful and poised demeanor, screamed and yelled like a mad woman. She won't bite us, just kick her out, Shinjojo tried to explain. Even if it was proven that Lin Momo still had her own consciousness, the other two wouldn't keep her. In this situation, everyone is selfish, including herself. After some arguing, Shinjojo gained the upper hand. Finally, Lin Xiao also noticed. They had been making a scene for so long, but Lin Momo hadn't moved at all. She just stood there, staring blankly at them. Then kick her out, Lin Xiao said, handing the fruit knife to Shinjojo again. Even if she's conscious now, so what? The virus will eventually invade her brain, and she still become like the walking corpses outside, left only with a terrifying appetite. This time, Shinjojo didn't refuse. She gripped the fruit knife tightly, turned to face Lin Momo again, and thought about how to get her out of the dormitory. Before she could act, Lin Momo slowly walked towards the door, but because of her clumsy movements, she couldn't open it and could only turn to stare at Shinjojo. She was indeed still conscious. Even though the virus had dulled her mind, Lin Momo had still managed to grasp the current situation. It was somewhat unbelievable. The so-called apocalypse had arrived so suddenly, and she had become one of the casualties. Just like Lin Xiao had thought, she didn't think that still being conscious was anything extraordinary. Perhaps her period of irrationality hadn't ended yet. She didn't want to hurt those she had once been close to, so leaving was the best option. Shinjojo sniffed, took a few steps forward, and resolutely opened the door. Before the zombies outside could attack, she pushed Lin Momo out, saying, "I'm sorry, we want to live too." Bang! The dormitory door slammed shut. Lin Momo tilted her head. She wasn't upset about the rough treatment. Instead, her attention was drawn to the other zombies in the corridor. She slowly blinked, carefully observing the unsteady zombies. She wanted to make a disgusted expression, but her features were too stiff. The only thing she could manage was a blank, expressionless face. Her mind raced. Ugh, so ugly. Will they go bald after becoming zombies? Ugh, their intestines are all spilled out. So disgusting. Damn, even with all their teeth gone, they still eat meat. Lin Momo complained, worried that she would become like that too. Eager to see what she looked like, she shuffled towards the stairwell, where there was a personal mirror. She was walking very slowly, even though it was only a few steps. What the heck? She felt like she was running? Actually, she was just standing still. Lin Momo muttered to herself, then turned around and found. Oh, a lame zombie had hooked onto her clothes. Let go! Lin Momo glared at the lame zombie. But in reality, she had no expression, and the lame zombie wasn't doing it on purpose. She was just walking aimlessly, and happened to bump into Lin Momo, who was blocking her way. The two defenseless zombies shoved each other, unable to gain the upper hand for a long time. Finally, the female student, desperate to escape, rushed out from a nearby door, holding a box cutter and stabbing it into the lame zombie's eye. At that moment, the knife was only 1 centimeter away from Lin Momo's eye. Ugh, that looked so painful. Although it wasn't her who was stabbed, she felt like her eye was gone. The poor, lame zombie showed no signs of life and collapsed to the ground. Next, it'd be her turn, won't it? Lin Momo thought expressionlessly. She glanced indifferently at the female student, who had pulled out the box cutter. The student's face was contorted and grotesque from killing a zombie, and with that ruthless intent, she intended to finish off Lin Momo as well. However, her so-called pig teammate didn't give her the chance. The other girls in the dormitory rushed out, yelling, "Run! The zombies over there are about to notice us." Thus, Lin Momo escaped unscathed. In the chaotic corridor, only a few howling zombies remained. Lin Momo stood there for a while, silently mourning the lame zombie for a few seconds, before continuing towards the stairwell entrance. She hadn't given up on looking in the mirror. With considerable effort, Lin Momo finally reached the mirror. If you ignored her deathly pale face and mutated eyes, she was actually still as cute as before. She nodded in satisfaction, as long as she wasn't one of those deformed zombies. Without intending to stay in the dormitory building, Lin Momo walked slowly outside. She wanted to see what the world outside would be like after the apocalypse. Then, before the virus completely consumed her, she would leave this world. She had distant family ties, and no particularly close friends. Her life was rather pathetic, but that was that. Out of the dormitory building, Lin Momo looked at everything around her with curiosity. To her surprise, the thick fog that had previously shrouded Jingcheng had disappeared, and the surroundings were no longer hazy, but the situation hadn't improved. Instead, it was even more chaotic. The once clean and orderly campus was now a chaotic mess, filled with piercing cries for help and desperate wails. This was the true face of the apocalypse. Perhaps due to the virus, Lin Momo's human emotions had become very weak. She wouldn't hurt anyone, but she wasn't particularly moved by what she saw. She continued walking, watching the zombies feasting by the roadside. She felt no appetite, only nausea. Without hunger or satiety, Lin Momo didn't know what she was now. After a brief moment of confusion, her thoughts drifted away, her gaze sweeping around until she spotted a tall boy ahead. He was so thin, he looked like a gust of wind could topple him. She remembered him. His name was Chun Tao, a nerdy guy from the computer science department who had confessed to Qin Jiujiu and, after being rejected, had gone to the school forum to slander her. They even created disgusting photos, almost ruining a girl's reputation. Ugly and useless trash. Lin Momo slightly opened her mouth, hissing, and walked towards Chun Tao. She didn't intend to kill anyone in the chaos, just to scare Chun Tao. Sure enough, when Chun Tao saw Lin Momo walking towards him, his expression immediately turned panicked. He tried to run, but after only a few steps, he tripped and fell to the ground, groaning in pain. His appearance was incredibly comical. If Lin Momo could laugh now, she would definitely mock him mercilessly. "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer, I'm not tasty." Chun Tao pleaded with a zombie lacking intelligence, tears, and snot streaming down his face. This kind of prank was just too much fun. Lin Momo opened her mouth wide. "I bite you to death." That's what she thought to herself. Chapter 3. I don't want to die, and I don't want to become a zombie. Chun Tao was still begging for mercy. But instead of wasting his time, he should have gotten up and run away. Many zombies had been attracted by his cries. Escape would be much more difficult now. What a coward. Lin Momo stopped, not intending to continue intimidating him. This was a man who wasn't easily frightened. Look at his soaking wet pants. He looked both pitiful and hateful. Glancing at Chun Tao, Lin Momo moved her stiff body, wanting to go somewhere else. But before she could even turn around, she saw someone throw something in her direction from afar. Before she could see clearly, the object hit her squarely on the forehead, and her body fell backward. In short, she was knocked down. Someone hit her with a wrench, just to save that coward. Good heavens, am I going to be crushed to death by a wrench today? Lin Momo was very unhappy. She felt she might be disfigured. Just then, a tall, strong man rushed over, followed by several boys of similar build. They were clearly physical education students. The man grabbed Chen Tao and yelled, "Stop dawdling on the ground, get out of here." The other men used sticks or fire axes to hack at the approaching zombies. The zombies at this stage were really weak. They could be easily killed with a little effort. Even if you couldn't bring yourself to kill them, just run for your life. Because they were all slow and stupid. With help, Chen Tao immediately regained his composure. He hastily wiped his tears and snot from his face with his sleeve, then snatched another stick from the man's hand, intending to kill the fallen Lin Momo. "I kill you, you bitch!" A sharpened wooden stick was pressed against Lin Momo's head. If he pushed it forward even slightly, her skull would burst open. This kind of death was undignified and unsightly. She didn't like it. But she was currently powerless to resist. Even getting up from the ground was difficult. She could only close her eyes and await the moment of death. Ouch! My eye! Lin Momo didn't wait for her skull to burst open, but instead heard Chen Tao howl. Lying on the ground, she peeked through one eye. Some kind soul had thrown a small pebble at Chen Tao's eye. His left eye instantly swelled up, and he was now covering it and howling. "Why did you bother? You're useless and you're dragging others down with you." The man truly regretted saving Chen Tao. It was the early days of the apocalypse. Seeing someone in trouble, these young college students couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Lu Chung. More and more zombies are coming. Run! Someone shouted from behind. Everyone had mustered the courage to run out of the dormitory. They were already outside, and they absolutely couldn't die here. Although zombies moved slowly, their numbers were still a problem. Because of Chen Tao's delay, they had wasted a lot of time. "No, don't leave me. That bitch is no good. Even if she turns into a zombie, killing her wouldn't be too much." Chen Tao hadn't given up. He finally recognized Lin Momo as Chen Jiuzhou's roommate, whom he often walked with. Seeing her, his mind was filled with humiliating memories. All he did was upload those things online, and she even complained to his counselor, resulting in a major demerit. Even the classmates he knew were pointing fingers at him. Now was the perfect opportunity. Chen Tao gripped the wooden stick tightly, wanting to kill Lin Momo again. Just then, Lin Momo saw clearly. A small pebble, seemingly out of nowhere, struck Chen Tao's injured eye again, with considerable force, drawing blood. Chen Tao screamed in pain, crying and cursing, the wooden stick falling to the ground. He'd probably go blind. Lin Momo lay on the ground, thinking calmly. Lu Chung and the others sensed something was wrong. How could someone hit his eye twice? Someone was definitely up to something. "Let's go!" Lu Chung didn't hesitate, picking up the stick and immediately running off with his brothers. "Please don't leave me behind." Chen Tao covered his eye, trying to chase after them, but a large number of zombies had already gathered around him, rushing towards him. Whether he was lucky or unlucky, despite losing an eye, he still managed to escape the horde of zombies. Despite her disheveled state, at least she had escaped death. The zombies that had surrounded her stood frozen for a moment, when their food was gone, then scattered in all directions. Lin Momo struggled to her feet, cautiously looking around, trying to find the person hiding in the shadows. If her intuition was correct, the person who had injured Chen Tao with a pebble was likely the stalker, who had been observing her from the shadows all along. The apocalypse had arrived, and the fact that he could so comfortably hide in the shadows watching her, and then so precisely strike his prey showed he was no ordinary person. Honestly, Lin Momo felt she was just an ordinary person, of no use whatsoever. There were plenty of girls prettier than her, so why was this person so fixated on her? Besides, she was now a zombie. Standing there for a long time, seeing that the other party had no intention of showing themselves, Lin Momo gave up. Her movements were slow now, and she didn't want to force herself to do anything troublesome. She swayed slightly and continued walking forward. It smells nice. After becoming a zombie, her sense of smell had become more acute. Lin Momo could smell a faint fragrance emanating from the nearby grove. She couldn't describe the scent in words. Once immersed in it, it gave her a sense of intoxication, slowly becoming addictive. The fragrance was emanating from someone. She glanced towards the edge of the grove but saw nothing. Never mind. Lin Momo held her breath and continued walking with stiff steps until the fragrance gradually faded, at which point she gradually relaxed. The person didn't continue following her. This little incident was quickly forgotten by Lin Momo. The chaos of the post-apocalyptic world only drew her attention, and before she knew it, she was on the street. An unknown virus was spreading widely. Those infected were lucky enough to continue living as humans, but were turned into hideous zombies. She didn't know what someone like her, who still retained consciousness, was. Suddenly, a commotion arose ahead. If she remembered correctly, that was the commercial area near the school, always quite lively. Lin Momo followed the sound, and found a large number of zombies piled up. On the roof of a Western restaurant stood several young people, looking weak and helpless. Just as she was about to crouch down in a corner to see how these young people would break through the zombie horde, an unexpected scene unfolded. The man at the top of the rooftop, sporting a head of flamboyant red hair, stood on the edge, looking down at the howling zombies below. Because the building wasn't very tall, the closer he got to the edge, the more zombies he attracted. Is he crazy? Lin Momo crouched in a corner, watching. She struggled to even get into that position. The thought had barely crossed her mind when she saw a ball of fire emerge from the man's palm. He played with a small flame for a moment, then casually tossed it down at the zombies below. Instantly, a raging fire erupted under his control. The howling zombies were all ablaze. Lin Momo could smell the burnt stench from a distance. Wait! That's not the point. The point is, how could this man conjure fire out of thin air? Lin Momo tried to stand up, but she used too much force. Forgetting her stiff and awkward body, she felt like her back was broken. So the luckiest thing isn't not becoming a zombie, but gaining superpowers. Lin Momo felt a pang of envy. She clutched her aching back, her face expressionless as she stared at the charred zombies in the distance. Zombies feel no pain. As long as their heads aren't destroyed, their insatiable hunger will never cease. So even as the man continued to unleash his powers, the zombies relentlessly surged forward. However, it did have some effect. A significant number of the living zombies had disappeared, and several zombies engulfed in flames seemed to have developed an urge to escape, desperately running towards her. Lin Momo didn't want to be burned alive, so she turned to leave this dangerous place. Indeed, a good show shouldn't be wasted. Unfortunately, her wish to escape was not fulfilled. The red-haired man on the restaurant rooftop wasn't the only one with superpowers. The seemingly frail woman was equally formidable. She was wrong. The weak and helpless weren't the young people, but rather the horde of howling zombies. Seeing several zombies trying to escape, the woman pulled out a kitchen knife, presumably smuggled from the restaurant's kitchen. She used the knife like a throwing knife, flicking it lightly. It seemed to understand her intention, the sharp blade slicing through the necks of the zombies on the periphery, decapitating them instantly. Lin Momo watched, trembling, but unable to feign such an expression. She could only step back. The woman, with sharp eyes, noticed this. A slight smile played on her lips as she raised her hand, continuing to maneuver the zombie-slaying knife towards Lin Momo. Lin Momo didn't want to live, but she also didn't want to become a charred zombie or a headless zombie. Now, even that stalker couldn't save her, right? Suddenly, everything went black. Without feeling any pain, Lin Momo completely fainted. The only thought before she passed out was that her neck felt a little cold. Momo. Someone was calling Lin Momo's name, a deep and resonant voice, carrying a gentle warmth that lingered in her ear. She felt completely dizzy and disoriented. The only thing she remembered was that her head had been slashed off with a kitchen knife. Wait! Her head? Suddenly, she jolted awake, staring blankly at the ceiling. She wasn't dead? Hadn't she lost her head? Reborn? Momo. A pair of warm, large hands gently caressed her cheeks, filled with boundless affection and tenderness. Lying on the cold bed, she turned her gaze to the person who had been calling her name. Chapter 4. When the man's face came into view. Beautiful. When the man's face came into Lin Momo's view, this was the only word that could come to mind. He was so handsome he didn't seem real. He had a tall, slender figure, a pale complexion with a hint of illness, and slightly upturned fox-like eyes that always seemed to hold a deep affection when he gazed at you. 2 symmetrical black moles adorned his eyes, his nose was high and straight, and his slightly parted red lips were panting softly, giving him a somewhat sexy look. Lin Momo didn't remember knowing this man. She opened her mouth to ask, but found that she was still making hissing sounds, indicating that she was still in a zombie state and hadn't been reborn. So she struggled to get up, only to be shocked to find that her limbs were chained to the bed. Handsome men are indeed dangerous. The surroundings looked like a laboratory. Was this man planning to capture her for experiments? Seeing Lin Momo struggle, the man's expression softened. He gently stroked her short hair. Momo, I won't hurt you. Look, I even sewn your head back up. What a horrifying statement. Sewed her head back up? Although her head had indeed been severed by that thin woman. However, this is where the problem arises. Even zombies might not survive if their heads are cut off, right? How did this man revive her? And why did he know her name? Wait! Lin Momo sniffed the air again. That familiar scent returned, emanating from the man. She realized with horror that the person who had been stalking her all along was none other than the man who had saved her. I know you have many questions. It's okay, I tell you everything. The man leaned down, his forehead touching hers, his deep eyes meeting hers. Just stay by my side. You tied me up, where can I go? Lin Momo wanted to roll her eyes, but she didn't have the strength. The man seemed to see through her expressionless face, and suddenly chuckled. I tied you up because I was worried you caused trouble. Although you're still conscious now, once the virus fully invades, you become just like those guys outside. He even scratched her palm as he spoke. So, she really would become a zombie. Lin Momo suddenly calmed down. She looked at the man before her again, trying to sift through her memories of him, but still found nothing. Forget it. I'm already like this, neither better nor worse. I don't want to struggle anymore with this body. No one will care where I die anyway. More than anything, she was curious about what the man in front of her would do, at least to keep her from being so bored before she died. Thinking this, Lin Momo closed her eyes again. She wasn't sleepy. She just didn't want to look at the man's face. It was just too alluring. The man wasn't angry at her indifference. A gentle smile remained on his face. You probably don't remember my name. My name is Lin Ruo. He then looked at Lin Momo expectantly, hoping she would remember something. Lin Momo didn't give him any reaction. Really? You forgot after all? Lin Ruo sighed softly. He wasn't too disappointed. He seemed to have expected this. He stared at Lin Momo's delicate and lovely face for a while, finally unable to resist reaching out to pinch it, but not too hard, just a light pinch, and that was enough for him. Now that you're awake, let me examine you again. Lin Ruo got up and pushed the examination equipment over. Examine her? Hearing this, Lin Momo immediately opened her eyes, her whole body resisting. It won't hurt. It's just to see how far the virus has progressed. Lin Ruo knew she was unwilling, so he explained slightly, your constitution is also very special. You can still maintain your consciousness. If I didn't know you, I might have dissected you directly. The last sentence alone made her feel a little uneasy. She stared silently at Lin Ruo. The zombies, you didn't create them, did you? What ordinary person would own such a lab and say something so utterly depraved? No, I prefer a peaceful world. The situation is too terrible right now. Lin Ruo answered Lin Momo's question again. Lin Momo was stunned. She had already found it strange. Because her body was stiff after the infection, she couldn't make any significant facial expressions. So how did Lin Ruo know what she was thinking? You know what I'm thinking. I have a general idea. Lin Ruo didn't hide anything. Ignoring Lin Momo's shocked gaze, he took out a scanner from the equipment and connected it to her bed. Once everything was ready, the scanner hanging above her began to work, red light slowly sweeping from her feet to her head. Lin Ruo stared intently at the computer screen, his handsome brows furrowing slightly. The infection has spread further. Does that mean I'm about to become one of those ugly creatures outside? Lin Momo felt uneasy recalling the appearance of the zombies outside. She'd rather be killed. No, I won't let you become like that. Finishing the examination, Lin Ruo put the equipment away. His mood seemed off. The atmosphere instantly became oppressive. Even if you become like that, it's okay. You can. Before he could utter the words kill me, Lin Ruo suddenly exploded. I won't let you die. He seemed to have a deep aversion to death. Lin Momo stopped having any thoughts, but a strange melancholy crept into her heart. She couldn't remember doing anything to make Lin Ruo so persistent. What if he had mistaken her for someone else? Are you hungry? I go find you something to eat. Lin Ruo changed the subject. Without waiting for Lin Momo's reaction, he grabbed his coat from the chair and hurriedly left the lab. The vast space was left with only Lin Momo, a bored zombie, tied to the bed. Actually, she wasn't hungry. She felt no sleepiness, no appetite, no pain. This was her current state. She opened her beautiful eyes, trying to take in her surroundings. Experimental equipment was piled everywhere, and neatly arranged cabinets held many bottles and jars. She couldn't understand what was inside. Her first impression was eerie and cold. In the corner, a metal cage could be seen, inside which lay a silent monkey. It was unclear whether it was dead or unconscious. Lin Momo passed the time like this, counting down the days until Lin Ruo returned. Just when she was about to rot away, the heavy door to the laboratory finally opened. "Momo, I'm back." Lin Ruo, having been out for a while, had regained her composure, her face bearing her usual smile, looking unusually gentle. If one could ignore the man behind her, crying miserably. The man's eyes were covered with a black cloth, his hands were tied behind his back, and an iron chain was around his neck, leading him like a dog by Lin Ruo. The scene looked strange no matter how you looked at it. You don't have some kind of special fetish, do you?" Lin Momo looked at Lin Ruo with a blank expression. "This is your food." Lin Ruo forcefully tugged at the iron chain on his hands, and the already injured man howled even louder. As if worried that Lin Momo would feel guilty, he specifically explained, "This guy isn't a good person." To save his own life, he threw his wife and daughter into a horde of zombies. After saying this, he pulled the man closer to Lin Momo. Upon realizing that Lin Momo lying on the bed was a zombie, the man instantly wet himself in fear. His condition was comparable to Chen Tao's. According to Lin Ruo's account, this man was indeed a scumbag, but she didn't eat people. Especially, as the man got closer to her, she felt increasingly nauseous. She could even smell the stench emanating from him. It wasn't just a superficial stench, he exuded an indescribable odor from head to toe. "No, I'm about to throw up. Take him away, take him away." Lin Momo was extremely disgusted. "Then I go find you another one. You can't go without food." Lin Momo had been a zombie for 2 days, during which time she had been injured and unconscious, her bodily functions constantly declining. She needed to replenish her energy. If this continued, she would perish before completely losing consciousness. "Hey! I don't eat people. I really don't eat people. It's not like I'm forcing myself." Seeing Lin Ruo dragging the man away, Lin Momo quickly stopped her. "Then I cook for you?" Lin Ruo stopped in her tracks. "You can cook?" Lin Momo wanted to click her tongue. She really hadn't realized this man could cook. "Yeah, because I always lived alone." His handsome eyes instantly dimmed, and he gave Lin Momo a wrong look. Of course she saw it. His living alone was none of her business. "I go deal with this useless piece of trash first. I'll be right back." Lin Ruo pulled the wailing man away. She didn't care about the man's final fate. She was just so bored being tied up like this. Couldn't she at least loosen her bonds? Meanwhile, Lin Ruo didn't do anything to the man, nor did she have the time. She simply dumped him in an abandoned warehouse near the lab, even untying him and giving him an axe. His smile was sinister. "I'm giving you a chance to escape, only this once." But the man didn't appreciate it. He only knew that Lin Ruo had been thinking of making him zombie food just minutes before. How could she be so kind now? He picked up the axe and swung it forcefully towards Lin Ruo's neck, almost severing it. Unfortunately, his movement was forcibly frozen, as if an invisible force was suppressing him. Lin Ruo smiled, and made a shushing gesture. "You better be quiet. Once a monster is woken up and becomes unhappy, even an axe won't work." The man's face twisted, maintaining his comical posture as he watched Lin Ruo walk away. Behind him, a faint hissing sound could be heard. So when his frozen body was released, his first instinct was to run for his life. He wanted to live, even if it meant doing anything. Chapter 5. Lying in bed, Lin Momo desperately wanted to scream, but she couldn't make a sound. If she died, it would surely be from boredom. Just as she was cursing Lin Ruo 1,000 times over, she suddenly smelled a delicious aroma. The fragrance was coming from outside the lab. Logically, the lab was well sealed, so she shouldn't be able to smell anything. Sometimes, this special ability was a burden. The pleasant smells were unbearable compared to the stench. Lin Momo sniffed the air again. The fragrance intensified, heading towards the lab. She remembered Lin Ruo saying he would cook for her. He was serious after all. The lab door opened again, and Lin Ruo pushed in a small cart. The food on it was the source of the aroma. Because the virus came rather suddenly, we didn't have enough ingredients, so I just made something simple. "I hope you don't mind," Lin Ruo said happily, pushing the prepared lunch towards Lin Momo. Although he spoke modestly, he was actually hoping for praise from Lin Momo. Lin Momo glanced at it from the bed, inwardly scoffing. "This is what you call simple?" Several dishes were neatly arranged on the cart, exquisitely plated, clearly prepared with care. Crispy and fragrant steak, delicious and tender fish porridge, white and tender soup dumplings, and even dessert pudding. Lin Momo slowly blinked. "Did you make all of this yourself?" Lin Ruo looked at her expectantly. "The soup dumplings and pudding were made beforehand. Shall I feed you now?" Good grief. This person has no intention of untying her up at all? It's like this, although these things look delicious, I still don't have much of an appetite. Lin Momo stated calmly. If she weren't in her current state, the food on the cart would indeed be very appealing to her, but the problem was that she had absolutely no appetite. Lin Ruo's initial excitement vanished instantly. He looked down at the things he had prepared, then at Lin Momo lying on the bed. She was thinner than before. He was unwilling to give up. Try eating a little, okay? Seeing Lin Ruo's persistence, Lin Momo didn't refuse. Like a grown man, she opened her mouth as soon as the food was placed near her lips. After all, her hands and feet were tied. Unfortunately, the food, which looked so delicious, tasted completely bland to her. After only a few bites, she couldn't help but gag, eventually vomiting everything she had eaten. We're not eating anymore. Lin Ruo expressionlessly placed the small bowl aside. He pulled out some tissues from a nearby cabinet and carefully wiped the stains from her face, his movements unusually gentle, yet contrasting sharply with the gloomy expression on his face. If I hadn't been infected, I definitely would have loved eating this. Lin Momo tried to comfort him, though she felt she needed comforting herself more. But seeing Lin Ruo's dejected expression, she decided to be a good person for once. Lin Ruo didn't respond, only gently stroking her cheek. She could feel the warmth of his palm. This was probably what it felt like to be alive. She unconsciously rubbed against it. This unconscious little movement startled Lin Ruo for a moment, then he broke into a smile, everything else paling in comparison. Lin Momo unconsciously swallowed. Even after seeing so many handsome people, Lin Ruo was truly exceptional. Even someone like her, who wasn't attracted to good looks, felt a little elated. She slightly averted her gaze, avoiding being overly captivated by his beauty. But Lin Ruo's mood had improved, hadn't it? Was he really that easy to appease? I go out again. I'm really sorry to have you stuck here. Lin Ruo pinched her cheek. Then untie me. Lin Momo cried out inwardly. No, I put on a movie for you. She was ruthlessly rejected. She should have known better than to comfort him. He was so mean. Lin Ruo knew she was angry, but he couldn't untie her right now. She probably hadn't realized that her body was gradually turning ashen, even showing signs of decay. Becoming like the zombies outside was only a matter of time. He silently threw away all the carefully prepared food, then picked up the remote and adjusted the image playing on the large screen hanging in the lab. The data that had been displayed was now being changed to a TV series. Lin Momo glanced at it. She knew this. It was called The Walking Dead. What does this person mean? Hey, don't go. I don't want to watch this. Give me something like Peppa Pig. Watching Lin Ruo leave her with only a resolute back view, Lin Momo felt a pang of sadness and wanted to wipe away her tears. Even though she couldn't express any emotions right now, let alone shed tears. Oh well, just consider it a way to pass the time. Lin Momo forced herself to look up at the big screen. To be honest, watching TV in this position was actually quite comfortable, like a true couch potato, the only imperfection being that her hands and feet were restrained. Just as she was about to finish watching the third episode, there was a noise at the lab door. She listened intently, and for some reason, she felt it was noisy outside, like there were many people. In fact, her intuition was correct. Lin Ruo, refusing to believe in superstitions, dragged several more men and women back to the lab. All of them were blindfolded, their hands tightly bound, ropes tying them together, causing them to walk unsteadily. What do you want to do? Lin Momo asked in shock. Didn't she say she wouldn't eat people? Didn't this person still not believe her? Lin Ruo, holding the group of men and women, came to her. Momo, shall I untie you? No, please don't untie me. I really won't eat people. You don't need to go to this lengths for me. Lin Ruo completely ignored her thoughts, directly untying the iron rings binding her hands and feet, and carefully helping her off the bed. Her body was already stiff, and after lying there for so long, she felt like she couldn't even walk properly. Momo, why don't you choose? Lin Ruo asked cautiously. I don't want to repeat myself, I won't eat. Why don't you believe me? Lin Ruo probably thought that because she still retained some human consciousness, she was very resistant to the idea of cannibalism, which was why she went out and brought back a few more people. She couldn't help but sigh, but she couldn't bring herself to make that expression. The humans standing in front of her, whom she had captured, were still trembling with fear, the woman already sobbing softly. These people smelled equally bad, even stronger than the man from before, and the combined stench was almost unbearable for her. Mo, please eat. Lin Ruo's words were pleading. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mo painfully vomited. She hadn't eaten much to begin with, and now she felt like she was about to throw up her stomach. Lin Ruo panicked the moment he saw the situation. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? He bent down to check on Lin Momo, not caring that her vomit had soiled his clothes. After a while, Lin Momo finally calmed down a bit. She raised her hand tremblingly and pointed at the men and women. They stink, they stink. She had barely told Lin Ruo what was happening when Lin Momo started vomiting again. Lin Ruo took a deep breath, glared fiercely at the humans he had captured, and then waved his hand. He didn't know what he did, but time seemed to freeze for a moment, and when it resumed, the people had vanished. It's all right, I gotten rid of them all. Lin Ruo reassured her softly, unsure of what else he could do. He was still too hasty. The unpleasant smell finally disappeared, and Lin Momo finally stopped gagging. But what surprised her even more was something else. Despite her discomfort, she still noticed Lin Ruo's amazing ability. How did he do that? He could just wave his hand, and the person would disappear? Are you also an ability user? She remembered being beheaded because she encountered an ability user. This wasn't something a normal human could do. This virus not only infects humans, but it can also cause humans to evolve. Why was she so unlucky? Lin Ruo paused for a moment. You could think of it that way. He didn't explain further, helping Lin Momo back to bed. Don't tie me up anymore. Don't tie me up anymore. I don't have the strength to run. As soon as she lay back on the bed, Lin Momo's first request was to stop being tied up. This time, Lin Ruo agreed. He patiently wiped the stains off her body, and even produced a clean set of clothes for her to change into. Actually, Lin Momo resisted at first. Although she was a zombie now, she was still a shy zombie. But then she thought about it, and realized she didn't even have the strength to take off her clothes, so she could only let Lin Ruo do as he pleased like a salted fish. So how did we meet before? I have no recollection at all. Anyway, bored as she was, Lin Momo couldn't help but ask him about their past. No one in this world would be kind to someone for no reason, and she didn't want to accept such kindness for no reason. Lin Ruo carefully tidied everything up for her, and when he heard her question, his eyes held a gentle smile. I want to wait until you remember. No, what if you mistaken me for someone else? Lin Momo really racked her brains, but couldn't remember what she had done. I won't mistake you for someone else, even if you look different. Lin Ruo carefully combed her hair, his movements gentle, yet he still brushed away a handful of loose strands. He pursed his lips slightly, not letting Lin Momo see this. Her condition was worsening. Are you really that sure you won't mistake me for someone else? Lin Momo was still unwilling to give up. No, never. Lin Ruo leaned down and pressed his forehead against hers, trying to feel her warmth, but he only felt ice cold. It was the warmth of a dead person. Watch TV for a little while longer, the remote is right next to you. He patiently explained how to use it. Finally, he straightened up and straightened his clothes. I'm going out for a bit, I'd be right back. Chapter 6. Stop grabbing people. I really won't eat. Lin Momo didn't know where Lin Ruo was going this time. No matter how many people he brought back, she gave the same answer, unsure if he even listened. If she could, she liked to eat some normal food. She had become a zombie, that's true, but she wasn't stupid. Judging from Lin Ruo's reaction, she knew her condition was worsening, and she might only have a few days left. She might as well enjoy her last moments. Thinking this, Lin Momo wasn't too sad. Everyone dies eventually, she was just unlucky. Struggling on the bed, she finally managed to sit up, tossing the remote control aside, intending to get out and explore. Having been lying there for so long, Lin Momo hadn't even properly explored the lab. She walked around it very slowly. Most of the things here were things she didn't understand. She just found them novel and fun, but not to the point of touching them. She couldn't bear the consequences of making a huge blunder. Soon, her attention was drawn to a mirror. She hadn't expected there to be a mirror on the lab wall. After becoming a zombie, she had looked in a mirror in the dormitory, but she looked alright then. Would she look terrible now? With a nervous heart, Lin Momo walked to the mirror. She closed her eyes slightly, not daring to look at her current appearance immediately. After all, her head had been chopped off and now stitched back up. It might make her even more frightening. After much internal struggle, Lin Momo finally cautiously opened one eye. Okay, she definitely doesn't look as good as before. She used to have a bit of baby fat, and her cheeks would have little dimples when she smiled. Now, perhaps because she hasn't been eating much, her cheeks are sunken. Those mutated blue eyes have lost their original luster. If she lay listlessly on the bed, she really would look like a corpse. Most importantly, there's the meticulously stitched up mark on her neck. Lin Momo examined it carefully, then touched it. The feel was so real, enough to prove that her head had indeed been severed, and that Lin Rua had indeed stitched it up. The incision was neat, the stitching technique was superb. How to put it? The fact that she can still stand in front of a mirror and look at herself is the biggest miracle. This virus is too powerful. Just as she was marveling at it, Lin Momo suddenly felt dizzy. Losing her balance, she collapsed to the ground with a thud, strangely colored blood flowing from her nose. She raised her stiff arm and wiped it. Good heavens, even the blood isn't red anymore. Her nosebleed was a deep, almost blackish blue. Was she going to die? Lin Momo collapsed to the ground again, unconscious. A strange smell filled her nostrils. It was delicious. Lin Momo suddenly opened her eyes. Momo, you're awake? Lin Rua quickly noticed the movement behind him and immediately turned around, his face beaming with undisguised joy. When he returned and found Lin Momo lying on the ground, he nearly went mad, barely managing to keep her alive with everything he could. You? Before he could finish his question, Lin Rua's expression turned grim. He took a difficult step forward, trying to take her hand, but she shook him off. His. She was so hungry, she desperately wanted to eat. This time, Lin Momo's state after waking up was completely different from before. She seemed to have lost her own consciousness, repeatedly performing the same action, much like the zombies outside who only knew how to satisfy their appetites. Momo, don't do this, he said painfully. But Lin Momo didn't react at all. Her hand kept grabbing in a certain direction, her mouth opening and closing as if trying to say something, but only emitting strange hissing sounds. Her eyes were dull and lifeless. Apart from the peculiar aroma, nothing else could attract her attention. Hungry, I'm so hungry, I want to eat. Lin Rua suddenly heard Lin Momo's inner thoughts. He paused, immediately composed himself, and followed Lin Momo's gaze back. It looked so delicious. Her thought resurfaced. What Lin Momo was staring at was a mutated wildflower he had casually brought back from outside. The virus was so contagious that it caused many things to mutate at an extremely rapid pace, including plants. Lin Rua had gone out several times to try and find food that Lin Momo could eat, but unexpectedly, what she brought back out of curiosity had aroused Lin Momo's appetite. Momo, do you want to eat this? Lin Rua immediately held the wildflower in her hands. The flower was pale purple, and due to the mutation, it was impossible to tell what its original species was. Not only were the petals strangely shaped, but they also had eerie patterns. The center of the flower was fuzzy, as if it would scatter at the slightest touch. Even stranger was the stem, which was thick and resembled a bamboo stalk, and it was unclear what was inside. I'm so hungry. Lin Momo became even more excited when she saw Lin Rua holding her things in his hands. But she couldn't make big facial expressions. Her inner thoughts were quite varied. Wait a minute, okay? Let me see how to do it. As long as she was willing to eat, nothing else mattered. However, he was still somewhat surprised. Was Lin Momo suffering from pica? Eating these strange mutants? Worried about potential problems, Lin Rua didn't let her eat directly. He used his old method of first binding her to the bed, before taking the mutated wildflower to the lab table to study it. For as long as he fiddled with it, Lin Momo struggled on the bed for the same amount of time. Because she was approaching the next level of mutation, her body had become fragile. Even the slightest friction caused her skin to fester. In his haste, he accidentally separated the wildflower's stem, and a clear liquid flowed out, carrying a faint fragrance. It tasted somewhat like fruit juice. Suddenly Lin Momo, bound to the bed, struggled even more violently. Why won't you give me food? I'm so hungry, so hungry. Lin Rua hesitated. He got up, found a bowl, poured out about half of the juice from the wildflower roots, and carefully carried it over. Her body was clearly festering. There was no other way, he could only try. As the bowl approached Lin Momo's lips, she slowly calmed down, knowing that food was coming. Lin Rua carefully fed her the juice. She drank it quickly, almost gulping it down, and the bowl was empty in no time. I want more. Lin Momo blinked at him. Although she hadn't fully regained consciousness, she knew she had to ask the handsome man before her for food. Lin Rua didn't respond. He held the empty bowl, observing her condition. It was working. The sores on her lips were slowly healing, but because the amount was insufficient, the healing wasn't obvious. Seeing the effect, Lin Rua quickly poured the remaining juice into the bowl. It was only enough for 1.5 bowls. Lin Momo drank it all. Some of the smaller sores on her body had healed, but the larger sores were still bleeding. He touched her face. I go find some more for you. With a goal in mind, things went smoothly. Since the mutated flower was a first-time occurrence, Lin Ru only picked the same wildflower from the fields. He also picked a few other pretty ones to study later. Or, he could research a new recipe. Lin Ru returned home laden with food. However, the virus had only been raging for a short time, and most plants hadn't mutated yet, leaving limited choices. It was uncertain what the world would become. Back in the lab, Lin Momo, who had been quiet for some time, became excited again. Her eyes were fixed on the backpack behind Lin Ru. She knew it contained her food, and she was incredibly hungry. Momo, wait a little longer, okay? Lin Ru patiently reassured her. This time, she seemed to understand, ceasing her struggles and lying quietly on the bed, her eyes constantly following his movements. No matter what, as long as she ate, there was still hope for her. Lin Ru carefully selected the best quality wildflowers, this time pouring the juice into 5 bottles. Then, he unchained Lin Momo, his heart aching at the sight of the festering sores on her wrists and ankles. Does it hurt? He asked softly. Lin Momo didn't answer, grabbing the water glass and gulping it down. Actually, Lin Ru knew she couldn't feel pain. Like the zombies on the street, they felt no pain no matter where they were injured. But Lin Momo was different. He stood quietly to the side, watching Lin Momo for a long time. She had finished all the wildflower juice he brought back. Want more? A satisfied burp answered Lin Ru. Lin Momo had already drunk a bellyful of juice. Want to sleep? Sleep. Lin Ru gently patted her back. She curled up on the bed, closed her eyes, and fell asleep instantly, her breathing becoming even. Her body was recovering. Lin Ru found a blanket and covered her with it, then briefly checked the sores on her body. They were all improving. Time was too short. He hadn't yet figured out the strange things about Lin Momo. But it didn't matter. As long as she survived, he had plenty of time. After tidying everything up, Lin Ru intended to study the other mutated wildflowers, but the noise coming from the other side of the wall forced him to stop. He pursed his lips slightly, his beautiful fox-like eyes dark and angry. He stared at a certain spot on the wall for a long time, finally having to get up from his chair. He quietly turned a button, and directly in front of him, a cabinet filled with various jars slowly opened like a door, revealing a dark and sinister entrance. There was a staircase leading down, and apart from Lin Ru, no one knew what lay below. Chapter 7. Lin Momo had a strange dream. She dreamed of her uncle Uxian. However, Uxian wasn't her biological uncle. He was taken in from a mountain ravine by Lin Momo's grandparents when she was 6 years old. Her grandparents weren't doing it out of kindness, they just wanted someone to do chores. He was plain-looking, taciturn, and always preferred to be alone, finding it difficult to get along with others. The only person she could talk to was Lin Momo. Lin Momo liked this uncle very much. Despite his reserved appearance, he was actually very talented. He was admitted to one of the top universities in the country while still in school, but then, for some unknown reason, he disappeared for 3 years. Momo, I'm sorry, please forgive me? In the dream, she almost recalled everything about Uxian from her childhood, until the final image flashed. Uxian was wearing blood-stained clothes, half of his once clean face was disfigured, and bloody tears streamed from his eyes, as he apologized to her. She didn't quite understand why he was apologizing to her. Before she could ask, the dream ended. Lin Momo suddenly opened her eyes. Uxian's now terrifying face lingered in her mind. After a while, she calmed down, feeling much lighter and less stiff than before. She remembered fainting because of a nosebleed, and she must have woken up once, but her consciousness was hazy then. Her only memory was a strong urge to eat. Ah! Thinking of this, she pressed her slightly bloated stomach and surprisingly felt full. Has she come back to life? Or is it just a final burst of energy before death? Awake? Want some more? Lin Ru appeared by the bedside at some point, handing her a silver thermos. It smells so good. Her small nose twitched. The scent was somewhat familiar. Don't you remember? Lin Ru asked. That was a question. What should I remember? Lin Ru stared at her for a while, seeing her blank expression and genuine lack of recollection, then repeated the story of her drinking wildflower juice. Stop, stop, stop! That's detailed enough. I don't want to hear any more. Is she some kind of anomaly among zombies? Just as Lin Momo was still processing what was happening, Lin Ru suddenly grabbed her hand, holding the thermos, and brought it to her lips. She instinctively resisted, but the fragrance wafting to her nose made it impossible to refuse, and she instantly felt lightheaded. She took a sip. Delicious. She then gulped it down, emptying the glass instantly. Being able to eat again, this is what it feels like to be alive. Want some more? Lin Ru took the glass. No, I feel a bit full. She had already eaten enough while she was unconscious, and it hadn't fully digested yet. Your condition is improving. Do you feel any discomfort? Seeing that Lin Momo was fully awake, Lin Ruo, like a doctor, began to ask her detailed questions about her current feelings. It feels like I come back to life. Nothing else has changed much. She honestly answered whatever Lin Ruo asked, and then Lin Ruo gave her a thorough physical examination. She then realized that the laboratory had other rooms. Lin Momo began to wonder what kind of work Lin Ruo had done before the apocalypse, why he was able to own such a place, and the strange power he possessed. It was completely different from the other superhumans she had seen before. However, more than any of that, she was curious about why he was so kind to her. But he was tight-lipped, refusing to tell her, insisting that she remember. Lin Momo didn't believe she had ever lost any memories, so she remained skeptical of Lin Ruo's words, unmoved by his unusual affection. Is that blood on your clothes? Are you injured? Inadvertently, Lin Momo noticed red marks on the hem of Lin Ruo's clothes, which looked like bloodstains. She sniffed lightly. It had a subtle fishy smell. Lin Ruo froze. He looked down and saw that there were indeed some bloodstains. I'm not injured. It's nothing serious, he said casually. Since he didn't intend to elaborate, Lin Momo didn't press the matter. Lin Ruo tidied up the documents she was working on, and then led Lin Momo to another room to rest. Upon entering, Lin Momo immediately looked around. The room seemed to be Lin Ruo's usual resting place. It was clean and tidy, with a TV, computer, bathroom, bookshelf, and a large bed. Compared to where she had been lying before, this felt like real life. She even wondered if Lin Ruo was using some excuse to get to know her, actually intending to use her as an experimental subject, since her situation was indeed different from others. Maybe he really was the one who created the virus. Lin Momo didn't dare show this much. Lin Ruo could occasionally read her mind, but it was best to be cautious. The TV and computer in the room are working fine, and the internet is still working. Lin Ruo briefly explained the room's situation to her. The internet is still working? What's the situation outside? After staying here for a few days, Lin Momo belatedly remembered the situation outside. When she left school, the outside world was already in chaos, with zombies almost everywhere. Most of the surviving humans were hiding in safe buildings. The virus has already spread to the surrounding cities. It's currently under control, but the future is uncertain, Lin Ruo explained, placing the prepared wildflower juice on the table. If you're hungry, leave some food here. If you need anything, just knock on the door. I'll be outside. Oh! Lin Momo nodded, watching Lin Ruo leave the room. She even heard the door lock. Now they weren't binding her anymore, but locking her up. She increasingly suspected this man wanted to study her and turn her into a monster. She started having wild thoughts. However, even if Lin Ruo had this idea, she couldn't resist. With his strange abilities, she could die on the spot. Lin Momo was a good-natured person. Since there was no solution, she decided to relax. Since she was bored anyway, she turned on the TV and computer to check on the situation outside. There were very few programs on TV. At least there were no entertainment programs, mostly news and current events. Reporters were still bravely reporting from outside, and the location looked like a school that had been secured and cleared. Oh, it was her school. Just as she was about to press a channel with the remote, she suddenly saw several familiar figures on the TV screen. The reporters' expressions turned terrified, and the already chaotic scene worsened. Run! Someone shouted, and the cameraman immediately grabbed his camera and started running. Chapter 8. The television screen was shaking violently, but the live broadcast continued uninterrupted. Lin Momo watched for a while longer. She couldn't figure out the cause of the commotion, but she saw Lin Xiao. A tall zombie suddenly appeared from nowhere, chasing Lin Xiao and her group. Unlike the other staggering zombies, it moved with remarkable agility and speed, though running was still difficult. What surprised her wasn't the zombie's change, but Lin Xiao's actions. Just as the zombie was about to pounce on her, to save her own life, Lin Xiao grabbed Qin Jiujiu beside her and yanked her sharply, shoving Qin Jiujiu directly into the zombie's path. Lin Momo panicked, but the scene was beyond her control. A faceless zombie suddenly filled the entire television screen. Then the screen went black, and she couldn't see anything anymore, because the cameraman was gone. Even without seeing the final scene, Lin Momo knew Qin Jiujiu couldn't avoid being scratched by the zombie. She couldn't quite describe her feelings. Lin Xiao's selfish behavior had always been there, evident in her daily habits. She was beautiful and came from a wealthy family. Her family practically gave her whatever she wanted, and those around her indulged her because of her looks. It was the same in the dormitory. Lin Momo didn't like spoiling someone with princess syndrome. She often ignored Lin Xiao's strange requests, especially when Lin Xiao treated Qin Jiujiu like a servant, and the two even argued about it. Therefore, their relationship wasn't very good. Watching the television screen turn completely white, Lin Momo felt a stifling unease. But things had already come to this, and she was barely able to protect herself. What could she do? Frustrated, she turned off the TV and lay on the bed for a while. After her emotions gradually calmed down, she slowly sat up. With still stiff steps, she sat down at her computer desktop. The computer was on, there was no password, and it was connected to the internet. Just as Lin Ruo had said, even though Jingcheng was in such chaos, it was still functioning. She opened her usual social media app, WeChat. After successfully logging in, a flood of messages appeared, but most were group chats. She glanced at them casually. The groups that were usually for casual gossip were now all discussing zombies. At first, everyone was discussing what to do, how to kill zombies. The chat history was incredibly long. But over the past few days, the number of people chatting had suddenly decreased. Everyone knew why the number of people had decreased. After a quick glance to get a general understanding of the situation, Lin Momo left the group chat and began searching for Yu Xian's name. That dream bothered her. Lin Momo didn't get along well with her family. They didn't care much for her because she was a girl, but thankfully she had a grandmother who was on her side, and an uncle who always quietly cared for her. Her grandmother had a vast fortune, which her parents both feared and coveted, a fortune that could provide them with a carefree life. But her grandmother had clearly stated that a will had been made. Lin Momo would inherit the majority of the fortune. Her mother resented her for this. However, Lin Momo's mother had never considered her own past actions. Years ago, her grandfather had abused her grandmother, and Lin Momo's mother firmly believed that her grandmother couldn't settle down and manage the family properly, insisting on going out to do business. Before her grandmother's success, they were practically estranged. However, Lin Momo's grandmother had long since passed away, and even with a large amount of wealth, it was of little use in this apocalyptic world. Eating was more practical. After her grandmother's death, her biggest concern was Yu Xian. The search bar quickly brought up Yu Xian's chat window. To Lin Momo's surprise, her uncle Yu Xian, whom she hadn't been able to contact for at least a year, had contacted her on the day she turned into a zombie. "Momo, are you alright? Call me back if you see this message. Momo, I will find you." Only these 3 sentences appeared in the chat window. Lin Momo couldn't help but call back using her computer, but there was no response after several attempts. She could only leave a message explaining that she was doing well. If Yu Xian could see this, it would be a way to give him a thought. Yu Xian had become strange since starting university 20 years ago. He disappeared for 3 years, then briefly reappeared, and since then, he had been essentially out of contact. But he seemed unwilling to worry Lin Momo, so he would unilaterally send her a letter every month to prove he was still alive. With a sigh, Lin Momo closed the chat window. Since she had nothing else to do and Lin Ruo had locked her in the room, she began searching for information about other cities. Like Jingcheng, although there wasn't that strange fog, the virus had begun to spread to surrounding cities. The military had intervened early, doing their best to control the situation. But what everyone didn't expect was, similar situations had occurred abroad as well. The first city where the virus originated was shrouded in fog for several days, and the anomalies began to emerge. The key point is the fog. Whether it was man-made or not, humanity has come to its end. Moreover, regarding the superhumans, no one seems to have mentioned it online. Has the possibility that this virus could potentially evolve humanity not yet been discovered? While Lin Momo was contemplating the meaning of life, she suddenly heard the door lock click open. She slowly turned her head and saw Lin Ruo standing outside, fully dressed. "Momo, I'm going out for a bit. You stay in the room." "Okay. Going out is fine, there's no need to report to her. In a sense, she's being imprisoned by him. Besides, he locked the door. Where else could she go but stay in the room?" Seemingly sensing Lin Momo's displeasure, he suddenly entered the room and approached her. "You? What do you want?" Lin Momo tried to lean back, but her body was beyond her control. Just then, Lin Ruo placed something in her hand, something icy cold. She looked down. It was a delicately packaged pastry, probably just taken out of the refrigerator. "Human food? I probably can't eat this yet, right? Why are you giving me this? I made it with other ingredients. You can try it if you're hungry." Lin Ruo looked at her gently. "If you like it, I make more for you." As he spoke, he couldn't resist flicking the ahog cowlick on her head. This ahog wasn't originally there. It was probably regrowth from fallen hair, which is why it looked so unusual. Her body was indeed developing in a positive direction. Lin Momo, oblivious to everything, kept her head down, staring at the pastry in her hand, wondering what it was made of. "I'm going out," Lin Rua said softly, then left the room. He locked the door again. Lin Momo pouted, casually tossing the pastry onto the table, and continued staring at the computer. After briefly searching through the news from the past few days, intending to browse slowly, she heard a strange sound. At first, she thought the sound was coming from the computer, since she had the speakers on. But after the sound repeated several times, she stood up in confusion, listening intently. The sound was coming from underground, and it was continuing. Lin Momo moved her body. Although stiff, she was able to slowly crawl onto the ground. A few minutes later, with her ear pressed to the ground, she could finally hear it clearly. She couldn't describe what the sound was. It sounded like some unknown creature making intermittent calls to attract something. It wasn't exactly ear-piercing, but the sound was just unpleasant to listen to. There was something lurking underground. The building itself, capable of housing this laboratory, was already quite impressive. Lin Momo wasn't going to listen any longer. Just as she was about to get up and play some music on her computer to mask the sound, the scream suddenly became shrill, so sharp that Lin Momo fell to the ground, clutching her ears in pain. But the sound didn't disappear. Instead, it grew even higher, reverberating upwards from below, causing excruciating discomfort. Lin Momo was in unbearable pain because of the sound, and her temper flared. Just then, she suddenly exploded. "Shut up." This was the first sound she made since becoming a zombie. But because she hadn't spoken in so long, her voice was hoarse and unpleasant, with a strange quality. Fortunately, because of Lin Momo's outburst, the thing finally quieted down. Lying on the ground, panting, Lin Momo suddenly felt completely drained. Her previous energy vanished instantly. Dejected as she was, she realized she had spoken. She shakily raised her hand to touch her throat, trying to speak again, but only a hissing sound came out. Forget it, she gave up. Released, Lin Momo collapsed to the ground like a salted fish. She had no strength left to get up. She didn't understand why, after just one shout, she had become so weak. Feeling frustrated, Lin Momo listened carefully. The thing was no longer making any noise, but she wondered if it was because of her. Holy crap! Just as Lin Momo was about to collapse and rest to recover her strength, she was horrified to find that a thin layer of ice had formed on the walls of the room. What happened? She raised her hand in disbelief, holding it to her eyes. It wasn't an illusion. Her hand also had small shards of ice, and wisps of cold air were emanating from her palm, condensing into ice crystals as they floated in the air. Mutated? Has she mutated? After a long while, Lin Momo lowered her hand. She tried to get up from the floor, but failed. Have I mutated? Lin Momo asked herself repeatedly. Now that she couldn't get up, and there was no one outside the room, she could only lie on the floor waiting for Lin Rua to return and see what was going on. Anyway, judging from his condition, he should be interested. Having come to this conclusion, Lin Momo closed her eyes, deciding to ignore it, and finally simply lay down on the floor and fell asleep. Chapter 9. Lin Momo felt much more refreshed after her nap, but she was still lying on the floor when she woke up, indicating that Lin Rua hadn't returned yet. Otherwise, she should be in bed by now. Perhaps he's still worth studying, Lin Momo thought, sensing his intense concern for her. She looked around, noticing that the ice crystals on the walls had disappeared, leaving no water stains from melting. If it weren't for the few ice crystals still clinging to her palms, she would have thought it was a dream. She pursed her lips slightly and began to struggle to sit up. Finally managing to get up, her stiff bones felt like they were about to fall apart. The wildflower syrup she'd eaten earlier was wasted, and her stomach started rumbling. Lin Momo pressed her stomach and went to the bedside table to pick up the juice Lin Rua had prepared, intending to gulp it down. But as soon as she opened her mouth, a small ice crystal fell out, and she was instantly stunned. No way, has she become an ice-spitting machine? She refused to believe it, and tried opening her mouth several more times. Ice shards still fell, but they would eventually disappear, and her stomach only grew hungrier. Lin Momo sighed and gulped down the juice like an old man. Even after finishing it, she still felt hungry. Smacking her lips, she suddenly remembered that Lin Rua had slipped a small snack into her hand before leaving. It was on the computer desk. She immediately turned around, supposedly walking quickly, but actually moving as slowly as an old man. Finally getting the snack, she hurriedly unwrapped it, and a completely different aroma from the juice instantly filled her nostrils. She hadn't expected Lin Momo to be such a versatile chef. The shape is that of a little white rabbit. I don't know what it's made of. It doesn't look like it's made of the same ingredients as the juice. But it smells so good. Lin Momo couldn't help but put the white rabbit into her mouth. After only 2 bites, she got excited. Unlike the juice she consumed, which required a large amount to feel full, she felt her strength slowly returning after only a few bites of the snacks, though she was still hungry. The snacks were few and quickly finished. There was no other food in the room, only a cup of brand-name coffee. Currently, she couldn't eat anything human grade. She wasn't just not human anymore, she was a zombie whose mouth sheds ice crystals. Because of hunger, Lin Momo began to feel agitated. She slowly circled the enclosed room a few times. There was no other exit except the main door. There weren't even windows. Unable to contain herself any longer, Lin Momo went to the door, intending to figure out how to get out. When she followed Lin Momo in, she had observed that the doors here were quite heavy, and the locks were strange, likely chosen for security. Therefore, a clumsy zombie like her obviously couldn't break them. But being a zombie, one should always be optimistic, right? Sure enough, she made another discovery as soon as she got closer. After so much bad luck, she finally had a stroke of good fortune. Perhaps due to her previous outburst, the ice shards emanating from her body were scattered everywhere, and some of them might have even been dangerous. One of the sharper shards pierced the lock, opening the door. But the shard was too small for her to notice until she got closer and realized the door could be opened. Lin Momo cautiously pried open the door and peeked out. The laboratory was quiet outside. Lin Momo had turned off the main lights, leaving only a small lamp. In the cage in the left corner, the monkey that had appeared dead suddenly woke up. It opened its scarlet eyes and stared intently at Lin Momo. The scene was utterly bizarre. Lin Momo swallowed hard. Even though she wasn't human anymore, she was still afraid. Look at that monkey. Just looking at its eyes, it was definitely not normal, and it might even be very dangerous. If it came out of its cage, she definitely wouldn't be able to fight it with her current strength. Lin Momo hesitated behind the door, her stomach rumbling. Forget it, filling her stomach was more important. She finally took a step forward. The monkey, for some reason, probably knowing she was afraid of it, suddenly grabbed the bars, making a creaking sound, and the cage shook. She was startled and lost her balance, falling flat on her face. Good heavens, the mischievous monkey, seeing her fall, lay in its cage like a human, clutching its stomach and laughing. Lin Momo lay on the ground, feeling no pain, but if she could blush, she would be too ashamed to look up. She, a perfectly healthy zombie, had been terrified by a monkey. Lin Momo held her breath, slowly getting up from the ground and glaring fiercely at the monkey, but the monkey clearly ignored her, mocking her mercilessly. The nameless rage within her erupted. Her face was expressionless as she stared straight at the monkey. Suddenly, the monkey's entire body stiffened, and ice crystals slowly formed on its fur. It let out a whimper, its eyes filled with extreme fear. Ugh! The anger came quickly, but it dissipated just as fast. When Lin Momo came to her senses, she found the monkey curled up to the side, looking extremely weak, its fur covered in ice crystals. She blinked, realizing it was her own doing. Actually, she always had a good temper, even with someone like Lin Xiao, who had a severe case of princess syndrome. Even at the height of conflict, she only gave her a cold shoulder. It was never like this before, where, faced with the monkey's mockery, she even considered skinning it. Or perhaps she wanted to kill it using other methods that would cause it pain. When these thoughts surged forth, her explosive power erupted. Lin Momo clearly felt something was wrong with her. She didn't like this feeling. Violence, anxiety, hatred. And now, a head full of hunger. She clutched her stomach and slowly turned away, ignoring the monkey. That small outburst had used up everything she'd eaten earlier. So hungry. Her blue eyes became dull, her consciousness gradually fading. Her nose twitched slightly. She could smell a faint, unusual fragrance in the air. The scent was faint, but she was certain it whetted her appetite. Lin Momo felt like a predator, able to find food by following scents. If she didn't have pica, her current state was actually closer to that of the zombies outside, only slightly milder. This change worried her somewhat. However, the persistent hunger quickly made her put those thoughts aside. All she wanted now was to eat and fill her stomach. Following the faint scent in the air, she staggered to a display case in front of her, on which were placed many strange instruments. The instruments weren't important. The middle shelf of the case, perhaps for decoration or some other reason, held a small potted plant. The scent was emanating from the flower. The little flower was strange. She had never seen it before, and couldn't even name it. Its petals were black and white, its stem thin and soft, moving like a tiny worm. When Lin Momo approached, the little flower seemed to sense danger. Something inexplicable, the petals grew at an eerie speed, the little flower expanding from the size of a ping-pong ball to the size of a basketball. The stem, seemingly out of nowhere, split into many thin branches, all attacking Lin Momo. Lin Momo had never seen anything like this before. She staggered back a few steps, instinctively using her hand to block. After a while, nothing happened. Lin Momo carefully moved her hand away and looked ahead. The little flower had frozen into ice. She gasped in surprise. This time, she hadn't done anything, the little flower had merely touched her arm. Could that have triggered its peculiar ability? Even so, it was different from the previous times. Little flower had turned into ice. Lin Momo stood rooted to the spot, too afraid to move. She glanced down at her hands, which were steaming with white vapor. In fact, her entire zombie form was steaming. If anyone were standing next to her, they would be shivering from the cold. She tried to process her situation, but hunger overwhelmed her, making it almost impossible to think. So hungry. She repeated this, her eyes fixed on the frozen little flower, then reached for it. She began chewing on the ice. Lin Momo quickly broke apart the little flower pieces that were almost stuck to the cabinet. As she broke off another piece, something unexpected happened. The huge cabinet in front of her cracked open from the middle, then slowly opened to both sides. Lin Momo ate while looking, making crunching noises. Having eaten, she had more strength, and her thoughts cleared considerably. Oh wow, a secret room. This man definitely has secrets. Lin Momo's mouth was still chewing. She wasn't in a hurry to look further. Only after she finished eating the small flowers did she take a few steps forward and peek. The first thing she saw was a staircase. Because there were no lights, she couldn't see the bottom, as if it had no end. She wasn't very curious, especially since she didn't know much about Lin Ruo, and she wasn't willing to risk going down there. Who knew what might happen down there? Just as Lin Momo was about to turn around and sneak back to her room, she heard faint sounds coming from the bottom of the stairs. They sounded like human voices. She paused, then looked back. The sound continued. She remembered hearing a rustling sound from beneath the floor when she was still in the room, and it was because of this sound that she inexplicably erupted with strange ice shards. What is down there? Hearing the strange sound, she felt a moment of disorientation, her steps suddenly becoming unsteady, and she involuntarily walked towards the entrance, following the sound. Just as she was about to step onto the stairs, Lin Ruo returned. Chapter 10. A cold. What are you doing? A cold voice came from behind, and Lin Momo snapped back to reality. She slowly turned around, trying to put on an innocent expression, but no matter how she tried, her face remained expressionless. I didn't do anything. It wasn't her. She just wanted to eat something. I don't know how this cabinet opened, it's not my fault. Lin Momo added. Lin Ruo, who had just returned from outside, looked tired. His face was pale, as if he were sick. She wondered what he had been doing outside. Seeing Lin Ruo staring at her without answering for a long time, Lin Momo started to feel intimidated. She hesitated for a moment, then decided to step forward and continue explaining. After all, her life was still in his hands. She had only taken a few steps when Lin Ruo was already in front of her. He looked down at her. Instead of feeling nervous, she noticed how curled his eyelashes were. How could he be so handsome? Her thoughts drifted far away. I'm not blaming you. It's just that it's dangerous down there, and I want you to stay in a safe place, he said, and suddenly hugged her. Lin Momo didn't struggle, she didn't even have the strength. She could feel that Lin Ruo was holding her very tightly. It was like she wanted to be embedded in his arms. I'm hungry. Seeing that Lin Ruo didn't intend to let go, Lin Momo couldn't hold back any longer. She really hadn't eaten much. Even though she had mutated that little flower into a large one, an ordinary person would probably have died from overeating after eating so much, but she hadn't. She still felt very, very hungry. How did you break down the door? Lin Ruo temporarily ignored her words, and went straight to the crucial question. Lin Momo didn't intend to hide anything. If she continued to act this way, Lin Ruo would find out sooner or later. She honestly recounted what had happened, even complaining about the grating noises below, which were irritating. Of course, she also praised the snacks he had made. Are there any more snacks? They were really delicious, the best I ever had. She swore she wasn't just being obsequious. I made some more. I bring them to you in a bit. Go to your room and wait for me, okay? Lin Ruo finally released her, and smoothed her slightly messy hair. Okay. Food was always welcome. He must have added something to his snacks. They were far superior to the juice and small flowers. Just thinking about them made her mouth water. She slowly walked back to her room. As she closed the door, she peeked out. Lin Momo had already walked to the cabinet, facing the entrance below, seemingly doing something. He gently waved his hand, and with a click, the two cabinets closed again, blocking the entrance once more. So she withdrew her gaze, and obediently sat in the room to wait. Outside the door, Lin Momo, after closing the underground passage entrance, quickly tidied up the mess in front of the cabinet. Ice shards remained, and the mutated flowers that had been used for decoration were gone. He could guess that Lin Momo had eaten them. He picked up the ice shards from the ground and felt them in his hand. This wasn't ordinary ice. If it could be used as a weapon, it would be extremely lethal. Unbeknownst to him, the ice shards, which shouldn't have melted, gradually dissolved into a puddle of water in his hands, eventually disappearing into the air. Lin Momo didn't know how long she had waited, but finally, the little snack she had been longing for arrived. Because this is my first time trying to make snacks with these ingredients, I don't know how it will turn out, so there aren't many left, only 3. Lin Momo brought over the remaining snacks. That's enough. Snacks are more filling than juice. Is that so? Lin Momo looked at her thoughtfully upon hearing this. Lin Momo nodded, while stuffing snacks into her mouth. Was the door lock also damaged after the outbreak? Lin Momo pointed to the room's door. I really didn't mean to. She was now a penniless zombie, and had no money to compensate. I'm not blaming you, I just feel. He paused, ultimately not finishing his sentence, and chuckled softly. Never mind, you eat first. Try to stay in your room, okay? Okay. Being given food is like being a king. How could she not? Besides, she made a mess of the lab, yet he wasn't angry and spoke so gently. It's definitely because she's useful. Lin Momo was quite certain of this. Call me if you get hungry. Lin Momo didn't even glance at the room before leaving. Lin Momo watched him leave with a sneer. After finishing the remaining 3 snacks, the agonizing hunger finally disappeared, and her previously weak body seemed to be surging with a constant flow of energy. She took a deep breath, and when she exhaled, a cloud of icy mist condensed before her eyes. Stop it, or I get hungry again. She wasn't stupid. After a few times, she figured out why she got hungry so quickly. It was because of those previous episodes. Lin Momo quickly covered her mouth. Once the hunger crossed a certain threshold, she couldn't control herself. She felt like she was becoming a different person. This wasn't a feeling, nor was it a good sign. The apocalyptic virus had somehow modified her body. She lived like an anomaly. But perhaps that was precisely why Lin Momo was interested. Lin Momo lowered her head slightly, staring at her toes. Luckily, she wasn't one to dwell on things. After eating and drinking her fill, she sat back down at the computer and continued surfing the internet, searching for information about the virus's origin while the network was still working. Lin Momo continued this reclusive lifestyle for several days. Every day she stayed in her room, sleeping, surfing the internet, and when she got hungry, Lin Momo would bring her food, a different dish every day. If the virus hadn't broken out and the world were still functioning normally, it would have been a veritable paradise for her, a woman who, despite her improved circumstances, was still a couch potato. Unfortunately, this kind of life would soon come to an end. That day, Lin Momo surfed the internet as usual, but the internet speed was getting slower and slower, and many websites were inaccessible, making it virtually impossible to find the information she wanted. She simply searched for a movie, intending to watch it while eating some snacks. Lin Momo was a good family man. Ever since he learned she had pica, he had even gone out of his way to collect these mutated plants and research various recipes for them. Even with the apocalypse upon us, perhaps only he would have such leisure. Smacking her lips, Lin Momo was putting a small snack into her mouth when, the next second, the computer screen and the bright lights in the room went out. A power outage? Lin Momo had been in the lab for some time, and because it was an enclosed building with no windows, she hadn't seen the sky outside. If it weren't for the clock, she wouldn't even be able to tell if it was day or night. Now, with the sudden power outage, the room was pitch black. She sat quietly on the stool, feeling inexplicably uneasy. She wasn't afraid, but she had a feeling that something was about to happen. She waited for a while, but Lin Momo didn't come in. She wondered if something had happened. After all, he was her chef, she should at least check on him. She stood up nimbly from the stool. After a few days of feeding by Lin Momo, Lin Momo's movements were much faster than before, at least faster than the slow-moving zombies outside. She groped her way to the door in the dark. The door hadn't been closed, the lock was broken, and Lin Rua hadn't bothered to fix it. Lin Rua? She tried to convey her thoughts to Lin Rua, but there was no response for a long time. Perhaps due to her mutation, she could see clearly even after being in the dark for a while. She could detect even the slightest movement. The problem now was that it was too quiet. Lin Rua, are you there? Lin Momo tried calling again, but still no response. Could something really have happened? With this thought in mind, she left the room. Lin Rua probably hadn't gone outside. If he were going to go out, he would always come in and let her know, as if he wanted to specifically report to her. He wasn't outside the lab now, he was either in another room, or he was downstairs. Her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the cabinet, and as she hesitated whether to go over, the ground suddenly began to shake. Lin Momo quickly grabbed the doorframe, trying to steady herself, but this was followed by an even more violent tremor. Was this an earthquake? The thought flashed through her mind. The tremors grew stronger, and things in the lab toppled over, leaving the surroundings in a mess. Holding onto the doorframe, she could barely maintain her balance. A piercing, unpleasant scream suddenly erupted from underground, and Lin Momo painfully covered her ears. She felt them bleeding. And without support, she fell to the ground due to the tremors. Just when she thought her bad luck had ended, something even worse happened to her the next second. For some reason, a large hole appeared where she had fallen, and before she could even react, she tumbled down through it. She hadn't intended to go down when she came out of the basement entrance. Aside from being slightly lured in, she was generally resistant to the underground. She never expected to come down this way. With a thud, Lin Momo landed heavily on the ground. She felt no pain, but she could feel that she was injured and smelled a faint scent of blood. She must have been bleeding. The piercing screams continued, and because she was underground, the sounds were closer, as if they were right beside her. Lying on the ground, Lin Momo gasped for breath, waiting for her wounds to heal on their own, otherwise, she wouldn't have the strength to get up. Just when she thought she was going to be tortured to death by the piercing screams, the sound suddenly stopped. "Little girl, we finally meet." A clear, pleasant female voice replaced it. She was surprised. She looked in the direction of the voice. Beside her, there was a huge cage, and inside the cage was a beautiful woman. Chapter 11. The woman had long, dark green hair, thick and curly, a pale and delicate face, and eyes the same color as her hair, but lighter in color. The only thing Lin Momo was certain of was that she was definitely not human. She had double pupils. She was like a sea sprite, luring her prey into her embrace, then seizing the opportunity to bite their vital spot, waiting for them to succumb before slowly devouring them. I don't know you." Lin Momo lay on the ground, unable to move, swallowing nervously. She couldn't speak now, and didn't know if the woman could read her mind like Lin Rua could. "Are you mute?" The woman suddenly grabbed the railing, clearly unaware of what Lin Momo was thinking. Just then, Lin Momo noticed something else amiss. The woman wasn't walking. Her long dress almost completely covered her feet, and upon closer inspection, they were a mass of tentacles. Like a giant octopus from the deep sea, slimy and disgusting. It was completely unworthy of her current appearance. "See that?" The woman followed Lin Momo's gaze, looking down at her tentacles, then chuckled. She lifted her skirt. "Why be afraid? Aren't you and I the same kind?" With that, she opened her mouth and let out a sharp, rapid scream, causing the entire building to shake even more violently. Lin Momo finally understood. The piercing, unpleasant sound was coming from the woman, and so was the vibration. "Finally, we're going to get out of this wretched place." The woman's smile grew gentler, but her eyes were filled with icy coldness, sending chills down one's spine. Gradually regaining her strength, Lin Momo struggled to her feet. The tremors had created a chaotic mess around her, leaving no place to step. The floor above had been a laboratory, but it had collapsed, and everything was scattered here. She had no idea how to escape. Lin Rua was nowhere to be seen. He hadn't appeared despite the commotion. "Are you thinking about that good-for-nothing Lin Rua? He's not coming." The woman seemed to harbor a great deal of resentment towards Lin Rua, her words laced with rage, but when she looked at Lin Momo, who desperately wanted to escape the underground, her tone changed. "Anyway, you can't escape, so just stand here obediently. I'm so hungry." Hearing those last words, Lin Momo shuddered. Hungry? Did she want to eat her? She took several steps back, but there was no way out. The woman was probably about to break free from the cage. Even in the most dangerous moment, Lin Momo was still pondering. The woman before her must be incredibly strong. Why hadn't she managed to break the cage after lying on the ground for so long? Her first guess was that the cage was made of a special material. The reason she was acting up now was likely due to the power outage. All the equipment in the laboratory that required electricity was useless, thus reducing the woman's threat and allowing her to act. Now it seemed that Jingcheng was probably unable to continue operating. The city was on the verge of destruction. Dreaming, Lin Momo heard a crackling sound. Looking up again, good heavens. The cage had been destroyed. She truly had nowhere to retreat, but she didn't want to die this way. So she blew a few ice bubbles in the direction the woman was, and the bubbles floated to the woman's side. The woman reached out her slender, pale hand and gently waved it. The bubbles burst. You can't yet fully master your abilities, huh? That's alright. After I eat you, I inherit your power. The woman continued, her double pupils trembling with excitement, then I use this ability properly for you. Lin Momo wilted, utterly wilted. What kind of useless ability was this? All she could do in a crucial moment was spit bubbles, and she was being targeted. The woman used her tentacles to wriggle forward. Seeing her delicacy before her, she opened her bright red lips, revealing irregular teeth inside her mouth, her tongue flicking out like a snake's forked tongue. What kind of creature was this? Or rather, what kinds of animal genes have been used to synthesize this monster? Does Lin Ru really possess such terrifying creativity? Why would he do this? Even with her life hanging in the balance, Lin Momo was still thinking about other things. Perhaps she was afraid at first, but if she couldn't struggle, she might as well learn to accept it. After all, she couldn't feel pain, right? She thought dejectedly. Just as the woman's hand was about to touch her cheek, her face was suddenly sprayed with a cold liquid. Let go of your filthy hands, don't touch her. Lin Ru, appearing out of nowhere, materialized before her like an angel. Of course, it would have been even more perfect if the angel's forehead hadn't been disfigured and bleeding. The instant he appeared, he swiftly severed the woman's arm that was touching Lin Momo, and the liquid sprayed on Lin Momo's face was the woman's blood. It was sticky, disgusting, and smelled awful. The woman clutched her severed arm, screaming rapidly, glaring fiercely at Lin Ru, as if she wanted to devour him. But quickly, her expression returned to normal, and her severed arm regenerated at an incredible speed, becoming even stronger. She laughed maniacally. So protective of her? This makes me want to take her even more. The woman was clearly provoking Lin Ru. And Lin Ru, facing the woman, indeed couldn't remain calm. His mere presence exerted immense pressure on Lin Momo. Bang! The woman was laughing loudly when an invisible force suddenly pressed down on her, her beautiful body instantly contorting into a grotesque posture. She screamed in agony, the surrounding tremors intensifying. You want to kill me? Can you kill me? She yelled at Lin Ru, her delicate, beautiful face contorted in a terrifying way. Lin Momo was stunned. Is this still the world she knew? Is this a duel between masters? But she quietly stepped forward and gently touched Lin Ru's shoulder. The more damaged her body, the stronger she becomes. Let's go quickly, she whispered in his ear. Lin Ru was stunned for a moment, then quickly recovered. He controlled his power while turning to look at Lin Momo. She was staring at him. Lin Momo looked weak, but she was truly observant. Okay, let's go. Lin Ru didn't refuse, but before leaving, he exerted pressure on the woman once more. He knew the greater the damage, the stronger the woman would become. He was merely venting his anger. Taking advantage of the woman's body not being fully healed, he turned and embraced Lin Momo. Their figures trembled for a moment in the shaking ground before vanishing from the spot. Leaving the woman alone, cursing loudly. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Chapter 12. The enclosed building gradually collapsed under the woman's rage, becoming a ruin, with dust billowing everywhere. This was the scene Lin Momo saw after emerging. Having been away from the outside world for a while, she was still somewhat unaccustomed to it. Especially when the sunlight shone down, she felt her skin burning, as if it were about to scorch. She was also a little dizzy, not knowing what Lin Ru had done, instantly teleporting her out of the collapsing building. Lin Ru supported Lin Momo. Are you alright? I'm fine. Having calmed down, Lin Momo straightened up and began to look around. She wasn't from Jingcheng and usually stayed home, so there were many places she hadn't been to. The two of them were still in front of the laboratory building. The building was completely destroyed, unrecognizable from its original state, with a large hole dented in the middle. And all around was empty, just wilderness stretching as far as the eye could see. Oh no, there's even a dedicated parking garage. I never imagined Jingcheng had such a remote and secluded place. Before Lin Momo could finish observing, Lin Ru suddenly took her hand and led her towards the garage. We can't stay here. Where else can we go? Lin Momo felt a little regretful for Lin Ruo. So many things were left in the lab, and this was the apocalypse. Without resources, it would be difficult to go anywhere. Lin Ruo didn't reply. Unlike usual, she could sense that he was in a depressed state. This stemmed from that beautiful woman. Many questions remained unasked, and even if she did, he might not answer. She didn't necessarily need to know everything. Anyway, she didn't know how many days she had left to live, so she might as well live one day at a time and not add to her worries. For example, now that she had come out of confinement and into the outside world, she didn't intend to leave Lin Ruo's side. Her thinking was simple. Lin Ruo would cook delicious food, so at least she wouldn't go hungry with him. Lin Momo obediently followed Lin Ruo to the garage, her eyes unconsciously drifting to their clasped hands. Actually, clasped hands wasn't quite right. It was Lin Ruo holding her hand unilaterally. His palm was very warm, the heat constantly transferring to her hand, but he couldn't warm hers. "What are you thinking about?" Noticing Lin Momo's absent-mindedness, Lin Ruo asked. "Aren't you able to read my mind?" Lin Momo said, trying to pull her hand away, but she couldn't. Lin Ruo's grip was too tight. She had no choice but to give up. Sigh, the difference between the living and the dead, the contrast between their coldness and warmth, made her uncomfortable. "I can't fully see into your thoughts. You're consciously blocking me out," Lin Ruo explained briefly. "But if you're thinking of leaving, I bring you back." He gripped Lin Momo's hand, tightening his hold. Lin Momo rolled her eyes and didn't respond. The garage wasn't far, and the gate was already open, revealing only a black SUV parked inside. She squinted, unable to recognize the brand. But as she approached, she spotted a familiar logo next to the car door. It was a phoenix soaring upwards. It spread its wings and flew, surrounded by flames. It resembled the phoenix from her countless dreams. She always had this feeling whenever she saw this logo. "So it's from your Asia Technology?" Only Asia Technology has the authority to use a car with this kind of phoenix as its logo. The phoenix is legendary, taking many forms. 5 years ago, Asia Technology burst onto the scene and adopted the phoenix as its company logo, specially designing its appearance, leaving a deep impression on the world, including her. Lin Ruo listened to her words, glanced down at her, and nodded. He didn't speak. With his confirmation, Lin Momo had resolved a doubt in her mind. People who can privately own a laboratory are not simple, but if he is an employee of Asia Technology, that makes things easier, and he must be a high-ranking member. Lin Ruo let her sit in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. But instead of immediately getting into the driver's seat, he pulled a silver bracelet from his pocket with a small screen displaying a counter. He put the bracelet on her wrist. "What's this?" "Nothing." "See, always like this, all that mystical stuff." Lin Momo rolled her eyes again, ignoring him. But the bracelet was quite pretty. She examined it, and found it also had the phoenix symbol, though much smaller. Just as she was happily playing with it, the car started moving, and Lin Momo quickly put her hand down and looked ahead. Because the location was remote and there were no other buildings, they hadn't seen a single zombie in the vicinity. Now that Lin Ruo wanted to leave, he would have to face the terrible situation outside. However, Lin Ruo showed no sign of tension. His delicate and handsome face was filled with indifference. His previously suppressed emotions gradually relaxed as he moved further away from the laboratory. Lin Momo couldn't help but look back. The woman was definitely not dead. Once her terrifying healing ability recovered to a certain level, it would only make her stronger. How did she know? According to the woman, Lin Momo, and she should be the same kind of person, this was no longer a world she could understand. She turned back and continued looking ahead. The car was playing soothing music, and her ears, which had been tormented and bleeding, were finally relieved. She comfortably closed her eyes. She had originally wanted to perk up and enjoy the scenery, but after driving for a long time, the roadside was still filled with endless fields, with no other buildings appearing at all. Lin Momo leaned against the window, dozing off. Just as she was about to fall asleep, a sound came from ahead, and she suddenly opened her eyes. What happened? What happened? Nothing. Lin Ruo calmly continued driving, navigating around the obstacle ahead. A motorcycle had collided with a tall zombie. Luckily, the motorcyclist immediately jumped off and fled, while the zombie, having broken a leg, could only hop and hop slowly in pursuit. Since there were already zombies here, they probably weren't far from the city center. Lin Momo sat up straight again. The endless fields outside the window were replaced by rows of low houses. Are we heading to the city? There should be a lot of zombies there, right? This place looked familiar. She felt like she's seen it somewhere before. We leave Jingxing after we get the stuff. Don't worry. Lin Ruo suddenly sped up. This must be a remote village in Jingcheng, sparsely populated, but there were humans who had become zombies due to the virus. Someone wanted to escape and saw Lin Ruo's car from afar. She simply stood in the middle of the road, as if she'd run her over if Lin Ruo didn't stop. Lin Ruo didn't slow down, instead, he accelerated. Just as they were about to collide, Lin Momo nervously gripped the overhead handle. With a sharp turn, he drifted, driving the car directly off the field, avoiding the woman. The woman immediately sat down on the slope and started cursing. Lin Momo could only see her mouth opening and closing, her emotions running high. She couldn't hear what she was saying. Gone soft-hearted? Lin Ruo gripped the steering wheel with one hand, shifting gears with the other, and drove back onto the side road. She shook her head. No. She truly wasn't soft-hearted, or rather, she felt nothing at all. With the apocalyptic virus outbreak, countless people had turned into zombies. If she tried to save everyone, she simply couldn't, and she didn't have the ability. Besides, she herself was a zombie. Who knew if ordinary people would get infected if they were with her? Lin Ruo listened to her thoughts and paused for a moment. You're a little different than before. Are you sure you're talking about me? Lin Momo still believed that Lin Ruo had mistaken her for someone else. Perhaps too lazy to argue, Lin Ruo ignored her. Hey, tell me, what was I like before? Eat. Lin Ruo suddenly stuffed a pastry into her palm, made with his new mutated plant. Okay, I shut up. As soon as she got the pastry, Lin Momo immediately made a shushing gesture. This was one of the benefits of being with Lin Ruo. Lin Ruo's food contained something added, not just pure mutated plant. Once she was full, without expending energy, her physical behavior was almost like a normal human. Without Lin Ruo, she would have to eat the mutated plant raw, which wouldn't feel good. She carefully unwrapped the box, took out the delicate pastry, and was about to put it in her mouth when the top of the car suddenly shook violently. Ugh! She choked. The car swayed because an unknown object jumped onto it, and Lin Ruo tried to shake it off. After finally swallowing it, Lin Momo felt alive again. But what followed was a very unpleasant feeling. She swallowed the pastry without even tasting it, and it was a new product. Hold on tight. Lin Ruo suddenly slammed on the brakes. The unidentified object on the roof fell off. It was a dark, limp creature with long, slender limbs. No way, the virus outbreak shouldn't have been going on for very long. Why are these strange creatures always appearing? These things didn't appear after the virus outbreak, Lin Ruo explained, a rare occurrence. This made Lin Momo glance at him curiously, noticing his strange expression. So she turned to look ahead. Having already thrown this monster off, was Lin Ruo not planning to continue driving? Even though the car was sturdy, it couldn't keep going forever. At that moment, the dark creature finally raised its head. It startled Lin Momo. It was a human face. And she remembered that face. This was a human that Lin Ruo specifically captured when she first went out to bring her food. What did you do to him? Chapter 13. I didn't do anything to him, he missed his chance to escape. A playful smile played on Lin Ruo's lips, but it vanished in an instant. The opportunity had been given, and now this state was quite amusing. The man's intense will to survive had caused him to merge with the monster, so his actions of pushing his wife and daughter into the zombie horde before fleeing were easily understood. What should we do? He's clearly after us. Lin Momo didn't believe Lin Ruo had really done nothing. Look at the monster's eyes, fixed on Lin Ruo in the driver's seat, as if it wanted to tear him to pieces. If he were torn apart, she would be next. Sure enough. The dark monster didn't catch its breath for long before its slender legs dipped slightly before it leaped high, slamming against the windshield. The human face loomed closer, seemingly inlaid or fused together. When it tried to make an expression, the entire face twisted in a grimace, making it even more horrifying. Lin Momo couldn't help but avert her gaze. Perhaps because Lin Ruo was there, she wasn't actually that nervous. But she had never seen anything like it before, and found it somewhat fantastical. Seeing that the two ignored him, the monster began angrily slamming against the windshield. It must be said, the car's sturdiness was truly remarkable. The first time it hit, there was no damage whatsoever, let alone the subsequent futile attempts. After ramming it for a long time, seeing that the windshield was still intact, the monster stopped, roared to the sky, and the grotesque human face tore open in the middle, transforming into another form. The split face resembled a gigantic mouth, filled with teeth of various shapes, and a thick, long tongue covered in a viscous liquid. The next instant, the tongue sprang out, flicking against the windshield. Good heavens, it left a mark this time. His saliva was corrosive. Although the mark was small, it meant the saliva had worked. Lin Momo closed her eyes. She still wasn't afraid, but rather disgusted. Who on earth would research such a monster? At this moment, Lin Ruo, who had been silently studying the monster, finally made a move. He released the steering wheel and placed his palm on the windshield. It's unclear what he did, but the monster's tongue, which had been about to continue sprang out, froze in midair, and its entire body became immobile. Lin Momo cautiously opened one eye to look. EW. This posture looked even more bizarre. No. I don't want to die. The monster's face parted, and its mouth, which had also parted, began to open and close, uttering indistinct words. I don't want to die, it repeated. Its bloodshot eyes rolled upwards, as if about to burst. Momo, look, this kind of person is really fun. No matter what form they take, they want to live. Lin Ruo said, his face beaming with a joyful excitement that sent chills down one's spine. Especially his pale eyes, which were faintly gleaming. Lin Momo swallowed hard. Are we still on our way? Her implication was that they should stop playing around. Lin Ruo clearly didn't take the monster seriously. Restricting its movements and applying pressure was merely treating it like a toy. Please. I don't want to die. Blood tears welled in the monster's eyes. The initial anger and triumph turned to despair. After being eaten, the man thought he was doomed, but a powerful will to survive made him struggle. After a dramatic transformation, he became what he is now. His first thought was revenge. He knew where Lin Ruo's laboratory was, but he couldn't get close, so he had been looking for an opportunity nearby, constantly improving himself. Now that the opportunity had come, he realized that before absolute power, he was nothing. Too late. Lin Ruo withdrew her hand, then clenched her fist. The monster's body exploded like fireworks, splattering the car. This was the first time Lin Momo had seen another side of Lin Ruo. Ruthless, cold, and vicious. But these things were irrelevant to her. As long as he continued to support her, she had no right to say anything. I'm sorry you had to see that. Coming back from his inexplicable excitement, Lin Ruo gradually calmed down, offering Lin Momo a gentle smile. Even if something like that dies, it's a good thing for him. He wanted to explain his actions to Lin Momo, not wanting to leave a bad impression on her. But he didn't understand that from the beginning, Lin Momo hadn't treated him like a normal person. To avoid an awkward atmosphere, Lin Momo nodded. I know, you said it before, that he survived by stepping on the lives of his relatives. She didn't feel sorry for the man, only that she was a little uncomfortable with what she had just witnessed. You can get some sleep. I drive carefully. Lin Ruo didn't intend to say anything more. He turned on the windshield wipers, clearing away some of the remaining debris, and then sprayed some water. Only then did he restart the car. After all that commotion, Lin Momo had no desire to sleep. She just leaned against the car window, staring blankly at the scenery outside. They had left the remote village and arrived in the bustling city. Along the way, many people tried to get in his car for help, but Lin Ruo ignored them all. Looking at the once familiar city now filled with chaos and disorder, Lin Momo felt a pang of melancholy. The streets were chaotic, zombies were staggering, and humans were fleeing. The paralyzed Jingcheng had become a city without order. Those who wanted to survive had only one thought, to escape. But the cities outside might be even worse. However, she had some questions. You've been secretly observing me all along, so you should know why my head was cut off, right? The day she became a zombie, she encountered a superhuman. Viruses can turn people into zombies, or they can evolve to gain superpowers. However, judging from her surfing in the closed laboratory and her observations just now, superpowered individuals seem to be a minority, and relatively unknown. Those few people didn't become superpowered because of the virus, Lin Ruo explained simply, knowing what Lin Momo wanted to ask. Lin Momo pursed her lips. Based on the current situation, she gradually realized that the virus might have been man-made. A surge of anger welled up inside her. I don't like this chaotic world, so I'm also trying to find out who deliberately leaked the virus. Through Lin Momo's expressionless face, he knew what she was thinking and tried to explain to her that he wasn't the one in charge of everything. Even though he looked suspicious now. Lin Momo turned her head away, not looking at him. The car continued driving smoothly forward. Lin Ruo, who often came out of the lab, seemed very familiar with the city. He knew which roads were blocked and where the zombies were piled up, so he kept taking detours. Although clearing the way took a lot of time, he finally brought Lin Momo to their destination. Chunjiang New City, the most expensive residential complex in Jingcheng, boasted the most secure defenses and absolute privacy. The residents were all wealthy and powerful. Therefore, after the virus outbreak, it was actually much safer here than outside. Even if someone was infected, they could be quickly dealt with. Can we get in? Lin Momo saw the tightly closed gate from afar. The gate was high and thick, and the surrounding walls were even covered with electric fences for security. Even ordinary people would have a hard time getting in, let alone zombies. Okay. Lin Rua had barely finished speaking when the security camera above the gate scanned his car and automatically opened. The car drove in smoothly. This works. They haven't changed the security settings. Aren't they afraid of malicious people breaking in? Lin Momo looked back. The gate quickly closed again. The path ahead was lined with beautiful greenery, then exquisite buildings, a stark contrast to the chaotic streets outside. It was like two different worlds. Lin Rua continued driving. He must have lived here before the apocalypse, because his car had identification information. Lin Momo looked out curiously. Villas lined both sides of the road. The sound of the car starting likely attracted the attention of the residents, some of whom went to their windows or balconies to look out. They all looked wary, fearing the moving car might pose a danger. However, when they saw where the car was parked, they all went back inside. Lin Momo didn't ask anything, her mind racing, trying to figure out Lin Rua's true identity at Asia Technology. Get out of the car. This used to be my residence. Lin Rua parked the car in the small garage. Seeing this, Lin Momo unbuckled her seatbelt and got out. However, the first thing she did after getting out was to keep a safe distance from the car. Although Lin Rua had wiped it clean with the wipers, the lingering smell was too pungent, a torment for her sensitive sense of smell. Seeing this, Lin Rua tossed her a key. You go inside first. Lin Momo, having received the key, quickly left. Her movements were much faster now, which should be considered a positive development. But at the same time, she was worried. If she stopped eating, especially the food Lin Rua made, would her health deteriorate? Or would it get worse? This was a question she kept pondering. But when the food was placed before her, all those thoughts vanished. Sometimes she wondered if Lin Rua was deliberately using this method to keep her by her side. Feeling depressed, Lin Momo opened the front door and pushed it open. After wandering around the large hall for a while and finding nothing interesting, she decided to find a bed to lie down and rest. She opened the door to a room in the first-floor hall. At first, she couldn't turn the key. The door was locked. Fortunately, Lin Rua had given her a set of keys, so she tried them one by one, and she actually got the right one. Click, the door opened. She went inside, looked around, then froze, completely terrified. Was it too late to gouge out her own eyes? Chapter 14. Ever since she was taken in, she knew Lin Rua had been secretly watching her. But she never imagined that this seemingly gentle and refined man would do such a thing. In the center of the room stood a life-size bust of hers. Even without paint, just a blank white canvas, Lin Momo could tell it was her. Besides, numerous portraits were piled up throughout the room, all of them depicting her. Several secretly taken photos hung on the walls. Judging from the clothing she was wearing, the time span was considerable. He had been doing these things without her noticing. Shocked as she was, she also admired his artistic sense. In truth, what he had done was a violation of her rights. If it weren't for the apocalypse, she could have called the police, exposed him, and brought him to justice. But Lin Momo didn't do that. It wasn't out of protection or fear of retaliation. Her only thought at the time was that it was interesting. He knew she had discovered him, so for a while, he would subtly place strange clues in places she could notice, like solving a puzzle. She found it amusing, and tried to find him using her own methods. Unfortunately, Lin Rua was very vigilant, and all her efforts were in vain. In a sense, Lin Momo's personality wasn't exactly normal. Looking at the pile of her own portraits in the room was quite impactful. She closed her eyes, and silently retreated from the room, carefully locking the door behind her. Since Lin Rua was still outside and hadn't come in, she pretended she knew nothing and hadn't seen anything. So, when Lin Rua returned to the house from the garage after washing the car, he saw Lin Momo sitting upright on the sofa, completely unlike her usual self. He asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" As he asked, his gaze unconsciously drifted to the door directly opposite, which was still firmly closed. Nothing, nothing. Lin Momo waved her hand dismissively. Lin Rua didn't press further, his gaze returning to her. Her clothes were torn in several places, and stained with blood from her injuries. Her face was covered in dirt. She looked rather pitiful. "Come with me." "Huh?" Lin Momo was a little nervous, worried that Lin Rua would discover she had already been in the room. How embarrassing would that be? In the end, she watched Lin Ruo walk upstairs, making no attempt to open the door to the first floor room. Aren't you coming up? Lin Ruo glanced back at her. Coming. Lin Momo jumped up from the sofa and quickly followed him upstairs. Once they reached the top, she realized he had simply thought she looked too disheveled and wanted her to tidy up. Do you still have clothes that fit me? The house looked large, but the decorations were simple. Judging from the items on display, it seemed only Lin Ruo lived there. Was he asking her to wear his clothes? She had barely voiced her question when Lin Ruo pulled a green dress from the closet and handed it to her. Lin Momo took the dress speechlessly, held it up to her body, and surprisingly, it fit quite well. She inexplicably thought of the life-size sculpture in the room on the first floor. Seeing her staring at the dress for a long time, her face unable to express any emotion, Lin Ruo felt inexplicably uneasy. The dress was bought before the apocalypse. He felt it suited Lin Momo perfectly the moment he saw it, and by the time he realized it, he was already at the checkout. Don't you like it? I like it, it's quite pretty. The dress was indeed pretty, but the thought of a life-size sculpture made her feel awkward. Everything in the bathroom is new, you can use it. You can come down and eat after you're done. Lin Ruo tidied her messy hair behind her ear. It's safe here, there won't be any danger for now. Thank you. Food is everything. Thinking about food, Lin Momo happily took the dress and went into the bathroom. When she glanced at herself in the mirror, she froze. She didn't realize how sloppy she looked until she looked down. Her clothes were tattered and torn, the blood already dried, and the color of the blood was abnormal. Anyone who didn't know better would think she poured paint on herself. Of course, that wasn't the most striking thing. She raised her hand to her neck. The stitches wouldn't disappear. It seemed they remained as long as she wasn't truly dead. Even when she was injured before, the wounds would heal. Her mood dipped slightly, but she quickly recovered. Lin Momo took off her somewhat tattered clothes, threw them in the trash can, and finally went into the shower to wash herself. She couldn't feel pain, but other senses were still there, so she used hot water. After showering, she was still steaming from the water, but this state didn't last long. Her body temperature was already abnormally low, like a dead person. She sighed dejectedly. She glanced at the green dress again, and changed into it with a strange feeling. To be honest, the dress really suited her, and the fabric was very comfortable. Lin Ruo really knows how to pick dresses. Lin Momo nodded with a blank face, and as she was about to go downstairs after leaving the bathroom, she vaguely heard some sounds. So she stopped and listened carefully. Someone was talking. It sounded like a woman's voice. Is there anyone else in this house? Should she wait before going down? Just as she was hesitating, a fragrant aroma wafted up from downstairs. Goodness, this man always knows how to tempt zombies with his food. She could smell it. It was a new product. A scent she hadn't tried before. She clearly hadn't taken anything with her when she came out of the lab. Where did Lin Ruo find the mutated plant from? The aroma was so strong that Lin Momo couldn't resist, and she floated downstairs. She ended up face to face with a pretty young girl. Her first instinct was to cover her neck, trying to hide something. After all, not everyone could accept her looking like that, right? Luckily, the girl didn't notice, only staring intently at her short dress. Lin Ruo. Why is a stranger here? The girl practically screamed. Lin Ruo, still busy in the kitchen, peeked out and looked towards the stairwell. When he saw Lin Momo's outfit, her beautiful eyes instantly brightened. She was even more beautiful than he had imagined. Beautiful, he said casually, completely ignoring the girl. This ignited the girl's anger. She stormed upstairs, intending to drag Lin Momo down, but an invisible force blocked her path. Even though it had been over half a month since the apocalypse, the girl, well protected by her family, had never experienced anything like this before. She screamed in terror. The noise was unbearable, making Lin Momo uncomfortable. Chunyu, you always ignored my warnings and barged in without my permission. I didn't punish you because of your parents, but things are different now. Don't go too far. The girl named Chunyu started crying uncontrollably. I was just worried about you. It's so dangerous outside. Lin Ruo completely ignored her words. Go home. As soon as she finished speaking, Chunyu was dragged towards the door by that force, and with a bang, she was slammed outside, leaving behind her terrified screams. For Chunyu, this was like seeing a ghost. Sorry, you must have seen something funny. That's the neighbor's child, Lin Ruo explained simply. Lin Momo shook her head, indicating she didn't mind. She was only there for the food. She lowered her hand from her neck and excitedly headed for the kitchen. I'm hungry, she said bluntly. Lin Ruo was still holding a spatula. wearing a dark blue apron, looking every bit the domestic man. Wait a little longer, it's not ready yet. Just as he finished speaking, a strange sound came from the kitchen. Lin Momo curiously turned to look and saw a wriggling plant stuck in a pot, and from the upper part of the stem seemed to have a mouth growing out. Ugh! She wasn't mistaken. She heard it too. What is this? Is this what she usually eats? Lin Ruo stepped aside, blocking her view. This is an evolved, mutated plant. Don't worry about it. Go sit in the living room and wait for me. With that, he closed the kitchen door. Lin Momo stared at the closed door for a long time, smelling the aroma wafting out, her stomach growling. Oh well, as long as she can fill her stomach, anything is fine. Anyway, Lin Ruo will at least beautify it for her. But the mutated plant from before was really ugly. With mixed feelings, she walked towards the living room. Before she even sat down, the doorbell rang like a death knell. She didn't know whether to sit or stand, and she was too embarrassed to open the door. She was also worried it was that little girl named Chunyu from before. She's mute now, and she doesn't look like a normal person. Seeing that no one responded to the doorbell after ringing it for so long, the person outside shouted loudly. Mr. Lin, this is Chun Xiaocheng. Please open the door. This time it wasn't a little girl's voice, but a middle-aged man's. Lin Momo glanced at the kitchen, then at the front door. She didn't dare act on her own, and planned to go to the kitchen to tell Lin Ruo. But the little girl named Chunyu somehow managed to open the door, looking furious. Dad, this woman is definitely not normal. Maybe she's infected with the virus. We have such good protective measures here. How can we allow this to happen? Chunyu immediately pointed at Lin Momo and started cursing, creating an awkward situation. The girl was right. She was indeed infected with the virus. Miss, is Mr. Lin here? Chun Xiaocheng temporarily ignored his daughter's words, but a shrewd glint in his eyes. I'm not here to cause trouble. I just have some questions to ask. He noticed the stitches on Lin Momo's neck and quietly shielded his daughter behind him. Now was not the time to tear off the mask of civility. Chapter 15. Lin Momo noticed his actions. He was clearly protecting his daughter. What a good father. After a moment of reflection, she slightly turned to the side and pointed towards the kitchen. Since he had already noticed the stitches on her neck, there was no need to hide them. Chun Xiaocheng quickly understood. Mr. Lin is in the kitchen, right? She nodded. Chunyu, held back by her father, struggled to peek out, but was scolded. If you don't behave, you be locked up with your brother. Hearing this, Chunyu instantly fell silent, her previous arrogance gone, her body trembling unconsciously. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. Fortunately, Lin Ruo finally emerged from the kitchen. He was carrying 2 plates of freshly prepared food, intending for Lin Momo to try them first, but when he looked up, he saw someone still standing at his front door, an unpleasant person at that. His relaxed expression turned gloomy. He carefully placed the exquisitely plated food on the table, then took off his apron and stepped forward, shielding Lin Momo behind him. His actions mirrored Chun Xiaocheng's. Chun Xiaocheng didn't seem to care, his face still bearing a smile, like a mask. Mr. Lin, it's been a long time. Not long, has it? Seeing that the other party didn't want to acknowledge him, Chun Xiaocheng's smile gradually crumbled. He was at least 2 cycles older than Lin Ruo, but always, out of respect for the other's status, he had been the one putting on a smiling face. Now it was the apocalypse. Even if he had once been a highly valued employee at Asiatic Technology, what did it matter? That was all in the past. Besides, now that his boss was dead, no one could back him up anymore. Who was he putting on this sour face for? Chun Xiaocheng's face gradually hardened. Lin Ruo, I always given you face because you're young and promising. Times have changed, don't be ungrateful. Lin Ruo laughed upon hearing this. Isn't this what you want? What's wrong with giving it to you? Lin Ruo's movements were subtle, but Lin Momo, hiding behind her, still saw them. Even though there was nothing in her hand, a strange, thin silver tube had appeared out of thin air. The tube was completely sealed, making it impossible to tell what was inside. Was he doing this on purpose? Seeing Lin Ruo take out the item, Chun Xiaocheng could no longer maintain his composure. His body tensed. Give it to me. This belongs to the company. Ouyang Su is dead, the company should be under my control. Then you better not regret it. Lin Ruo's beautiful face revealed a gentle smile. She threw the item to Chun Xiaocheng. Take it. The item was fragile, and Chun Xiaocheng's face turned pale with fright. He hurriedly lunged to catch it, almost falling flat on his face in the process. Bastard. How could you do this to Dad? Chun Yu stamped her foot in frustration. Chun Xiaocheng finally caught it. After regaining his balance, he weighed the heavy item in his hand, listening to the sloshing sound of the liquid inside. A twisted smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Do you want to know how Ouyang-su died? Lin Momo had heard of Ouyang-su. He was the founder of Asia-Pacific Technology. So, Lin Rua and Ouyang-su know each other. She couldn't help but look up at Lin Rua, only to find he had already composed himself. I don't want to know. You taken the things, so you can get out now. He was giving her the boot. Lin Momo had never seen Lin Rua like this before. She was clearly powerful enough to crush the middle-aged man before her with a single hand, so why was she suppressing her anger towards him? Chun Xiaocheng said nothing more. After carefully packing the items, he pulled his reluctant daughter away from this unlucky place. In his view, Lin Rua handed over the items because the accompanying tools weren't in his possession and were useless to him. Besides, even if he hadn't handed them over, Chun Xiaocheng would have used other methods. It would always be a thankless task for Lin Rua. The door slammed shut. Lin Momo blinked and gently tugged at Lin Rua's sleeve. What did you give me? It won't be a threat to you, will it? That was what she was curious about. If it really was a threat to him, then her freelance chef job would be gone, and that wouldn't do. Lin Rua pinched her cheek directly. Don't worry, I definitely won't let you go hungry. My face is going to be deformed. Although she couldn't feel pain, Lin Momo could feel that he was pinching her very hard this time, even though he had been so gentle before. After letting go, Lin Rua rubbed her face again. The suppressed anger from before instantly dissipated. Her face began to regain its elasticity. Before, she was half dead, losing hair, her skin was dry and shriveled, and even festering. Fortunately, they had found the right way to feed her during this time. That's a device that my team and I developed before. If an ordinary person had it, it would be a very good self-defense weapon in the current situation. Lin Rua explained to her. His attitude was so bad, giving it to him would be letting him off easy. The finished product is incomplete. I only thought of making it for fun. How he uses it is none of my business. Lin Rua seemed to have thought of something amusing, and a smile unconsciously bloomed on his face. To Lin Momo, that smile was full of malice. Let's not talk about him anymore. Aren't you hungry? Hungry. Ever since he brought out the food, her stomach had been growling. But the atmosphere was so tense, how could she possibly sneak off to eat? Lin Rua knew that Lin Momo's appetite had increased significantly after her transformation, so he prepared a large portion, enough to satisfy her somewhat terrifying appetite. Lin Momo could forget everything else when it came to food. She pulled out a chair, sat down, and prepared to eat with her hands. She looked like a hungry wolf, which, combined with her cute face, created a strange sense of incongruity. Lin Rua quickly stopped her. Use chopsticks, not your hands. Similar things had happened repeatedly during the time he had lived with Lin Momo, and Lin Rua had been correcting her. He knew she wasn't always like this. It was the virus infecting her body that was causing the problem. If her appetite wasn't satisfied, she might even regress. If you don't eat properly, I won't make you any snacks next time, he threatened. Lin Momo quickly gave in, picking up her chopsticks with a pitiful expression. She still didn't realize that some of her habits were very different from before. Aren't you going to eat? While eating, Lin Momo noticed that Lin Rua had been sitting beside her, staring at her, which made her feel quite embarrassed. Besides, Lin Rua could make the mutated plant taste so good, she must have tried it before. In her opinion, Lin Rua wasn't a normal human either. These taste bland to me. Lin Rua answered honestly. He had indeed tasted it, but almost threw up. The taste was indescribable. Hearing him say that, Lin Momo was even happier. All the food on the table was hers. Sit down and eat properly. I go tidy up. We won't be here for long. Lin Rua chuckled at Lin Momo's possessive attitude towards her food. Then, he stood up and walked towards the room on the first floor. Lin Momo noticed, and her hand holding the chopsticks instantly stiffened, her back straightening. Goodness, she almost forgot about that. What was he going to do in the room now? Continue his performance art? Or continue building that unfinished life-size sculpture? She thought to herself as she nervously stuffed food into her mouth, filling it to the brim. Just as she was lost in thought, Lin Rua quickly came out of the room again. He hadn't been inside for more than a few seconds. Are you full? Lin Rua asked, noticing Lin Momo's gaze fixed on him. No. Lin Momo stuffed food into her mouth again, her cheeks puffed out, making her look like a little hamster. The only drawback was, she couldn't make any expressions right now. Lin Rua's gaze softened. If only things could stay like this forever. To avoid arousing Lin Rua's suspicion, she buried herself in her food until her belly formed a curve. Lin Ruo watched her for a while, then carefully gave her some instructions. After that, he went upstairs, his destination unknown. As for Lin Momo, after eating and drinking her fill, she lay on the sofa like a salted fish, occasionally patting her little belly. This life of being fed is so good. After lying comfortably for a few minutes, she sat up abruptly. Wait! Wasn't she like a piglet waiting to be fattened up and slaughtered? After a few seconds of shock, she lay back down on the sofa. A piglet it is. Even being a piglet that's been fattened up is acceptable. She had no ambition right now. She just waited out. Besides, now that she was full, she wanted to sleep. Just as she was dozing off, her eyelids drooping, she suddenly woke up with a start. She sat up again, listening intently to the sounds outside. It was nighttime, and the upscale Chunjiang New City neighborhood offered excellent privacy and soundproofing. But even in this situation, she heard sounds coming from outside. A hissing sound, tinged with a low growl. It sounded a bit like a zombie's howl, like someone was feeding. Lin Momo stood up from the sofa, intending to investigate. What if a zombie broke in? That would be dangerous. Oh no, she wouldn't be harmed. After all, they were her own kind. She hesitated, should she go or not? While she was engaged in a fierce internal struggle, the sounds outside suddenly grew louder, different from what she had heard before. It was quite a few people heading towards the house. A bustling crowd, tinged with some arguing. Lin Momo knew something was wrong with her, so she didn't dare to rashly open the door to investigate. As she was about to go upstairs to call Lin Ruo down, she saw him coming down in casual clothes. He's handsome, he looks good in anything. She shook her head, beauty is truly misleading. There are many people outside, it seems they're coming for us, and... Before she could fully express herself, Lin Ruo made a shushing gesture. I know everything. Now you obediently go upstairs, and I handle everything, okay? Okay. Lin Momo nodded obediently. As I turned to go upstairs, a malicious knocking sounded at the door. Chapter 16. The middle-aged man leading the group outside. Come out! The middle-aged man leading the group outside looked indignant, holding a stick wrapped with coils of wire, and countless small sharp points. If this hit someone, they'd be in serious trouble. Moreover, he had at least 10 people behind him, each armed with a weapon, clearly there to cause trouble. Soon, Lin Ruo opened the door. His face was expressionless, his eyes cold. So late, making such a commotion, aren't you afraid of attracting the attention of the zombies outside? The middle-aged man leading the group was named Lu Yi. Before the virus spread and the apocalypse arrived, he was the big boss of a listed company, quite influential in Jingcheng. After moving to Bianjiang New City, to solidify his relationships and gain leverage in his business, he frequently hosted gatherings, specifically inviting prominent figures from Jingcheng. And most of these people came from Bianjiang New City. Now that it's the apocalypse, Lu Yi is still a leader. He leads everyone in clearing out the poor souls who have turned into zombies from the residential area, then fortifies the perimeter of the community, temporarily turning it into a secure castle. He also establishes a few rules. Those who break the rules will be expelled. Someone reported that you're hiding a zombie in your house. I could forgive you for not knowing the rules before, but now I'm telling you, you seriously threaten our lives. Hand it over immediately, and we deal with it on the spot. Lu Yi says righteously. Lin Momo, who had originally hidden away just to watch the gossip, suddenly finds herself caught in the middle of it all. Who else could the zombies they were talking about be but her? And the person who reported them was easy to guess. The ones who came to collect their belongings today were none other than Chun Xiaocheng and Chun Yu. Those two are really vicious. They took the things and then betrayed them. Hearing Lu Yi's questioning tone, Lin Ruo's face remained expressionless, her eyes inadvertently glancing towards the corner beside her, where a figure stood. It was Chun Yu. Chun Yu lived right next door. Perhaps it was the stirrings of a young girl's heart. Having never seen someone so handsome, Chun Yu was completely captivated from the first moment she saw Lin Ruo. Furthermore, since her father, Chun Xiaocheng, worked at the same company as Lin Ruo, she would constantly pester her father to find opportunities to interact with Lin Ruo. Gradually, things developed in a rather ruthless manner. She didn't learn the good things, but the bad. She learned to pick locks, or tried every means to break into the house, treating Lin Ruo's house as her own, eventually even fantasizing that she was the master of the house. Lin Ruo was constantly troubled by this, most worried about his private possessions being destroyed. Fortunately, Chun Yu never entered that room. She was only interested in his room, and the most disgusting thing she ever did was lie on his bed and fantasize. Lin Ruo called the police more than once for this, and even her father, Chun Xiaocheng, pleaded for her many times, but she remained obsessed with her fantasies. He also gave up on going home, spending most of his time in the laboratory and reinforcing the locks on his room. One day, the house would have to be sold, out of sight, out of mind. However, instead of selling the house, he faced an unexpected end. Hand over the filth. Hand it over. Seeing Lin Momo standing at the door without responding for a long time, the people behind Louis lost patience and began to jeer. They seemed ready to rush in if he didn't hand over the person. I take her away, you don't need to be so agitated. Lin Momo implicitly admitted that he was hoarding a zombie. Everyone immediately stirred. Louis was the first to disagree. Who knows what might happen? This person has already turned into a zombie. If you want to die, don't drag us all down with you. Then I take her away now. Lin Momo didn't intend to argue with him. Originally, he came back here to retrieve what he had hoarded, planning to leave early the next morning. Who knew trouble would find him so quickly? Chunyu, who had been secretly hiding in the shadows, couldn't hold back any longer. Hearing that Lin Momo was leaving, she immediately jumped out and shouted, I'm doing this for your own good. Why are you so ungrateful? As she shouted, her eyes reddened, looking as if she had suffered a great injustice. It was her, after all. A wave of nausea washed over him. Lin Momo was utterly disgusted with this woman, and a murderous urge stirred within him. But in a sense, he and Chunyu were similar, only he was more cautious in his actions. This unusual affection might seem insane, or even abnormally pathological. But he had never considered hurting the person he loved. When Lin Momo discovered his stalking, if she had shown any resistance, he would have stopped. But Lin Momo was unpredictable. And now, he was doing everything he could to save Lin Momo. If it weren't for this unexpected turn of events, Lin Momo might never have appeared before her openly, because he didn't deserve it. He took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and began to emanate a suffocating aura that spread outwards. Everyone present felt it, but no one suspected Lin Momo. The next second, a terrified scream came from the neighboring house, drawing everyone's attention. Chunyu, who was still wiping away tears of grievance, panicked instantly. Without thinking, she ran home. Help! Help! The one who cried for help was Chunyu's mother, Liu, who was still in her own home. Louis and the others exchanged glances, but dared not leave Lin Momo's side easily, lest something unexpected happen. You go and check first, the rest of us will stay here. He had no choice but to send some people to investigate what had happened. Stop looking around, hand her over now. Louis shouted at Lin Momo again. Lin Momo smiled and reminded him, you better go see what happened. Zombies! Zombies! Chun Xiaocheng's son has turned into a zombie. Someone shouted in panic. Damn it, I knew that guy wasn't telling the truth. Louis cursed. Right now, Lin Momo couldn't worry about that. Chun Xiaocheng's situation was the real concern. He hurriedly led the remaining people over there. So there really are zombies next door. Seeing that the crowd had left, Lin Momo curiously peeked out. She ignored Lin Momo's advice and ran upstairs. Lin Momo pursed her lips and pinched her cheek again. Why didn't you listen? If you ignored her neck, her eye color, and her frighteningly pale skin, she wasn't actually that different from a normal person now. You're so cute. Don't pinch, you get deformed. I'm just worried about you. Worried about no one cooking for you, huh? I didn't say that. Lin Momo rolled her eyes. The two of them stood at the doorway chatting, a completely different scene from next door. Chun Xiaocheng had 2 children, a son and a daughter. His son had mutated since the virus outbreak. Being his own child, Chun Xiaocheng didn't kill him, but instead raised him. But he was a zombie who had lost his human consciousness, his mind filled only with hunger. How could he have any familial affection? In front of the house, a large, obese man with ulcerated skin was biting a wealthy woman's arm tightly. He was using a lot of force, the woman's arm was teetering on the edge, and one more pull would break it completely. The woman let out a heart-wrenching scream. I heard it while I was resting. I didn't expect someone to be hiding zombies like you. Lin Momo shook her head as she looked. These people at least brought weapons, so why didn't any of them dare to step forward and solve the problem? That rich woman is really pitiful. You heard that? Lin Momo grasped the key point. The soundproofing here was excellent. Could her hearing have reached such a wide range? Yeah, it sounded like they were still eating. Lin Momo paused for a moment, then carefully examined Lin Momo again. Just as she was about to ask what was going on, the commotion started again from Lu Yi's side. He probably had enough of the show, and he began to brutally smash the zombie's head with an iron bar. The others followed suit. They only stopped when the zombies were too weak to resist, and lay on the ground like rag dolls. Chun Xiaocheng and Chunyu sat on the ground in despair, speechless. The wealthy woman lay on the ground, barely alive. Half of her face had been bitten off, and her arm had been torn off by her own son. In her current state, there was no hope. The virus was highly contagious. Given the extent of her injuries, she would become like the zombies outside within hours. Louis ordered several men to drag the zombies away and burn them. Then he walked up to Chun Xiaocheng and handed him his club. You know what's going to happen next. Will you do it yourself, or should we? Chun Xiaocheng, overwhelmed with grief, suddenly stood up, grabbed the club, and slammed it into Lu Yi's arm. Let go of my son. You bastards. I kill you all. Louis cried out in pain, frantically calling for help. But when Tian Deng looked into the house, he fell silent. To hide a zombie safely in a house, besides properly binding it, there's another indispensable step, feeding it. Are they feeding the zombie? Lin Momo asked again. Yeah, so it's not someone worth pitying. Lin Ru replied, gently combing her hair. Let's go. They come after us again once they realize what's happening. Aren't you so capable? You can just kill people you don't like. Lin Ru paused, looking down at Lin Momo's fair face. She couldn't make any expression, but the thoughts in her mind were strangely frightening. Momo, this kind of thinking is wrong. Lin Ru himself wasn't a good person, but he had always tried to be one. It's okay, I teach you slowly, just like you taught me before. He pressed his forehead against hers and murmured. Chapter 17. Feeling the warmth emanating from Lin Ru, Lin Momo was slightly dazed. She didn't quite understand what Lin Ru was trying to say. Or rather, from the time of her mutation until now, she hadn't realized that her transformation wasn't just physical. Get in the car first, we leave in a bit. Lin Ru handed her the car keys. He needed to go back to the house to get some things. Are they leaving already? Lin Momo felt a little regretful. It's so chaotic outside. But things aren't much better here. After Louis was hit by Chun Xiaocheng's hammer, a fight broke out over there. The scene was incredibly chaotic, and they couldn't spare any attention for her. While Lin Ru returned to the house, Lin Momo glanced around again. She noticed that the wealthy woman lying on the floor had suddenly fallen silent, as if dead. She sniffed the air slightly. It was the smell of defeat. The wealthy woman was accelerating her transformation into a zombie, which was abnormal. Lin Momo knew this, but couldn't understand why. Lin Momo wanted to warn them, but unfortunately, she could only make a faint hissing sound, and being far away, she was completely useless in this chaotic battle. Shrugging, she turned and walked towards the garage, obediently waiting in the car as Lin Ru had instructed. But she had only taken a few steps when a sharp scream rang out. Curious, she turned back and saw Chunyu grabbing her hair like a madwoman, staring at her mother. The wealthy woman, who should have been lying on the ground, was now slowly rising from the ground. Her posture was contorted, her skin a grayish-white, covered with dark purple veins that looked as if they were about to burst. What was terrifying was that her severed hand was growing back at an alarming rate. The regrown hand was ugly and disgusting. It was covered in tiny, bone-like thorns, densely packed, enough to send shivers down one's spine just looking at it. Lin Momo slowly came to her senses, thinking that the virus had probably mutated. Otherwise, why was she different from the other zombies? But then she thought, she herself must be a mutated form. Lost in thought for a while, she wanted to continue watching the spectacle, but then everything went black. Lin Ru had appeared from inside the house at some point, and reached out to block her view. His warm breath brushed against her ear, sending a tingling sensation through her. Why are you so disobedient? Why did she mutate so quickly? Lin Momo completely ignored Lin Ru's minor questioning, and asked her own question first. In her mind, Lin Ru must know everything, he must know a lot of things. Lin Ru sighed softly, glancing at the increasingly complex situation opposite him. He said, the virus keeps mutating. Her current situation is still rare, but if it drags on any longer, it could get worse. What about me? You won't end up like them, I promise. Lin Ru looked at her gently. Lin Momo didn't respond, but her deep blue eyes darkened slightly. Let's go! Lin Ru took her hand, not intending for her to continue the commotion. Have you packed your things? Lin Momo asked curiously again. He hadn't taken anything. Yes, everything's safely stored somewhere. Seeing his mysterious demeanor, she thought of that life-size sculpture again. A chill ran down her spine. Cold? Lin Ru noticed her shiver. Lin Momo blinked slowly. Do you think I'm cold right now? No. She was cold all over, no matter how much she tried to warm herself up. He was just being paranoid. completely ignoring the chaos behind them, and without any intention of helping, they leisurely got into the car. Lin Ruo had washed the car. The traces of the exploding monster were completely gone, leaving only a faint smell. Lin Momo touched her nose. She quite disliked having such a sensitive sense of smell. Sometimes it was really uncomfortable. Where are we going? Hearing the car start and looking at the scenery outside, Lin Momo felt a moment of confusion. Now everywhere you go is chaos, isn't it? And according to what he just said, if the virus can't be controlled and keeps mutating, there's probably nowhere in this world that's safe. But Lin Ruo remained calm, seemingly confident in everything she did. Go find the source. The virus in your body isn't on the same level as the virus that broke out in the last 2 weeks. This outbreak was just a trigger, activating and fusing the virus in your body. This was the first time Lin Ruo had mentioned her becoming a zombie. The amount of information was quite substantial. She paused for a moment. You mean someone poisoned me? You could say that. I haven't offended anyone. Lin Momo was shocked. Before becoming a zombie, she had always been a good citizen, hadn't done anything wrong, and hadn't offended anyone. The only people she had a relatively poor relationship with were her parents and Lin Xiao. But these people don't seem capable of doing something so heinous, do they? What's their motive? Filled with questions, she drove the car out of the garage. Just as she was about to leave the vast residential area, a huge cannon shot came from behind. They finally used it, Lin Ruo sighed. Lin Momo immediately snapped out of her daze, and leaned out of the car window to look back. The car wasn't going fast, and given her good eyesight, she insisted on getting a final glimpse before leaving. She squinted, and saw the little girl named Chunyu holding a giant gun in both hands, the muzzle repeatedly firing at the zombie-turned-wealthy woman. The shots weren't bullets, but more like energy cannons. Upon hitting the woman, the energy quickly froze into ice, temporarily immobilizing her. It seemed many people around had died because of the woman. After all, the lethality of mutated zombies was different from ordinary zombies. The fact that it could regenerate severed limbs proved it had some healing abilities. Chunyu aimed at her mother's head again, and fired several shots. Those still alive immediately grabbed weapons, and began striking the wealthy woman's head. This was effective. Lin Momo saw the wealthy woman's head, frozen solid, shatter into pieces and fall to the ground. The car drove further away, and she couldn't see anything more, so she sat back down and looked at Lin Ruo, who was focused on driving. Was that the weapon you and your team were researching? Yes. So, you were actually helping them, weren't you? Despite how much she hated them, she still gave them the most crucial thing in the end. Lin Ruo smiled. The weapon research wasn't complete. I wasn't helping them, I just gave them a choice. Lin Momo was now somewhat puzzled. Don't overthink it, they're not worth your attention. Lin Momo paused for a moment, then asked again. Did you release the zombies next door? No. He knew the neighbors were keeping zombies, but he disdained doing such a thing. He initially exerted pressure only to discourage them, but he hadn't expected anything unexpected to happen. But actually, it wasn't entirely unexpected. If they were capable of such a thing, then they should have been prepared for something unexpected to happen. The car finally drove out of Bianjiang New City. Lin Momo leaned against the car window, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards Lin Ruo. His profile was also handsome, with a gentle quality. She couldn't understand. What kind of person was Lin Ruo? You could say he was a good person, aside from his obsessive attitude towards her and his inexplicably kind behavior, but it didn't show in his other actions. But you couldn't say he was a bad person either. At least in this chaotic world, he hadn't abused his powerful abilities. He seemed to be upholding his last line of defense, or perhaps fulfilling some promise. Oh dear, it's raining. The raindrops falling on the windshield caught Lin Momo's attention. She stopped worrying about who Lin Ruo was. Anyway, he was currently her provider, her father, her mother. Lin Ruo turned on the windshield wipers. You can sleep for a while. We won't get to our resting place so quickly, we have to take a detour. Lin Momo wasn't sleepy at all, she was still quite energetic. She noticed he was heading towards the highway. Are we leaving Jingcheng? Yes. Having studied here for several years, leaving so suddenly left her feeling somewhat melancholic, but this feeling quickly passed. Her roommate's fate was unknown. Chen Jojo had probably turned into a zombie, wandering some corner of the world. If she was lucky, she could still roam the streets. If she was unlucky, she might have been shot in the head and died a gruesome death on the street. Summoning her thoughts, Lin Momo leaned against the car window again, watching the raindrops constantly sliding down the side. She unconsciously reached out and touched the glass, tracing the path of the raindrops with her index finger. Sizzle. The surrounding raindrops suddenly froze into ice, the tiny raindrops turning into cute little ice balls, splashing and hitting the ground. Lin Momo only found it amusing, not realizing that she was the one who caused it all. She continued to slide her index finger, and the raindrops strung together on the car window to form the shape of a flying bird, finally freezing into an ice surface, like a painting. It was a phoenix. Similar to the phoenix on the car, but with subtle differences. Lin Momo was in a good mood. Lin Ruo had noticed from the beginning, but he didn't specifically point it out, observing as he drove. His expression changed slightly after Lin Momo used rainwater to freeze into ice and draw a phoenix on the car window. "Momo," he called out. His voice was slightly hoarse, a huskiness he himself didn't realize. "Huh? Why did you draw this phoenix?" Lin Momo finally realized that she was the one who caused the raindrops to turn into ice. The phoenix was also something she had drawn unconsciously. "I don't know," she said, looking bewildered. Without the support of her abilities, the ice on the window quickly melted, and the phoenix gradually disappeared. He knew he couldn't rush things. The most important thing now was to unravel the mystery surrounding her. He took a deep breath. "Momo, do you want to learn how to use your abilities?" Chapter 18. "You mean this?" Lin Momo opened her palm, a small wisp of icy mist swirling around it, constantly transforming into various strange shapes, looking both beautiful and eerie. She just found it fun, but she couldn't control it all the time, and it didn't happen every time. Like this time, she controlled it almost unconsciously. "This thing, you can learn it?" She was shocked, thinking something was wrong with her body after the mutation. "As long as you figure out the pattern, you can." Lin Ru glanced at the icy mist in her hand again. "We see." Lin Momo suddenly closed her palm, and the icy mist dissipated, leaving a trace of coldness in the car. The unknown mutation in her body had too many uncertainties. She was actually a little scared. Lin Ru seemed to know what she was worried about. He reached out and changed the music in the car to a light and cheerful tune. "Then learn something else. You need to learn some self-protection skills. Aren't you here?" She blinked, her icy blue eyes beautiful and captivating. If she could make expressions, she would definitely be acting coquettishly. He unconsciously imagined such a scene, but even that was enough to satisfy him. "But there will always be times when I can't be there for you. If I'm not here, I hope you can protect yourself from others." Lin Ruo didn't finish her sentence, but until then, you don't need to worry about anything. She seemed unable to understand. "Didn't you like me a lot? Why did you leave me?" These blunt words suddenly flashed into his mind, and Lin Ruo slammed on the brakes. Fortunately, the highway was empty. There were no other cars besides them. Otherwise, there might have been a car accident. "What's wrong?" Lin Momo tilted her head, looking at him. Luckily, the car interior was dimly lit, so she couldn't see his ears, which were burning red. He was clearly shy. In Lin Momo's opinion, he shouldn't be the type to be shy. If he were, he could even have a life-size sculpture modeled after her. If anyone should be shy, it should be her. Nothing. Lin Ru restarted the car, and some snacks he had made earlier appeared out of thin air in his palm. He shoved them into Lin Momo's hands, trying to shut her up. "You must have used up some energy earlier. Take these to tide you over." As long as there was food, Lin Momo's mind was completely focused on it. However, she still managed to ask a question. "Where did you hide the things?" She hadn't seen him with a backpack or anything. His hands were practically empty. "I have a space on me that can store a lot of things." Lin Momo looked at him, seemingly understanding but not quite, munching on her snack. "Can you even fit those huge works of art in there?" Lin Ruo almost lost control of his emotions again, but he managed to calm down. His beautiful face, however, wore a strange expression. He opened his mouth several times as if to ask something, but couldn't find the right words. Finally, he stammered, "Did you see something?" Lin Momo countered. "What could I see?" She admitted that she did have ulterior motives. She just didn't want to tell Lin Ruo that she had gone into that room and seen his unspeakable secret. Seeing Lin Momo still engrossed in her food, Lin Ruo felt a surge of resentment. But despite his resentment, seeing that she was almost finished with her snack, he took out a few more and handed them to her. "There's still a long way to go. You can take a nap if you get tired." The topic was thus left unresolved. Lin Momo ate her snacks contentedly, slowly replenishing the energy she had expended. The highway was pitch black. There were no oncoming cars, and no one following behind. Most humans were still hiding in the cities, and even if they had cars, their quality and fuel consumption were issues. In just half a month, many facilities had already been destroyed, and having to navigate around hordes of zombies was indeed quite difficult. Lin Ruo's car was a product of Asiatic technology, never sold on the market before. In Lin Momo's opinion, this car was incredibly robust. Even after being hit by a monster, it only showed minor cracks. She wondered what material it was made of. The rain outside was still drizzling. Accompanied by pleasant, soothing music, Lin Momo felt sleepy, leaned against the car window, and drifted off to sleep. She didn't know how much time had passed, but Lin Momo suddenly opened her eyes while fast asleep. She remained motionless in her sleeping position, her eyes looking empty and blank. After a long while, she finally sat up straight and slightly raised her head to sniff the air. An extremely alluring fragrance beckoned to her. She was completely unaware that the car, which had been traveling on the highway, had stopped, and that Lin Ruo was now resting on the steering wheel. Following her body's instinct, Lin Momo opened the car door and got out, then slowly walked towards the direction of the scent. She didn't know what she was doing, even thinking she was dreaming, and had no idea what was happening. After walking for quite a while, the alluring fragrance grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, Lin Momo's empty eyes gradually regained their light. She suddenly stopped and looked around blankly. What the hell? Wasn't she sleeping in the car? Where was she now? Where was Lin Ruo? Several questions flashed through her mind, but the lingering aroma distracted her. It smelled so good. This was the most fragrant scent she had smelled since becoming a zombie. Swallowing hard, desperately suppressing her burgeoning appetite, Lin Momo forced herself to observe her surroundings. She didn't know how she got out of the car. The place was remote and dark, probably due to a power outage. The few streetlights standing nearby were all dark. The only building was the small bungalow in front of her, and the fragrance was coming from inside. This fragrance represented mutated plants. Food she could eat. Because her self-control was still weak, Lin Momo couldn't control her body, and couldn't help but take a few more steps forward. But her intuition told her she couldn't just rush in. After struggling with this decision, she ultimately succumbed to her instincts, which wasn't a good sign. Lin Momo strode forward, when suddenly a zombie darted out from the supposedly quiet path. She snapped back to reality, immediately slapping herself to clear her head. She desperately wanted to eat, yet simultaneously loathed her current state. Letting out a soft breath, Lin Momo glanced at the zombie standing beside her. Because they were of the same kind, it didn't attack her. This zombie was male, wearing work clothes with a tattered name tag. Xintian Gas Station. There's a gas station nearby. So Lin Ruo's car should be parked nearby. Lin Momo tried to turn around, wanting to look back for Lin Ruo, but before she could struggle for long, her body involuntarily turned back, continuing to walk towards the bungalow. The zombie beside her watched her performance curiously. She got angry, and pointed at it with a trembling finger. Turn your back. However, what she thought and what she said were different. She could only hiss. The zombie hissed back in response. Lin Momo was frustrated, feeling like a fool. But before she could be frustrated for long, a fast-moving bullet pierced the zombie's head with a thud, black blood splattering onto her face. She turned around in surprise. There was someone on the roof of the bungalow, and she was holding a gun. The zombie, hit in the head, collapsed limply to the ground. It was a normal type of zombie, slow and clumsy, with weak attack power. She was truly pitiful, but could she be next? This thought had barely formed when the humans lurking on the rooftop resumed firing. Lin Momo quickly dodged. Her movements were no longer as stiff as before, in fact, they were much more agile. But she still couldn't outrun the bullets. Several bullets grazed her cheeks, leaving bloody marks. Finally, one struck her directly in the center of her forehead. Lin Momo's first thought was that she was probably going to die here, and then she fell unconscious. Kid, what's wrong with you? You wasted so many bullets and only managed to kill 2 zombies? A man emerged from the small house. The commotion outside was so loud that he had to come out to investigate, and he found 2 zombies lying not far from the door. The kid guarding the roof of the bungalow took off his baseball cap and muttered, "I didn't do it on purpose." His marksmanship was the best among them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been assigned to guard duty. It's that female zombie. She's different from the others. The man spat. How is she different? They're all just a lump of mud. The kid insisted, she really is different. She can dodge. The zombies we usually encounter never do that. When they're injured, they just bite. The man was silent for a moment. Are you serious? I have no reason to lie to you. The kid sighed. Anyway, the 2 zombies were dealt with, so the man decided to go up and check the situation. He had a gun, and he had cleared out the surrounding zombies. Even if there was danger, he could handle it. You cover me, I'm going to check. This was their temporary refuge, so it was best to check it out. The kid responded and began to provide cover for the man. The man, gun in hand, slowly approached the two zombies lying on the ground. The male zombie's head was half gone, lying sprawled on the ground like a rag doll. The female zombie was somewhat different. Aside from the bullet hole in her forehead and the stitches on her neck, she looked human. Her clothes were clean, as if someone regularly cleaned her. This female zombie is indeed strange, the man observed, scrutinizing her. She's quite pretty, what a pity. After observing for a while, seeing no signs of the two zombies resurrecting, he prepared to take out his lighter and burn them on the spot. This damn weather. The man struggled to light the lighter, unaware that the bullet hole in the female zombie's forehead was writhing. A bullet fell from it and the wound slowly healed. Chapter 19. A gust of cold wind blew in, jolting Lin Momo, who had been slumped over the steering wheel, awake. He immediately turned to look at the passenger seat beside him. It was empty, and the door was ajar. She was gone. Where had she gone? He nervously opened the door and got out to check, but apart from a gas station and some cleared zombies, there was no sign of Lin Momo. Lin Momo took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. But the discomfort he felt made him miserable. His once beautiful lips were now deathly pale. He clutched his chest and gasped for breath. Due to a flare-up of his old ailment, Lin Momo had to stop at a nearby gas station, planning to continue his journey at dawn. However, because he had fallen into a deep sleep while resting on the steering wheel, he didn't even notice when Lin Momo got out of the car. But she wouldn't leave without a reason. Judging from her personality and current state, something must have happened. Lin Momo remembered the bracelet he had given Lin Momo, which had a GPS tracking system. He quickly adjusted his mechanical watch, projecting a screen with a small red dot indicating Lin Momo's location. Upon closer inspection, he realized Lin Momo hadn't actually gone far, but was currently stationary in one spot, unsure of what had happened. Having pinpointed her location, Lin Momo immediately set off. He couldn't afford to waste time. Lin Momo's condition seemed stable now, but if anything in the outside world triggered her, she might do something. No one knew. He was even more afraid of her getting hurt. Meanwhile, the man threw down the lighter he had finally managed to light. The small flame ignited instantly upon contact with flammable clothing. These disgusting, mushy zombies, if burned, wouldn't spread the virus further. Just as he turned back to the small house, a shocking scene unfolded. The small flames that had been burning on Lin Momo's body were instantly frozen solid within seconds. What's going on? The man's eyes widened. Flames? Can they be encased in ice? No, where did this ice come from at this time? As the man panicked, Lin Momo, lying on the ground, opened her eyes. The gunshot wound on her forehead had completely healed, and the bullet fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Are you a human or a ghost? The man, terrified, pointed his gun at Lin Momo and fired several more shots. In his extreme panic, he could barely aim. Even at such close range, he fired several blanks, only 2 bullets actually penetrating her abdomen. The ice that had formed on Lin Momo's body shattered. What kind of monster is this? Shouldn't zombies die instantly with a headshot? How is she still alive? The man was filled with questions, both scared and timid. Seeing Lin Momo about to get up from the ground, he shouted at the young man lying on the roof, "What are you standing there for? Kill her!" The young man had no idea what was happening, because the man was blocking Lin Momo's view from the ground. He quickly fired through his scope and saw Lin Momo getting up. Only half of her figure was visible, but that was terrifying enough. "Get out of the way, you're blocking my view," the young man yelled. The man immediately dodged, but didn't give up on finishing off Lin Momo. The young man with the gun wasn't idle either. Thinking that if his brain couldn't handle it, surely his heart could. He quickly fired several more shots towards his heart. Shot and wounded, Lin Momo staggered back a few steps, her clothes soaked with deep blue blood. She felt no pain, only a general discomfort. She blinked her beautiful, empty eyes, looking towards the rooftop of the bungalow, completely devoid of her own consciousness, simply staring at the person who had hurt her. So hungry. Finally, unable to resist her urges, she collapsed to the ground with a thud. The man, seeing the scene before him, gasped for breath. At that moment, another man emerged from the bungalow. This man's name was Lin Jian, the only one in the team with superpowers. His face was handsome but cold, his entire being radiating impatience. "Chun-Chi, what are you doing? I encountered a ghost." Chun-Chi didn't know how to explain the situation. "Ask the little ghost, it can testify." Lin Jian frowned, having roughly understood the situation from him. While she's still asleep, let's burn her again, Chen-Chi suggested. Their newly formed team relied on strength, and Lin Jian was the strongest among them. If they really needed to deal with this mutated zombie, he was the most suitable. Lin Jian ignored his suggestion, instead scoffing, "Didn't you throw a lighter? Did it work?" Chen-Chi hesitated, his previous fear now replaced by anger. He was several years older than Lin Jian, and now he had to fawn over him. It was truly infuriating. But with such overwhelming power, what could he say? "Then you handle it." Chen-Chi handed the decision back to Lin Jian. "It's an interesting development. Let's tie her up first, it might be useful to me." Lin Jian made a decisive decision. Lin Jian was an ice-type ability user, but only at the early stage. Overusing his ability would quickly lead to fatigue, and he currently had no way to improve. Hearing Chen-Chi's words, he inexplicably had an idea. This must be a zombie with abilities. It wasn't surprising. If he could possess abilities, then zombies could too. Moreover, this zombie had extremely strong healing abilities. If absorbing its abilities could alleviate his current ability shortage, that wouldn't be a bad idea. "What are you standing there for? Carry her in," Lin Jian commanded Chen-Chi. Chen-Chi, of course, refused. What if the female zombie woke up halfway through? He'd be the one in trouble. "If you don't want to work, get out of here with your cousin." "You?" Forced by circumstances, Chen-Chi suppressed his anger and resignedly lifted Lin Momo's body. When he touched Lin Momo's body, he felt only icy coldness, a coldness that made him shiver. Lin Jian, thinking he was trembling with fear, laughed. "With a gut like you think you can survive in this apocalypse?" Chen-Chi remained silent, offering no reply. He struggled for a long time before finally carrying Lin Momo back to the small house. He needed to find a rope to tie her up to prevent her from waking up again and causing trouble. "Do you need my help?" The little devil came down from the rooftop, wanting to check the situation, but Lin Jian sent him back. "Go back and keep watch. These zombies are different from before. Tell us immediately if anything happens." Before leaving, the little ghost looked curiously at Lin Momo, who was tied up in the corner. His previous fear had vanished. She looked like a very cute girl. If she hadn't turned into a zombie, she would probably be a college student. "Don't look. Her appearance is fake. Who knows how many people she ate to become this powerful." Lin Jian urged the little ghost to go back to the rooftop to keep watch. The little ghost shook his head, said nothing more, and continued to do his work. "Brother, Lin Jian, I made some late-night snacks. Do you want some?" A clear and pleasant female voice came from the kitchen. A beautifully dressed girl carried a steaming bowl of ramen, a flattering smile on her face. But when she saw the girl tied up in the corner, her hand loosened, the ramen crashed to the ground, hot soup splashed onto her bare ankles, and she immediately cried out in pain. Chen-Chi immediately stepped forward with concern. "Lin Xiao, you should just rest. Why are you doing all this?" Lin Xiao was Chen-Chi's cousin. Before the apocalypse, he doted on this cousin. In fact, his whole family treated her like a princess. She came to Jingcheng for university, and he happened to be working there, so they had someone to look after her. Now that their idyllic life had been completely shattered, they were traveling together again, planning to go home together, which gradually led to this group. TSK, so useless, wasting food. Lin Jian rolled his eyes. He despised useless people like this, regardless of gender. Chen-Chi was kept around because he was a few years older and skilled, and he worked as a bodyguard. "Lin Jian, don't go too far." Chen-Chi had been holding back, but Lin Xiao was his bottom line. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Lin Xiao quickly grabbed Chen-Chi's hand. "Cousin, I'm fine, just a little burn." As she spoke, her gaze unconsciously drifted to Lin Momo lying in the corner. "What, you know her?" The observant Lin Jian cut to the chase. "Yes, she knows her. She's my roommate. She was infected from the beginning." Lin Xiao didn't hide anything, but her account was extremely cold. She thought she'd never see her again, but she never expected to meet her in this situation. She wondered if it was some kind of twisted fate. Lin Jian smiled again. "You dislike her?" "Yeah, we don't get along." She didn't explain the specific reason, nor did she need to. In just half a month, Lin Xiao had changed a lot. Or rather, she was good at reading people. In this extreme situation, no one but her family would appease her princess-like temper. She could only suppress her feelings and endure it. "Since you hate her so much, gouge her brains out." Lin Jian suddenly threw a sharp knife on the ground. Chen-Chi immediately shielded Lin Xiao behind him. Lin Xiao wouldn't do such a thing. "Come at me!" To everyone's surprise, Lin Xiao agreed. "Okay." She pushed her cousin aside, bent down to pick up the knife, and then approached Lin Momo. She didn't act immediately, but stared at Lin Momo's face, scrutinizing it. Truly blessed by heaven. Even as a zombie, she was still so beautiful. Which of the other zombies on the street wasn't disgusting and terrifying? She twirled the knife in her hand, thinking about where to start. Chapter 20. More than half a month has passed since the virus outbreak. Lin Xiao has done many things to save her life, such as using acquaintances as shields to block attacks from zombies. In her view, since the world is already like this, morality is dispensable, even negligible. Everyone is just trying to survive. She's not the only one doing this, is she? She took a deep breath, her hand gripping the knife trembling slightly. She may have indirectly caused the deaths of many people during this time, but she has never actually killed anyone or any zombies herself. Her cousin, Qin Qi, has always protected her, never letting her get involved in such matters. That's why she still maintains a glamorous appearance. What? Can't bring yourself to do it? This won't do. Lin Jian stood aside, watching with amusement. Qin Qi almost stepped forward to stop her, but for some reason, he held back, standing stiffly in place, watching Lin Xiao's every move. Who said I couldn't do it? Lin Xiao pursed her lips, and took a few more steps closer. She twirled a sharp knife in her hand, its particularly razor-sharp edge pointing directly at Lin Momo's forehead. But having never done anything so bloody before, she instinctively closed her eyes as she pushed the knife in. Time seemed to stand still. But the next second, the tightly closed door was blown open with a bang, and a gust of wind lashed out, striking Lin Xiao's hand with pinpoint accuracy. Lin Xiao cried out in pain, the knife falling from her hand. Xiao, your hand. Qin Qi rushed forward to check on her. It hurts so much. How could this happen? Lin Xiao opened her eyes in pain, only to find that the skin on the back of her fair hand had peeled off, revealing raw, bloody flesh. Lin Jian immediately became alert, assuming a fighting stance. This wind was abnormal. It seemed to be trouble caused by the mutated female zombie. Lin Jian! What happened? Shen looked on with heartache. How could this girl, who had never suffered before, endure such harm? Stop yelling. Prepare to die if you don't want to. Lin Jian rolled her eyes again. This guy really didn't understand reality. He was usually so composed, but he became a completely different person when he was near Lin Xiao. Idiots are contagious, aren't they? Reminded by Lin Jian, Qin sighed in annoyance, ignoring the wailing Lin Xiao, and pulled her behind him, drawing his dual pistols from his waist. They both aimed at the damaged door, but the one who had drawn the wind had not yet appeared. Lin Xiao was still wailing. She couldn't bear the pain. Shut up. This was a crucial moment, and Lin Jian was impatient with the crying. But Lin Xiao, writhing in pain, ignored him completely, her cries growing louder. Neither of them noticed that Lin Momo, bound in the corner, slightly twitched her eyelids, and the bullets previously lodged in her body slowly fell out. At the same time, a figure appeared at the doorway. It was Lin Ruo. Let her go. His voice was icy, his beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. Let go of whom? That zombie? Lin Jian glanced at Lin Momo, then frowned. The zombie seemed to be reviving. This was not a good sign. I see you're also an ability user. Why are you so fixated on a zombie that only eats people? Are you feeding at living people? These days, all sorts of people have all sorts of tastes. Could it be that he got these thoughts because this female zombie looks like a doll? Lin Ruo didn't want to argue with him. All he wanted to do was rescue Lin Momo as quickly as possible. The instant he closed his eyes, an invisible blade stabbed towards Lin Jian. Lin Jian was an ability user, able to sense danger in advance. He slightly turned his body and narrowly dodged, but his cheek was still grazed. Lin Jian was very concerned about his face. In other words, he was a bit narcissistic. Anger ignited within him, and he unleashed unprecedented power. The surrounding temperature plummeted. He slowly raised his hand, and a water vat inside the house trembled slightly. The water inside surged out instantly, condensing into sharp, dagger-like shapes, all aimed at Lin Ruo. Lin Ruo tried to shatter the ice blades before him, but his power dissipated the instant it gathered. The ice blades didn't break much. Instead, many pierced his body, splattering bright red blood and leaving him looking disheveled. His limit was nearing its end. Why did his old injury have to flare up at this crucial moment? All his remaining abilities were slowly disappearing. Lin Jian smiled smugly, seeing how good you are at breaking down doors. You're really nothing special. His ice-based abilities were still in the early stages. To use them, he needed a water source nearby. At first, he was worried about Lin Ruo's abilities, but now it seemed utterly insignificant and easily defeated. Lin Jian wanted to press his advantage. He had even filled another tank with water, intending to completely defeat Lin Ruo. However, Lin Xiao's scream rang out at an inopportune moment, disrupting his performance. Qin Qi, keep an eye on your cousin. Qin Qi, who had been covering for her, immediately reacted. He knew the situation couldn't be taken lightly, and quickly turned back, intending to reprimand Lin Xiao and ask her to be patient. But then he froze. She's awake again. Lin Momo, tied up in the corner, had opened her eyes at some point. She stared blankly at the scene before her, her stomach growling with hunger, the aroma still lingering in the air. When her gaze inadvertently fell on Lin Xiao, her eyes finally flickered. His. She wanted to call out that name. Even in her unconscious state, Lin Xiao's face was etched into her memory. She would recognize it even if it turned to ashes. She had done something she utterly loathed. How could she do this? Get away! Lin Xiao was so frightened that she forgot her wounds, her face contorted in panic as she took a few steps back, fear surging through her. Even as a zombie, she was still so persistent. What did that look mean? It wasn't her who kicked her out of the dorm. TSK, what a nuisance. Lin Jian didn't take Lin Momo seriously, but he was quite interested in her several resurrections. He turned to look at Lin Ruo, who was already struggling, and found his gaze fixed on Lin Momo. So this guy really does like people who have turned into zombies. I send you two to hell to be lovers. Lin Jian laughed, mercilessly using his solidified ice blade to fly at Lin Ruo again. Lin Ruo barely dodged, but this time his injuries were even more severe. He clutched his worst abdominal wound, panting, and slowly collapsed to the ground. The relentless pain in his heart was tearing him apart, devouring his strength. No. He couldn't fall here. Qin Qi huddled to the side, watching the somewhat crazed Lin Jian. He knew now was not the time to provoke him. Next, it's your turn. If I devour you, my power will increase, right? Lin Jian turned to Lin Momo. He hadn't given up on devouring Lin Momo. His current abilities were still too limited. Lin Momo's mind was blank. She kept staring at Lin Xiao, but then she heard familiar voices calling her name. The voices were filled with vulnerability, yet also with boundless longing. Momo. Momo. Momo, run! Following the voices, she looked at Lin Ruo lying on the ground. Her pupils constricted instantly, an invisible anger welling up within her. She didn't know why she was angry, but she just couldn't bear to see that handsome man injured and lying on the ground. Die! Lin Jian had somehow conjured a large ice blade, preparing to smash it down on her head. Such a blow, if she recovered, wouldn't that be unacceptable? But before he could move, Lin Momo suddenly broke free of her ropes, stood up from the ground, and stared at Lin Jian expressionlessly. Lin Jian's handsome face wore a half-smile. You seem very angry. With that, he forcefully slammed the ice blade down on Lin Momo's head, infusing it with his currently available supernatural power. This was no longer an ordinary attack. He had thought this strike would smoothly eliminate Lin Momo, and even allow him to devour her, but the next second, Lin Jian's beautiful idea was shattered. Lin Momo raised her hand in a defensive gesture towards the direction of the ice blade. The massive ice blade shattered imperceptibly, unleashing its hidden power, affecting everyone present. How could this be? Lin Jian exclaimed in disbelief. The house was out of water, and her power was waning. Qin Qi, shoot her in the head. Even if he couldn't kill her, at least making her unconscious for a while would solve the problem. Injured by the power surge, Qin Qi didn't hesitate. He grabbed his dual pistols, and began firing relentlessly at Lin Momo. He had assumed Lin Momo would be stunned and unable to dodge, or at least not in time, allowing him to easily resolve the situation. But the reality was, Lin Momo blew a breath in front of her, freezing the incoming bullets into ice, which clattered to the ground, completely ineffective. Her anger still burned. She was hungry, and she ran into someone she hated. The surrounding temperature began to drop even further. Qin Qi and Lin Xiao were ordinary people, already lightly dressed, and now they were completely frozen. Lin Jian, with his ice-type ability, shouldn't have felt anything, yet he too felt the cold. He finally realized that this zombie with a similar ability to his was on a completely different level. He was the weaker party. Die! She blinked slowly, frost forming around her eyes, making her look even more eerie. Run! Lin Jian shouted, immediately running towards the door. Qin Qi didn't hesitate either, hurriedly pulling the stunned Lin Xiao out as well. The next second, ice shards exploded from Lin Momo's body, spreading throughout the house, but consciously avoiding the unconscious Lin Ruo lying on the ground. The three escaped. Lin Momo didn't chase after them. She had already given up. The 2 physical healings had drained her of a significant amount of energy, and now she's unleashed such a powerful ability. If she doesn't replenish her energy soon, death isn't certain, but she might completely lose her human consciousness. Chapter 21. So hungry, so hungry. After exhausting all her energy, Lin Momo had only one thought: to eat. This thought was deeply ingrained in her mind, making her extremely uncomfortable. A strange aroma still lingered in the bungalow. She stiffly followed the scent, finally squeezing into a storage room. Perhaps it hadn't been cleaned in a long time, because the moment she opened the door, dust rushed out. Lin Momo's already dirty face was now covered in even more dust. She didn't care, nor was she aware of it. She only knew that the food she had been searching for was right in front of her. The storage room window was open, and a potted plant sat beneath it. Due to the same viral infection, the plant had undergone a complete mutation, its entire body covered in ice crystals, emitting a cold aura. Its properties were the same as hers. The aroma was even stronger. Lin Momo swallowed hard, involuntarily walking towards the mutated plant. This thing looks delicious. With this thought in mind, Lin Momo immediately reached out and grabbed the mutated plant as soon as she approached. However, she hadn't expected this mutated plant to be so resistant. When she touched the ice crystals on its leaves, the plant sensed the danger and retaliated. Countless tiny ice needles burst forth from the leaves, piercing her palm. Blood immediately seeped from her palm. The wound, which usually healed quickly, had now stalled, leaving it exposed to the air and showing signs of decay. Lin Momo was somewhat angry. Without realizing it, she used her already limited strength to freeze the mutated plant instantly, causing it to lose its life force. Even with the same attributes, there are differences in strength. Lin Momo finally captured her food and immediately began to enjoy it happily. Unlike Lin Rua's carefully prepared food, she was now eating it raw. Moreover, the plant was covered in a layer of ice, and she wanted to spit it out after the first bite. So disgusting. Disgusting as it was, she was incredibly hungry. After swallowing with difficulty, she took a second bite, crunching and munching for a while. After swallowing again, she gagged. How could something be so disgusting? It wasn't like this when she ate it raw last time. Lin Momo felt like crying. How could something that smelled so good taste so bad? She even considered giving up. But her gradually withering body told her that if she didn't eat, she would just be waiting to die. She wiped away non-existent tears, made a silent prayer, and then resolutely closed her eyes, scooped up the mutated plant, and swallowed it all in a few gulps. Good grief. This thing was so disgusting that she never wanted to try it again. However, as unpalatable as it was, when she swallowed the entire plant, the depleted power within her body began to revive, surging back steadily. The broken wound on her palm was also healing. Lin Momo stood there blankly for a while, her lifeless eyes finally regaining their light, her consciousness gradually clearing. She raised her hands, then looked down at her once clean and tidy clothes, now filthy, and remained speechless for a long time. Did I go to war? She didn't have a clear memory of what she had done in her unconscious state, only vague, disjointed images surfaced, but Lin Xiao's face was crystal clear. Thinking of this, Lin Momo lowered her eyes slightly, unable to describe her feelings. Thinking more was useless, they were strangers now. If Lin Xiao were still alive, perhaps the next time they met, Lin Xiao would still face her with the intention of killing her. Lin Momo took a deep breath and walked out of the storage room. She remembered Lin Rua coming to find her. Her last memory was of him lying injured on the ground. She didn't know his condition now. This was also what puzzled her. Judging from their time together, he shouldn't be this weak. He could even handle those seemingly terrifying and powerful monsters single-handedly. How could a human who had only recently evolved be no match for him? Reaching the hall, she immediately saw Lin Rua collapsed unconscious in front of the door. Even his extremely disheveled appearance couldn't hide his handsome face. Indeed, comparing people was infuriating, or rather, she was no longer human. Rubbing her eyes, she immediately crouched down to examine him, discovering numerous small wounds on his body. The superhuman had clearly used lethal force, his abdomen was pierced, and there was no sign of healing. Lin Momo was now worried. Would her personal chef die here, then? Should she go find some mutated plants nearby to stuff into his mouth? Just as she hesitated, she heard a noise ahead. She immediately looked up. Hi! The boy called Little Devil had just come down from the roof of the bungalow. He had been abandoned by his teammates and had intended to sneak away, but awkwardly met Lin Momo's gaze. Leaving now was awkward. Staying wasn't an option either. What if the other person got angry? Wouldn't he be killed on the spot? Lin Momo stared at him for a while, a scene flashing through her mind. If she remembered correctly, this boy had shot her in the head from the rooftop. Now, seeing him so close, she hadn't expected him to look so young. Was he even an adult? How could his marksmanship be so good? She wasn't angry at all that someone had shot her in the head. It didn't hurt anyway, after all. If she hadn't gone this way, this wouldn't have happened. Appetite was really getting to her. Do you need help? The little devil couldn't stand this staring contest anymore, especially with Lin Momo staring at him intently without blinking, making him uneasy. Help? She tilted her head and thought for a while. She did need help, but she couldn't speak, so she could only gesture. First, she pointed at the little devil, then made a driving motion with her hands. The little devil was indeed clever. Are you asking if I can drive? Yes, yes, yes. Lin Momo nodded frantically. But then she thought, this boy looks like a minor, he probably can't even get a license, right? The kid patted his chest. Even though I don't have a license, I can drive. I'm an experienced driver. Lin Momo looked at him suspiciously. Her face was expressionless, but the kid could see the doubt in her eyes. He stiffened his neck and said, his face red, I really can drive. Just ask if you need any help. Consider it an apology. For some reason, his earlier fear slowly disappeared. He could sense that Lin Momo wasn't hostile, and seeing her dirty appearance, he even felt a little guilty. She wondered if the bullets had hurt her. Lin Momo lowered her head and thought for a moment before making a decision. Anyway, it's the apocalypse now. Even without cards, no one will come to arrest her. She immediately scooped up the unconscious Lin Ruo from the ground, hoisted her onto her shoulder, and waved her free hand forward, making a walking gesture. Follow you? The little devil asked again. Yes. Lin Momo nodded. This boy is not bad. Then you lead the way, I follow. The little devil didn't mind leaving with a zombie, and a man of dubious origin. He already been abandoned by his teammates anyway. They only temporarily teamed up, because they were going the same way. They weren't exactly close. Because of their young age, and constant being bossed around and oppressed, they disliked their behavior, but were powerless to resist due to the absolute strength of the superhuman in the group. It was quite frustrating. Do zombies not talk anymore? Why do you look so different from other zombies? As they relaxed, the little devil's talkative nature kicked in. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he started rattling off all his questions. Lin Momo was speechless. She adjusted her carrying of Lin Ruo and continued walking silently. He didn't even know she couldn't talk anymore, yet he bombarded her with so many questions, an explanation that couldn't even be conveyed through gestures. After a moment, the little devil scratched his head sheepishly. Oh, I'm just a talkative person, don't mind me. They hadn't walked far when they returned to the vicinity of the gas station. Lin Ruo's car was still parked there. Is that the car? The little devil pointed. That's right, that's right. Lin Ruo got out of the car in a hurry to find someone. The door wasn't even closed, so they could get in directly. This car looks really cool. It's even made by Asiatic technology. The little devil immediately stepped forward to examine it closely, his eyes shining. He clearly liked this car. Lin Momo didn't examine it that much. She opened the back door and roughly shoved the unconscious Lin Ruo into the back seat. He accidentally bumped his head on the door. She immediately stopped, looked around, and felt a little guilty. She'd been feeding and caring for him, so she should be gentler. Thinking this, she softened her movements slightly and thoughtfully took off her torn coat and covered him to keep him warm. Sister, he's not dead, is he? The little devil, having finished examining the car, walked to Lin Momo's side and glanced at the unconscious Lin Ruo. Lin Momo rolled her eyes. You can't curse my chef like that. Okay, I just saw how badly he's injured, and I was wondering if we should go find a doctor or something. Seeing Lin Momo's displeasure, Xiao Gui quickly suggested. I don't know if a doctor can treat him. After hearing Xiao Gui's words, she seriously considered the question, but when her gaze inadvertently fell on Lin Ruo, she noticed a new change. Although it was subtle, she still noticed it. Lin Ruo's wound was healing, but very slowly, which was a good sign. Then she shook her head and pointed to the driver's seat, indicating for Xiao Gui to get in. Xiao Gui didn't say anything and did as she was told. After everyone was seated, Xiao Gui adjusted his position, moving forward a bit, as he wasn't as tall as Lin Ruo. So where are we going next? He turned to look at the speechless Lin Momo. Chapter 22. Where are we going? Lin Momo lowered her head and thought for a moment, then looked at the central control screen in the car, which displayed a navigation system. She pointed to the screen. The destination should be set in the navigation. The little devil glanced at it, his brow furrowing. You guys are going to the same place as my previous team. This was convenient. He had originally planned to help Lin Momo and then find his own way there, but now they were going the same way. Hearing this, Lin Momo leaned forward to carefully examine the destination displayed on the screen. Tonga Island. If she remembered correctly, Lin Xiao was from Tonga Island, a place considered a concentration of wealthy people. The entire island was connected by only one newly built long bridge, surrounded by the sea, with a beautiful and pleasant environment and magnificent architecture with a surreal, futuristic feel. It was also a tourist destination. Before Lin Momo turned into a zombie, she had wanted to travel there. Was this her chance? What's wrong? The little devil noticed Lin Momo staring blankly at the screen and thought something was wrong. Lin Momo finally snapped out of her daze and pointed to Tonga Island on the screen. Go to this place. Got it. The little devil quickly started the car and continued driving on the highway. Because she was worried the little devil was just showing off to prove he could drive, Lin Momo stared at him for a long time, finally realizing. Just as he said, he was indeed an experienced driver. The little devil knew what Lin Momo was worried about and began to ramble on about his own story. Actually, he had a lot to say. I never went to school properly. I was very mischievous when I was little, which troubled my parents a lot. So my grandfather, who was in the army, just sent me to military school, and I was there for several years. Everything I know now is what I learned in military school. Lin Momo listened and nodded. There was indeed a military academy in Jingcheng, but she hadn't expected it to accept such young children. According to the kid, he was on vacation, but before he could go far, the infected human suddenly went berserk on a large scale. At first, he helped many people, but received more betrayal than help, and was nearly bitten by zombies several times. He had considered returning to the military academy. But for some reason, the military academy was the most infected place. He couldn't get through to his family on the phone, and worried that something had happened, he started looking for a way home. My family is also on Tonga Island. My parents are developing their business there. Later, I boarded Lin Jian's ship. I saw they had weapons, and since we had the same destination, I followed them. Turns out, they were all disgusting guys too. The kid seemed reluctant to talk about Lin Jian and his two companions. Anyway, if we still have to meet them on Tonga Island, we should avoid contact if possible. They're very cunning. Lin Momo nodded again, wanting to ask some questions but hesitant to speak, so he simply listened. Oh right, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Li Wei, but everyone calls me Little Ghost. I'm 16 years old. After rambling on for a while, Little Ghost finally remembered he hadn't introduced himself. Sure enough, only 16. Just a minor. Lin Momo couldn't help but wonder what kind of mischief this little ghost had done to be sent to military school. Right now, he looks like a cheerful young man. In a few years, with his height increasing, he'd probably charm a whole bunch of girls. Of course, this was all predicated on him still being alive. It was still a long way to Tonga Island, a journey that normally takes 2 hours even by plane, let alone driving. Worried that Xiao Gui might get tired driving alone for such a long time, Lin Momo would specifically have him drive to a rest area whenever she saw one. Should we rest here? Xiao Gui asked, puzzled. Yes, we rest in this godforsaken place tonight. Lin Momo glanced out the car window. This was also a gas station. The surrounding zombies had been cleared out, and the small shop inside was still lit up, with an SUV parked outside. It was clear someone had already claimed the spot. There was gas, and the shop had food. If it wasn't too crowded, they could hide here for a while. Next to it was a deserted highway, the least zombie-infested area. There are people here, should we go in? Xiao Gui asked warily, looking at the lit shop. Lin Momo shook her head. No, we rest in the car. The car was secure enough that an ordinary human couldn't possibly break in without unlocking it. The little devil seemed to understand her meaning, so he unbuckled his seatbelt and rested with his eyes closed in the driver's seat. Lin Momo was worried about Lin Ruel, and kept glancing back to check on him. His wounds were indeed healing. The smaller cuts on his body had disappeared, but the piercing wound on his abdomen was very noticeable and still bleeding. Although not much. Lin Momo gently exhaled, and a cloud of icy mist appeared. She stared at the icy mist for a while, an absurd idea forming in her mind. She then unbuckled her seatbelt and climbed into the back seat. The little ghost was startled by her movement, thinking she was getting out, but instead saw Lin Momo already in the back seat. The back space was spacious, not cramped at all. What happened to him? Lin Momo didn't respond. She first pressed her hand on Lin Ruo's abdominal wound, relying on her senses and the strange power within her. Slowly, a gentle, icy mist rose from her palm, finally condensing into a thin layer of ice on Lin Ruo's wound. Unlike in her attack mode, this time, using this power, she felt a profound sense of peace. The little ghost watched all this in amazement. In his eyes, the world was about to undergo a cataclysmic change. "You're amazing. Will I be like this if I turned into a zombie?" he exclaimed. "That won't do." Lin Momo disagreed. Based on the clues Lin Ruo gave, someone had deliberately caused her to become like this. "I was just thinking casually. If I could become really powerful, I could help a lot of people. This kid is quite the ambition." Lin Momo released her grip after seeing the thin layer of ice form, and the bleeding from Lin Ruo's abdominal wound began to stop. It seems to be working. The wound is visibly healing slowly. Since she wasn't sleepy anyway, Lin Momo simply stared at Lin Ruo. The sleepy kid, finding the ice layer interesting, also stared intently. So, when Lin Ruo gradually regained consciousness and became fully awake, he saw two pairs of eyes staring straight at him. It took him a while to recall what had happened. He immediately sat up abruptly, then noticed the strange sensation in his wound and looked down. After a long pause, he asked with difficulty, "Momo, what exactly happened? And who is he?" Lin Ruo glared at the boy. Because of a relapse of his old ailment, he had completely lost consciousness before he could rescue Lin Momo from the superhuman. He remembered that Lin Momo was also injured. So how did she manage to get back to the car safely? Was it related to the boy in front of him? Lin Momo rubbed her chin, looking at the now conscious Lin Ruo, then at her healed wound, feeling a little smug. "We all chased them away and carried you back. The boy next to me is my underling, the driver," she explained briefly. Lin Ruo remained silent, probably not expecting things to develop this way. Given the situation at the time, Lin Momo's condition was unstable, almost her entire body was vulnerable. Even with her powerful healing abilities, repeated injuries would eventually lead to her death. What exactly triggered her rebellion? Lin Ruo was completely baffled and never considered that he might be the cause. "You're with them, aren't you?" Lin Ruo turned her gaze back to the little devil. Knowing that Lin Ruo was not someone to be trifled with, the little devil quickly raised his hands. "It was just a temporary team formation. I absolutely had no bad intentions." Lin Momo patted the little devil's head, making a reassuring gesture, and spoke up for him. "The kid's also going to Tonga Island, so let's go together for now." "You're taking his side?" Actually, what Lin Ruo disliked even more was Lin Momo's hand on the kid's head. Why were they so close after only knowing each other for a short time? What happened between them while he was unconscious? The more he thought about it, the more bothered he became, but he had to maintain a calm and collected demeanor, though inside he was seething with rage. But the kid was clearly a kid. If he showed that he was jealous of a child, wouldn't he lose face in front of Lin Momo? The kid inexplicably shuddered and quietly moved his head away. The handsome man's gaze was as if he wanted to devour him. And these two were also strangely compatible, as if their brainwaves were aligned. Lin Ruo could completely understand what Lin Momo was trying to say. "I go get some fresh air?" The kid turned to get out of the car, but Lin Momo stopped him. It wasn't that she sensed something was wrong in the car, but rather that someone was knocking on the door. The three of them turned to look. The woman who had knocked on the door had somehow appeared by the car. She must have come from the gas station shop, the door still ajar. Someone was guarding there. The woman had a beautiful face, a tall figure, and her attire exuded an intellectual beauty. Her smile, however, gave off a gentle aura. "Would you like to come in and sit down?" The woman held a bowl of Odin and pointed to the shop behind her. "It looks delicious." The boy stared blankly at the Odin in the woman's hand. He had been eating dry rations these past few days. Actually, in the early days of the apocalypse, food was plentiful, but Lin Jian was very strict about rationing, so he hadn't eaten any meat at all during this time. Seeing Lin Momo and Lin Ruo looking at him, he hurriedly said, "I was just saying, who knows if that woman outside is good or bad?" This was true. In times of chaos, the most difficult thing to predict is the human heart. Chapter 23. Seeing the three people in the car didn't react, the woman wasn't in a hurry. She took a few steps back and said, "I know you're wary of us, but it's okay. We won't close the shop door. Come in anytime you want." With that, the woman left with the Odin. The little devil's eyes were practically glued to it. Seeing his pathetic state, Lin Ruo rummaged through the car and tossed him a few packets of beef jerky. "Have some to tide you over." The little devil's eyes lit up. He took the jerky, said thank you, and even tried to share with Lin Momo. "Sister, You should have some too. Lin Momo stared at the jerky in silence. Lin Ruo tried to slap the little devil's hand away. But to her surprise, Lin Momo actually took it, opened the package, and sniffed it carefully. Before she became a zombie, she always kept a bunch of snacks in her dorm room cabinet. She loved eating snacks while watching dramas. Beef jerky was also one of her favorites. Unfortunately, the smell of beef jerky made her want to vomit. She had absolutely no appetite. So she handed the open package of beef jerky to Lin Ruo. You eat? Lin Ruo sighed softly, took Lin Momo's hand, and ate the beef jerky. Knock. The little devil stared dumbfounded at the scene before him, the beef jerky in his hand no longer smelling appetizing. He had just been force-fed a mouthful of dog food. Are these two a couple, right? The combination might seem strange, but they're definitely a couple. Lin Momo was completely oblivious. Perhaps sensing Lin Momo's somewhat downcast mood, Lin Ruo produced a few small snacks and placed them in her hand. Eat. Seeing the pastries brighten Lin Momo's mood. To replenish her lost energy, she had eaten an incredibly disgusting meal of mutated plants. She had even gestured to Lin Ruo about her miserable ordeal. Lin Ruo listened, his handsome eyes narrowing. So, you got off the bus because of the smell? As he spoke, he reached out and pinched her cheek, pulling it slightly. The elasticity wasn't as good as before. The energy she had painstakingly replenished was disappearing too quickly. Lin Momo felt a little guilty, her gaze darting around. Who knew it smelled so good but tasted like dog poop? Just thinking about that smell made her want to vomit again. Seeing her expression, Lin Ruo quickly tore open a piece of the pastry and popped it into her mouth. The soft, sweet pastry melted instantly in her mouth, immediately easing her discomfort. The little brat, huddled in the corner eating beef jerky, felt his whole body ache and had to constantly try to make himself invisible. It was quite a struggle. Lin Ruo glanced at him, then continued talking to Lin Momo about the mutated plants. She understood that what she had encountered in the bungalow was an evolved mutated plant. Different from ordinary plants, they possessed offensive capabilities. Just like the zombies on the street, most of them moved slowly and were relatively weak, but some stood out. They had completed their second evolution. Once there was one, there was two. Once there was two, there was three. Similar things would continue to happen. This was also what Lin Ruo was currently researching. Delicious. Lin Momo stuffed her mouth full, feeling her strength surge again. Beating up the zombies would be no problem. Lin Momo moved her lips a few more times, then paused. She suddenly reached for the car window, carefully rolled it down a crack, and sniffed. Lin Ruo quickly understood the meaning behind her actions, while the little devil, still bewildered, also sniffed hard, but he smelled nothing. A mutated plant? Lin Momo nodded. However, this time the scent was very faint, and she wasn't strongly attracted. Lin Ruo patted her head, still somewhat worried about her unstable state. Should I go check? No, mutated plants are everywhere. Let's skip it this time. Like Lin Ruo, Lin Momo wasn't entirely confident in herself either. If something else happened, she wouldn't have the same luck as before. Plus, Lin Ruo didn't seem quite right either. If the people in this shop really had bad intentions, then everyone should investigate together. Although Xiao Gui was a skilled marksman, he was still vulnerable to being outnumbered. Why don't we leave this rest area? Xiao Gui suggested. Leaving was a good idea. That way, he wouldn't keep thinking about the odin the woman was holding. He still wanted some hot, fresh meat. Lin Ruo rejected this suggestion. You guys stay in the car. I go down and check. For some reason, Lin Ruo didn't intend to leave and insisted on getting out of the car. Lin Momo was the first to stop him. No, you can't get out. I'm fine. Look, my wound is healed. Lin Momo glanced down at Lin Ruo's injured abdomen. The ice had disappeared, the wound had closed, and even his firm, muscular abs were visible. She was completely unconcerned about the beauty before her, and a feeling of I'm so amazing even welled up inside her. She had no idea she also possessed healing abilities. Should I come down with you? The little devil tremblingly raised his hand again. You stay in the car. Okay. Perhaps still worried, Lin Ruo gave Lin Momo a few more instructions before casually throwing on a clean coat and getting out of the car. Actually, his abilities had gradually recovered, seemingly related to Lin Momo's earlier actions, an unexpected discovery. Other unknown situations would only be clear after reaching the next laboratory. Without any aids, things were too passive. After getting out of the car, Lin Ruo seemed to sense something, glanced back, and couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Momo and the little devil were both peering at him expectantly through the car window. With a soft sigh, he turned and continued walking towards the store, taking a closer look at the Jeep as he approached. The car was expensive, it seemed to have been in a collision, the front damaged, but it should still be drivable. Soon, he stood in front of the door. Just as the woman had said, the shop door remained open, waiting for them to enter. Lin Momo carefully pushed open the door, and a delicious aroma wafted from inside. Someone was cooking something inside. "Mommy! They're coming in!" A girl's clear voice rang out. Lin Momo looked in the direction of the voice. It was a girl in a princess dress, who looked about 6 or 7 years old. Thanks to her parents' love and attentive care, she appeared very healthy. She seemed completely unaffected by the apocalypse. Besides the girl and the woman carrying the Odin, Japanese hot pot, there was also a tall man in the shop. The man was about the same height as Lin Momo. He must have been extremely fit before the apocalypse, as his muscles were quite well developed, making him look like a bodybuilder. I wonder how durable he is. That was Lin Momo's first thought. "Where's your companion? Aren't you coming in?" The woman smiled gently at Lin Momo, busy cooking something. They were eating hot pot. Odin was a common item in the store. This family of 3 was quite frugal. "I'm here to exchange supplies. I have some weapons in the car, and I'd like to trade them for some food." Lin Momo made up an excuse to start a conversation. Upon hearing about the weapons, the man's expression changed. He immediately became friendly and struck up a conversation with Lin Momo. "Brother, that's easy. Let your companion come in too. We're having hot pot tonight. You can pick whatever you want from the store." He acted as if he were the owner of the place. "We won't have the hot pot." Lin Momo took a step back without making a sound. "Brother, please eat. My mom's sauce is absolutely amazing." The girl's face was beaming with a bright smile, especially her eyes, which shone brilliantly. Lin Momo didn't hesitate. "No, thank you." He refused again. The reason they chose to go into the store wasn't really to exchange resources. One reason was to check out the aroma Lin Momo smelled, and another reason was, "We're just a family of 3, one of whom is a child. Even though it's the apocalypse now, we really wouldn't do anything to you." The woman spoke. Their words implied that they wanted Lin Momo and the little devil to come in as well. "No need, I go get my weapon from the car and exchange it with you." Lin Momo maintained his stance. This family of 3 was incredibly enthusiastic. Seeing his resolute attitude, the man didn't know what to say. He stepped forward to pat Lin Momo's shoulder again, but was dodged once more. His expression instantly turned ugly, but he quickly regained his composure. "All right, let's go out and take a look." Just as the man was about to walk out with Lin Momo stopped and turned to look at the small potted plant by the door. "Can I have this?" Of course. It was just an ordinary green plant. He wouldn't lose anything by taking it. It was just a little strange. He didn't take anything useful, but took something that was only for decoration. How leisurely. Having received permission, Lin Momo bent down and picked up the potted plant. He lowered his head and gently smelled it, but couldn't smell anything. It looked like an ordinary plant. But he could feel it undergoing a subtle change. "Brother, you're quite witty. Even at a time like this, you're still so particular. If you like, there seem to be a few more in the store's warehouse. Take them too? I only want this one." Lin Momo remained unmoved. Perhaps his patience had run out. The man's smile faded. He strode to the door, blocking the exit. The girl, who had been all smiles, also became expressionless, her seemingly innocent face showing signs of inner turmoil. "Brother, if you knew there was danger, you shouldn't have come in the first place." She revealed her true colors. Lin Momo remained expressionless, unconsciously clutching the potted plant in his arms. He thought to himself, this plant needs careful protection. This was the first time he encountered a mutated plant in a state of mutation. With a bang, the outer door slammed shut. The girl standing before Lin Momo was growing at an unbelievable speed. Chapter 24. Become my dinner. The girl was growing at an alarming rate. The little dress she wore was torn, and her body was no longer that of a normal woman. Her pale skin peeled away as she grew, like an eggshell breaking open, revealing brown, grainy animal hide underneath. The cracks on her head multiplied, finally bursting open, filling the air with a nauseating stench. As expected, you fed her the initial virus directly. Faced with the situation, Lin Momo remained calm. He watched as the mutated girl's features merged into her skin and disappeared, finally squeezing out again to form a giant, single eye. Actually, he had a vague feeling about it while in the car. A batch of initial viruses had gone missing from the old city's laboratory. These weren't manufactured by Subtech, and he had gone to great lengths to recover them to prevent them from entering the market. They were stolen just before they were to be destroyed. The thief was found, but the virus had disappeared. Of course, the apocalyptic scene wasn't caused by this lost batch of initial viruses. It's not infectious itself. It just modifies the human body at an alarming rate. In other words, it can lead to evolution. What virus? You and everything in the car are going to be left here. Just wait to die. The man dropped his act of being the big brother, revealing his true colors. He looked at the gentlewoman, still maintaining a soft demeanor, her hands never stopping as she cooked the hot pot, as if everything before her was irrelevant. However, her eyes betrayed her. Seemingly due to extreme excitement, the woman's eyes trembled incessantly, filled with bloodshot veins. It took me a lot of effort to find these viruses, she murmured softly. Lin Ruo heard her, and was about to ask something when a loud crash came from behind him. The girl was still undergoing her mutation. He turned around in surprise. He saw Lin Momo, and the little ghost kick down the door, and appear in front of it. The man blocking the door was caught off guard and knocked to the ground. He was still just an ordinary human, and the impact made his face change color. His waist ached slightly, and he couldn't stand up, cursing incessantly. This body is all looks and no substance. Oops, I bumped into someone. Lin Momo looked innocent. The little ghost behind her secretly glanced forward and saw the girl undergoing her mutation. This process was a little slow. It looked horrifying, yet somewhat comical. Having already experienced something like Lin Momo's inhumanity, the little ghost was slowly trying to accept this new thing. It's a bit disgusting. The little ghost couldn't help but murmur. The girl's transformation was almost complete, but the floor was covered in fallen skin. Why are you here? Lin Ruo asked helplessly. Because of a terrible smell. Lin Momo even pinched her nose. The little ghost had also smelled it when he came in. The smell was concentrated on the mutated girl. Now it should be called a monster. The man was still lying on the ground cursing. What rubbish. Eat them. The monster had completed its mutation, growing from the height of a little girl to a full 2 meters tall, able to touch the ceiling with its hand. Lena, if you want to turn back into human form, you need to eat more. I reward you. The woman paid no attention to the extra person. She even waved a strange liquid potion in front of the monster. Upon seeing the potion, the monster trembled. It had no mouth, but the pores on its body emitted excited echoes. The sounds were piercing and unbearable. Lin Ruo, carrying a potted plant, slowly took a few steps back, standing side by side with Lin Momo. Since you're disobedient, we begin your training today. Huh? Lin Momo blinked, unable to make any expression, but her face was full of confusion. Go. Lin Ruo suddenly freed one hand and pushed her behind her, shoving her in front of the monster. Defeat it. What the hell? What the hell? She's going to fight this monster? Just as she was about to turn around and complain to Lin Ruo, the tall monster in front of her swung its enormous hand at her. She barely dodged it. But a large crater had been left where she stood. Lin Momo stared at the crater, swallowing hard. Before she could react, the monster's attack came again, almost indiscriminately, turning the already small shop into a mess. Even the man lying motionless on the ground was hit. Half his head was sliced off, he was gone, and the cursing stopped abruptly. The little devil was shocked. Does this mean they're attacking their own people too? Lin Ruo smiled. They don't consider men as their own. Them. This was likely a family of 3 in disguise. Their true identities remained to be verified. As expected. Seeing the man lying motionless on the ground like a rag doll, the woman showed no reaction whatsoever. In fact, her smile grew increasingly maniacal. Lin Momo was still desperately trying to dodge, attempting to retaliate several times, but the power within her was inexplicably unusable at this moment. It was useless when she wanted to use it, and it would suddenly appear when she didn't. Get out, this place will soon be destroyed, Lin Ruo said calmly, then carried the bag out of the store. The little devil tensed up, looking around nervously. Even worrying about Lin Momo now wouldn't do much good. His bullets were accurate, but they needed to be used. It was better not to cause trouble, and obediently do as Lin Ruo said. But is sister really okay? She hasn't retaliated yet. Lin Ruo glanced at him. You're going to help her? The little devil asked with a mournful face. If he could help, he would have already gone up. Going up now would likely end up like the man on the ground, probably without a complete corpse. With a deafening crash, the shop finally collapsed under the monster's onslaught. Lin Momo scrambled out, covered in scrapes and bruises. Being a student and a homebody, she could only dodge when her powers were useless. Her dodging speed relied on the mutation's speed boost, barely managing to avoid attacks. While dodging, She cursed in Lin Ruo's direction. What the hell am I fighting? Just as she finished cursing, the monster stopped attacking indiscriminately and underwent its second mutation, its hands transforming into double-edged blades. With a swift slash, the roof of the jeep was gone. Lin Momo instinctively covered her head. Stop messing with her, she doesn't have that many heads to chop off. She looked pitifully at Lin Ruo. Lin Ruo hugged the potted plant tightly, his gaze falling on the woman amidst the ruins. Even though the shop had collapsed, the woman was completely unaffected. She stood in the rubble, coldly watching the monster's transformation. A hint of disappointment seemed to flash across her face. His strength had almost recovered, and he was about to make his move when the woman struck first. Her dark eyes were as black as ink, their pupils and light undetectable. A powerful force erupted around them. The monster, still fighting, was instantly torn to shreds, the stench of blood filling the air. Still failed. The woman shook her head. This is... The little ghost looked at everything in panic. Didn't you give me a warning? Lin Momo was on the verge of tears. The woman glanced back at Lin Momo, a hint of amusement in her eyes. See you next time. Before she finished speaking, she vanished into thin air, as if she had never existed. Lin Momo stood there, stunned, not even realizing what had happened, until Lin Ruo walked up to her, bent down, and took out a wet wipe to clean the dirt from her face. Momo, next time you have to be good. When you're not allowed to come out, stay in the car obediently. Look, you're dirty again, aren't you? Wasn't she just worried about him? Just bear with the dirt for now. We find a place to clean it up when it's light. Lin Momo pouted. She didn't like the smell on her body, but there was really nothing she could do. She looked down at the mangled flesh not far away, her heart filled with indescribable emotions. What was that woman like? She's just a mad woman. There will be many more mad women like her in the future. Without lingering, Lin Ruo handed the potted plant to the little devil. Take good care of it, I drive. Okay. The little devil stared blankly at the potted plant, not knowing why he had brought it, but doing as he was told. This place couldn't be lingered any longer, so the three of them got back into the car and drove away. But they didn't drive long, finding another place to rest until dawn before setting off again. The primary task, however, was to find an empty house to tidy up their appearance. Of the three, only the little devil looked relatively clean. Lin Ruo wasn't much better off. The worst off was probably Lin Momo. Because she was filthy, her mood was extremely low, and she had to constantly smell herself, almost to the point of collapse. Especially when her sense of smell was heightened. We're almost there, just a little longer. Lin Ruo understood her feelings. But if he had to do it again, he would do the same. Lin Momo needed training. It was just that the timing wasn't good this time. They encountered a madman who didn't respect even their own people, and would wantonly destroy if things didn't go their way. Thinking of this, he recalled the look that woman had given Lin Momo. She had her eye on her. This wasn't a good sign. They hurriedly exited the highway and arrived at a relatively remote village. There weren't many zombies here, but every house's door was tightly shut. Everyone was hiding inside to avoid danger. Will they open the door and let us in? The little devil asked, glancing outside. There are always empty houses. Look carefully, Lin Ruo said calmly. Not many zombies didn't mean there weren't any. There were staggering zombies on the muddy road. They were still in their initial state, and posed the least danger. If someone turns into a zombie, then there will be empty houses. Chapter 25. A staggering zombie walked ahead. Upon seeing the approaching car, its first instinct was to spread its arms, as if to run, but it could only move at a slow pace. Finally, it was struck by Lin Ruo's car and thrown to the ground, lying lifeless by the roadside. Finish it off, Lin Ruo said softly. The little devil knew this was directed at him. He immediately raised his spear and struck the zombie on the head. Seeing it limp and motionless by the roadside, he lowered his weapon. Zombies corrupted by the virus only possessed an appetite and had no possibility of further evolution. It was better for them to die. This will do. Lin Ruo found an empty house and brought the car to a smooth stop. The houses in this village were almost all lined up side by side, spaced quite far apart. The door of the house they were going to was wide open. If anyone lived here, they would never leave the door open to let zombies in. The three then got out of the car. Lin Momo was still in a very low mood. She felt nauseous from the smell of herself, the stench of monster flesh and blood, as if she had completely blended into it. The little ghost, on the other hand, didn't seem to notice anything. He only felt a stench. Momo. Lin Ruo walked over, took her hand, and then was pulled away. He didn't seem to care, his gentle smile still on his face, and simply wiped the bloodstains from her face with his sleeve. although he couldn't wipe them completely clean. The little ghost, observing from the side, felt that the two seemed like a couple, but Lin Momo's state was off. An indescribable feeling lingered in his heart. Despite his doubts, he asked nothing and went inside to observe. Upon entering, he saw a zombie with only half its upper body remaining, still struggling to survive, lying on the ground. Seeing the newcomers, it became excited and frantically crawled forward. The kid took it down with a single shot and patiently dragged the zombie outside. Since they decided to rest here temporarily, the house needed a cleaning. Lin Ruo took Lin Momo's hand again, only to have it shaken off once more. Lin Momo looked disgusted, of course. She was disgusted with herself. It's filthy. Can't you smell me? I almost threw up. I don't mind. But actually, Lin Ruo was a germaphobe, though he could tolerate everything about Lin Momo. The three finally entered the house. The owner of the house was still there, but he was dead. A thin, dark-skinned man hung from the rafters inside the house. His decaying body was exposed to the air, filling the room with a nauseating stench. Insects crawled on it, and flies swarmed around it. Lin Momo truly wanted to cry. This deadly sensitive sense of smell was torturing her. Lin Ruo tossed a pair of gloves to the boy. I help you carry it out. The boy hurriedly caught them, his heart pounding with shock. Where did this man conjure things up from? Was he Doraemon? Did he have a magic pocket? He silently swallowed his doubts, and obediently put on the gloves, and helped Lin Ruo move the corpse. This time, the smell was truly awful. He gagged as he moved, causing Lin Momo to gag as well. Only Lin Ruo remained unfazed. After finally cleaning the house, Lin Momo and the little devil were exhausted and collapsed on the sofa, completely unwilling to move. Lin Ruo didn't let Lin Momo off the hook. He pulled her up. Didn't you complain about being dirty? Go wash up. Lin Momo stood up weakly and followed Lin Ruo. Because of the power outage, all the electrical appliances in the house were unusable, but hot water could still be used for showers. This household still used gas. Lin Ruo thoughtfully placed the prepared clothes in the bathroom, even underwear. Just how many dresses have you been secretly keeping? Lin Momo looked at him expressionlessly. If you want to change, you can have a different one every day, Lin Ruo said, seemingly wanting to lay out other secretly kept dresses for Lin Momo to choose from. Lin Momo quickly waved her hand. No, I wash up now. She even pushed Lin Ruo out. He seemed a little disappointed, probably because he'd been rejected, but then he thought there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, and his mood instantly brightened. Because she was so dirty, Lin Momo spent a considerable amount of time in the bathroom, trying to thoroughly wash away the smell, and applying a lot of shower gel. The shower gel was also prepared by Lin Ruo. She never used the brand before, but she liked the scent. She began to wonder what strange and wonderful things Lin Ruo's space contained, and just how big it was. When Lin Momo came out of the bathroom, more than an hour had passed. She was wearing clean clothes, her face was clean and white, and she smelled wonderful. The unpleasant smell had finally dissipated. Finished washing? The door opened to reveal Lin Ruo sitting on the edge of the bed, a book in his hands. Come here. He beckoned Lin Momo to his side. Lin Momo glanced at him, but still walked over. What do you want? She had barely stepped forward when Lin Ruo put down his heavy book and stood up, wrapping his arms around her neck. Huh? What's this guy up to? Does he even spare zombies? But he's still so dirty. Just as Lin Momo was lost in thought, she felt a cool sensation on her neck and looked down. He had wrapped a black silk scarf around her neck. It felt comfortable and conveniently concealed the stitches on her neck. That's good. Lin Ruo looked at the small silk scarf he had tied on with satisfaction. It matched the dress well. He explained briefly, since there's no way to completely remove the stitching marks yet, it's better to cover them up a bit. We'd be moving around in areas frequented by humans frequently after this. Understood. This was indeed better. With the stitching marks covered, except for her eyes, which were slightly more noticeable, she looked no different from a normal human. Of course, she still needed to eat. Are you hungry? Yes. She was always hungry as long as there was food. There are some snacks in the hall, and the little devil is eating too. Go on. Yay! Hearing about the food, Lin Momo took off running, leaving Lin Ruo alone in the room. Lin Ruo watched her until her figure disappeared before slowly turning his gaze away. He looked down at the book beside him, gently placing his hand on it. The book vanished. He looked around the room, frowning slightly in discomfort. The living conditions here were terrible, the house was shabby, and perhaps uninhabited for a long time, so it was very dusty. But for now, he had no choice but to make do. Downstairs in the lobby, the kid was already eating. Lin Momo squinted and saw that it was instant noodles. Wow, you look like a completely different person after your shower, the kid said while eating his noodles. He hadn't really seen Lin Momo properly dressed yet. After all, they had only known each other for less than 2 days, practically a temporary team. But getting along with her was so much better than with Lin Jian and the others. Lin Momo nodded and sat down on the sofa, picking up her snacks. Perhaps due to time constraints and the circumstances, Lin Rua hadn't cooked anything herself. But snacks were enough. She happily unwrapped the package, but as she did so, she felt uneasy, constantly being stared at by curious eyes. Looking up, she met the little ghost's gaze. Is it tasty? The snack seemed to be Lin Momo's exclusive treat, so he wasn't touched, and didn't even know what it was made of. Zombies, don't they eat humans? The thought of something terrifying made the little ghost shudder. Lin Momo knew what he was thinking, so she reached out and handed him the unwrapped snack. You're giving it to me? Yes, to see your reaction after you eat it. Actually, she was also a little curious. What would a normal human feel if they ate a snack made from a mutated plant? The little ghost hesitated when he saw the small pastry in front of him. Then Lin Momo pushed the pastry towards him again, and he had no choice but to take it. He didn't immediately put it in his mouth, but first brought it to his nose to smell it. It didn't smell bad, it had a fresh, plant-like fragrance, without that fishy smell, so it probably wasn't made from human flesh and blood. This made him feel much more relaxed. So he put it in his mouth. But after only a few chews, he spat it all out. There happened to be a trash can in front of him, so he spat it all in. Wow, it's so bitter. It's awful. How did you manage to eat that? Listening to the little ghost's description, Lin Momo blinked. It seems only she thought it was delicious. Sigh, what a waste. Lin Momo shook her head, unwrapped another small pastry, and stuffed it into her mouth, eating with great relish. The little ghost looked utterly bewildered. That stuff was so bitter it was practically inedible. How could she eat it so happily? But thinking about it carefully, she wasn't human either. It was understandable that she ate different things. As long as it's not cannibalism. After all, he's a living, breathing human. The little devil stopped worrying and continued eating his instant noodles obediently. He didn't crave hot meals anymore. Hot instant noodles would do. As long as he was full, he had the energy to work. He hoped to return to Tonga Island. Lin Momo, eating her snacks, had no idea what the little devil was thinking. She just felt a little envious of how he ate his instant noodles. She wanted noodles too, but she knew they were completely tasteless and wouldn't fill her up. You want noodles? Lin Rua, who happened to be coming downstairs, saw Lin Momo's longing eyes. A little? Then I make them for you next time. If he could make snacks, he could make similar dishes based on human recipes. It wasn't difficult for him, it just required a little effort. The little devil watched Lin Rua, as if he were performing a stand-up comedy routine, answering his own question. However, he vaguely knew that it was because he could hear what Lin Momo was trying to say. Anyway, neither of them were normal. Only he was a weak human caught in the middle, trembling with fear. Chapter 26. If Lin Momo hadn't witnessed some incomprehensible experiments Lin Rua had conducted in the lab, she would have thought. His primary profession was actually a professional chef. He could do everything, it was simply too unfair. The little devil glanced at the two of them, then carried his instant noodles to a corner and squatted down. He slurped a few more mouthfuls of noodles contentedly. Now he just needed to be a quiet decoration. How many snacks do you still have? Lin Momo stuffed a snack into her mouth, thinking that if she and Lin Rua really separated one day, where would she find such a perfect chef again? Would she have to resort to eating mutated plants raw? Oh, just thinking about that scene was a disaster. She needed to cling tightly to this powerful figure. For now, it's enough to satisfy your hunger. I try to make other kinds of food for you, but for now, snacks are the most convenient to carry. Lin Rua had moved closer to Lin Momo without her noticing. He held a tissue in his hand, and wiped the powder from the corner of her mouth. Those were tiny powders sprinkled on top when making desserts used as decoration. Actually, a few desserts are enough. Saying she wanted to eat something else, Lin Momo didn't dare trouble him too much. After all, it was the apocalypse. Where would they find so many resources? Suddenly she smelled his scent. He used the same shower gel as her. Lin Momo realized he had also showered and changed his clothes, looking casual and refreshed. That's nice. She also wanted a mobile space. Satisfied, she popped the last dessert into her mouth and gave a small yawn. He hadn't slept very well in the car, and now that they were in a slightly safer place, he was sleepy, especially after eating. I want to rest for a bit. The little devil, who had also eaten and drunk his fill, was tired. He was really tired. Back then, because the team was small, and there was Lin Qiao who was a burden, he was always the one on night watch whenever they found a safe place to camp. He had endured several all-nighters for that. He was able to persevere until now thanks to his training at military academy. Lin Ru nodded. You can rest in the room on the second floor near the stairs. He didn't have any feelings for the little devil, but if Lin Momo liked him, it wasn't impossible for him to keep him. Taking care of another person wouldn't be a big problem for him. Then I go upstairs first. The little devil rubbed his eyes and went upstairs. Momo, do you want to rest too? Yes. Then let's draw blood first. Huh? What's the connection between drawing blood and sleeping? Lin Ruo smiled gently. I want to see the changes in your body. Lin Momo looked blank, but if he wanted to draw blood, she'd just do it. It wouldn't hurt anyway. So she obediently stretched out her arm. Lin Ruo took out the equipment he had prepared beforehand. It was a small experimental device he carried with him. Although it wasn't perfect, it was enough to measure what he wanted to know. Bottles of dark blue blood were quickly placed aside. Lin Momo looked on curiously. Drawing so much blood, is it okay? I thought they only draw a little, but they drew so much. Eating some snacks will make up for it, but you already eaten too much today. It meant there was no food left for today. Lin Momo felt sad. If she could make a corresponding expression, she would definitely be acting pitiful right now. Alright, Lin Ruo said, wiping away the spurting blood with cotton after drawing enough blood. The wound had already healed. Go upstairs and rest. We stay here for a couple of days. Lin Momo yawned slightly, the movement minimal. So our destination is still Tonga Island? Yes. She asked casually, getting the answer she wanted, and then turned and went upstairs. The stairs creaked. The houses in this village were all single-story buildings, at least 3 stories high. However, the houses were very old, including the facilities inside. Some of the old furniture was unusable, indicating that it was a relatively poor place. Therefore, the rooms where one could sleep weren't very comfortable, they were just cleaned up. Lin Momo didn't care and fell asleep immediately after lying down. Downstairs, only Lin Ruo remained, tinkering with his experimental equipment. Soon night fell. The already quiet and remote village felt even more desolate at this time. Before the apocalypse, there might have been the sounds of insects or animals, but now, nothing could be heard. The silence was terrifying. Lin Momo and the little ghost were still fast asleep. Lin Ruo was no longer in the house, his whereabouts unknown. Just as the night was deep and still, faint sounds came from outside. Lin Momo, who should have been fast asleep, suddenly opened her eyes. She lay in bed for a moment, then slowly sat up and looked around. The room was dark, but she adapted well to the darkness. Squeak. The sound came again. Lin Momo finally confirmed she hadn't misheard. She immediately jumped out of bed and went to the window. The room had a small iron window, the bars were rusty, and looked quite old. Worried that opening the window too loudly would scare away the people outside, she only peeked out slightly. Their car was parked right below. She squinted and saw a small, thin figure moving around the car. It looked like a child, and its movements were normal, not like a zombie. Zombies don't circle around motionless cars, wondering if there's anything they want to eat inside. Why would a child be out outside so late at night? Didn't her family let her out like that, afraid of being attacked by zombies? With these questions in mind, Lin Momo turned away from the window, intending to go downstairs to investigate. When she reached the lobby on the first floor, she found that the small experimental equipment on the table had been cleaned up, and Lin Ruo was nowhere to be seen. Her first thought was that he must have found another room to rest. The house was old, but it had no shortage of rooms. She didn't think too much about Lin Ruo not being in the lobby, and turned to walk towards the front door. However, when she opened the door, she met the child's eyes. Hey! It really was a child, a girl, who looked only 7 or 8 years old. She panicked immediately when she saw Lin Momo and backed away. Lin Momo opened her mouth instinctively to speak, only to realize she couldn't utter a single word. Before she could react, the girl had already run away. Hey, why are you running? Lin Momo hurriedly took a few steps forward and saw a zombie leap out from the girl's path. The zombie was about to pounce on the girl, but luckily she dodged in time. But the meal she had almost obtained was gone, and the zombie wouldn't let it go so easily. It relentlessly pursued the girl. Fortunately, it was only a low-level zombie and couldn't run very fast. The girl disappeared in a flash. Lin Momo stood there, not deciding to chase after her. Anyway, the girl had shaken off the zombie. After a long silence, She walked to the car and circled it, looking for anything strange, but found nothing. The car couldn't be easily damaged. So what was the girl doing here? The only thing she could think of was stealing the car. She had carefully observed the village when she came off the highway during the day. There were no large vehicles in the village. Perhaps those with cars had already escaped from here. The rest were electric scooters or tricycles. Trying to escape in these vehicles would likely only lead to certain death. But Lin Momo couldn't understand it. Even if a child that young had the chance to open a car door, she wouldn't know how. She couldn't even sense any human presence around her. Most of them were hiding inside houses. After racking her brains for a long time without finding a solution, Lin Momo gave up. She shrugged, deciding to go back to sleep, and talk to Lin Ru about it the next morning. Just as she turned around, a figure silently approached. Hiss! Lin Momo hissed in surprise, and upon closer inspection, realized it was Lin Ruo. Just now, I sensed no human presence around, and now Lin Ruo has suddenly appeared without a sound. It's really frightening. He's so good at hiding himself. Mo, why did you come out? Lin Ruo looked down at Lin Mo, gently tucking a stray hair behind her ear, and asked softly. I heard some noise downstairs while I was sleeping, so I came down to check. It was a girl, and she circled the car a few times. Lin Mo turned her head uncomfortably, and recounted what had just happened. Is that so? Hearing this, he turned to look at the car. It's okay, a car isn't that easy to steal. Like Lin Mo, he also thought the other person was probably after the car. Then where did you go? No longer dwelling on the girl's question, Lin Mo focused her attention on Lin Ruo. She initially thought he was asleep, but it turned out he had come back from outside. Getting closer, she could feel the chill emanating from him. She had no idea what he'd been doing. Nothing, just took a walk around. Let's go inside, Lin Ruo said mysteriously, offering no further explanation. Well, it wasn't the first time he'd done this. Not intending to press further, Lin Momo turned to go inside, but after a few steps, she suddenly sensed danger behind her. It was the howling of a vicious dog. Momo, come in. She tried to turn around, but Lin Ruo pushed her inside. She only caught a glimpse of what was happening. It was a molted dog, completely unrecognizable, its bloodied body sending a shiver down her spine. Since humans and plants could be infected by viruses, animals were no exception. That vicious dog was infected. With a bang, the door slammed shut, leaving Lin Ruo still outside. This was the first time Lin Momo had ever seen a mutated animal. She still quite liked the dog, and seeing it transformed into this state made her feel a little down. After standing there for a long time, the door slowly opened again, and Lin Ruo walked into the house, bringing with him that strange chill. It's all resolved. Go and rest for a while. Lin Momo tilted her head, looking at him. He's really strange. Chapter 27. Noticing Lin Momo. What's wrong? Noticing the strange look in Lin Momo's eyes, Lin Ruo asked, puzzled. Nothing. Lin Momo shook her head. Even if she found him strange, even if he had many secrets, she never thought of asking him anything, including his inexplicable obsession with her. A large part of the reason was that she felt her current state was unstable, that she might perish one day, so she might as well be content and enjoy the rest of her life. Death is inevitable. After figuring this out, Lin Momo yawned again. Even after sleeping for so long, she still felt sleepy. She couldn't fall asleep completely. She could sense even the slightest movement, like a kind of animalistic instinct. To be honest, she still wasn't used to it. Still sleepy? Lin Ruo suddenly rubbed her ear. The cool touch made him sigh. Lin Momo awkwardly turned her head away, but he didn't seem to mind, though the smile on his face gradually faded. I'm going to take another nap. Swaying slightly, Lin Momo started walking up the stairs. Halfway up, she seemed to sense something and turned back to look. Lin Ruo was indeed watching her, his gaze never leaving her. She was puzzled. You haven't rested, have you? Aren't you tired? I still have things to do. You go back to sleep for a while. Lin Ruo remained standing there, his hands unconsciously behind his back. Just then, Lin Momo suddenly shivered. Normally, her current constitution shouldn't make her feel cold, because she was practically a refrigerator herself. She was dazed for a moment, then turned and continued upstairs. Perhaps her bodily functions were malfunctioning. Only after she completely disappeared around the corner of the stairs did Lin Ruo release his grip. He looked up at the broken glass test tube in his hand. It had originally contained Lin Momo's blood, but now, due to the breakage of the tube, it had all flowed into his hand and solidified into chunks of ice. He added something to it, and the effect was astonishing. He let out a soft breath, tidied up briefly, and then took out his small experimental equipment. They were all still asleep, which made it the most convenient time for him to work. He didn't put away his equipment until the sky outside gradually brightened. He had barely rested all night. The energetic little devil was the first to come down. This was the most restful sleep he had had since the apocalypse. Having spent so long in military school, he usually had a certain awareness of dangerous environments, but last night he felt nothing at all. The area was eerily quiet and reassuring. There were few zombies and no mutants. "Good morning, Brother Rua," the little devil greeted. "Isn't sister up yet?" "She's still resting. I put breakfast on the table." Lin Rua leaned back on the sofa, her arm shielding her eyes, seemingly resting. The little devil looked at the table, following his gaze. Bread and milk were on it. Even though he found it strange, he didn't ask where the food came from or where it was stored. These two weren't normal people. Being able to return home alive was their greatest fortune. Upstairs, Lin Momo had actually woken up. She wasn't in a hurry to go downstairs, and was standing by the window watching the situation below. She heard the sound again. It was the same girl. This time, however, the girl wasn't circling the car. She was just staring at the dead mutated dog by the roadside. There were broken ice shards around the mutated dog's corpse, very similar to the ice shards she had unconsciously unleashed before, and they were difficult to melt. And it was Lin Rua who dealt with the mutated dog last night. Could he also possess this skill? Lin Momo unconsciously leaned towards the window, her palm pressed against it. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't know what she had triggered, but she saw the broken ice shards on the ground instantly melt into a puddle of water. The girl was clearly startled by the sight. She immediately stood up, looked around, and stared at their house for a while. Seeing no one, she patted her chest and squatted down again. She didn't see Lin Momo at the second-floor window, perhaps because the window was too dirty, or the window pane was too dark to see clearly. Lin Momo watched the girl's actions curiously. The girl showed no fear of the mutated dog's disgusting appearance, or its filthy flesh. She gently picked it up, and slowly walked towards the field opposite. Lin Momo suddenly understood. Before being infected with the virus, the mutated dog was very likely the girl's pet. Keeping dogs was common in the countryside. She saw the girl diligently digging a small pit in the field, and burying the dead mutated dog inside. Her movements were meticulous and serious. The girl was doing something extremely important to her. Lin Momo kept peeking from the window. Thankfully, her eyesight was now exceptionally good. If she focused intently on the distance, she could see details clearly. Standing by the window for a while, seeing that the girl showed no sign of leaving, Lin Momo decided to stop watching. She rubbed her stomach, intending to go downstairs to ask Lin Rua for some snacks. Just as she was about to leave the window, the girl finally got up. Because of digging in the dirt, she was covered in filth, and her original appearance was unrecognizable. Lin Momo was immediately stunned. She rubbed her eyes, and stared intently at the girl. Damn! She wasn't mistaken. This girl had been bitten by a zombie. The girl had a clear wound on her neck, the marks on it blackened, clearly indicating a viral infection. But the girl seemed quite normal. Was it because her constitution was the same as Lin Momo's? Or had the virus not completely infected her yet? And when exactly was the girl bitten? What about her parents? Had they both died at the hands of zombies? A series of questions flooded Lin Momo's mind. Perhaps it was because the girl was so young that she felt pity for her. "Momo, what are you looking at?" Just as Lin Momo was lost in thought, Lin Rua's voice came from behind her. She jumped in fright. Why couldn't she make a sound every time Lin Rua appeared? Pouting, Lin Momo turned to look at Lin Rua, and pointed to the window. The girl from yesterday. Lin Rua looked in the direction she was pointing, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Is the girl you were talking about yesterday her?" "Yes, and she was bitten by a zombie. I don't know if you can see her." She had spotted the girl when she turned to the side, and now she was circling around the spot where the mutated dog was buried. Lin Rua, upon hearing this, also took a closer look. Just then, the girl's bite mark on her neck became visible again. "It's a miracle she hasn't turned into a zombie yet," Lin Momo said, puzzled. "Is it just that the time hasn't come yet?" Lin Rua explained briefly. Her wound has already turned black. Normally, she would be a wandering zombie by now, but she's clearly still alive as a human. It's just that the wound is more noticeable. Hearing this, an idea flashed through Lin Momo's mind. Is this an antibody? The girl's body has resistance to this virus. You could say that. Lin Rua glanced at the girl in the distance again. Just as Lin Momo was about to say something, a roar shattered the silence between them. A middle-aged man angrily ran towards the girl. Because of the distance and the fact that the window couldn't be opened, she couldn't hear exactly what the man was saying, but she understood a little. It was all curses, and she also learned that the girl wasn't without parents. The furious man was her father. He roughly grabbed the girl, pulling her hair. The girl's face paled with fear, but she didn't shed a tear. How could he do this? He's still his own daughter, isn't he? Besides, isn't he afraid of attracting the zombies nearby by making such a racket? Lin Momo watched, growing increasingly angry. She thought of her unreliable parents. When he encounters zombies, he uses his daughter as a shield. Lin Ruo watched expressionlessly, seemingly unaffected by the scene before him. His attention was mostly focused on Lin Momo. He was observing her. So, even after she entered this state, she wasn't unaffected, just on a different level. Suddenly, a terrified scream erupted from the girl outside the window. The sound was incredibly piercing. They could hear it clearly even inside the room. Lin Ruo had been right. The man's loud noise had attracted a zombie already nearby. This zombie was faster than the others, and it quickly approached the father and daughter. Just as it was about to pounce, as Lin Ruo had predicted, the man immediately used the girl as a shield, blocking the zombie's bite. The girl instinctively used her arm to protect herself. Inevitably, a chunk of flesh was bitten off her arm, and she immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. Lin Momo was enraged. A chilling aura suddenly emanated from her body, shooting out the window and landing on the zombie. The zombie instantly turned to ice, then shattered into pieces. She had originally intended to press her advantage and give the man a taste of his power, but after her outburst, she was exhausted and collapsed into Lin Ruo's arms. Good heavens, had she become so weak? The man was startled by the scene before him, but seeing the danger had passed, he immediately dragged the crying girl away to prevent other zombies from following. They quickly disappeared from view of the window. Momo, are you alright? Lin Momo weakly exhaled icy mist. Her supernatural power quickly depleted. Snacks, I want snacks. This outburst wasn't even as powerful as when she saw Lin Xiao. How could she be so weak? There's some downstairs. Let's go down. Lin Ruo patted her head, finally letting go to allow her to stand properly. Lin Momo was still unwilling. That girl. The girl would definitely not have a good ending if she was taken back. Lin Ruo knew what she was thinking and said softly. We stay here another day. They come looking for us. What does that mean? Chapter 28. Before Lin Momo could figure it out, Lin Ruo pulled her downstairs. As soon as they reached the lobby, she saw the little devil's bright, smiling face, radiating youthful energy. If he hadn't gone to military school and had attended regular school, he would probably be a senior in high school now. He really is still a little brother. Good morning, sister. The little devil greeted Lin Momo immediately upon seeing her. He had already finished breakfast and was wiping his gun. Speaking of which, he had gotten this weapon from Lin Qian, but it seemed that to prevent the little devil from leaving, he never carried any ammunition. He thought that once the bullets were gone, the gun would be useless to him, but who knew that Lin Ruo seemed to have a treasure trove, containing everything imaginable. She simply pulled out a handful of bullets and gave them to him. Lin Ruo's exact words at the time were, "Don't hold us back. Train yourself more. The world ahead will be even harder for ordinary humans." The little devil was grateful, but also felt a sense of dread at his reminder. What he had seen and heard in the past 2 days was beyond his comprehension. So, if he wanted to survive, he had to become stronger. Lin Momo looked curiously at the gun he was cleaning. This weapon had once crossed her head. Momo wants one too? Seeing her focused expression, Lin Ruo assumed she wanted one too. But she quickly shook her head. No. She didn't know how to use it, nor did she have the desire to learn. In a sense, she herself was a weapon. It's alright. I pick out a suitable weapon for you when we get to Tonga Island. Superpowers eventually run out. You need to have some security for yourself. Lin Ruo still hadn't given up on teaching her self-defense. She didn't pay much attention, but to avoid Lin Ruo's nagging, she nodded. The little imp, watching Lin Ruo's self-questioning fall into silence, couldn't help but interject. Brother Ruo, are you also from Tonga Island? Goodness, he asked the crucial question. Lin Momo had never asked why she went to Tonga Island after the lab was destroyed. Lin Ruo didn't immediately answer the little imp's question, but first glanced at her and softly asked, Does Momo want to know? So you're from Tonga Island? Seeing the little imp's inquisitive expression, Lin Momo casually repeated the question. She was also thinking that if he had lived on Tonga Island since childhood, she probably wouldn't know him at all. Before going to university in Jingcheng, she lived quite far from Tonga Island. No. Lin Ruo answered slowly, I have a house there, which can help me avoid the current danger. Tonga Island is indeed a bit safer than other places. The little devil clicked his tongue. Not a local, yet able to buy a house there, that's no ordinary person. Now it was Lin Momo's turn to be curious. Why is Tonga Island a safer place compared to other places? Isn't this village the same? There are even fewer zombies. You know when you get there. Lin Ruo pinched her cheek. She tried to dodge, but every time he managed to grab a piece of flesh on her face. Her skin already had little elasticity. If he kept pinching it like that, her face would get bigger, wouldn't it? Lin Momo glared at him, but her expressionless face made it seem ineffective. Alright, Lin Ruo finally released her hand, gently rubbing her flushed cheek. I'm going out for a bit. You two stay inside. You had enough to eat. Remember not to open the door if anyone calls. He looked like a nagging mother, instructing two clueless children not to open the door to strangers. The little devil immediately promised. No problem, I watch over my sister. Lin Momo glared at the little devil again. What did he mean by watch over her? Did he think she caused trouble? I'm going out. Lin Ruo didn't linger long before hurrying out. The room quickly fell silent. Lin Momo couldn't speak, and the little devil couldn't understand her thoughts. She slowly picked up the snacks on the table. She ate while thinking. What was so special about this village that made Lin Ruo go out so frequently? And, thinking back now, this man probably hadn't rested all night. Even so, his energy was still high. He didn't seem like someone who had stayed up all night at all. While eating, Lin Momo looked at the little devil again. The little devil had already put away his gun and was tending to a small potted plant. For some reason, this potted plant looked somewhat familiar. She walked over and curiously poked it. What is this? Why is she taking care of this thing? It looked like an ordinary green plant, with no signs of being infected with the virus, but it did smell a little fragrant. This was entrusted to me by Brother Ruo. It must have other uses. Although Xiao Gui couldn't hear her thoughts like Lin Ruo could, he could roughly understand her body language. Lin Momo pondered for a moment. Just as she was about to take the potted plant to examine it properly, there was a knock at the door. No way. Lin Ruo just said not to open the door if someone came looking for her. Did she have divine insight, or did she already know someone would come? Hearing the knocking, Lin Momo and Xiao Gui exchanged a glance, tacitly choosing to pretend they hadn't heard it. But the person knocking outside persisted, as if she could keep knocking as long as they didn't open the door. Xiao Gui couldn't sit still any longer. I go see. As he got up from the sofa, he even took out the small knife he carried, assuming a defensive posture. Of course, he didn't intend to open the door. There was a window next to the main door, heavy curtains blocking the view outside, but a sliver of light revealed what was happening outside. Seeing the boy tiptoe forward, Lin Momo nervously swallowed. The boy quietly pulled back the curtain a crack, moving as cautiously as possible, and peeked out. He saw an injured girl. There was a blackened set of teeth marks on the girl's neck, and a small piece of flesh had been bitten off her left arm. Just looking at it was painful. He immediately turned to Lin Momo and whispered, It's a child. She was probably bitten by a zombie. Bitten by a zombie, becoming one herself was only a matter of time. He wondered why this girl had knocked on their door. Was it for help or something else? Hearing this, Lin Momo immediately stepped forward and looked through the crack as well, confirming that the girl was the one she had seen by the window. Wasn't she dragged away by her father? How did she end up here again? Just as the two were wondering, the knocking stopped abruptly. Had the girl given up? The next second, a loud banging came from the window. She found them standing by the window. The boy pulled Lin Momo back a few steps, but it was no use. The girl pounded on the window, her voice trembling with tears. Please, please open the door. I just need some food, or my dad will beat me to death. What do we do? The boy worried. Please, please, please. The girl continued to cry. Perhaps from crying so much, her voice was unusually hoarse. And they hesitated. They remembered what Lin Ruo had said, don't open the door for anyone else. But Lin Momo was thinking about something else. This wasn't the first time the girl had been bitten by zombies. She hadn't turned into a zombie, which meant the girl had resistance. She didn't care whether the girl was infected with the virus. She was thinking. Lin Ruo had clearly said they come to the girl's door at night, so wasn't this earlier than expected? Sister, maybe we should just ignore it. The little devil made a difficult decision, pulling Lin Momo away from the window. He couldn't bear to see such a young child. His military academy education had always emphasized helping those in need, even at the cost of his life. The problem was, even if he gave his life, there was no solution. Lin Momo let the little devil drag her along. Perhaps out of despair, the girl's pounding on the window grew fainter, but her sobs continued, heart-wrenching to hear. Lin Momo remained silent. On one hand, a sliver of lingering sympathy made her want to let the girl in. On the other hand, a sudden chill ran through her as she maliciously speculated about the girl's thoughts, wondering what she might do next, and if she had any ulterior motives. Everything was shattered when the door suddenly opened. A middle-aged man abruptly stood in the doorway, a key clutched in his hand. He stared menacingly at Lin Momo and the little ghost inside. "I told you, that man was already out." The man's words had barely faded when two more tall men appeared behind him. They appeared to have dark skin and robust physiques, likely the result of frequent fieldwork before the apocalypse. All three carried weapons, stained with blood that hadn't completely dried. They must have been killing zombies. These three were clearly not to be trifled with. The little ghost instinctively shielded Lin Momo behind him. He understood that Lin Momo was probably in a state of near immortality, but in his mind, it was a man's duty to protect a woman. He was definitely not the one hiding behind the scenes. "What do you want?" the boy asked, trying to appear serious. The middle-aged man who opened the door was the girl's father. He scoffed first. "What else could we want? Hand over your edible and usable possessions as rent." So, they wanted to seize supplies. That's true. While rural areas have a tradition of storing food, food always runs out eventually. Not wanting to risk their own safety, they had to target outsiders. And they were those outsiders. "This house isn't yours. Who knows where you found the key?" the boy said, unfazed. Lin Momo, however, was thinking that they hadn't opened the door willingly. It was the other side who had. Chapter 29. "Dad, please don't hurt them." The injured girl stood trembling in the doorway, her voice hoarse and strained, her frail body looking as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Heaven knows what this girl had been through. "Get out of the way. Don't get in my way." The middle-aged man, feeling annoyed, spat on the ground. One of the men behind him maliciously took a few steps back, shoving the girl to the ground, then wiping his hands as if they were stained with something dirty. The kid, seeing this, was enraged. "I think you're even worse than zombies." He didn't even draw his gun, rushing forward and knocking the leader of the middle-aged men to the ground. Years of training at the military academy hadn't been for nothing. Moreover, he was young, strong, and powerful. Dealing with ordinary people was a piece of cake. Before the middle-aged man could react, the imp knocked him down. The other two immediately grabbed their weapons to retaliate, but the imp gave them no chance. He slid down with a lithe body, grabbing the legs of the other two men with each hand, pulling them down and striking them to the ground. Then he swiftly rose again, sweeping away all their fallen weapons. The entire movement was executed flawlessly. Lin Momo stood by watching, not considering intervening. She knew the imp could easily defeat these men. Her gaze remained fixed on the girl. The girl hadn't gotten up since falling, her body trembling slightly, her expression hidden behind her disheveled hair. Was she preparing to mutate? She waited for a while, until the little devil chased the three away, but the girl remained unchanged. "Don't be too happy. This is our territory." The middle-aged man spat angrily in the direction the little devil had come from, quite unhygienic indeed. They ran away when they couldn't win, and even said they'd find help. It seemed the trouble wasn't over anytime soon. What a bunch of stubborn old bastards. They get what's coming to them sooner or later. The little devil clapped his hands. The others were gone, but the girl was still lying on the ground. Aside from her trembling body, she was still alive, but the little devil didn't dare approach to check on her. He looked helplessly at Lin Momo. I do it. Lin Momo patted her chest, indicating that she would take over. She finally moved forward, patting the little devil's shoulder as she passed him, her pupils slightly dilated. She wanted to give him an expression of appreciation. But it was too difficult, so in the end, she just raised her hand and gave him a thumbs up. Good, you're very good. The little guy scratched his head shyly. He knew Lin Momo was praising him, but he didn't know what she was thinking. It's nothing, I still need to train harder. She then made a thumbs-up gesture to encourage him. Soon, Lin Momo walked over to the girl and squatted down. She first poked the girl's back with her index finger. The girl felt it, her back suddenly trembled, and her whole body immediately curled up, trembling even more violently. She didn't seem to be mutating, so it seemed she really did have antibodies in her body. But it wasn't sustainable for the girl to be used as a shield by her family. Once it happened, it would happen again, and they should have noticed this by now. Otherwise, how did she get the marks on her neck? Sister, won't she mutate? With Lin Momo around, the little girl wasn't as nervous. After all, she was a type of zombie. However, unlike other low-level zombies, she had her own consciousness. This is the second bite wound. If nothing has happened yet, she probably won't mutate. Lin Momo shook her head. Seeing that the girl still wouldn't look up, she gently brushed aside the girl's hair, revealing her innocent face. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to come here, I'm sorry. The girl instinctively closed her eyes tightly. Probably afraid of being beaten like her father. After all, she was the one who came first. Lin Momo could sense her emotions, and her own aura softened unconsciously. She reached out and placed her hand on the girl's head, ignoring how dirty it was, and gently stroked it. If she could speak, she would say, "Don't be afraid, it's safe now." But she could only silently repeat this action. It seemed to work. The girl gradually stopped trembling, but tears kept streaming down her face, making her look so pitiful. The little devil then stepped forward and handed them a tissue. The tissue was already in the house. Knowing she wouldn't transform, the two of them helped the girl up and sat her on the sofa. Only when they could fully touch the girl's body did they truly realize how thin she was, looking malnourished. Are you hungry? Eat this first. The little devil handed the girl bread and milk. The girl saw the food and unconsciously swallowed, but she didn't dare take it. She felt she had done something wrong and shouldn't receive such preferential treatment. Besides, she knew she'd be beaten again when she got home. Eat. Seeing the girl hesitate, Lin Momo forcefully shoved the bread into her hand and even unwrapped the packaging for her. The aroma of the bread wafted towards her. The girl couldn't resist the temptation. She hadn't eaten properly for days. The food at home was first given to her younger brother, then her parents, and lastly her. She had always been the most subservient one at home, before and after the apocalypse, the only difference being that after they discovered she wouldn't become a zombie. They loved using her as a shield. Perhaps that's why they still reluctantly kept her. The girl ate the bread slowly, tears streaming down her face. But after only a few bites, she vomited it all up. The food was hard-earned, and she felt she was wasting it, letting down the person who had been so kind to her. She couldn't help but apologize again. I didn't mean to, I'm sorry. She wanted to eat, but she hadn't had food like this in so long, and the first bite made her nauseous, making her feel truly miserable. Lin Momo knew why she had vomited, so she gestured to the little devil to open the milk. Oh. The little devil immediately understood. Lin Momo wiped away her tears, and then gave her the milk, which made her feel much better. The room fell silent for a moment. The little devil had many questions he wanted to ask, and the girl's condition seemed suitable for asking them. How could parents be like this? Treating their child like this? Just as Lin Momo was about to check the girl's arm, the commotion outside the door resumed. The group here no longer used a key. Instead, they smashed the door open, breaking it down completely. Good heavens. The boy immediately stood up and strode over aggressively. This time, he didn't bring his knife for self-defense. Instead, he pulled out his gun and pointed it at the door. The middle-aged man had brought several more men to rob the supplies, intending to use their numbers to subdue the boy. He didn't care about Lin Momo and the others at all. A seemingly frail girl might be even more useless than his daughter. If he captured her, he could use her for venting his anger. But when they saw the gun pointed at them, all their hopes vanished. The village only had melee weapons, no firearms. The others who followed were only interested in sharing the supplies. None of them considered risking their lives. The kid didn't give them a chance to think. He fired directly. Of course, he didn't injure anyone. He probably missed, intending to scare them. But the group laughed at it. What's all this nonsense? Think you're so great just because you have a gun? Can't even hit anything at this close range. Go home and drink your milk. A man who looked rather masculine mocked the kid. The kid's face remained expressionless, still holding the gun. Until the girl's father bravely stepped forward, and after only a couple of steps, the kid fired again. The bullet hit right next to his shoe. This time, he did it on purpose. Get out of here if you don't want to get hurt. There are only man-eating zombies outside, no doctors to save you. The lessons he learned since childhood still stuck in his mind, so the kid didn't randomly fire, even though the people in front of him were infuriatingly evil. Finally, some people in the crowd began to back down. One by one, people left the house. The girl's father, seeing this, cursed angrily, but was helpless. The gun in the kid's hands had power. Its attack speed was far superior to that of melee weapons. If he were hit anywhere, just as the kid said, there were no doctors nearby to treat him. Everyone would be running for their lives. Who would care about him? He was furious but didn't know where to vent his anger. The people behind him had all retreated. They were all cowards who feared death. These people would become zombie food sooner or later. The man cursed inwardly. He was truly unwilling to leave empty-handed. His mind raced. He saw his daughter hiding behind that woman, and for some reason, his anger surged. He unleashed a torrent of abuse on his daughter. "I raised an ingrate. You're with them now, aren't you? Then don't ever come back." The girl was already terrified, and hearing her father's rant made her tremble uncontrollably. She truly didn't want to go back. She had thought about it countless times, yet she was afraid of death. Even though the world had become so terrible, she still clung to the hope of living. At that moment, Lin Momo firmly grasped her hand and shook her head. "Don't be afraid." The girl instantly calmed down. She stood there stunned for a while, then hesitated before saying to her father, "I'm not going back. You never treated me like a human being." The man was just saying it in anger. He never intended to let the girl go. Her constitution was so special. She was still normal even after being bitten by zombies. She would definitely have some use in the future. Ignoring the kid's gun, he rushed forward, trying to drag the girl away. "You want him without handing over the supplies? Dream on." Chapter 30. Before the man's hand could even touch the girl, Lin Momo grabbed it. He instantly felt a chill, a temperature far beyond what a normal human could feel, and he vaguely sensed his hand was about to freeze. "You, who exactly are you?" Lin Momo's face was expressionless, her icy eyes staring directly at him, as if he were a dead man. "I'm your father." Out of consideration for the girl, Lin Momo didn't cripple his hand outright, only inflicting frostbite, though it wouldn't heal in a few days. Then, she released his hand and shoved the man away. She didn't use much force. The man staggered back a few steps and fell to the ground, looking utterly disheveled. You. What you? Can't you speak properly?" The little brat blurted out what Lin Momo wanted to say. "If you want to live, get out of here." This time the man didn't say anything, but perhaps still wanting to save face, he glared at the girl again. In his mind, the girl still needed to go home. Anyone who saw her like that would shoot her dead. Who would leave a human, possibly infected with the virus, to threaten him? These two were the same. They were just putting on a show, displaying their so-called kindness. In this world, everyone looks out for themselves, otherwise, they'd be doomed. The man left unwillingly in the end. He imagined 1,000 times how he would teach the girl a lesson when she got home, to show her who her family was, and that she couldn't rely on anyone else. The group that had come to supposedly seize resources finally left, giving them some peace and quiet, but there are still some lingering problems. The door to this house has been damaged, and it can't be closed. Although there were fewer zombies this time, and the villagers may have cleared some out, it doesn't mean they're all gone. What do we do? The little girl looked at the door with a worried expression. Am I going to have to guard this door with a gun the whole time? Lin Momo calmed the little girl down, then slowly walked forward, raised an index finger, and shook it at the little girl, while also shaking her head. Perhaps the faint anger she felt earlier allowed her to slightly control her supernatural abilities, and now was the perfect time to unleash them. She walked to the door and raised both hands. A miraculous scene then unfolded. An ice wall quickly appeared beside the door, eventually forming a solid door, blocking the entrance. The little girl stared in disbelief. "Ah, how is Brother Rua supposed to get in?" Lin Momo shook her head again. TSK, you don't need to worry about that. That guy is still very strong when he's at his strongest. The door could be destroyed, or it could be put back up anytime. It wasn't a problem." The little devil roughly understood what Lin Momo meant, and stopped worrying. However, after removing the ice wall, the room temperature dropped considerably. He wasn't bothered, having even tried training shirtless in the snow. But this girl. What about her? The little devil wasn't asking if the girl would be cold, but rather, whether she could stay. After all, her home wasn't in this village. Although, in the little devil's opinion, parents like the girls were no good either. Even if they didn't die from zombie bites, they eventually die at their hands. Seeing that their attention was back on her, the girl flinched in fear, but for the sake of survival, she mustered her courage and looked at the two of them. She stammered, Can I come with you? Wherever you go, I follow, or you can use me as a shield. I'm not afraid of zombie bites." The little devil immediately retorted, "What are you saying? How could we use you as a shield? You can't think like that." Lin Momo nodded from the side, then stepped forward and took the girl's hand. She tried to write on the girl's palm. "You can stay." Worried that the girl wouldn't understand, she repeated it several times. One reason for keeping the girl was out of pity, and another was because of her resistance. If one day, this apocalyptic virus could be alleviated by creating antibodies, it wasn't impossible. Thinking about it this way, there was still hope for the world. Anyway, Lin Ruo was a research fanatic. Seeing Lin Momo nod first, the little devil stopped questioning whether the girl could stay. In his mind, if Lin Momo wanted to, Lin Ruo would definitely do it. The girl was filthy, and Lin Momo wanted to take her upstairs to shower first. However, the wound on her hand wasn't a problem, so Lin Momo simply used the same method she used on Lin Ruo on the girl's hand again. The girl didn't seem afraid of her actions at all, even blinking curiously. Only after the ice had gradually covered the entire wound did she release her grip and begin to observe intently. It really worked. The piece of flesh that had been bitten off even seemed to be growing back. This skill was too unbelievable. The girl's mouth dropped open in surprise. "Sister, are you a fairy?" She finally blurted out her question. Lin Momo smiled. If only she were a fairy. After the flesh on the girl's arm had healed, Lin Momo broke the ice layer a little, but there was still a slight regret, perhaps related to the girl's constitution. A noticeable scar remained on her once smooth arm. The girl didn't seem to care. She curiously lifted her arm to look at it. She thought the wound would just fester like that. She really must have used up all her luck in this life to meet such a kind person, right? Alright, it's time to take a bath, you're too dirty. The girl pulled the other girl up and continued walking towards the bathroom. It wasn't that she was disgusted. Besides being dirty, the girl also smelled bad. Her sense of smell was naturally very sensitive, and constantly smelling like that was truly unbearable. Let's go in. She pushed the girl into the bathroom. The girl was young, but judging from Lin Momo's actions, she understood what Lin Momo meant. It wasn't that she didn't want to take a bath, but her parents wouldn't let her. She was a clean child, especially a girl, who wouldn't want to be neat and pretty. But, I don't have any clothes, the girl said shyly. I find you some. Lin Momo patted her chest, indicating that she would take care of it. Since temporarily moving into this house, she had observed that the original owners must have had several children. The items placed here gave a general idea of their lifestyle, so she just needed to thoroughly search the wardrobe, and she was sure to find suitable clothes for the girl. Sure enough. After searching several rooms, she found the girl's clothes. Judging from the size of the clothes, the girl was about the same age. Besides the homeowner, who had hanged himself, and a zombie with only half a body, there was no one else in the house. She didn't know if the children were alive or dead, or if they had turned into zombies. Of course, she couldn't care less. Saving the girl was both an accident and a selfish act. After finding the clothes, she returned to the room. She could hear the sound of running water from the bathroom. The girl was already showering. Thinking that they were both women, Lin Momo opened the bathroom door and placed the clothes on the counter. Just as she was about to leave, she glanced up and saw the girl's back. There were deep wounds on her back, indelible marks. This was clearly abuse. What kind of parents would do something so heinous? Lin Momo felt angry. The girl seemed oblivious to Lin Momo's presence, still with her back to her. Unable to bear watching any longer, she quietly closed the door and left. Feeling down, she returned to the living room, picked up the remaining snacks, and ate them to replenish her depleted energy. The little devil was still tending to the potted plant, looking extremely happy. This plant looked so vibrant, Lin Momo remarked, glancing at it before lowering her head to continue eating. As she finished eating, she seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up towards the door. Someone was walking towards them. She looked up. Inhaling the scent in the air.it was Lin Ru's scent. That was strange. Lin Ru used to be very good at concealing her scent, making herself undetectable. Even when someone stood silently behind her, she wouldn't notice unless she turned around. Why was she different this time? Just as she was wondering, she heard the sound of a car turning off outside. He was back. The little devil also heard the sound and turned to look at the door. He wondered how Lin Ru was going to get in, with the refrigerator blocking the way. Then, in the center of the hall, space suddenly distorted, and a tall figure appeared in front of him. Good heavens. That was teleportation. The little devil's hand, which was wiping the potted plants, stopped, and his mouth involuntarily opened wide. These people were all so exaggerated. It seems you had quite a few interesting things happen while I was away, Lin Ruo said meaningfully. Lin Momo hissed. You got back pretty quickly. Yeah, things were resolved pretty quickly, but... Momo, won't you tell me what happened? Lin Ruo slowly walked up to Lin Momo, leaned over, and took a deep breath on her. He looked like he was addicted to something. But actually, he was just identifying her scent. She pouted in disgust, but still told him what had happened, since they would soon have another teammate. After listening carefully, Lin Ruo gently stroked her head. I was also planning to stay after seeing this girl today. I was worried Momo wouldn't like her. See? She wasn't wrong. Lin Ruo is definitely a research fanatic. Is the girl upstairs? I go check. Yeah, I sent her to take a shower. She should be finished by now. Just as he finished replying, the girl came downstairs. She was wearing new clothes, which looked taut and empty because she was so thin, and her hair was still wet, dripping water onto the floor. When she saw Lin Ruo, she trembled violently, as if afraid of something. Chapter 31. Lin Momo didn't notice the girl's subtle movements, but Lin Ruo did. He didn't say anything, but was slightly surprised by the girl's sensitivity. Although they had taken the girl in, they still needed to find out more about her. They didn't even know her name. After the girl was thoroughly cleaned up, they took her back to the hall to sit down and learn about her situation. The girl's name was Zhao Di. She came from a typical family that favored sons over daughters. Zhao Di was the eldest daughter, and her parents, who had hoped for a son, were very disappointed and didn't treat her well. While other children played, she was always doing chores around the house. Not long after, the couple resumed their plans to have a child. They thought perhaps Zhao Di's name had some effect, because their second child was indeed a big, healthy boy. The whole family was overjoyed, and almost completely forgot about Zhao Di. After her younger brother was born, Zhao Di's life became even more difficult. She was practically treated like a child, even given to her brother as a toy. With adults setting an example in front of him, her brother took this for granted. Later, to supplement the family income, he even suggested selling her to a 50-year-old man as his wife. However, this plan was never finalized before the apocalypse arrived. Initially, the villagers who had turned into zombies didn't bite, but after learning of the contagious nature of the disease, they desperately hid or fought back. When Zhao Di's father took his son out to get food, they were chased by zombies. To save his own life, he first used Zhao Di as a shield, taking the zombies' bites for him. To him, she was a financial burden. Since he had given birth to her and raised her, her only purpose as a daughter was to prove herself. To their surprise, Zhao Di, bitten by a zombie, hadn't died, nor was she infected by the virus. She was alive and well. The thought of abandoning their daughter was somewhat extinguished. Although their village was somewhat underdeveloped, they still received the necessary information. Not only their village, but the outside world was experiencing the same virus outbreak. At least in the short term, they would have to fend for themselves, as no one would come to their rescue. Thus, Zhao Di's return to her family's acceptance only led to an even more miserable life. Besides being used as a shield, she was even treated as a punching bag. This is why she had so many scars on her body. Zhao Di calmly recounted her past. Damn! What era are we living in? Parents like this still exist. Preferring sons to daughters, violent tendencies. If the apocalypse hadn't come, they could be in jail for beating their child like this. Unfortunately, the world isn't what it used to be, so they're even more vicious and unrestrained because no one will punish them. How about we change her name? The kid suggested again. Since we're going to take her in, why not change her name too? Zhao Di, let's leave the past behind and look to the future. Although that future isn't exactly promising. To his surprise, Lin Ruo actually agreed. Changing her name is fine, are you willing? He asked Zhao Di's opinion. Zhao Di nodded. Then, what name do you think would be good for Momo? Lin Momo waved her hand. This kind of problem is best left to you. Lin Ruo didn't dwell on it further, and simply said 2 words. Ponching. It didn't mean much, but as long as it wasn't Zhao Di, it was much better. Zhao Di. No, now she should be called Ponching. She looked up at the 3 of them, and nodded solemnly. From now on, my name is Ponching. I know I'm young and don't understand anything, but I will study hard and not hold you back. I'm not afraid of being bitten by zombies, nor am I afraid of being infected with the virus. The little devil clicked his tongue. So, in the temporary 4-person team, he was the only truly normal human. At least Ponching had a special constitution, and wouldn't be infected with the virus, but he was. No, she still needed to work hard to improve her survival skills. Alright, pack your things, we leave here in a bit, Lin Ruo suddenly said. Lin Momo was startled. Weren't we supposed to stay another night? No need, things have already ended ahead of schedule, we're continuing towards Tonga Island. Upon hearing that he could go home, the little devil quickly began packing. Since that was the case, Lin Momo wasn't idle either. They didn't have clothes in Ponching's size, so she went upstairs and packed a lot of children's clothes for Lin Ruo. The 4 of them were ready and prepared to get in the car. The little devil looked the most comical, carrying a gun on his back and holding a green plant in his hands. A rather strange combination. Anyone who didn't know better would think he still had some kind of plant-loving sentiment and refinement in this apocalyptic world. The car quickly started, and they were about to leave this village where they had only made a brief stop. The once quiet village was suddenly filled with the sound of a car starting, and the surviving villagers all opened their windows to look out. This was a treatment they hadn't received when they entered the village. Their expressions varied, but only Panqing's father burst into curses. "Xiaodi! You little ingrate! You die out there one day! I wasted my time raising you." He was furious at losing a useful tool, but there was nothing he could do. His hands had been frostbitten, and he hadn't dared to go outside at all. The recent zombies were difficult to deal with. With his injured hands, even survival was in question. It was all that damned woman's fault. The car slowly drove out of the village road, and Panqing couldn't help but look out the back window. This was the first time she had ever left the village in her life. Because she was a girl, she wasn't allowed to go to school, nor was she taken out to play. She had never seen anything her younger brother had experienced. The world might be different now, but at least being with these strange people was better than being with her parents. "Thinking about going back?" the kid asked casually. "No, I never want to go back." Lin Rua, who had been driving, suddenly said, "It's good that you don't want to go back. It become very dangerous here." His words had a hidden meaning, and Lin Momo, who had been admiring the scenery, immediately looked at him. "Did you do something?" Lin Rua chuckled. "I told you, I won't do anything intentionally. This village seems safer than other places, but that doesn't mean there aren't any hidden dangers. You should remember that zombie dog, right?" Speaking of that dog, Panqing, sitting in the back, suddenly trembled. Lin Momo noticed. "Panqing, is the dog yours?" Knowing what Lin Momo wanted to ask, Lin Rua casually inquired. "Well, before it was infected with the virus, it was very loyal. Even when my father hit me, it would bite back for me. Although in the end, it only got beaten again. After it turned into a zombie, I tried to kill it. It was in so much pain, it was completely changed, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. So, thank you so much for freeing it." The little ghost listening nearby almost cried. The only thing that was good to Panqing was a dog. Lin Momo was also slightly moved, but not nearly as emotional as the little ghost. She continued Lin Rua's previous topic. "You mean, other animals are also mutating, right?" "Yes. That's really dangerous. Plants and animals. These viruses can even evolve. Then humanity's living space will only be further squeezed. Of course, evolved humans are non-existent, but currently there seem to be quite few. In a sense, if the virus cannot be eradicated, it might develop into an era where the strong rule, which is not a good thing. But that's not something she should worry about anymore. Perhaps by then, she won't exist either." The group continued their journey towards Tonga Island. After about 3 days' drive, they were finally nearing their destination. Nothing particularly troublesome happened during the journey, and because they were on the highway, there were surprisingly few zombies. The little boy looked at the increasingly familiar scenery, his eyes slightly moist. Since his grandfather sent him to military school, he had rarely returned. With such a major incident, and no one in his family able to contact him, it would be a lie to say he wasn't worried. He knew that rushing wouldn't help. Calming down was the only way to move forward. Lin Momo, like Panqing, curiously observed the surrounding scenery. Panqing had never seen anything like it before, so she had been looking around the whole way. Lin Momo, on the other hand, found it novel. She hadn't expected a place to develop like this. It felt like a world apart from where she usually lived. This was only the outer perimeter of Tonga Island. Who knew what it would be like inside? "We're at the bridge," Lin Rua reminded her. He knew Lin Momo was curious. The 3 people in the car perked up. The wide, magnificent bridge before them was the only way to enter and exit Tonga Island. When the bridge was first built, it caused a worldwide sensation. The bridge could be extended and retracted at will. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, the administrators seemed to have disappeared, so the entrance and exit were still easily accessible. Lin Rua drove smoothly onto the bridge. Something was strange. As they approached the outskirts of Tonga Island, the number of zombies suddenly decreased, especially after crossing the bridge. Not a single one was found, and there were no other parked cars or people nearby. Understandably, everyone was hiding in the apocalypse. But such quiet wasn't a good thing either. This is too quiet. Could it be dangerous? The scenery was beautiful, but Lin Momo was more sensitive to unknown dangers. Tonga Island has its own protection mechanism, which should have been implemented since the virus outbreak, Lin Rua explained softly. The little devil didn't deny it. "If that's the case, my parents should be alright too," but I can't contact them at all. Perhaps the internet has been forcibly cut off. Without personally investigating, no one knew the true situation on Tonga Island. But he was determined to go in. Chapter 32. When the car reached the center of the bridge, it remained completely silent. Nothing had happened. Lin Momo suddenly slowed down. Before this, he had specifically used his mental energy to explore Tonga Island. Not only were there no zombies, but there weren't even any traces of normal human footsteps. It seemed to be a dead city. No living creature existed there. What had happened here? Even though he knew there were unknown dangers on Tonga Island, Lin Momo couldn't just give up and leave. Be prepared for danger at any time, he casually mentioned, activating the car's defense system. The little devil immediately tensed up, quickly raising his gun, ready to fight at any moment. Lin Momo wanted to prepare, but she couldn't fully control her supernatural abilities. She couldn't produce anything, only feeling a strange energy surging within her body. She felt somewhat uncomfortable. Lin Momo noticed, freeing one hand to hold hers and releasing his senses. Don't worry, the power within you is slowly integrating. I haven't even said anything yet. How did you know? Lin Momo released her hand and continued to focus on driving. The atmosphere inside the car immediately became serious. Soon, they finally arrived at the entrance to Tonga Island. Due to highly advanced technology, almost everything here is artificial intelligence, including the entrance. Before the apocalypse, outsiders needed to apply in advance to enter or leave Tonga Island, and would receive a pass. However, the pass could only be used once and would be invalid afterward. The identity information of everyone on Tonga Island had been injected into their bodies via a special method using a syringe. The intelligent detection robot at the gate could instantly identify them, allowing passage. Locals could bring one outsider. The two people in the car were outsiders, and the two weren't. Lin Momo quickly drove the car to the detection gate. The detection robot at the gate was still operating normally and reacted immediately. Passage permitted. The magnificent gate slowly opened, and they were finally able to enter. Lin Momo peered out the car window. That's a barrier? She hadn't noticed it from a distance, but now that she was inside, Lin Momo felt like she had stepped into a protective circle, isolating everything from the outside. Tonga Island's emergency measures have been activated. It will autonomously form a barrier to surround Tonga Island, isolating it from external dangers. Lin Momo had also noticed the barrier and explained it to Lin Momo. The little devil knew how it worked, so she wasn't curious about the barrier. He had a vague sense of unease. Now that the barrier had appeared, why couldn't he still contact his family? With doubt and curiosity, they went out onto the street. The environment and buildings here were completely different from the outside world, as if cut off from it. Almost all the most advanced technological industries had originated here. Even the island itself was man-made. Beneath the island were enormous mechanical structures. How could this be? There's not a single person here? The little brat stared blankly at everything before him. He couldn't hold back any longer. Brother Rua, can I go home first? Here's my contact information on Tonga Island. The little devil turned the mechanical watch he always wore on his wrist, revealing a transparent screen in the air. Lin Momo didn't refuse and added his contact information. Take care on the road. Lin Momo glanced at the little devil, waved to him, wanting to express her concern, but she couldn't speak. After spending a few days together, the little devil understood. I be careful, see you later. A short while later, the little devil got out of the car and slowly disappeared into the distance. Even after many years, he was still very familiar with this place. Pan Xing stayed in the car, saying nothing, but she was still worried. She liked the atmosphere of crowds. It made her feel safe. Lin Momo didn't linger for long. He continued driving. He didn't go straight home, but instead took a detour to many places, but the scenery was mostly the same. He didn't see any people, zombies, or even animals. But the streets remained clean and tidy. That's because Tonga Island has robots that regularly clean and sweep the streets. They can appear at any time. What exactly happened here? Lin Momo was genuinely curious. With the barrier protecting it, the virus is largely contained, so the people living inside shouldn't turn into zombies. Aside from the food supply possibly not being enough for a long time, surely there should be someone to be seen, right? Lin Momo didn't answer, but his furrowed brow showed that he wasn't in a good mood. He decided to stop circling the streets and go straight home. Asia Technology also had operations on Tonga Island, so he had the right to reside there. The house was near Asia Technology, a fenced-off villa. No one could enter without the owner's permission. Upon entering his territory, Lin Momo immediately activated the highest level of security measures, at least allowing him more time to prepare should danger approach. Don't go outside unless absolutely necessary. Lin Ruo said this to Pan Xing. He knew Pan Xing had never been outside, especially the unique nature of Tonga Island, which completely captivated her attention. Pan Xing nodded. I won't wander off or cause trouble, she promised. The only uncertainty was Lin Momo. Lin Ruo had a headache. What's wrong? Even though I have a criminal record, if you really don't trust me, you can lock me up, like that woman in the basement. Lin Momo, of course, knew what Lin Ruo meant by looking at her. To be honest, she wasn't entirely confident in herself either. So far, she hasn't smelled the mutated plant scent, nor has she shown any unusual behavior, so she won't leave in a daze like last time. But one should always be cautious. She suggested that it would be best to find a cage, lock her up, and keep it locked. Lin Ruo chuckled. He didn't say anything, but briefly imagined the scene. His ears turned red, as if he was thinking about something. Taking a deep breath, he led Lin Momo and Pan Xing back into the house. The furnishings inside were vastly different from what they had seen in Jingcheng. It was clearly much more refined here. Lin Momo couldn't help but wonder. Would there be a bust of hers here too? It's not surprising she thought that way. Lin Ruo had a history of such behavior. Imo, you and Pan Xing can stay inside. Everything is usable. Philip is the central AI. If you need anything, just call his name or control this panel, and he appear. Once inside, Lin Ruo didn't stop for a moment. He patiently explained the facilities to Lin Momo and gave her a tablet-like device. Lin Momo couldn't speak, so she could only operate it with the physical device. Only after seeing that she was familiar with all the procedures did he let her go to do his own thing. He went to the basement. His houses, scattered throughout the city, all contained basements similar to laboratories, convenient for his research. But this basement was purely for use as a passageway, connecting to the nearby Asiatic Technology office building. Lin Ruo needed to know what had happened in this city, and Asiatic Technology might have a way to resolve his doubts. Originally, they returned here to use more advanced equipment to monitor Lin Momo's health, but until the source of the danger was identified, caution was advised. Lin Momo idly manipulated the tablet, then noticed Pan Xing's curious expression. She tossed the tablet to her, wrote a few words on it, and began to leisurely stroll around the house. Considering that Lin Ruo had already set up protective barriers around the house, she first walked to the center of the yard, curiously looking at the small robot outside. She had noticed it since entering. The robot had a peculiar design and strangely mixed colors. She didn't know its purpose or why it was placed outside. Before she could figure it out, a malicious, probing gaze fell upon her. She instinctively looked up, towards the courtyard outside, where a woman stood not far away. Lin Momo's mouth gaped open in surprise. She remembered this woman. She had encountered her the second time she went to the rest area. She had used that big, simple-minded man and killed a monster who resembled her daughter. After that, the woman vanished into thin air. Why was she here now? And, since she hadn't sensed any biological activity around her, when exactly did she appear? Could the unexplained disappearances of the humans on Tonga Island be related to this woman? That wasn't impossible. Thinking this, Lin Momo involuntarily took a few steps back. She was certain this woman was more powerful than her. She tried to speak, but could only manage a hissing sound. The woman remained standing still. She looked the same as that day, still gentle and dignified, her beautiful face serene and soft, making it impossible to discern her cruel heart. So beautiful. Suddenly, the woman standing in the distance instantly appeared outside the gate. She had teleported there. But because of the barrier, she couldn't break in for the time being. Only temporarily. The woman stared intently at Lin Momo, repeatedly muttering beautiful. Lin Momo felt a chill run down her spine. She clearly heard what the woman said. She said her eyes were beautiful, and she wished she could gouge them out. Good heavens. What bizarre and perverted things are coming out of here? Lin Momo couldn't help but give her the middle finger through the barrier. But the next second, something even more astonishing happened. The woman suddenly slammed her hand against the transparent barrier. An AI named Philip immediately appeared, expressionless, and said, "Warning, barrier damaged by 5%. Please repair immediately." Lin Momo trembled as she withdrew her hand. This woman was too terrifying. If she unleashed another powerful attack, the barrier would collapse sooner or later. She can't fully control her superpowers, so how is she supposed to fight women? Chapter 33. Well, Lin Momo felt like prey being hunted, the terrifying pressure emanating from the other party, making it impossible for her to move an inch. Warning, barrier damaged by 15%. Philip was still broadcasting. Good grief. Now is not the time for broadcasting. Getting Lin Momo here is the priority. Warning, barrier damaged by 45%. Damn! How did it increase so much all of a sudden? Lin Momo was almost deflated. She stared expressionlessly at the woman outside the barrier. The woman's gaze never left her. She was determined to make her prey. Lin Momo didn't want to sit idly by. She tried to move, but could only manage a few steps with difficulty, unable even to unleash her inner power. This was the first time she desperately hoped to become stronger. Warning, barrier damaged by 75%. The barrier protecting the house was about to disappear completely. Lin Momo didn't appear, instead, Pan Xing did. Having heard the strange alarm sound, Pan Xing was worried something had happened to Lin Momo, so she also went into the courtyard. Lin Momo gestured for her to hurry inside. At least she had a self-healing ability, so being hit a few times wasn't a problem, but Pan Xing was still a normal human for now. Goodness, you hidden a treasure here? The woman also noticed Pan Xing. On her exposed neck was a conspicuous mark, a zombie bite. Although the wound had healed, the blood around it was black, clearly indicating a long-standing infection. It's rare to see someone bitten and not mutate. That's it. Lin Momo was in despair. Lin Ruin was nowhere to be found, and the two of them were about to be cannon fodder. TSK troublesome. Just before the barrier completely collapsed, the woman suddenly released her grip. She stood there, looking up at the sky, her eyes unfathomable. I let you go this time. The words had barely left her lips when the woman vanished instantly. Just like last time, she disappeared cleanly and swiftly. No one knew what had happened to make her so easily give up her prey. But regardless, at least she was saved. Without the coercion of her power, Lin Momo could finally move her body freely. She immediately turned and walked towards Pan Xing, but after only a few steps, her legs gave way, and she fell to the ground again. Embarrassing. That was Lin Momo's only thought at the moment, especially falling down in front of a child. She decided that when Lin Ruin returned, she would humbly accept and learn from her. Only by becoming strong can one truly be a salted fish, a Chinese idiom for someone who is lazy and unambitious. Sister, are you alright? Pan Xing saw Lin Momo fall and quickly ran over to help her up. She still didn't know what had happened, and she couldn't understand why that seemingly dangerous woman had disappeared in an instant. But none of that mattered. Pan Xing was very worried about Lin Momo. I'm fine, really fine. Lin Momo waved her hand and struggled to her feet. With Pan Xing's help, she returned to the house. After resting for a while, Lin Momo calmed down. She picked up the tablet on the sofa and checked the condition of the barrier. The protective barrier outside the house was 95% damaged. It was practically on the verge of collapse. Lin Momo typed on her tablet, asking Philip if there was a way to repair the barrier. Only the master can access the repair. What use is this piece of junk to her? Never mind. Lin Momo calmly put down the tablet and looked at Pan Xing beside her, noticing the worry in her eyes. She sighed softly and patted Pan Xing's head to comfort her. The woman had left temporarily, but that didn't mean she wouldn't come back. Until Lin Ruo returned, she needed to find a way to ensure her and Pan Xing's safety. The power within her wasn't as stagnant as before, but she still couldn't use it freely. That was the problem. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to learn how to circulate the power within her on her own. Pan Xing blinked and watched from the side, not daring to explore other parts of the house. After an unknown amount of time, Pan Xing suddenly shuddered. The temperature around the house plummeted, and she began to shiver. The source of the cold was emanating from Lin Momo. Pan Xing instinctively moved away slightly, but it was to no avail. With a loud bang, Philip's warning sounded again. Warning, warning, the barrier is damaged. Please repair it immediately. The last 5% of the damage wasn't caused by external factors. The problem lay with Lin Momo. In desperation, she finally proved her worth, igniting a flicker of her survival instinct. She had created her own protective barrier around the house. A thin, white film enveloped the entire house. This also destroyed the already dilapidated barrier of the house. After a long while, Lin Momo opened her eyes. The area around her beautiful, icy eyes was now covered in frost. Her once bright and lively gaze was now cold and indifferent, as if she cared about nothing. Pan Xing noticed this and shrank back, not understanding Lin Momo's sudden change. Sister. She endured the cold, moved closer, and gently tugged at her clothes. What's wrong? Lin Momo didn't react for a long time. Finally, after Pan Xing called out repeatedly, her eyes gradually regained their light. She patted Pan Xing's head to indicate that she was alright. At the same time, she was also puzzled. When she could successfully utilize the power within her body, she felt she couldn't control her emotions and became like a different person. She didn't like this feeling, she disliked it very much. But thankfully she recovered. Regardless, she has now re-erected a protective barrier around the house, and even if the woman reappears, it will take some time to break through it. While waiting, Lin Momo should return eventually. Although her strength might not be a match for the woman's, Lin Momo is still confident in this barrier. On the other side, Lin Momo is completely unaware of what happened in the residential area. He is currently in the central control room of Asiatic Technology. Asiatic Technology provides the surveillance for all the streets of Tonga Island, so this is where the command center is located. If he can retrieve the video footage from before the virus outbreak, he might be able to find out what happened here. Unfortunately, the person seemed to be intentionally obstructing the view. Many of the street surveillance cameras were destroyed, and the few remaining ones couldn't reveal anything. Lin Momo didn't give up. He studied the evidence repeatedly, and finally found some clues. He immediately stood up from his chair, and went to the library to search for documents about Tonga Island. Although Subaru Technology was globally renowned and thriving, the construction of Tonga Island had little to do with them. However, this didn't prevent Tonga Island from eyeing Subaru Technology's rapid development and extending an olive branch, even providing confidential files about Tonga Island in exchange for further development. If you remember correctly, the files contained a very important detail. Lin Momo quickly retrieved the files from the library's safe and, relying on his memory, found one of Tonga Island's self-protection policies. Protective barriers were one thing, another was the original inhabitants of Tonga Island. Those who could live there were not ordinary people. For safety, and to ensure the continuation of Tonga Island's vitality, they had another plan. The underground city. Lin Momo had tested for signs of life underground, but found nothing. However, this file resolved Lin Momo's doubts. If the danger reached its peak, threatening the world's destruction, Tonga Island would activate its highest command. All personnel would be forcibly put to sleep and sent to the underground city for deep sleep. The awakening command would only be issued after the danger had passed. Most people were unaware of this, knowing only that Tonga Island offered such treatment. Lin Momo didn't know who the founders of Tonga Island were, or their motives and reasons for doing so. It did pique his interest somewhat. Closing the file, Lin Momo remained uneasy. He was certain the surviving humans were in the underground city, but one problem remained unsolved. The highest risk mechanism had activated autonomously, but this had also created a new source of danger. While repeatedly reviewing the surveillance footage, he spotted a very familiar figure. Her blurry face appeared in the camera's view. Whenever she entered the scene, the image would blur. But this didn't prevent him from recognizing her as the person who had personally killed his daughter. This woman was currently on Tonga Island. Suddenly recalling the look in the woman's eyes, as she looked at Lin Momo before leaving, Lin Momo felt uneasy. He immediately left the library and rushed to the laboratory. His insistence on returning to Tonga Island stemmed from the fact that a certain piece of equipment was only available there, and he had to obtain it. His gaze swept across the laboratory. Perhaps during the initial outbreak of the virus, the city had also experienced a period of panic, and the laboratory staff had fled, leaving the place in chaos, with many things broken. After a long while, his eyes lit up when he saw the small object lying in the corner. Lin Momo quickly picked it up and examined it closely. Fortunately, it wasn't damaged. Then, in a flash, the object disappeared from his hand, hidden in his spatial storage. Now that he had it, there was no need for him to stay any longer. Lin Momo returned to the villa through the underground passage. As he drew closer, he immediately sensed something was wrong. It was too cold. The coldness emanated from Lin Momo. Had something happened? Once this thought crossed his mind, Lin Momo couldn't remain calm. Using his existing powers, he teleported to the hall within a limited area. This ability to move was, in a sense, similar to that woman's. Damn it! How did you just appear like that? Lin Momo stared blankly at Lin Momo, who had appeared out of nowhere in the hall. Lin Momo didn't explain, but quickly stepped forward to check Lin Momo's condition. He grabbed her hand. It felt even colder than before. Chapter 34. What happened while I was gone? Lin Momo asked, picking up his tablet to check. The outer protective barrier was breached. No, he could sense another protective layer surrounding them. That crazy woman appeared. Lin Momo awkwardly withdrew her hand, briefly explaining what had happened. It's her. Seeing that Lin Momo didn't show any surprise, she couldn't help but ask. You knew she was here? This woman was too crazy. Later, something happened, and she resolutely left just as she was about to succeed. She suddenly thought of Xiao Gui. Did Xiao Gui do something to cause this? Xiao Gui? Is he in danger? Don't worry about him, you should worry about yourself. Lin Ruo let out a soft breath, however. The power storage within your body seems to have expanded. Simply put, you leveled up. Lin Momo's eyes immediately lit up. Have I gotten stronger? No. A bucket of cold water was poured on her. It was truly merciless. Let me add something first. You erected the outer barrier, right? Lin Ruo took out some snacks for her again. This time, however, there was one she hadn't tried before, and its aroma was particularly tempting among the snacks. She smacked her lips. Why didn't I see you take this out before? The corresponding strength is different. I was afraid you overeat. He explained briefly. Lin Momo didn't think much of it, and first unwrapped the new item, then stuffed it into her mouth with gusto. It's not surprising she's become so gluttonous. Whenever she uses her powers, she gets incredibly hungry. This habit is probably incurable. She ate while sighing involuntarily. However, after finishing the new food, she could clearly feel her strength recovering much faster than before, and her mental state was also much better. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Lin Ruo. He was currently scrolling through his tablet, seemingly engrossed in something. Since transforming into this form, Lin Momo had been living a carefree life, never really delving into the mysteries surrounding Lin Ruo. But now, she was starting to wonder why he knew so much. Alright. Lin Ruo suddenly closed his tablet, turning to Pan Xing, who had been sitting silently to the side. Pan Xing, go with Philip to the basement and hide. We need to go out for a bit. Ah, where? To find the brat? Lin Momo was indeed a little worried about the brat. If it were to involve that woman, she would absolutely refuse, and refuse again. Train your abilities. Lin Ruo didn't explain further, patted her head, and then called for Philip to take Pan Xing out of the hall. Without them, it would be better for Pan Xing to hide in a secluded spot. Pan Xing didn't refuse. Lin Momo sat on the sofa eating snacks, watching Lin Ruo turn and go into a corner room. When he came out again, he was carrying 2 weapons. She had a bad feeling. Here. Lin Ruo tossed the 2 swords to Lin Momo, who immediately sprang up from the sofa and barely managed to catch them, preventing them from falling to the ground. Seriously, these twin swords are quite heavy. If you can't use your powers freely, try concentrating your strength on an object. This can help you adapt. Lin Ruo paused, then continued, I think twin swords are perfect for you. Perfect for my foot. She was just an ordinary college student, rarely even handling a kitchen knife, let alone twin swords. However, she only dared to complain in her mind. She obediently held the twin swords close to her chest. She still wanted to try learning, so she wouldn't be so passive next time. Where are we going? Lin Ruo's current posture clearly indicated they were going out to fight. To find that woman. Lin Momo was stunned. Seriously, this is going to be so exciting right from the start? She was obviously no match for a woman. This wasn't training, it was suicide. Lin Ruo chuckled, you don't believe me? She immediately shook her head. No, it's just, you're a bit unstable yourself. That won't happen again for now. Recalling his loss of control, Lin Ruo lowered his eyes slightly, his emotions calming considerably. Lin Momo didn't ask him what happened, but since he said it was okay, then it was okay. Shall we go now? Yes. Pan Xing was already hidden, now it was their turn to strike. The woman had her eye on them. Continuing to hide would only make them look cowardly. Let's go. Hey, shouldn't we practice first? She had the knife in her hand, but she didn't know how to use it. As if remembering something, a smile returned to Lin Ruo's face. Although it hasn't been many times, I discovered a pattern. You won't unleash your power until the most dangerous moment, so this is a great opportunity. Lin Momo deflated again. She followed behind Lin Ruo, whimpering. This time, he didn't come in a car. After leaving the courtyard, the deserted streets perfectly captured the desolate atmosphere of the apocalypse. This way, Lin Ruo urged Lin Momo to follow closely. Before the apocalypse, I wanted to come here for tourism, but I never expected my first visit to be like this. Lin Momo couldn't help but sigh. The buildings here haven't been destroyed, you can still appreciate them. What you say seems to make sense. No need to squeeze through crowds to see the sights. Lin Momo comforted herself. She followed Lin Ruo, clutching her twin swords, winding her way through several alleyways until finally turning into a small alley. Does Tonga Island even have places like this? It looked like an old town area in a city. Of course, this was just a metaphor, because the alley was very small and couldn't possibly house many people. This is the only remaining old site on Tonga Island, so it's kind of a tourist attraction. So you're taking me sightseeing now? Of course not. After walking into the alley, Lin Momo finally understood why this place was considered a tourist attraction. Because the murals here were extremely eerie. People without a certain level of mental fortitude couldn't look at them directly. Are you really not kidding? These murals are a tourist attraction? If someone with even a slightly weaker constitution looked at them for just a few seconds, they'd probably have nightmares for days. It is indeed a tourist attraction, and quite a few people come to see it, but the opening hours are limited, so you're not always lucky enough to see them. Lin Momo understood the implication. You think I'm pretty lucky? In a sense, yes. Lin Ruo stepped over a fence and stood in front of an old phone booth. Come in. Lin Momo pouted and followed him inside. There was no way out now. What were they doing here? Were they going to take photos? Lin Ruo tried to turn the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge, so he simply forced it open. Wow, isn't this a tourist attraction? Forcibly breaking it open seems a bit cruel. Before this place became a tourist attraction, it was a temporary shelter. Underground? A temporary shelter, considering the surrounding environment, could only be underground. Yes. Lin Ruo pulled Lin Momo into the phone booth, loosely closing the door behind him. Then he picked up the phone and inserted a coin. The coin wasn't a common one, it had a very peculiar pattern on it. He turned the dial number. The call connected. Lin Momo heard Lin Ruo say something briefly, then the entire phone booth shook. She instinctively grabbed the handrail for stability, and the next second, the phone booth plummeted downwards. This is an elevator. However, the descent was incredibly fast, giving her a feeling of weightlessness. She didn't know how much time had passed before the weightlessness finally ended, and Lin Momo was still marveling at the island's construction. What kind of talent could have built Tonga Island into this state? Swaying, she continued to follow behind Lin Ruo. Are you sure she's here? 50 or 50-50. Even if she's not here, she comes sooner or later. What's down there? Lin Momo realized that Lin Ruo's purpose wasn't just about women. There's nothing I can do about it. He's always been so secretive. Some things you just have to guess. Tonga Island has an apocalypse mechanism. The reason we can't see the residents is because they're all underground. Lin Momo paused, stunned, but didn't say anything. She felt like she heard the phrase apocalypse mechanism somewhere before. After leaving the phone booth, a vast, empty space came into view. There were 2 doors ahead. Which way do we go? Lin Momo couldn't sense anyone moving around nearby. Were there really people here? Follow me. Lin Ruo didn't hesitate at all, pushing open the left door first. Tonga Island's underground city was well constructed, with almost every kind of facility. Even living underground wouldn't be a problem. But there was still no one here. She didn't voice her doubts, continuing to follow behind Lin Ruo. Lin Momo could tell he wasn't surprised at all that they couldn't see a single person anywhere. This way. He navigated the underground city with practiced ease, continuing his descent. Even so, they hadn't reached the bottom. We're here. Lin Ruo stopped before a massive door. Its lock complex and difficult to decipher. Brute force alone wouldn't be enough to break it. Lin Momo sniffed. Then she shuddered, finally understanding why no one was moving. Because they were all asleep inside. Is this the apocalypse mechanism? Putting everyone into a deep sleep. If something unexpected happened, there wouldn't be enough time to react, right? Wouldn't that mean total annihilation? AI is patrolling. It will activate the wake-up mechanism if a problem occurs. Lin Ruo explained simply. He touched the door, studying how to open it. The next instant, a beautiful, gentle woman appeared behind them. Oh dear, you delivered yourselves to my doorstep. I don't need to bother. Chapter 35. Could it be such a coincidence? The woman appeared as if nothing had happened. Recalling that oppressive feeling, Lin Momo instinctively clutched her twin swords, quietly hiding behind Lin Ruo. But Lin Ruo actually moved away, exposing her completely to the woman. This man wasn't like this before. Lin Ruo wanted to say something to her, but the woman not far away suddenly amplified the oppressive aura emanating from her. The next second, she clenched her fist, and the space in the basement distorted. I knock. Before Lin Momo could react, she and the woman vanished, leaving Lin Ruo alone in front of the door. A moment of disorientation, and when Lin Momo finally regained her balance, she realized she was separated from Lin Ruo and in an open space, with nothing around her. Except for that terrifying woman. Goodness, now it's just you and me. The woman's face wore a gentle smile, her eyes freely scanning Lin Momo's body, as if she were an object. This feeling made her very uncomfortable. Your body is very special. If it were modified, it would be quite fun. The woman slowly stepped forward, trying to get closer to Lin Momo. And that little girl, where did you hide her? It doesn't matter. I find her after I deal with you all. The woman spoke to herself, completely disregarding whether Lin Momo could speak or not. As she approached, she increased the pressure on Lin Momo, making it increasingly difficult for her to straighten up. She could only bend over repeatedly, her legs slowly bending. The woman's goal was simple, to make her kneel. But not immediately, she wanted her to do it, but rather to enjoy the process of her struggle. This is a pervert, Lin Momo thought to herself as she struggled. You're talking bad about me, the woman chuckled, increasing the pressure. Simultaneously, the air around her distorted into an invisible mass, then transformed into sharp weapons, attacking Lin Momo in a dense barrage, even though she was currently powerless to retaliate. Even though she couldn't see, Lin Momo could feel the overwhelming attack. She instinctively closed her eyes. Scratches appeared on her cheeks, from which blue blood flowed. Her once intact clothes were now torn. The woman didn't intend to kill Lin Momo, she simply wanted to see her suffer. An unnamed rage ignited within her. Lin Momo held onto her twin swords tightly, the power she had been gathering within her flowing freely. She reopened her eyes. Her icy blue eyes gleamed faintly, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. All the weapons attacking her instantly froze into ice, appearing in midair before crashing to the ground and shattering into pieces. The woman's eyes widened in astonishment. So you've been modified? She murmured to herself. It's alright, this will be more fun. What do you think about transforming you into another form? Your human form is just too weak. Lin Momo ignored her words. She continuously gathered her inner power, finally breaking free from the woman's pressure, and her body was finally able to move freely. She took a deep breath, then exhaled, a cloud of icy mist swirling between them. Sizzle. Lin Momo finally pulled the hilts of her twin swords apart, holding one in each hand. Surprisingly, her posture was quite professional. She gripped the hilts tightly, concentrating the power emanating from her hands on the blade's tips, causing frost to condense on their surfaces. Lin Momo was trying the method Lin Rua had described. If she couldn't use her inner power systematically, then she would try concentrating all her power on a single object. So far, it had been successful. The icy mist suddenly dissipated, and the woman rushed towards Lin Momo with incredible speed. Her hands mutated, twisting into a black mass, from which sharp claws emerged, enlarged several times over. If these claws landed on a person, they would tear off a chunk of flesh. Lin Momo, holding her twin swords, bent slightly. Everything she was doing now was based on her instincts. As the woman's mutated claws came hurtling towards her, Lin Momo swiftly raised her twin blades, deflecting the attack in an X shape. The woman's force was so great that Lin Momo was forced to slide back several steps. Then she drew one of the blades to counterattack. The frost-covered blade already exuded immense power, even before touching the woman. Lin Momo slashed down with all her might, completely severing the woman's mutated hand. The woman's agonizing scream echoed through the large open space. Lin Momo thought she had succeeded, excitedly watching the screaming woman lying on the ground. But her joy was short-lived. The woman's voice abruptly stopped, replaced by laughter. The woman lay on the ground, clutching her stomach, laughing heartily. Her severed hand was healing, returning to a normal wrist, without mutating again. You think you can defeat me like this? Her smile faded, replaced by a blank expression. Far from it. Lin Momo froze. Before she could react, an even larger, invisible blade hurtled towards her again. She couldn't dodge. If she didn't dodge, her head and body would separate again. Would she die if it happened again? The overwhelming pressure rendered her immobile. Was this all there was to it? She was unwilling. Although she had been living a carefree life since her mutation, sometimes she still felt a sense of unease. If only she could live. A sudden, deafening explosion filled the air. Lin Ru appeared out of thin air and placed himself in front of Lin Momo. He looked down at the woman still lying on the ground. You'd done very well this time. Leave the rest to me. Since Lin Momo disappeared, he had been observing her from the shadows, wanting to see if she could actually use her powers normally. She had a habit of revealing everything unless it was absolutely necessary. Just like before. He always known what she was thinking, and correcting her wouldn't be a quick process. She needed to endure hardship, she needed to take some detours. The probing had been enough. Lin Momo's explosive power was strong, but she hadn't changed much in the long run. The woman before him, however, had likely been modified before the apocalypse. TSK, what a disappointment. Seeing her prey snatched away midway, the woman dejectedly stood up from the ground. Then I kill you. Her gentle expression vanished, replaced by a twisted, maniacal smile. The muscles throughout the woman's body writhed, and countless tiny things seemed to surge forth from beneath her skin. Sizzle, sizzle. Blood spurted out, the woman's skin peeled off. Her bones continued to grow, mutate, and finally she became a monster nearly 3 meters tall. Chapter 36. Good heavens, they're all so freakish. Lin Momo stared blankly at the changes before her, then silently retreated a few steps, clutching her twin swords. She knew this wasn't her battlefield, she just observed from the sidelines. However, she was still curious about how Lin Ruo had appeared, and how he knew she'd been brought here by the woman. I'm going to throw you all into the incubation pods, and let you join those poor souls in welcoming the new world. The mutated woman laughed loudly, her voice no longer gentle and melodious, but rather strange and incoherent. She emphasized almost every word she spoke. But it had to be admitted that the woman's presence after transforming from human form was indeed more oppressive. It wasn't that Lin Momo underestimated herself. With her current mediocre state, if Lin Ruo hadn't come, she would have been utterly crushed. Thinking of that scene, she couldn't help but swallow hard, and took a few steps back to avoid being caught in the crossfire when the two started fighting. Momo, hide well, Lin Ruo said softly, his back to Lin Momo. He was also constantly releasing oppressive force. The two of them almost evenly matched. Lin Momo wanted to complain. She did want to hide, but the problem was there was nowhere to hide. It was completely empty, except for a small door in the distance with the word exit written on it. This empty place looked particularly strange. A faint smell of blood lingered, indicating it had been cleaned. Only when Lin Momo paid extra attention to her surroundings did she notice this. Before she could delve deeper, Lin Ruo and the woman instantly began fighting. It was hand-to-hand combat. Lin Momo watched, her mouth slightly agape, utterly astonished by their fight. Both possessed supernatural abilities, but neither had used them. She hadn't expected Lin Ruo, with his slender appearance, to possess such explosive power. With just one punch, he knocked the nearly 3-meter-tall monster to the ground, then repeatedly pounded it. The sounds of the blows were clearly audible. The woman wasn't defeated either. She let out a tremendous roar, and 2 strips of flesh burst from the bones on her back, the ends of which were splintered with sharp bone spikes. She could manipulate these strips of flesh at will, constantly interfering with Lin Ruo's attacks. Lin Ruo seemed to be getting impatient. He stopped close combat, suddenly teleported to another open space, and raised his hand towards the woman's location. An invisible force suddenly appeared, binding the monster's movements in a twisted form. The monster roared furiously. "It's you? It was you!" Before her accusation could fully be delivered, the fleshy strands she had grown were snapped in two, splattering blood in the air. Her skeletal body began to contort from the middle, twisting into different shapes as Lin Ruo's fingers moved freely in the air. A sharp, piercing scream echoed through the open space. Lin Momo covered her ears in discomfort, watching everything unfold before her. In the end, Lin Ruo almost unilaterally crushed the woman, his oppressive aura steadily increased, interrupting her attempts to use her powers each time. Finally, her nearly 3-meter-tall skeletal body twisted into a sphere. Even so, the woman didn't die, still screaming in agony. "You can't kill me! You can't kill me!" Lin Ruo spread her fingers and gently pushed forward. The spherical bone was also pushed forward with great force, directly hitting the wall and creating a large crater. Perhaps Lin Ruo relaxed, or perhaps the woman found an opportunity. Shortly after being smashed into the crater, the woman suddenly disappeared into it, as if she had never existed. Just like the last time at the gas station. She must have similar powers to Lin Ruo. Lin Momo looked at Lin Ruo with complicated feelings. When he's strong, he's really strong. When he's weak, she has to save him. What kind of modifications did this person undergo to become like this? Lin Momo had heard the woman mention modifications more than once. Before the virus outbreak, these anomalies already existed. Now that the world is in chaos, they no longer hide. She recalled being deliberately poisoned. Could it all be related to this kind of modification? "Momo, we should go." Lin Ruo appeared before her unnoticed, reaching out to take her hand, but Lin Momo instinctively avoided him. "What's wrong?" He stubbornly took her hand again, tightening his grip, so she couldn't break free. After a long silence, Lin Momo responded. "Nothing, but are we just going to let her run away like this?" It seemed they were about to completely resolve the situation. "She can't go far. The furthest she can go is somewhere near underground." Although the woman wasn't dead, her strength wouldn't allow her to go very far. She could only barely find a slightly safe place to catch her breath. "Are we still underground?" This was something Lin Momo hadn't expected. "Yes, this should be the training ground." "Training ground?" You should have smelled blood. Lin Momo didn't hide anything, but he didn't know much about the underground city of Tonga Island, only a general idea. This is a shelter, and also a place for human genetic modification. Lin Momo didn't ask any further questions. Then, Lin Momo used his teleportation ability to bring her back to the gate. Teleportation can only be done over short distances, so the large, empty room from before shouldn't be far from here. She looked up at the huge door. So how do I open this? You can teleport in, right? No, there are defensive measures inside. Because they knew that more and more people had undergone modification, there were also defensive measures specifically for them. So it's best not to take unnecessary risks. If we can't open it, someone else can. After lingering at the door for a short while, Lin Momo led Lin Momo away. This time, he didn't use teleportation, but instead searched room by room, corridor by corridor, for the woman's figure. She was nearby. If the woman wanted to use the people in the shelter as test subjects, then she must have a way to open the door. Unexpectedly, they didn't find the injured woman, but they unexpectedly discovered the little devil. Hey, what are you doing here? The little devil held a new type of weapon at them, but lowered it after seeing their faces, though he still seemed very nervous. Hey, don't explain now, let's hide quickly. There's a crazy woman here, I almost killed her, the little devil said, looking around. Lin Momo silently watched him, roughly understanding that the crazy woman he was referring to was probably the same one she was thinking of. The woman was crazy. Lin Momo was a complete madman. Chapter 37. No need to hide, I'm looking for her anyway. Lin Momo stared at the weapon in the little devil's hand for a while, then let him walk with them. The little devil seemed still shaken. She's really amazing. Looking at the little devil's expression, Lin Momo thought he was quite impressive too. He could so clearly perceive a woman's state and abilities, so there must have been a clash between them. The little devil was just an ordinary human. Considering the woman, like Lin Momo, possessed teleportation abilities, it was a miracle he was unharmed. Lin Momo asked the question Lin Momo wanted to ask. How did you run into her? The little devil scratched his head. That's a long story. After parting ways with Lin Momo and the others, the little devil immediately ran home. He appeared relaxed on the surface, but he was actually frantic. Everyone in the city had disappeared. He couldn't imagine what had happened to his family. He ran all the way. He ran until he remembered the flying car parked on the street was still working. He immediately used his ID to unlock the car, and returned home in no time. He had been observing the area during this journey. From the moment he entered the building until he reached his apartment complex, he didn't see a single living person, not even a mouse. This was unusual, and he recalled something his grandfather had once told him. Clinging to a last hope, he hurried home. His last hope was dashed. The house was empty, and it was clear that no one had lived there for a long time. The floor and furniture were covered in dust. One suspicious point was that there were no signs of fighting or struggle in the house. Aside from dust, everything in the house was intact. With this question in mind, the boys searched the bedroom again. The clothes were still there. There was no sign of anyone packing up and leaving. So, only one possibility remained. The doomsday mechanism of Tonga Island had been activated. The boy hadn't known about this before, or rather, it had always been a secret of Tonga Island, kept even from the original inhabitants. The boy's grandfather was the first guardian of Tonga Island, and he had contributed to the construction of the underground city. Perhaps with foresight, or perhaps knowing something, after his grandson was about to leave Tonga Island, he secretly told him about the doomsday mechanism. The people of a city couldn't just disappear without a trace. The boy decided to try his luck again. He knew about the doomsday mechanism, but he had never been there, and it was something his grandfather had told him many years ago, so his memory was somewhat hazy. Perhaps it was luck, but relying on his somewhat hazy memory, he found the entrance to the underground city on his first try. The entrance he chose was through the sewers, and he had mentally prepared himself before entering. As soon as he entered, he immediately got lost. He groped his way forward, finding a weapon along the way. The weapon was unique to Kirito Island, more powerful than ordinary bullets. If he had continued groping his way, he might have actually found the place where everyone slept. But he kept wandering further and further away, reaching a place separated from the safe zone. That was the underground city's large laboratory. Here, the boy saw a gigantic petri dish filled with a green liquid, within which lay enormous fleshy eggs. The egg shells undulated constantly, proving life within. Even without prior experience with such things, the boy knew this was abnormal. The vast space, filled with countless these fleshy eggs, made him feel oppressed. Just as the boy was about to leave, one of the eggs, for some unknown reason, prematurely hatched. The gigantic petri dish emitted a gurgling sound, and the egg began to tear apart. The boy was terrified, standing frozen for a moment before raising his weapon towards the hatching egg. Finally, the egg shattered completely, the green liquid stained with streaks of red blood. Out of it hatched a completely fleshy monster. It had no head, no hands, just a plump lump of flesh. It looked like a failed creature. Even so, the boy still heard it scream. "Kill me! Kill me!" That was a human voice. The imp quickly realized that it might have been transformed using humans, ultimately becoming this inhuman, ghostly creature. Who could be so heartless? Just as he stared blankly at the monster, its painful, desperate voice rang out again, repeating the same few words. "Kill it!" The imp swallowed hard, aiming his weapon at the petri dish. Finally, he made up his mind and fired a shot. The shot didn't kill the monster, but it shattered the petri dish, causing the monster to fall out along with the murky liquid dot. It had no limbs, and could only writhe on the ground. Even so, it didn't move much, essentially spinning in circles. "Kill me! Please kill me!" The mass of flesh seemed to sense a person standing before it, and it began to plead incessantly with the little devil. This was the little devil's first time encountering such a situation. He hesitated for a long time, but to help the monster find its release, he fired a shot. He tried his best to find a fatal spot, to ease its suffering. But it still took several shots to end the monster's life. After the mass of flesh died, the alarm immediately went off inside the laboratory. It was at this moment that the woman returned. Seeing the dead test subject on the ground, she was filled with rage and vowed to find the little devil. But the little devil had already escaped amidst the alarm. One was a superhuman, the other an ordinary person. The little devil, who hadn't been gone long, was eventually found by the woman. He remembered her exact words. "What I painstakingly created can only be destroyed by me, not by a piece of trash like you." Just as the woman was about to unleash her powers, the little devil luckily found a hidden door. His hand touched the mechanism behind him, the small door opened, and he slid backward, temporarily escaping. But if the woman had pursued him relentlessly, the little devil wouldn't have had the life to endure her torment. Later, Lin Momo and Lin Ruo also arrived in the underground city, unintentionally alerting the woman, which caused her to temporarily abandon the pursuit. In the woman's eyes, the little devil was just an ordinary human. Even if he escaped, as long as he was still on Tonga Island, she could catch him and torture him severely. Having escaped death, the little devil could only continue exploring the underground city. Then, by sheer chance, they bumped into Lin Momo and Lin Ruo. "Do you remember where the lab is?" Lin Ruo frowned, her beautiful brows furrowing as she listened to the boy's description, her pretty eyes appearing even more gloomy. Lin Momo clicked her tongue. She couldn't believe this woman could be so ruthless. But then again, she was a mutant with abnormally evolved abilities. She wondered how she had developed that form. The boy scratched his head. "Actually, I don't quite remember, but if I can get back to this area, I can find my way." "It's alright, let's find the woman first." The lab matter could wait. Finding the injured woman was the most urgent task. The boy was still shaken. Lin Momo noticed this, and made a gesture in the boy's direction. She placed her hand on his neck, and then wiped it. This meant to completely eliminate the woman. The little devil immediately looked at Lin Ruo with admiration. Lin Ruo, oblivious, didn't notice Lin Momo's subtle gesture. "Sigh, he just thinks it's amazing." Lin Momo's words carried a hint of bitterness. When would she be able to be so awesome? Lin Ruo understood the meaning behind her words this time, and he habitually stroked her hair. "You will become very powerful too, if you want to." The little devil standing behind silently hugged his gun tightly. He was the weakest one. After the three of them set off again, they continued searching for the woman's trail. After searching for a while, Lin Momo was the first to discover it. She smelled blood. Although faint, she could still recognize it as a woman's scent. "Can Momo lead us to her?" "Yes." Following the faint scent of blood, they indeed found the woman, barely alive. She was hiding in the laboratory, trying to heal her shattered body. These mutants all possessed a certain healing ability, but if the damage reached a certain peak, the healing ability weakened and eventually ceased to function. She had reached that point. But before any remedial action could be taken, the two men arrived, bringing the despicable human with them. He had injured one of her test subjects, albeit a failed attempt. The woman gasped for breath. She had transformed back into a human from her skeletal form. However, due to her injuries, her human form looked even more terrifying. Her limbs and torso were twisted in a contorted shape, yet she was still alive, and had managed to find her refuge. You, Don't come any closer. The will to survive forced the woman to scream repeatedly. Severely injured, she couldn't use her powers, and could only resort to verbal threats. The test subjects in his hands were still incubating. None of them were usable. Lin Ruo stared blankly at the woman. When he turned to look at Lin Ruo, his expression returned to its usual gentleness, but his tone was chilling. Momo, cut off her head. Huh? Cut off her head. Lin Momo was stunned for a moment, but finally did as she was told. She drew one of the twin swords she carried on her back. Based on the sensation of using her powers in the open space, the twin swords in her hands frosted over again. Then, she began to walk towards where the woman was curled up. With each step she took, an icy footprint was left on the ground. The little ghost hugged his arms, shivering. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that Lin Momo was stronger than before. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I can make you stronger. That man can't be trusted. He's a devil. He's a devil. Lin Momo raised her hand and swung the sword. Chapter 38. Lin Momo didn't even. Her hand swiftly brought the blade down. Lin Momo didn't take the woman's words to heart at all. To her, Lin Ruo was currently her boss. He saved her and taught her how to use her supernatural abilities. If she turned around and bit him, that would be wrong of her. The woman's head was quickly severed, leaving a trail of frost on the ground, freezing the blood. But the woman wasn't completely dead. What to do? She's still alive. Lin Momo held the woman's head helplessly. The scene was incredibly eerie. The little ghost couldn't help but look away, but all he saw were huge petri dishes, making him feel very uncomfortable. Throw it to me. She's still useful. Lin Ruo seemed completely unsurprised by the situation. Besides, she's no longer capable of resisting. Okay. Lin Momo did as she was told. The woman appeared to be alive, but was largely immobile and unable to speak. Her eyes, however, glared hatefully at Lin Ruo. If she still had the strength, she would probably tear Lin Ruo apart first. If it weren't for Lin Ruo, how could she have ended up like this? The head rolled to Lin Ruo's feet. He didn't bend down to pick it up. Instead, he gently raised his hand, and the woman's head floated up from the ground, facing him. He then twisted his hand, and the woman's head turned around, now facing him directly. The little devil, no longer awkward, watched curiously. What's this for? He asked. Just as he finished speaking, he saw the woman's long hair being lifted, revealing a very small number tattooed above her neck. KH-703. As expected. Soon, the hair was let down, and Lin Ruo had a clue about the woman's origins. The problem now was that the woman couldn't speak, and he still wanted to ask her something. Lin Momo, standing at a distance, was unaware of what they were doing. She suppressed her cold aura, restored the knife in her hand to normal, and sheathed it back into the hilt hanging on her back. Just as she was about to walk towards them, she suddenly opened her eyes wide in terror, opening her mouth to shout a warning to the little ghost to watch out behind her. Behind you. Watch out behind you. Her voice couldn't reach the little ghost. She could only convey her message to Lin Ruo through selective thought. But it was too late. Behind Lin Ruo and the little ghost, besides a huge petri dish, was a small experimental table, on which sat a small freezer. The freezer door was transparent, and inside were neatly arranged bottles of green liquid. Those were modified viruses. The woman was unwilling to die like this, and unwilling to accept that they had suffered no loss. Coincidentally, one of the three was an ordinary human. Judging from their interaction, they must have known each other for a long time. Infected directly with the virus without undergoing any conversion process, this obstructive human was bound to be a failure. What would they do with a failure? Would they kill their own companion? Just imagining this scene made the woman feel much better. She used her last bit of supernatural power to open the virus container in the freezer, sending one of the intact viruses flying at incredible speed towards the little devil, exploding in midair upon reaching him. Green liquid instantly splattered onto the little devil. There was a small wound on the back of the little devil's neck, and the green liquid seeped in. Damn, that hurts. What's that? The little devil instinctively reached behind him, and touched a sticky liquid. No way. By the time Lin Momo arrived, it was too late. Lin Ruo, distracted, didn't notice the woman's subtle movements and could only watch helplessly as the woman's head and body in the distance gradually melted, turning into bones, and finally becoming ash, scattered on the ground. What happened to me? The little devil looked at the virus on his hands, then at Lin Momo rushing over. Everything that had happened told him that something bad had happened to him. Will I die? He asked, glancing down at the woman turning to ash on the ground. What bad luck. Actually, the little devil wasn't afraid of death, he just felt regret. He hadn't found his family yet, hadn't confirmed their safety. Will he mutate? Lin Momo looked at the stunned little devil with worry. Lin Ruo remained silent, not answering, his gaze fixed on the little devil. He took a few steps back and looked at the back of his neck. The small wounds had begun to fester, a bad sign. After struggling for a while, the little devil seemed to accept reality, turning to face Lin Ruo. I know what was sprinkled on me wasn't good, and I might turn into one of those monsters. If I become like that, please kill me, but I have one more request. The little devil took a deep breath. I hope they kill me after I mutate, so I can continue searching for my family while I retain consciousness. He knew they had the ability to kill him at any time. Okay. Lin Ruo agreed, glancing at Lin Momo again. This child, in a way, was someone Lin Momo had taken in. You do it. Lin Momo roughly knew what Lin Ruo was thinking and subconsciously entrusted the decision to her. She could kill monsters like the woman who retained consciousness, but she couldn't do that with the little devil yet. The atmosphere among the three became somber. The little devil was the first to lighten the mood, forcing a smile. You're also looking for sheltered survivors, right? I suspect my family is among them. Let's not waste any more time, let's go! With each passing second, he could retain his human form for one less second. He could clearly feel waves of pain shooting through the back of his neck. But he could endure the pain. Without wasting any more time, they returned to the gate. The immediate problem was how to open the door without causing excessive damage. I might have a way. Can we find a control room? The little devil pondered for a long time, then looked at Lin Ruo and Lin Momo. Sure, Momo, you stay here for now. Lin Ruo glanced back at Lin Momo. The biggest threat had been eliminated. Even if the monsters in the lab hatched, the newly hatched monsters weren't very strong, so it wouldn't be a big problem for Lin Momo. Then you two should come back soon. Lin Momo waved her hand, and then watched as Lin Ruo and the little devil disappeared before her eyes. She sighed again. How wonderful, such a convenient ability. But what she didn't know was that the user of this ability experienced extreme discomfort every time it was used. Lin Ruo simply never showed it. As for women, their bodies were completely abnormal, so their endurance was much stronger than other ability users. Soon, the two arrived at the control room. Lin Ruo and Lin Momo had accidentally discovered the control room while exploring the underground city, but they couldn't enter because they couldn't answer the AI's questions or use the corresponding fingerprint and voice control system. Grandpa told me a lot of details. He was probably afraid that Tonga Island would be different when I came back, the little devil said, walking forward towards the equally closed door. A virtual AI avatar immediately appeared before them. It was a female figure, looking gentle and graceful. Before the little devil could speak, the AI initiated authentication. Welcome back, Li Wei. The little guy looked bewildered. Huh, she even knows my name. Lin Ruo remained expressionless. Your grandfather's status on Tonga Island is far more powerful than you currently know. The door to the control room opened. Hearing Lin Ruo's words, the little guy's heart grew heavy. He didn't know his grandfather's exact position here, or when he had been granted such authority. All this time, he had been living outside, undergoing rigorous training. What if one day he never came back? What are you standing there for? Come in. Lin Ruo had already entered first. He didn't know much about Tonga Island, let alone the underground city. The boy rushed inside. To be honest, after spending so much time in the military camp, he was completely clueless about the various high-tech equipment on Tonga Island, let alone the numerous screens and buttons in the control room. He didn't know which was which. I operated. You handle any authentication required, Lin Ruo said, noticing his embarrassment. But since it was his first time using the equipment, Lin Ruo took some time to adjust. During this time, the boy tried to start a conversation. About that woman, I heard you read out a number. Do you know where she came from? The boy was still very curious about Lin Ruo, especially about the woman's last words, calling him a devil. But he didn't care. At least, he didn't have the right to care now. Who knew when he might mutate and become the devil others talked about? She comes from an organization, and I've been searching for her all these years, but I gotten very few leads, the kid boldly stated. You mean, this apocalypse was caused by this organization? Lin Ruo manipulated the keyboard. Not necessarily. Without solid evidence, I can't draw any conclusions. So he continued his investigation. Of course, this was just an extra interest. What he truly cared about was what had happened to Lin Momo. He had been secretly observing her all these years. What step had he missed? What detail had he overlooked that led to this outcome? That's The kid sighed, then continued, could it be related to the underground city on Tonga Island? Everyone had seen the things in the laboratory. That woman alone couldn't have created such a scene. All the equipment there had been prepared before the apocalypse. Perhaps we only be able to solve this mystery after we find your grandfather. Lin Momo quickly typed code on the keyboard, then stopped. Your turn. What do I need to do? Put your palm on it and see if it verifies. Lin Momo pointed to the black cube. The little devil quickly went up and placed his palm on it. The black cube immediately lit up with a blue light, and the AI reappeared. Chapter 39. Confirm to awaken the administrator? The little devil hesitated. Confirm. Awakening mechanism activated. Gate open. Please prepare. After a simple authentication, the AI activated the awakening mechanism. Meanwhile, Lin Momo, still waiting at the gate, noticed a slight vibration. She quickly took a few steps back, looking up at the huge gate slowly opening, thinking how quickly they had succeeded. After hesitating for a moment, she stepped inside first. As soon as someone entered, the lights inside, which had been dim, instantly turned on as if sensing someone's presence. Rows of lights turned on in response. Lin Momo subconsciously shielded her eyes with her arm, only releasing it after her vision adjusted, then looked at everything before her, her mouth slightly agape. The hibernation area in the shelter was very large, with rows of hibernation pods neatly arranged on the ground, each containing a resident of Tonga Island. At the end of the hibernation area was an elevator entrance, with hibernation pods leading both upwards and downwards. Lin Momo curiously wandered around for a bit. The hibernation pods were filled with humans. The transparent glass domes revealed their heaving chests, indicating they were still alive, just in a deep sleep. But not all the hibernation pods were occupied. Lin Momo noticed several empty pods in the corners. These should have originally housed someone, as the glass domes displayed the person's name and basic information. She swiped upwards and discovered the glass domes were actually screens. So she began searching the records. The empty hibernation pod in front of her had originally held a young woman, about her age, who had been released from her sleep a week earlier. What exactly did she do? She thought of the petri dishes in the lab. It wasn't impossible. Lin Momo checked the remaining empty hibernation pods, and found that the people released from them had all been released at the same time. Momo. Just as she was lost in a ridiculous thought, Lin Momo and Xiao Gui walked in. She quickly snapped out of her reverie and joined them. Lin Momo noticed that Xiao Gui's complexion wasn't good. He looked pale. We woke up the administrator. The other hibernators are still in hibernation for now. After entering, they finally confirmed that Tonga Island had indeed activated its apocalypse mechanism, and all the residents were asleep here. Lin Momo told them what she had discovered. That woman must have used the residents of Tonga Island for experiments. When I arrived at the lab, one egg had already hatched. Although it didn't look human at all, I could still recognize its voice. Xiao Gui said after a moment of silence. He was now curious about the woman's background. She didn't seem to be a native of Tonga Island, but if not, where did her access to the underground city come from? Many questions arose, but now wasn't the time to just sit and ponder them. Lin Momo led the two to the administrator's hibernation area. The administrator's hibernation area was on the lowest floor, clearly marked on the elevator sign. Commuters occupied the largest portion, with other categories further divided into different areas. The little boy watched the rapidly descending elevator, suddenly feeling a bit nervous. Could his grandfather be one of the administrators? With this question in mind, they arrived at the final floor. Each floor had motion sensor lights, which were already on when they entered. There were only 5 hibernation pods in the administrator's area, but only 4 people were lying in them. All 4 had already woken up and changed clothes. Grandpa. The little boy's eyes reddened. He was still just a child. Seeing his beloved family member safe and sound, a huge weight lifted from his heart. As long as his grandfather was there, his parents would surely be safe too. Li Cheng saw his grandson, and was also overcome with emotion. He took a few steps forward to take a closer look, but having been lying there for some time, he swayed and almost fell. Fortunately, his strong instincts steadied him. Little boy, it's good that you're alright. Then, his gaze fell on the 2 people behind the little boy. The little boy quickly introduced them. But time was of the essence, so he kept it brief. Knowing that Lin Momo and Lin Momo had saved the little boy, Li Cheng's expression softened. He immediately turned to his 4 companions behind him and gave them orders. Immediately check the safety of personnel in the hibernation zone and the overall situation of the laboratory. Decide whether to awaken other key personnel depending on the situation. Roger. The other 3 were 2 men and 1 woman. They were relatively young. The woman received the order first, then raised her question, what about Yin Sheng? The remaining empty hibernation pod was where Yin Sheng, the woman had mentioned, should have been lying. Mentioning this person's name filled Li Cheng with rage. She's a traitor. She feigned hibernation, and now the laboratory and the other hibernators don't know what's going on. Lin Momo and the other two looked on curiously. For some reason, listening to Li Cheng's description, they immediately thought of the dead woman. Lin Momo immediately went to the empty hibernation pod and checked the information on it. Each hibernation pod corresponded to a previous resident, essentially customized, and the photos of the original users quickly appeared before her. Good heavens, it really was her. Lin Ruo, hearing this, also stepped forward to look, understanding why Yin Sheng had access. Because she was also one of the administrators. The little devil was the last to step forward. Grandpa, she's dead. Seeing Yin Sheng's face, the little devil became angry. If she hadn't launched that sneak attack, he wouldn't have been infected, and he hadn't dared to tell Li Cheng about it yet. Since everyone had finally reunited, he thought it best to delay as long as possible. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng continued to inquire about the details, while urging his subordinates to complete the investigation as quickly as possible. The three men had different expressions upon hearing the news of Yin Sheng's death. But in the end, they all breathed a sigh of relief. When the apocalyptic virus broke out, Tonga Island activated its corresponding apocalyptic mechanisms. At night, all residents were put to sleep by the silent spraying of a dormant fluid into their homes, on the streets, and in various smart appliances within shops. Small robots also began to move, leading all residents into the underground city. The few outsiders were also placed in dormant zones, which had been pre-planned. After the important figures in each zone had also gone into dormancy, it was finally the turn of the administrators. They gave the AI corresponding instructions so that they would be awakened immediately should any danger invade the underground city. Li Cheng was the last to enter hibernation. After the apocalypse virus outbreak, he had been worried about his grandson, Xiao Gui, but for the sake of Tonga Island, he couldn't afford to be sentimental. So, after the order came down, they quickly activated the apocalypse mechanism. While entering deep sleep, he couldn't help but make a call to Jing Cheng, but there was no response. With mixed emotions, Li Cheng laid down in his hibernation pod. But the next second, something even more unbelievable happened. Yin Sheng, who had lived in the underground city for a long time, should have already entered deep sleep, but after he laid down, she stood in front of his hibernation pod. He still remembered her mocking gaze, and her madwoman-like words. TSK, what apocalypse mechanism, they're all our experimental subjects. Filled with boundless anger, Li Cheng finally closed his eyes. Yin Sheng probably wanted to start with something simple, so she didn't immediately attack Li Cheng and the others, but she no longer had that chance. Although Xiao Gui didn't want Li Cheng to be sad, he still spoke up. Grandpa, she's already used some people for experiments, and there are still many eggs in the lab that haven't hatched. Li Cheng closed his eyes in anguish. The worst had happened. Opening his eyes again, he looked at Lin Ruo and Lin Momo. Please keep an eye on the kid. I need to go check on things. Now wasn't the time for reminiscing, he needed to assess the damage before reporting to the highest levels. Li Cheng patted the kid's shoulder, preparing to leave. But he noticed the kid was injured. What happened to your neck? It's nothing. It was quite dangerous along the way, so I got hurt. I haven't treated the wound, so it's gotten infected. The little devil casually laughed it off. Li Cheng, preoccupied with other matters, didn't delve deeper. Lin Momo and Lin Ruo remained silent. Finally, only the three of them remained in the hibernation area. The little devil sighed first. Don't tell my grandfather about my infection for now. Lin Ruo nodded, and Lin Momo followed suit. To alleviate the pain from his wounds, Lin Momo applied a thin layer of ice. We found the residents of Tonga Island. What's next? Lin Momo asked casually. Let's see if we can find any information about Yin Sheng. Since she worked in the underground city, she should be able to find some clues. The three of them left the hibernation area. Before that, they inquired about Li Cheng's office area. Although Li Cheng was suspicious, he didn't hide anything. It's on the 7th floor below. The AI system will provide guidance. What's your relationship with Yin Sheng? Lin Ruo shook her head. I can't really say what the relationship is. I'm just curious about the organization behind her. You probably want to know the truth too, right? Yes. After learning that nearly 20 residents had already been used as experimental subjects, Li Cheng only wanted to get rid of Yin Sheng. Unfortunately, she had already turned to ashes. And these 20 residents, confirmed by other administrators, were beyond saving. Therefore, Only one possibility remained. That was destruction. The virus fused into their bodies wasn't unique to Tonga Island, it was foreign. Their laboratory wasn't originally created for such inhuman experiments. You can go now. The AI will follow instructions while the little devil is here. Li Cheng let them leave. Because the situation was complicated, he didn't plan to awaken the others for the time being. And this action suited the little devil's wishes perfectly. In his current state, he could only stay with Lin Momo and Lin Ruo. Only once he undergoes a transformation can they act in time. Chapter 40. With the help of the little devil, they followed the AI's guidance to the administrator's office area. This floor's office area was large, with the administration area occupying only a portion. The little devil's current permissions weren't sufficient for extensive use, they would need higher permissions to access other offices. So, this was one of the reasons Li Cheng felt comfortable letting them come down. Ah, found it. The little devil immediately used the permissions granted by Li Cheng to open the office door in the administration area. There were only 5 administrators, but the facilities were complete. Lin Momo was the first to find Yin Sheng's workstation. The items on the desk were neatly arranged, with nothing superfluous. A single photograph was placed close to the computer. In the photo, Yin Sheng was wearing a work uniform, her smile gentle and generous. If one only observed her like this, one would certainly think she was a meticulous, conscientious, and gentle beautiful woman. In fact, she was a mad woman. These are all normal work materials. I can't find any useful information. Lin Momo shook her head at Lin Ruo. To have managed to hide among Li Cheng and his group for so long and rise to a managerial position, she must have been extremely cautious and wouldn't allow herself to make any mistakes. There are files here, would you like to take a look? The little devil was looking for another place. The large office contained several small rooms, one of which was the archives room. Access was still required to enter. The little devil rummaged through the files and found the manager's records since joining the company. One of the files had Yin Sheng's name marked on it. Lin Ruo opened the file and carefully examined it. Not a resident of Tonga Island, yet she's the manager of the underground city. The little ghost glanced at it too, noticing that her identity section was filled in as Ruin Capital. Ruin Capital was a place specifically for collecting garbage. All the country's waste was sent there. Described as a garbage-collecting city, its development was orderly, and the environment wasn't much worse than other places, even quite clean. Just collecting waste alone made a lot of money, contributing to the city's development. But the question was, how did she, a resident of Ruin Capital, become the manager of Tonga Island's underground city? It couldn't be possible without someone pulling strings behind the scenes. She's worked on Tonga Island for 5 years, and working in the underground city, she's considered a contributor. She could actually apply to join Tonga Island, and Tonga Island actively recruits talent to retain them. The little ghost rambled on, I wonder what happened. Lin Ruo didn't reply, he carefully examined the file in his hand, finally closing it and handing it back to the little ghost. It's alright, the ruins are our next destination. Are you leaving Tonga Island? The kid asked, puzzled. In his opinion, nowhere was safer than Tonga Island right now. Not only were there no zombies, but the city was surrounded by a protective shield, and food wasn't a problem for the time being. How many people would yearn for such a place in the apocalypse? Yeah, we don't plan to stay here long. Having obtained what she needed, and with a new direction, Lin Rook wouldn't stop her progress because of the apocalypse. Besides, Lin Momo needed training. If she settled into a comfortable life too early, the ambition she had finally mustered to become stronger would quickly resurface. He didn't know how long he could maintain his current state. Before that, he needed to arrange everything for her. Lin Momo noticed Lin Ruo suddenly staring at her and, thinking something was wrong, tilted her head to look back at him. It's nothing, we stay for 2 more days, then we leave. Ah, it's quite safe here. See, her laid-back attitude is back. Lin Ruo was about to say something when the little devil suddenly bumped into the cabinet next to him, making a loud noise. Little devil. Lin Momo rushed forward to help him, but the little devil pushed her away. I'm fine, just a little dizzy. The little devil steadied himself against the cabinet, panting. Ever since contracting the virus, he had felt unwell, and now his whole body was burning up, like he had a fever. He was still able to stand here because he had been persevering. Lin Ruo stared at his pale face for a long while. The virus you're infected with is different from the ones outside, so I don't know what you become. It's okay, as long as I can't maintain my own self, please deal with me immediately. The boy continued to calm down, his complexion finally improving. He made a decision. I leave Tonga Island with you. His thinking was simple, As long as his grandfather and the others didn't witness his death, they would believe he was still alive somewhere. At least there was still hope. Lin Momo didn't speak again. What is this? As the atmosphere grew somber, Lin Momo took a few steps back, turned, and walked away. She saw an open cabinet. Inside the cabinet was an egg-shaped object. It was entirely black, with strange patterns etched on its surface. It looked quite pretty, and Lin Momo couldn't resist touching it. The object immediately glowed with a white light. But the light only flashed briefly before disappearing. Lin Momo glanced at it from afar. That's a unique artifact from the wasteland. Could it be Yin Sheng's? Lin Momo had never heard of an egg-like object coming from the wasteland. Possibly. Before she could finish speaking, the little devil darted out. I go see what's wrong. After all, she was the one she had taken in, and Lin Momo was still a little worried. Lin Momo didn't stop her. He was alone in the archives room. He stared at the object in the cabinet for a long time, finally reaching out. The object vanished from his hand in the blink of an eye. This wasn't an ordinary egg. If Lin Momo hadn't told the whole truth, then this egg could only have been brought by Yin Sheng. It was something from Yin Sheng's hidden organization that represented their identity. So he had to take it. Afterwards, he came out of the archives and found Lin Momo and Xiao Gui huddled in the toilet. What's wrong with Xiao Gui? He vomited a lot. First, he had a high fever, then he started vomiting. Lin Momo couldn't help but think that his current state was very similar to hers when she was at school. However, it was also possible that these were all common symptoms after contracting the virus. He'd probably be fully infected for a while, and this process will be very uncomfortable. I know. The little devil washed his face with a tap, trying to clear his head. Seeing that he could still maintain his composure, Lin Momo nodded. Then let's go back. Aren't we going to look for any other clues? Lin Momo wondered. No need, let's go to the abandoned capital. It seemed they still had to leave this place. She felt a little regretful. The three returned to Li Cheng's side and told him they hadn't found anything but, Grandpa, why is it that she, a person from the abandoned capital, could work in the underground city of Tonga Island for so long, and even reach this position? The little devil asked first, voicing his doubts. Li Cheng was still processing the data in his hands. After this awakening, a lot of data in the laboratory had been altered, a huge change. Therefore, he had discussed with other administrators that they must awaken the higher-ups and another group of researchers. Only they could resolve the current situation. I know what you're trying to say. You suspect there's a mole among us. Li Cheng sighed heavily. I thought about it too, but without solid evidence, I can't raise any questions. I can only make plans slowly. Seeing his grandfather still busy, the little devil didn't disturb him further. They planned to return to the surface. Originally, they went to the underground city to confirm if everyone on Tonga Island was still alive. Now that they had not only confirmed it, but also gained something else, there was no need for them to stay any longer. Just as they were about to leave, Li Cheng called them back. Wait. He wasn't calling the little devil, but Lin Momo. I remember you. You're from Asiatic Technology, right? I knew you looked familiar. Lin Momo nodded yes. Li Cheng then asked, what about Ouyang Su? Is he alright? Dead. Ouyang Su was publicly known as the owner of Asiatic Technology. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng sighed heavily. That's a real pity. We've been dormant for a while now, not a long time, not a short time either, but unexpectedly, things have changed so much. He then asked, will you stay? He had some recollection of Lin Momo. She had always been by Ouyang Su's side, seemingly a capable assistant. Asiatic Technology had a global presence and was highly valued on Tonga Island, so he still held a favorable impression of Asiatic Technology. I won't stay. I want to go see other places and come back when I have the chance. I see. It's always good to retain as many talented people as possible, but since she insisted on leaving, he couldn't force her to stay. Kid, you don't look well. Go home and rest. Your parents won't wake up anytime soon. Don't worry about them. Li Cheng carefully instructed the boy, holding his tablet, while his gaze unconsciously fell on Lin Momo. He hadn't paid much attention to this girl, who looked not much older than his grandson, but now, looking closely, he seemed to sense something about her, a strange feeling he couldn't quite put his finger on. Especially the scarf around her neck. It looked odd no matter how he looked at it. However, he didn't dwell on it, waving his hand to let the boy and the others leave. I know, Grandpa. Don't overwork yourself. The boy said weakly, then left with Lin Momo and the others, returning to the ground. I go with you. The little devil had no intention of going home and decided to stay with them from now on, preparing for the worst. Lin Momo sighed and walked ahead. Lin Ruo, however, repeated, "Are you sure you're prepared? You're not planning to tell Li Cheng? I say goodbye to Grandpa on the day you leave." In short, he didn't want Li Cheng to see him in his worst state. Although he couldn't see his parents, knowing they were safe and sound was good enough. As long as Tonga Island's security system continued to function properly, their safety wouldn't be a problem. The three returned to Lin Ruo's place. Ponching had stayed obediently in the basement until they returned before running upstairs. During that time, out of fear, she even sang a few songs to bolster her courage. Upon seeing Lin Momo, she immediately ran to her and hugged her. Lin Momo patted her head reassuringly. Lin Ruo glanced at Ponching, sensing her presence even without seeing her, and abruptly released Lin Momo, giving her a sweet smile. Actually, Ponching was a very pretty girl, but she had been enslaved by her family for years, working in the fields or doing other miscellaneous dirty work. That's why she looked somewhat dark-skinned now. But Lin Momo was certain she used to be very fair-skinned, because her face, hands, and neck were completely different colors. She needed to take good care of herself. Looking at Ponching, Lin Momo thought of another question, and she turned to Lin Ruo. "Is it Ponching immune to the virus? Can we make serum for her?" She still didn't want to see the little devil lose her self-awareness. The little devil's body can't withstand that long. Lin Momo understood, but she asked with a sliver of hope. She could only leave it to fate. "I want to rest." The little devil couldn't hold on any longer. He was covered in sweat and wanted to shower, but he wanted to sleep even more. Lin Ruo had Philip guide him to the room, then grabbed Lin Momo, who also wanted to sleep. "Come with me." Lin Momo blinked. "Can't I just rest?" "No." "Okay." Patting Ponching's head, letting her play by herself for a while, Lin Momo could only follow behind Lin Ruo. She didn't know what he wanted to do. "What are you taking me to do?" "A medical checkup. I've been feeling pretty good lately, my appetite is great." "That's because you can only eat the snacks I make." "Oh, don't worry about the details." Lin Ruo's villa had a small laboratory built on the first floor. The space wasn't large, but it had all the necessary facilities. Entering the small laboratory, Lin Ruo patted the bed placed in the middle. "Lie down." The way she said it sounded strange. However, Lin Momo obediently complied. After lying down, she noticed that Lin Ruo held a metal block in her hand. Normally, it was just an ordinary piece of sheet metal, nothing special. But Lin Ruo placed this metal block directly on her chest. "What's this for?" The words had barely left her mouth when Lin Momo immediately felt a sharp pain. She stared wide-eyed in surprise. Because she shouldn't feel pain. The metal block decomposed on her body, eventually covering her entire body. Lin Ruo gently stroked Lin Momo's face. "Just bear with it, it'll be over soon." "It hurts." The pain intensified, and she began to writhe on the bed, but unknowingly, her limbs were bound, rendering her completely immobile. The pain then spread to her heart. She could clearly feel her heartbeat slowly weakening. The disintegrating iron cube had invaded her heart. "Let me go! Let me go!" Since her mutation, she had never felt pain, let alone this excruciating agony. "Just bear with it a little longer." Lin Ruo knew she was in pain, but could only repeat these 3 words over and over. After a long while, seeing that he had collected most of the items, he restored the iron cube to its original state. Lin Momo now had a large, bloody hole in her chest, with blue blood continuously oozing out. "It's alright now." He put away the iron cube and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Lin Momo, who had finally recovered, felt as if she were half dead. After a long while, she finally asked, "Didn't you say you were going to check my body? Why does it hurt so much? Didn't I lose my sense of pain?" "Your body is still changing. This feeling is normal." "No way. What if she suffers a terrible blow next time? Won't she be in excruciating pain?" She lay in bed watching Lin Ruo pick up the iron cube and place it on the black surface of the table. This thing was connected to the computer. After the iron cube was placed on the table, a series of data she couldn't understand appeared. Lin Ruo quickly manipulated it. "So will I lose my consciousness again?" Hearing Lin Ruo say this, her body was still changing. Would she become a monster like Yin Sheng? Just thinking about that scene sent a chill down her spine. If it turned out like that, she'd rather die on the spot. "No." Seeing his focused work, Lin Momo didn't disturb him further. She didn't know what the iron cube had done to her, but she suddenly felt incredibly sleepy and fell asleep shortly after lying down on the bed. When she woke up again, it was already midnight. She was woken up by hunger. But Lin Ruo, as if he had foreseen this, had placed several small snacks on her bedside table. Lin Momo quickly unpacked them and started eating. She had already fought with Yin Sheng, and although she hadn't contributed much in the end, her supernatural abilities had still been depleted. After returning and expending so much energy, now was the time to replenish her strength. It was just that the timing seemed a bit off. After eating, Lin Momo couldn't fall back asleep. She wandered around the room, then went to the window and looked outside. Besides the lonely streetlights, there was nothing else to see. The architecture on Tonga Island was indeed beautiful, but one could tire of it after a while. Lin Momo quickly left her room. It was pitch black outside, everyone must be asleep. She intended to check the living room. The electricity was still working, so she thought she could see if she could watch a movie on TV to pass the time. But before she even went downstairs, she heard a strange sound. After listening for a while, she recognized it as the little ghost's painful panting. She hesitated, but finally followed the sound. The little ghost's room door wasn't closed, it was ajar. Peeking through the crack, she saw the little ghost curled up on the floor, shivering, muttering, "Cold, I'm so cold. What happened? He was sweating profusely during the day, and now he's cold. The mutation process must be truly painful." Lin Momo pushed open the door, easily carried him back to bed, and covered him with a blanket. If he's cold, a blanket will do the trick. But it was no use. No matter how many cups he covered it with, it was still cold. Lin Momo stood silently by his bedside, and finally left. There was nothing she could do to help him. She had experienced similar pain herself. "I don't want to die." As she left, Lin Momo heard the little ghost's whimper. Chapter 41. Having finally reunited with her family, and found a safe place to breathe, who would willingly die like this? And this accident shouldn't have happened in the first place. Unable to convey her thoughts to the little ghost, Lin Momo didn't linger. She quietly closed the door and went back to the living room. After fiddling with the TV's controls, she started searching for movies. To her surprise, the TV was connected to the internet. This meant that Tonga Island actually had internet. Seeing the internet, Lin Momo stopped searching for movies to pass the time. The TV could be used as a computer, so she tried searching online for information about the apocalypse. However, after so many days of power and internet outages outside, the information updated online had become even scarcer. Each refresh basically only showed the information she had found in Lin Ruo's previous lab. But it wasn't completely empty. Lin Momo had seen information about people with superpowers before. It was a short video on a social media platform, about 2 minutes long. The superhuman on display was a woman. Lin Momo remembered her, because it was she who had beheaded her. Compared to the first time she saw her, the woman's superpowers were much stronger. In the video, she was fighting a zombie that had clearly advanced, but even the advanced zombie was no match for the woman. It died in just a few moves. In Lin Momo's opinion, the woman must have been modified before the apocalypse. Her use of superpowers was as skillful as Yin Sheng's. Therefore, the zombies that had only recently advanced shouldn't be a match for superhumans, who had undergone early modifications. The video ended quickly, and Lin Momo didn't watch it again. She clicked on the comments below the video. Because of the internet outage in most areas, there weren't many comments. The netizens basically shared the same thought. Superpowered individuals can fight zombies. As long as they organize themselves in an orderly manner, the apocalypse will eventually end. Looking at these comments, Lin Momo fell into deep thought. According to Lin Ruo, the virus is constantly changing, and the zombies will definitely evolve to an even more powerful level. Besides, some reckless humans will experiment on ordinary humans. It's more like monsters than evolution. With zombies attacking from the front and monsters chasing from behind, ending this apocalypse will be quite difficult. Lin Momo yawned and continued searching online. Seeing no news, she couldn't help but log onto eChat again. Unlike the first time she logged in, this time not many messages popped up. Many people had already lost contact. However, to her surprise, her uncle Uxian had left her a message again. Seeing the familiar avatar flashing, she felt a surge of inexplicable excitement. It meant her uncle was still alive in the apocalypse. She could disregard her biological parents, because they had never been kind to her, and it was her maternal grandmother who had financially supported her, though she was now deceased. But Uxian was different. When she too was subjected to emotional abuse, it was Uxian who had always been there for her. She immediately opened the message. "Momo, you're still alive, right? I'm in the ruined capital. If you see this message, please come here no matter what." This time, there were only 2 sentences. Lin Momo obtained a crucial piece of information, the abandoned capital. Lin Ruo's next destination was also the abandoned capital. She stared at the message box for a long time, and just as she was about to close it, someone came downstairs. "Can't sleep?" It was Lin Ruo's voice. She looked up, holding the remote control in her hand. The sofa was against the stairs, and she could see Lin Ruo's beautiful face. "People you like are truly flawless from any angle." "Yeah, I slept enough." "What are you looking at?" Lin Ruo looked at the TV screen and saw the chat box. He recognized the name in the contact's name. "Your uncle? Goodness, you really investigated me thoroughly, even knowing who my uncle is." Actually, Xian spent most of his time with her during her childhood. Later, they maintained contact through letters and the internet. Besides her unreliable family, no one else knew she had an uncle. Lin Ruo paused for a moment, then changed the subject. "Is he still alive?" "I checked the time of the message. It was after the apocalypse, and he said he's waiting for me in the ruined city." "Is that so?" For some reason, Lin Ruo's tone became extremely cold when Xian was mentioned. "You want to see him?" Lin Momo nodded. "Since you know Xian, you should also know about my complicated family situation." "Of course, I want to see him." She hadn't seen Xian in a long time. Without realizing it, Lin Ruo walked up to her and sat down, sitting very close to her. Lin Momo could clearly smell the fragrance emanating from him. Unlike the aroma of food, this sit was relaxing for her. But why was he so close? "Will you go with him?" Lin Ruo asked, his eyes fixed on her, as if he would trap her if she said yes. "But normally, she would leave with her family, wouldn't she?" "Not for now, my condition is unstable." But Lin Momo still gave her answer. After seeing Xian, she might not necessarily go with him. In her unstable state, she worried that she might lose consciousness one day and harm those close to her. Staying with Lin Ruo would be a form of protection. In other words, she was using Lin Ruo to protect herself. Anyway, she was kidnapped by him, so it was a mutual exploitation, wasn't it? In Lin Momo's view, that was their current situation. Lin Ruo's brows remained furrowed after hearing her answer. "You mean you leave later?" He moved closer to her. Lin Momo awkwardly looked away. "Who knows what will happen later? Right now, you're just using me as an experiment, aren't you?" Her tone shifted. Lin Ruo paused, then smiled silently. "That's what you think of me." Before Lin Momo could answer, he continued, "It's okay. You know later that I'm the only one in this world who truly cares for you." Just as Lin Momo was stunned, he suddenly reached out and pinched her cheek hard. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but this time she felt a slight pain. But it was only fleeting, quickly passing by, almost imperceptible. "I'm going to rest a bit more. Soon we be on our way to the abandoned capital to see your uncle Xian." He said nothing more, getting up from the sofa and going upstairs to his room to rest. He hadn't slept much lately, and this was the first time he'd been able to rest properly after coming home. But he suddenly woke up because he sensed Lin Momo's movement. She had gotten up. Lin Momo was unaware that even though they lived together, Lin Ruo was always watching her movements, able to sense everything she did. However, Lin Momo was carefree. Even if she knew, she wouldn't have any thoughts. Watching Lin Ruo return upstairs, she blinked, her gaze finally returning to the large screen. After thinking for a moment, she decided to leave a message for Xian. She typed a short message. "See you in the abandoned capital." She wondered what Xian had become after all these years, what he had done, and why he hadn't come back. The message was sent quickly, but the recipient's profile picture was grayed out, so she didn't know if he would see it. After their chat, Lin Momo lost interest in checking online information. She turned off the TV and stood up from the sofa. There was still some time before daytime, and although she wasn't sleepy, she went back to her room. It was best to maintain a regular sleep schedule. She wasn't like Lin Ruo, that freak. No matter how much she toiled, she was still full of energy. She was a bit slow, but she knew he would sneak out at night. She just didn't know what he was doing. When daylight arrived, the sun was already streaming into the room through the window. The apocalypse had been underway for some time, but the weather was still relatively normal. Ignoring the zombies roaming the city outside, you subconsciously think you were still living in a normal world. Lin Momo tossed and turned in bed for a while. She hadn't slept a wink all night. Now that the sun was high in the sky, she felt sleepy. She rubbed her eyes, sat up, yawned, and finally got out of bed, intending to check on Xiao Gui's condition. Because she hadn't slept all night, she was paying close attention to Xiao Gui's movements. His room was very close to hers, and with the city shut down, it was eerily quiet at night, making her hearing exceptionally sharp. So, almost all night, she could hear Xiao Gui's painful howls. He was experiencing the agony of a drastic change. After a quick wash, Lin Momo went to Xiao Gui's room. The door was open. She peeked inside and found that Xiao Gui wasn't lying in bed. She saw that the once clean sheets were now stained with blood and stray hairs. Little devil? Realizing something was wrong, she immediately went inside. The room had a separate bathroom. She could hear running water, indicating someone was inside. Lin Momo immediately knocked on the door, and when it opened, Little Devil's pale and weak figure appeared before her. Ah! Little Devil had lost all his hair. He was now a hard-boiled egg. Little Devil seemed a little embarrassed, raising his hand to rub his bald head. I don't know why I woke up like this, but I tried shaving my head before when I was in military school. Lin Momo sighed and patted his shoulder. Lin Ru appeared behind them unnoticed. Pack your things, we're leaving today. Lin Momo turned around in surprise. Weren't we supposed to stay? Leaving today. Little Devil, still standing in the bathroom, hesitated. I want to see Grandpa one last time before I leave. Chapter 42. The Little Devil didn't know how much longer he could hold on, but in just one night, all his hair had fallen out. He wasn't sad or heartbroken about becoming bald, only regretful that his time on Earth was running out. Even if he had to leave Tonga Island, he still needed to say goodbye to his grandfather. Go ahead, we wait for you here. Lin Ru didn't refuse. Having received permission, the Little Devil quickly tidied himself up, put on his hat, and hurriedly left. Watching the Little Devil disappear, Lin Momo looked at Lin Ru standing beside her. Did something happen that made you rush to leave? She remembered that he had originally planned to stay here for a few more days. Yes. He even admitted it. This surprised Lin Momo. She thought that given his mysterious demeanor, he wouldn't say anything. So she continued to ask. What happened? There are clues about a virus outbreak in the ruins. Knock. How did he get this information? Is it true? I'm not sure. That's why I want to get there as soon as possible. Lin Momo didn't ask any more questions. She turned to look upstairs. Ponching was standing there, watching them. Looking at Ponching, she considered a serious problem. In their current group, Lin Ru seemed normal, but she was actually a bit neurotic. The Little Devil was infected with the virus, and they didn't know when it would break out. And she herself wasn't normal either. Under these circumstances, leaving Tonga Island with Ponching didn't seem like a good idea. Don't leave me here. Ponching was very perceptive. She could roughly sense what they were thinking and immediately voiced her thoughts. Lin Momo paused, looking at Lin Ru. Wouldn't it be better for Ponching to stay here? Yes, but we need to take her away. Huh? Lin Ru's answer surprised her. Ponching breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his reply. She knew the dangers outside, of course, but she was simply too terrified. She felt a sense of security by Lin Momo's side, and she was willing to go wherever she wanted. If only that man named Lin Ru wouldn't be so petty. Lin Ru glanced back at Ponching, then his gaze returned to Lin Momo. He didn't explain why. Are you hungry? He changed the subject. Lin Momo didn't intend to press him. Whatever he wanted to do, as long as they weren't separated, one of them would eventually find out. Hungry. Lin Ru generously gave him several new kinds of snacks. Just the aroma alone made his mouth water. He was incredibly tempted. Meanwhile, the Little Devil had already borrowed a shared flying car from the roadside and was heading home. He had already contacted Li Chung and knew Li Chung was home. While driving through the streets, he could vaguely see a few people walking on the sidewalk. It seemed Li Chung was gradually awakening the sleeping humans, but their numbers were small. Most of the time the streets were still empty, except for the robots that periodically came out to sweep the streets. Soon he arrived home. Li Chung was resting at home. He had only recently returned from the underground city, and planned to rest briefly before packing some things to return to the underground city. Many things awaited his attention. Grandpa, I'm home. Li Chung was taking a sip of tea when the little boy opened the door. You're back. His previously calm tone suddenly rose a few octaves. What happened to your hair? Even though the little boy was wearing a hat, Li Chung still sensed something was amiss. Seeing he couldn't hide it any longer, the little boy simply took off his hat, revealing his bald head, and grinned sheepishly. Nothing much. I shaved my head. It's easier that way. Li Chung hesitated for a moment, recalling how the little boy used to shave his head when he was younger, and then didn't think much of it. It looks good too. How's life at military school? It's fine, but everyone's fate is unknown now. Mentioning this made the little boy's mood somewhat depressed. However, he needed to get down to business now. He feared he'd feel reluctant if he didn't speak up soon, So he took a deep breath and spoke before Li Chung could finish. Grandpa, I don't plan to stay on Tonga Island. I want to leave with Lin Ru and the others. Li Chung was stunned. What did you say? I want to leave. This time, it wasn't just a thought, it was a desire. You sent me to military academy for so many years, I'm a soldier now. Tonga Island is only so big, it can't accommodate more survivors from the outside world. What my comrades couldn't do, I want to continue doing, protecting more lucky ones. In a sense, this was an excuse, the easiest excuse to sway Li Chung. But if the kid hadn't been infected and had the ability, he would have done the same. Li Chung remained silent for a long time. I understand. Don't worry about your parents. Once things at the lab are settled, the remaining dormant individuals will awaken one by one. He relented. Don't worry about things at home. Thank you. The boy felt a sense of relief. His previously dizzy body seemed to clear up considerably. He didn't leave immediately, wanting to say a few more words to his grandfather before leaving. Grandpa, what are you going to do with the virus in the lab and those experimental subjects? The boy had been infected with the virus there, and he was very worried about what would happen to these things. Li Chung reassured him, they're already being destroyed. It might be a bit cruel for the cyborgs, who are about to hatch, but those people are no longer truly human, they're monsters. Knowing that Yen Sheng had used their people for experiments, Li Chung was furious, but they had no other choice but to destroy them according to regulations. The boy shuddered involuntarily upon hearing this. What would his grandfather's reaction be if he knew he was also infected with the virus? Would he hide him? Or would he obey orders and destroy him as well? Grandpa, they're still waiting for me. I have to go now. We contact each other again when we reach a place with a signal. The boy flicked his mechanical watch. This is exclusively for Tonga Island. Li Chung nodded, not trying to stop him any longer, and handed him the weapon box hidden at home. It's dangerous for you outside. You definitely need this. Okay. The kid didn't refuse. After saying goodbye to his grandfather again, the kid rode his flying bike back to Lin Rua's residence on Tonga Island. They were already waiting for him in the car. Lin Momo, sitting in the passenger seat, rolled down the window, tapped on the door, and gestured for him to get in. The kid didn't hesitate, and got in with the weapon box. They only been home a short while, and now they had to leave again. Everyone was present, and Lin Rua started the car and drove away. The journey was smooth, and after passing the checkpoint on Tonga Island, it was even smoother. The bridge was still the same as when they arrived, empty and bare. It wasn't until they left that they finally understood why there were no zombies around Tonga Island. It turned out that the guard robots inside, like the cleaning robots in the city, would periodically come out to clean up the zombies. Just as they reached the end of the bridge, one robot killed a low-level zombie, and then another robot systematically dragged the dead zombie away. This is amazing. Lin Momo was dumbfounded. The atmosphere on Tonga Island was on a completely different level from other places. Not long after they had completely left, a van slowly drove towards Tonga Island. If Lin Momo could see the two vans at this moment and recognize the woman sitting inside, she would definitely recognize her. The person sitting in the car was Lin Xiao. After escaping, Lin Xiao and the other two were in a terrible state, but they still headed towards Tonga Island as planned, meeting other people along the way who accompanied them. Now, they were finally almost home. A week later, Lin Momo, sitting in the car, saw a huge building in the distance, a chimney. We're almost at the ruined capital, Lin Ru reminded her. Pan Xing, sitting in the back of the car, would curiously look at the scenery outside whenever he was awake. But the little devil wasn't having such an easy time. His body had been fluctuating wildly for the past week. He would either have a fever or chills, frequently suffer from nosebleeds, and now his vision was impaired, with a thin white film covering both eyes. But as long as he remained conscious, he couldn't bear to leave. During this time, to make the little ghost more comfortable, Lin Momo used her healing abilities to keep him calm during his rest periods. But that was all she could do. Anything more was ineffective. Lin Momo glanced back at the little ghost, feeling truly sorry for him. However, she also had doubts. He was indeed changing, but the mutation process was slow, and his consciousness remained. Unlike other humans who quickly turned into monsters or zombies, he was a kind of anomaly. She couldn't help but ask Lin Rua several times. Would the little ghost be like her? Lin Rua didn't give a definite answer. Because the virus he was infected with was different from the virus that broke out in the apocalypse, while Lin Momo herself had been poisoned for a long time. The sources were different, so the final results were different. Without a clear answer, Lin Momo wasn't discouraged. One should always be optimistic, and she held a strong belief that the little ghost's subsequent changes would develop in a positive direction. So she casually released her supernatural power again, making the restless little devil feel better, and the temperature inside the car dropped considerably as a result. This past week, they weren't just on the road. During this time, Lin Momo also got out of the car to let her deal with low-level zombies, training her on how to use her supernatural power more skillfully. Not to brag, but she felt she had quite a talent. At least after explicitly accepting the training, she discovered that her supernatural power was actually quite easy to control. It was just that the storage capacity was limited, and she would get hungry very quickly. According to Lin Momo, she would also advance, though she was probably still at the lowest level right now. Chapter 43. The closer they got to the ruined city, the more zombies appeared. This city was known for collecting all sorts of garbage, and it had a considerable number of residents, so the large number of zombies wasn't surprising. The virus was also spreading rapidly. Fortunately, Lin Momo's car was sturdy enough that even mutated monsters might not be able to destroy it, let alone ordinary zombies. Lin Momo had seen it before. She was curious about how the car moved. She had never seen Lin Momo refuel at a gas station. With a loud crash, the car jolted violently. It had clearly hit something. They didn't pay much attention, but the little devil cried out in pain with his eyes closed. Along the way, Lin Momo had been hitting zombies that were fearless and relentlessly charging forward. They felt no pain and didn't know how to avoid it. Their hunger drove them forward. "Momo, do you want to go directly to Yusen?" Lin Momo suddenly asked. Even if I wanted to find him, he didn't give a specific address. The ruined capital is vast, divided into several areas. Now that we're here to find him, how to find him is another question. Do what you want to do first. As for your uncle, let fate decide. Knowing he's still alive is enough for now. If fate allows, they will meet again. There's another reason why Lin Momo isn't in a hurry. She unconsciously touched her neck, where a silk scarf was tied. The stitches would never disappear, and her eyes. What would Yusen's reaction be if he saw them? She didn't have the courage to face it yet. Lin Momo didn't reply, continuing to drive. Before they had fully entered the ruined city, he stopped temporarily. "Does Asia Technology have a company here?" Lin Momo asked casually. "No." So it seemed they really had followed Yin Sheng's tiny clue. Lin Momo rested her chin on her hand, looking at the scenery outside the car window, and asked again. "Then why aren't you continuing?" "We're almost there. There are too many zombies at the entrance. I want to find another path to go in." Lin Momo replied while looking down at the car's central control system, adjusting the optimal route. Lin Momo continued to look outside idly. With a bang, a dirty, bloody handprint was immediately imprinted on the window, and the zombie's wrecked face appeared. It turned out that some zombies nearby had heard the noise and come looking for it. TSK. Lin Momo remained in her original position, staring at the zombie outside the window. Perhaps it hadn't found anything to eat. The zombie outside was emaciated and missing a hand, but when it saw someone inside the car, its cloudy eyes lit up. It opened its mouth and hissed, its torn nails scratching at the window, making a piercing sound. Pan Xing covered her ears in fear. Lin Momo noticed. She stopped studying the zombie, reached out, and pressed her hand against the window, concentrating her supernatural power in her palm. The icy touch transmitted through the glass to the zombie's hand. A few seconds later, the zombie froze solid. Lin Momo had just determined her route and started the car. As the car moved, the frozen zombie shattered into pieces and fell to the ground, looking rather pitiful. "You're starting to get the hang of it." Lin Momo turned and glanced at her. He had rarely dealt with the zombies along the way. Lin Momo had handled most of them. She was a bright student. Once she was willing to learn, she picked things up quickly. He had known this before. But she just didn't seem to care about anything, so she appeared quite lazy. "Well, I guess so." Lin Momo replied lazily, leaning her head against the car window, her eyes narrowing. She was a little sleepy, and wanted to go to sleep. "Don't oversleep, we'll be there soon." "Just a little while." She opened her mouth slightly, her body slowly sinking in. Lin Momo sighed softly, but didn't stop her. He looked back through the rearview mirror. Pan Xing was still wide awake, but the little devil was still asleep. The car drove on for a while longer. Even with the chosen route, zombies were still plentiful. When passing through residential areas, survivors in the buildings would secretly peek out from behind their curtains when they heard a car approaching. Ordinary humans who had managed to survive this long lived tenaciously, like weeds, refusing to give up hope. Lin Momo was driving quickly, probably to find her way. Because of this, Someone threw an empty can at the car from a height, with considerable force, trying to attract their attention. Lin Momo, who wasn't sleepy to begin with, opened her eyes and glanced up. She saw the culprit holding a white cloth outside the window, with a sentence written on it, "Don't go forward, there's a monster." The white cloth was clearly prepared in advance. "Hey," he said, "there's a monster ahead, he's warning us." "I know." Lin Rua didn't stop, but continued forward. The man who warned them, seeing the car didn't slow down, stopped warning them. He folded up the white cloth and stood by the window watching their car drive away. This wasn't the first time he warned them. Some believed him, some didn't. But he knew clearly that if they continued down this road, no one would return alive. He was just a little disappointed. They drove on for a while longer. After confirming there was indeed something ahead, Lin Momo became fully alert. She focused her attention and saw a roadblock ahead, but it had been destroyed. What kind of monster is ahead? Let's get out. Lin Rua suddenly stopped the car and turned to her. Lin Momo pointed to herself. Me? Yes, grab your weapons, get out of the car, and take care of the monster. Goodness, this man could give her goosebumps when he was nice to her. Now, to train her, he's so cold-blooded it's heartbreaking. Of course, the heartbreak is fake. She pouted, but still did as she was told. The twin swords were in the trunk of the car. She obediently opened the car door and went to the back, took out the twin swords, and slung them over her shoulder. Find the monster, we wait for you here. Lin Rua didn't intend to continue. Okay. Lin Momo sighed, carrying the twin swords, and continued walking alone against the zombie. She crossed the destroyed roadblock. Ahead was a fog, very similar to the fog that had first appeared in Jingcheng, also emitting a foul odor. She sniffed, feeling a bit uncomfortable. A keen sense of smell isn't always a good thing. Heh. She heard a sound, caught a scent. The surrounding zombies began to approach. Even though Lin Momo could now be considered a zombie, she didn't know when it started, but these zombies who initially considered her one of their own had begun to see her as food. This forced her to expend more effort to deal with them. Before encountering any monsters, Lin Momo didn't want to waste her abilities. She drew the twin swords from her back, exerted a little force, and charged forward. The blades were sharp enough that she almost killed them one by one, instantly dispatching many low-level zombies. Just as she was satisfied with her handiwork, Lin Momo heard the sound of eating beside her. She turned her head to look through the mist. She saw a bald zombie with eyes the same color as hers, lying on the ground eating. Unlike what she had seen before, this zombie wasn't eating humans, but other zombies. A comparison of the two. One was mangled and broken, the other strong, with clearly visible muscles. This zombie, which was feeding, had already advanced. Lin Momo also noticed something else. The dead zombie's skull had been ripped open, and in the very center was an ice blue bead. She noticed the advanced zombie pick up the bead and put it in its mouth. It made crunching sounds as it chewed, as if it were eating something incredibly delicious. The next second, she clearly felt the zombie's strength increase. An unbelievable thought arose in her mind. But before she could think about it further, the zombie, having finished feeding, turned its attention to her. Food, delicious food. Knock. Why? Everyone else is. Why is it only you who can talk? Lin Momo was annoyed. She gripped her twin swords, ready to fight. This zombie clearly saw her as food, probably assuming she also had one of those beads in her head. It licked its mouth, which was smeared with black blood, and lunged forward with lightning speed. Its leaping ability was incredible. In an instant, it was in front of Lin Momo, its powerful arms swinging forward, its claws, with sharp nails, clawing towards her head. She immediately raised her twin swords, forming an X shape, to block the attack. That's strong. She hadn't even seen the monster yet, and had already encountered this advanced zombie. How unlucky. She then pushed forward forcefully, and the zombie staggered back. Two knives moved with effortless grace in her hands. She leaped forward with a quick push of her toes, tossing one knife forward, aiming straight for the zombie's head. But he was intelligent. He caught Lin Momo's knife with his bare hands and grinned, as if to mock her. But when he looked up, Lin Momo, who should have been standing in front of him, was gone. He gasped in surprise. The next second, a sharp blade pierced through the center of his forehead. Lin Momo had appeared behind him silently. She had struck its most vulnerable spot. Seeing that it no longer struggled, she calmly pulled the knife out, then bent down to pick up her other knife, and sheathed it back on her back. Perhaps out of curiosity, she even glanced back at the zombie's head. There really is one. A red bead was exposed from the pierced wound on her forehead, its luster noticeably better than the blue one. She didn't know the difference. She could tell Lin Ru about this discovery when they returned. Chapter 44. Never mind, I take it. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Momo decided to take the red bead with her, even though it felt a little disgusting when she took it out. She thought Lin Ru would probably be interested in these things. Moreover, it seemed to have an effect on other zombies' advancement. If that were the case, it wouldn't be good news. After putting the red bead away, she continued walking forward through the mist. Lin Momo could roughly sense a powerful creature ahead, probably the monster the man had warned her about. Taking a deep breath, she followed the faint scent to find the monster's trail. Behind her, a low building loomed in the distance. A blurry figure appeared in the window of the top floor, its gaze fixed on Lin Momo before quickly disappearing again, completely unnoticed by her. The mist grew thicker. Lin Momo felt like she was lost. The further she walked, the less direction she felt. The surrounding buildings became blurry, a feeling that made her uncomfortable. She could clearly sense the monster beside her, and it seemed to sense her presence, constantly emanating a threatening aura. Lin Momo stopped, ceasing all further forward, and closed her eyes. She strained her senses to their fullest extent. Since transforming into this form, not only had her sense of smell become more acute, but all 5 senses had been enhanced. However, in this state, she constantly received extremely subtle stimuli, causing her to become irritable and her energy to be severely depleted. Lin Ru knew her situation and had taught her how to block and reduce this perception. Now was the time to unleash it all. She accidentally lost control, her senses were amplified to their maximum, and she began to feel unwell. Her nose started bleeding. However, despite the discomfort, there was still progress. Lin Momo found the monster. It turned out that all the surrounding mist was released by it to conceal itself, allowing it to better capture its prey when it entered its trap. She raised her hand to wipe the blood from her nose, her icy blue eyes gleaming slightly. I saw it. A deformed figure flashed past her eyes, and then disappeared. It was very fast. Because of this, she couldn't suppress her senses yet. Food. My food. A grating roar sounded from behind, and a brown hand, seemingly out of nowhere, landed on Lin Momo's shoulder. Its arm was riddled with disgusting little holes. Densely packed, it was enough to give anyone goosebumps just looking at it. The endless stream of mist was emanating from the cave entrance. It opened its jet-black lips, repeatedly uttering the same phrase, "Food, I'm so hungry." The monster, relying on its mist, had already caught quite a few edible things, and Lin Momo before it was no exception. It suddenly tightened its grip, intending to break Lin Momo's shoulders. But the next instant, it felt a chilling sensation, as if it had plunged into an icy sea. Splash, splash. The food the monster had just caught shattered into ice blocks, scattering across the ground. Food? Where did the food go? Ha! From the mist, Lin Momo's true form swooped down from above, her hands gripping twin swords tightly, her supernatural powers coating them in frost. She charged at the monster with incredible speed. The monster seemed to sense something, staring blankly upwards. The last thing it saw was the beautiful blades. Then its head separated from its body. It died before even touching its food. The head rolled to the side, looking rather pitiful. Lin Momo exhaled a puff of icy mist, and sheathed her twin swords again. She had thought it would be some formidable monster, but it was far inferior to Yan Sheng. Knowing it would use sneak attacks, Lin Momo had specially created a distraction. That was her newly learned skill. Ice creation. If her abilities were sufficient, she could use her ice-based powers to create objects of various shapes. So, the monster that just grabbed her wasn't the real her. It was another version of herself she created using ice. After the monster died, the surrounding mist gradually dissipated, and its true form slowly appeared before Lin Momo's eyes. To be honest, this monster's attack power might not be that strong, but its support abilities were pretty amazing. Such a large area of mist all originated from its body, it was practically a perpetual motion machine. After clicking her tongue in amazement, Lin Momo stepped forward, wanting to see what the monster actually looked like. But what she saw made her want to gouge her eyes out. Good heavens! This monster was covered in holes from head to toe, and it emitted an indescribable stench, like a pile of garbage emitting a nauseating, putrid smell on a hot day. Lin Momo gagged. Her senses had been heightened to a certain level for dealing with the monster before her. Her sense of smell was now much more acute than before. Lin Momo felt that even if she wasn't killed by the monster, she would be suffocated by the stench. She tried to lower her senses, and quickly left. As the fog dissipated, the surrounding buildings gradually became clearer. She then noticed that there were quite a few low-level zombies lying dead on the ground. So monsters and zombies were actually opposites? With these questions in mind, Lin Momo started walking back. This was her first time walking on the streets of the abandoned city. After all, this place wasn't a tourist attraction. Apart from those who lived or worked here, very few outsiders entered. Lin Momo walked back, observing her surroundings. This area seemed to be mostly residential. The garbage dump wasn't in this area, and the seemingly nearby chimney was actually quite far away. It was only visible because it was so massive. After taking a few more steps, Lin Momo paused. She glanced up at the building next door. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she felt someone watching her from the shops nearby. The shop windows were sealed shut, the curtains weren't drawn, but there was no one standing by the windows. Worried that there might be something strange nearby, Lin Momo heightened her senses, focusing her scan on the shops. She sensed nothing. She scratched her head in confusion. Was it really just her imagination? Her stomach rumbled again at that moment. She was hungry. Her superpower was incredibly weak. It was a major flaw. Sighing, since she couldn't sense anything anyway, Lin Momo didn't dwell on it and continued walking back. After she walked away, a tall figure vaguely appeared in the previously empty shop window. His face gradually became clearer. He was a very strikingly handsome man, so strikingly handsome that it bordered on vulgar, but good looks are good looks. Just staring at his face, one couldn't help but be captivated. He had been watching from the shadows ever since Lin Momo stepped in. He watched her relax and communicate with that man in the car, watched her deal with an advanced zombie, and watched her cleverly kill the mist monster that had been lurking nearby. She really had grown a lot. I'm back. Seeing Lin Ruo's car, Lin Momo ran over and opened the door, excitedly showing off her achievement. I not only dealt with the monster, but I also killed an advanced zombie. Lin Ruo looked at her gently, patting her soft hair. Just as she was about to say something, her eyes suddenly flashed, and her expression turned serious. Who did you see? Huh? What? I smell. Lin Momo pouted. Stinky? That monster smelled terrible. It must have picked up this, right? No, it's a different smell. A different smell? Lin Momo lowered her head and sniffed herself, only detecting a faint stench. She couldn't really smell anything else. She didn't like smelly things and wanted to take a bath. Seeing Lin Momo's puzzled expression, Lin Ruo asked again, Didn't you encounter anyone else on the way? No. It was either zombies or monsters. Those monsters have their own territories. Humans couldn't possibly be there. What exactly was making Lin Ruo so concerned? Lin Ruo stared at her for a while, making sure she wasn't lying before sitting back down. Never mind if you're not. What? Lin Ruo's eyes darkened when she couldn't see him. That person did it on purpose. He deliberately left traces in front of him. Seeing Lin Ruo's refusal to speak, Lin Momo didn't bother to press him further, instead telling him her discovery. This. She handed the red bead to Lin Ruo. I saw advanced zombies attack lower-level zombies, then pull something like this bead from their heads. Lin Ruo composed himself. There's a lot of stored energy on it. He determined what it was with just one glance. Not long after the red bead was taken out, the little devil sitting behind him seemed to sense something and suddenly opened his eyes. Those eyes, covered in a white membrane, strained to open. It smells so good. Lin Momo turned around in surprise, then looked down at the bead lying in her hand. Finally, she tentatively handed the bead to him. The little ghost's reaction became even more pronounced. Because he couldn't see, he raised his hand and groped around, finally finding the bead, and then put it in his mouth. Similar to the actions of the advanced zombie earlier, he swallowed it directly. Will there be any problems? Lin Momo was a little worried. He's still conscious. Let's see how it develops. Lin Ruo wasn't sure either. After eating the bead, the little ghost gradually calmed down. He closed his eyes again, his breathing slowly slowing. He fell asleep. Let's go. Can we find a place to rest? I want to take a shower. Lin Momo suggested. She didn't like the smell on her body. Okay. The mist monster was dealt with, and many houses nearby were now available, enough for them to choose from. Chapter 45. The car slowly drove through the streets, entering the area that had previously been shrouded in mist. Now that the monsters had been dealt with, the place was exceptionally quiet. Not only were there few zombies, but no humans had ventured there. However, in a few days, if someone discovered that the monsters had been cleared, many people would surely come. After all, this was previously a place occupied by monsters and zombies. Now that the threat had been eliminated, the remaining supplies would inevitably attract unwanted attention. After circling around for a while, Lin Ruo chose a detached house that looked relatively pleasing. After parking the car, The group began to get out. But the little imp sitting in the back seat couldn't be woken up no matter how much she called him. His body was burning hot, seemingly ever since he ate the bead. The little imp can't be woken up. Lin Momo glanced at Lin Ruo. Lin Ruo didn't seem too concerned. Let him stay in the car, it's very sturdy. In short, even if he mutated and went berserk inside the car, it wouldn't be a big problem. Okay. Lin Momo took Pan Xing's hand and went inside with Lin Ruo. The house was originally locked, but Lin Ruo somehow managed to pry the door open without a scratch. Wow. This guy seems to know all sorts of skills. So no matter how bad the world gets, he can handle it with ease. Here you go. Lin Ruo conjured another dress out of thin air, this time a different color, quite similar to her eye color. She took it while asking, how many dresses do you actually own? A grown man, hiding so many dresses. Does he have the foresight to know he'd be traveling with a mutant zombie, or does he have some other fetish? Lin Ruo's words shattered her expectations. They're all your size. If you don't want to wear a skirt, I have others. Do you want to take a look? No, no. Lin Momo waved her hand, pulling Pan Xing along to go wash up together. But after a few steps, Lin Ruo called her back. There's an extra bathroom. Let's shower separately. What's the big deal? Pan Xing is still young, and she's a girl. No way. Pan Xing stared blankly at Lin Ruo talking to herself, experiencing the same thing as the little imp. But she knew this was Lin Ruo, and Lin Momo's unique way of communicating. The two remained silent for a while. Lin Momo finally gave in. She couldn't stand the smell on her body, and let go of Pan Xing's hand. Pan Xing stood there, at a loss. Can you shower by yourself? Lin Ruo stared at her. Holding the clothes Lin Momo had prepared for her, Pan Xing nodded timidly, okay. Of the three, she was most afraid of Lin Ruo. Even the mutated little ghost hadn't frightened her this much. In Pan Xing's eyes, Lin Ruo exuded an aura of danger. Before Lin Ruo could nod, she darted off with the clothes to another bathroom. Lin Ruo knew Pan Xing's attitude towards him, but he didn't care. He glanced at his mechanical watch, tapping the touch screen. A transparent projection quickly appeared in the air. He swiped up a few times, and a human figure appeared on it, the data fluctuating constantly. A name was recorded on it. Lin Momo. He was constantly monitoring Lin Momo's vital signs. Including when Lin Momo was fighting the monster, the data he observed would also fluctuate accordingly. She was no longer unable to use her powers at will, unlike before. Her only weakness now was that her energy was running low. So if she encountered a stronger opponent and her powers were exhausted, she would be left defenseless. She possessed powerful healing abilities, but these weren't unlimited. Once the damage reached a certain point, she would face death. Like her sewn-up head. If she missed her chance, she would truly die. Lin Momo, already in the bathroom, was completely unaware that everything about her was under Lin Ruo's control. However, even if she knew, she wouldn't react much. If she cared, she would have called the police the moment she realized Lin Ruo was following her. Not only did she not do so, but she even observed him when he deliberately revealed his presence, finding it amusing. Finally, after a clean and comfortable shower, getting rid of the smell, Lin Momo felt much better. She casually tossed away her old dress. Only then did she have the mind to observe the house she was currently staying in. The house was a detached 3-story building. But it wasn't a villa. She also saw a photo of the owners, hanging on the wall. It was an elderly couple. Their faces looked kind and gentle. When they entered, the house was already empty. Or rather, in any building shrouded in mist, there was no space for human habitation. They had either escaped or perished in the monster's belly. Lin Momo observed as she walked downstairs. Her bathroom was on the 3rd floor. But on the 2nd floor, she stopped. She saw something strange. There, too, was a photo on the wall of a young man. Judging from his appearance, he resembled the elderly couple and was likely their son. He also lived in the same house. The strange thing she found was in the photograph. It was a full-body shot, and the man was wearing a bracelet on his wrist. Lin Momo recognized it. Not long ago, after defeating the monster, she went to examine the corpse and inadvertently noticed the bracelet. The bracelet was ordinary, but the pendant was very eye-catching. The blue jewel shimmered and looked quite beautiful. However, in this apocalyptic world, such things were practically useless, less useful than a loaf of bread. Now that Jewel appeared in the photograph again, what a coincidence, the man was a mutated monster. His appearance was so different that she couldn't recognize him at all. Staring at the photograph, he was actually quite handsome. What are you looking at? Lin Ruo appeared silently behind her, startling her. Why do you always walk so silently? That's because you're not vigilant enough. Lin Ruo pinched her cheek. You still haven't answered me. What are you looking at? What's so interesting about the man in the photo? He's ugly, and his smile isn't good either. Lin Momo had no idea what he was thinking and truthfully told him what she knew. Are you sure? Of course. Search the room and see if there's anything suspicious. Lin Ruo even offered to explain he can turn into a monster because he actively modified himself. His situation should be similar to Yen Sheng's. If the base is in the ruined capital, then there should be clues in the house. Lin Momo nodded to indicate she understood. They were actually quite lucky. A random house they found led them to a clue. So she and Lin Ruo split up, intending to search the house for anything useful. They found nothing, but instead, in Panqing's bathroom on the first floor, they found a pile of receipts, medical records, and some prescriptions. It turned out that the bathroom Panqing was using was the man's room. Lin Momo casually flipped through a few of the medical records. It was cancer, and it was already in its late stages. Judging from the timeline, the man initially went to the hospital diligently for treatment and was hospitalized. Even so, he was bound to face death sooner or later. Later, for some unknown reason, he was discharged and then went to see doctors from somewhere else, taking a bunch of random medications. That's how the prescriptions came about. Lin Ruo remembered the original address on the prescription. We can go check here. They couldn't miss any place. Having just arrived, they planned to rest here for the night before continuing their journey. I'm hungry. Lin Momo rubbed her rumbling stomach. I make you some food. Isn't this supposed to be snacks? Let's try a new sample. Lin Ruo had collected quite a few mutated plants along the way in his spatial storage, but most were low level, very few were advanced. He made snacks because they were easy to carry. Given the opportunity, he still hoped she could eat like a normal human. As a result, preparing dinner took a lot of time. Because he had to make 2.1 portion was for Lin Momo, and another for him and Panqing. As for the little devil, he didn't need to eat for the time being. He and Panqing ate normal food. The space already had plenty of food stored up, but to save time, he made fried rice. Compared to Lin Momo's rather lavish dinner, theirs seemed rather simple. Lin Momo felt a little embarrassed looking at herself eating alone. She handed Panqing a bottle of milk. The milk was found in the house, and still had a long time before it expired. Children are growing, so they should drink more milk. So she put all the milk she found into Lin Ruo's space, and thankfully, he didn't refuse. Then, she began to eat. Lin Ruo's portion was large, and the style and taste were different from what he had made before, but the same thing was that it filled the emptiness in her stomach. Her energy was full. Looking at the empty bowls and chopsticks, Lin Ruo stared at Lin Momo again. Nothing changed. Lin Momo wiped her mouth. What changed? I'm a little full, and the taste is better than before. Not this. Then nothing. Hearing Lin Momo's answer, Lin Ruo's pretty face clearly showed disappointment. So it didn't work. Huh? Nothing. He casually ate a few mouthfuls of rice, got up, and went back to the kitchen to rummage around. Panqing had already finished her rice, and even her milk. Seeing how well-behaved she was, Lin Momo took out a few candies for her. She had just grabbed some. She couldn't eat them, but Panqing could. Thank you, sister. Panqing's eyes sparkled. Just as they were enjoying a rare moment of peace, suddenly, terrified screams of men and women came from outside. Someone was yelling in fear, even making a lot of noise. Chapter 46. Could it be a little ghost? Besides a little ghost, she couldn't think of anything else that would frighten humans outside the door. After all, the zombies around here had been mostly dealt with. Lin Momo looked up at Lin Ruo, who was still in the kitchen, then stood up, gesturing for Panqing to stay in the dining room. She was going out to check. Before opening the door, she checked her scarf. It was still on properly. Then she opened the door completely. Outside, a man and a woman stood not far away, their expressions terrified, their gazes fixed on Lin Ruo's car. Seeing Lin Momo open the door, they shouted a warning. The man in your car has mutated. Don't open the door. A little ghost mutated? This made Lin Momo's heart sink. She knew mutation was inevitable, but if he could retain his consciousness, that was a different story. That way, he might not have to die. Taking a deep breath, Lin Momo slowly walked forward, staring at the car window. At that moment, the little ghost was pressed against the car window, his expression seemingly normal, but his eyes were particularly frightening. The pupils were completely invisible, just a vast expanse of white. He clearly didn't look like a normal human. No wonder the couple was so frightened. Upon seeing Lin Momo, the little ghost immediately became excited, pounding on the car window, gesturing for her to open the door. Lin Momo hesitated, also curious. She remembered that ever since the little ghost's eyes were covered with a white film, his vision had been impaired, eventually becoming completely blind. But when he turned his head just now, he could clearly see her. "Sister Momo, let me out." Seeing Lin Momo standing there without reacting, he spoke this time. Hearing him speak, his tone exactly the same as before, Lin Momo instantly relaxed. He still retained his consciousness. At this moment, the man and woman, worried that Lin Momo would open the car door, had already run far away. Their presence here was most likely because of the car. Almost all the cars around the fog were totaled. Leaving the city on foot alone was impossible. Many zombies were waiting for them outside. Without hesitation, Lin Momo resolutely stepped forward and opened the car door. She had a spare car key on her, given to her by Lin Ruo, although she didn't know the significance of giving her the key. After all, before the apocalypse, her driving test only went up to the first subject. The little devil jumped out of the car as soon as the door opened. He excitedly circled the car a few times, his body no longer feeling the previous fatigue and heaviness. He could even run a few laps. "I feel much better. Does that mean I'm okay? I won't mutate." He ran to Lin Momo and asked happily. Then he realized Lin Momo couldn't speak. Lin Momo shook her head and pointed to his eyes. The little devil immediately understood, and his excited expression subsided somewhat. He walked to the front of the car and looked at his reflection in the window. His appearance was normal enough. He hadn't mutated into a disgusting shape. He breathed a sigh of relief. Aside from that, his head was still bald, and his eyes were still covered with a white film. It looked terrifying just by looking at them. And oh wonder the couple thought he turned into a zombie. After all, some zombies don't actually look like this. "I should be alright, right?" the little devil asked, touching his face. "Probably alright." Lin Momo looked at him thoughtfully. His mental state was good. Judging from the current situation, most people infected with the virus will only deteriorate, slowly losing their consciousness, and eventually becoming zombies driven only by the instinct to eat. Furthermore, the virus infects very quickly. The little devil's progress was relatively slow. More than a week had passed. "What's wrong?" Lin Ruo appeared at the front door sometime during the day, holding a spatula. "The little devil seems to be alright." Lin Momo pushed the little devil forward, wanting Lin Ruo to take a look. In her opinion, Lin Ruo was an expert in this area. Lin Ruo wiggled the spatula in his hand for a moment, casually observing the little boy's state, and asked, "Can you see?" The little boy's gaze, however, was fixed on his apron. So domestic. His gaze suddenly focused, his eyes stung, and the scene before him abruptly changed. Everything he saw became incredibly detailed. No, not detailed, but a multitude of detailed images intruded upon him. He couldn't stop it. He could see Lin Ruo's skeletal form through his flesh. But the next second, his eyes stung, and he cried out, clutching his eyes in pain. "Looks like you can see a lot." Lin Ruo smiled, but the smile was far from kind. Lin Momo was completely bewildered, not understanding what they were talking about. The little devil took a long time to calm down before letting go. "What happened to me?" Lin Ruo returned to the house with a spatula. "It means you don't have to die." His tone was calm, as if he had long anticipated things would turn out this way. The little devil was still confused. He turned to look at Lin Momo. "Sister Momo, what does he mean?" Lin Momo stepped forward and patted his shoulder, making a gesture of encouragement. "Young man, you have a bright future. Join me from now on." Then, she pushed the little devil into the house. Before closing the door, she looked back outside. It's happening again. That feeling of being watched. If the first time was an illusion, then surely the second time wouldn't be an illusion too. Someone was watching her. But perhaps they were watching their whole group. But the enemy was lurking in the shadows, and she couldn't find out who it was for the time being. She should tell Lin Ruo. Thinking this, she closed the door. The little boy, standing in the living room, smelled the aroma of food and felt as if he hadn't eaten in a long time. "I'm hungry." Following the scent, he went to the dining room. Ponching was still sitting in her chair, but now she had a book in her hand, which looked like a storybook. Seeing the little boy, she wasn't scared. Instead, she smiled. "Is brother alright?" "Yeah, he should be alright. I'm so hungry." Lin Momo, following behind, also peeked at the remaining dishes made from the mutated plant on the table, as well as the fried rice they had left over. She wondered, was his hunger and the aroma due to the mutated plant? With expectant eyes, Lin Momo stared at him, watching what he would choose. It would be best if someone else, like her, was a vegetarian. She couldn't eat human food, and she wasn't interested in humans. She could only eat mutated plants. Although Lin Ruo was there, her diet was varied, but one always has to consider the future. While worrying about her future, the little devil had already made his choice. He took fried rice. No! Lin Momo's eyes widened, quite indignant, and she watched helplessly as the little devil devoured the rest of the fried rice. They were both infected with the virus, so why could he eat normal food while she couldn't? She couldn't even speak. Perhaps sensing Lin Momo's emotional fluctuations, Lin Ruo, who had returned to the kitchen, peeked into the dining room. She also saw the little devil eating fried rice, looking extremely hungry. I still have some leftover fried rice. Do you want some? Lin Ruo asked casually. The little devil nodded frantically, yes, yes, yes. This fried rice is so delicious. Lin Momo glared at Lin Ruo, pouting. I want some too. Lin Ruo chuckled. Are you sure you throw it up if you eat it? I want some. Lin Ruo didn't stop her, then brought out the rest of the fried rice and served Lin Momo a few bites. Lin Momo held the bowl, first bringing it to her nose to smell it. Then she turned away in disgust. While others found the aroma and taste delicious, she found it hard to swallow. She gave the fried rice back to Lin Ruo, who didn't mind and finished it. Why can he eat normal human food, but I can't? Because you're different. I find the culprit that infected you. Lin Ruo said, gently brushing a stray hair from her ear. He's so gentle right now. Looking at Lin Ruo suddenly leaning closer, his magnified handsome face was a real shock. No matter how you look at it, you can't get tired of such a beautiful face. She unconsciously looked away. Ah. Really? Want to try some new samples? Lin Ruo had come up with a new dish. To escape her awkwardness, Lin Momo immediately nodded. Of course I want to. Then she followed Lin Ruo eagerly, still feeling quite annoyed. Eating was secondary. She really wanted to talk. She hadn't spoken in a long time. Thinking this, she unconsciously touched her neck. Could she still speak? Since transforming into this form, the only person she could truly communicate with was Lin Ruo. Want to talk? She suddenly bumped into Lin Ruo's back as they walked. She touched her nose. I feel a little lonely only being able to communicate normally with you. Why? Am I the only one who's not good enough? Lin Ruo stopped, turning to look at Lin Momo, his gaze inadvertently drifting past her to the two people outside the kitchen. You like them a lot? They're both very easy to get along with. Ponching is still so young. She just wanted to have a normal conversation. Lin Ruo quickly looked away, returning his gaze to Lin Momo, his eyes softening. She couldn't express her feelings, but he knew she was feeling wronged. Especially the way the little devil looked after his transformation, which frustrated her. It'd be alright, don't be sad. Hearing this, she looked up excitedly. Will I get better in the future? I will try my best in that direction. Until then, you can talk to me about anything you want to say. He ruffled her already messy short hair. Okay, let's try the new dish. Okay. Chapter 47. Due to time constraints, Lin Ruo's new dish wasn't quite finished yet, but Lin Momo could still taste it. The power within was still there, it was just that the flavor needed further adjustment. Lin Ruo looked at Lin Momo nervously. How is it? A little strange, but the energy replenishment this time is quite sufficient. It's not that it's bad, just the taste is a bit odd. What mutated plant was it made from this time? Just picked it randomly from the roadside, but it's an advanced plant. It seems that only advanced plants are suitable for you right now. Based on Lin Momo's reaction, Lin Ruo made a preliminary judgment. Then he pushed Lin Momo out. I adjust the flavor a bit more. You can check out the little devil's new ability. Bang! The kitchen door slammed shut. Lin Momo shrugged. She was already full, and her power had recovered. Having to taste it again didn't really give her any appetite. The earlier hunger pangs were because his strength hadn't been fully replenished. The little devil outside the dining room had already devoured the rest of his fried rice, not a single grain left. However, he rubbed his stomach. I feel full, but it feels like something's missing. Lin Momo stared at the little devil for a while, then found a notebook and a ballpoint pen in the storage cabinet in the dining room. She wrote a few words in it before handing it to the little devil. Communicating with others couldn't rely solely on body language. She didn't know sign language, and even if she did, others might not understand. What is my special ability? Can I use it freely? The little devil read aloud from the book, then pondered. It seems to be related to my eyes, but I can't use it on my own yet. Lin Momo, hearing this, stepped forward and stared curiously at his white eyes for a long while. So that's why the change in his eyes is so obvious? He clearly looks like a blind man. The two of them studied it together for a while, but still couldn't figure it out, and Ponching, while looking at the book, came up with a bunch of questions. After all, he's still a child, and his curiosity is still very strong. Back in the countryside, there were no opportunities for schooling, and after his younger brother was born, even the opportunity to go to school was taken away, so now he has some difficulty recognizing characters. This kind of teaching can only be given to the little devil for now, because she can't speak yet. After a rare short and warm time together, early the next morning, Lin Ruo dragged her out of bed. We should go. Lin Momo lingered in bed. Just a little longer, a little longer. Back in school, she often overslept, usually requiring Chen Jiujiu to patiently wake her. Chen Jiujiu. Suddenly, Chen Jiujiu's gentle smile flashed into her mind, and she abruptly opened her eyes. What's wrong? Lin Ruo immediately noticed her unusual mood. Lin Momo, still clutching her pillow, shook her head. Nothing. She had just suddenly remembered things from the past. She remembered Chen Jiujiu. In this world, if the person she worried about most was Yu Xian, then the second was Chen Jiujiu. But she knew in her heart that Chen Jiujiu would never exist in this world again. Chen Jiujiu had already been used as a shield by the cowardly Lin Xiao. Unless she possessed the ability to resist the virus like them, or like Ponching, her chances of survival were extremely slim. Patting her cheeks, Lin Momo rolled out of bed. Lin Ruo, like a mother hen, fetched her a towel and a toothbrush, giving her instructions as she left the room. I made breakfast. We leave after we eat. Okay. Ponching and Xiaogui's breakfast was a simple sandwich made with eggs and luncheon meat, paired with a bottle of fresh milk. That was enough. Lin Momo used to like this combination, but it was acceptable for now. After breakfast, they ransacked the house, mainly taking the man's medical bills and some medical records. The address of the doctor was on them. It wasn't a large, reputable hospital, judging from the name. It seemed more like a small clinic. After packing their things, everyone set off together. As soon as they stepped out the gate, they saw humans killing zombies in the distance. Only a day had passed since the fog lifted, and the surviving humans in the area had already discovered they could move around, meaning the monsters they feared had been wiped out. There are supplies here. It will soon be occupied by other humans. The city had lost its ability to function due to the virus, and people would constantly search for ways to survive. The group didn't pay any attention to what was happening in the distance. Everyone got into the car and started heading to their next destination. The navigation software in Lin Ruo's car was a proprietary technology developed by Asiatic Technology, not publicly available, and always running. Simply inputting the next address, the central control system quickly provided the most convenient route. However, they couldn't predict whether there were zombies along the way. So sometimes, the most convenient route might be teeming with zombies. Even the sturdiest car would be rendered immobile. That's where Lin Momo came in handy. Lin Ruo placed a bunch of snacks made from low-level mutated plants in front of her, then gestured for her to unleash her powers to the maximum and deal with the hordes of zombies ahead. She didn't stand on ceremony. He who eats another's food is bound to do his job. Lin Momo began to try and maximize her powers. She sat in the car, but the scene outside had drastically changed. Everything visible was covered in frost, and the worst off were the hordes of low-level zombies. Lin Momo's target was them. They froze instantly into ice blocks, which then shattered into pieces, quickly covering the ground and reducing the number of zombies blocking their path. But if they got out of the car now, they'd be shivering from the cold, while the temperature inside the car remained normal. Lin Momo touched her nose, noticing blue blood on her fingers. Because her powers were being used excessively, her body was struggling, forcing her to eat snacks to replenish her energy while continuing to use them. But that still wasn't enough. After a proper rest, I make you something delicious. With this promise, she worked even harder. Soon, they passed through the rather congested intersection. To prevent the zombies from continuing their pursuit, Lin Momo built an ice wall behind the car. This ice wall was even larger than the one she had built before. She explained in surprise. So I can be this awesome. The ice wall was her own decision. Lin Ruo hadn't given any instructions. The little ghost was also shocked. Your ability is better than mine. We don't even need air conditioning in the summer, and we can eat chilled watermelon. What on earth is this? However, with the ice wall, the thread blocking their path was indeed reduced. They were almost at their destination. After turning a few corners in the side roads, the navigation stopped broadcasting. We're here. Lin Ruo found a spot to park. The small clinic they were looking for was just in front of the car. Happiness Clinic? The little ghost even read the clinic's name aloud. The Happiness Clinic was located in a remote area. The surrounding shops were mostly hair salons or breakfast stalls, but they were all closed down. Hey, that's strange. The clinic doors don't seem locked, they look open. The kid noticed something amiss. Worried about potential danger, Lin Momo insisted that Ponching stay in the car, and Lin Rua had no objection. The three then headed straight for the clinic. There were signs of human activity nearby, and zombies were also present, but in small numbers, and wouldn't pose a significant obstacle. Lin Rua walked ahead, and just as she was about to open the door a crack, a ferocious bark came from inside. A large, two-headed dog emerged from inside. It bared its teeth, drool dripping onto the ground. Lin Momo blinked. Holy crap, is this a mutant? Before they could even react, a voice came from inside the clinic. Are you here for a checkup? The voice sounded like an old man. Lin Rua answered from outside, yes. The two-headed dog didn't seem to be mentally challenged. It just stared at them menacingly, ready to attack anything it could get its hands on at its owner's command. Ahem, come in then. Don't be afraid of Heisey. Heisey is a very obedient dog. Heisey likely referred to the two-headed dog. Goodness, they even gave it a name. This clinic is definitely suspicious. Having received permission, they reopened the door. From the brief conversation, it was clear the clinic's door was left open because it continued to do business even in this apocalyptic world. And people frequently came in. Whether this was out of kindness or for some other purpose remained to be seen. The little devil had worn sunglasses to conceal his vision problems. The three of them stood together in the clinic's lobby. To their surprise, 2 or 3 people were receiving 4 drips in the clinic lobby, both men and women, and all appeared to be young. This clinic was indeed operating normally. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? An elderly man who looked to be in good spirits stood before them. He seemed to be the owner and doctor. You're the owner? Lin Rua asked politely. The old man nodded. Yes, this clinic is now run by me alone, but I keep it open as long as it can, until the day I can no longer operate it and close down. His words were particularly touching. The girl receiving an 4 drip in the front row said emotionally, Grandpa Lee is so kind. He's even willing to see people bitten by zombies. Lin Momo pursed her lips. While there are saintly figures in the apocalypse, this old man's actions went beyond mere saintly praise. Wouldn't they find it strange? And that two-headed dog, only an ordinary person could tame it. Chapter 48. The old man, seemingly sensing their thoughts, smiled. Heisey was indeed infected with the virus outside. I initially wanted to kill it, but when I realized it recognized me, I couldn't bring myself to do it. He beckoned to Heisey. Come here. The two-headed dog obediently ran over, completely unlike its previous ferocious self. You see, it's just a bit scary in appearance now, but it's still normal. The old man maintained a cheerful smile. Lin Momo felt this scene was strange, but she couldn't show any expression, so to outsiders, she just had a cute, cold face. By the way, which of you is feeling unwell? The old man looked up at them. At this moment, Lin Rua nudged the little devil, who stumbled forward. It's me. I might have a bit of a cold or something. The little devil was clever enough to know Lin Rua was using him as an excuse. Come and take a look. A cold in the apocalypse is no small matter. The old man walked into the small room at the front, which was the examination room, with his hands behind his back. The little devil hesitated, glancing at Lin Rua. Finally, he obediently went into the examination room, unsure of what he was about to face. He wasn't stupid. This old man clearly had something wrong with him. Those 9 girls outside getting 4 drips, who knew if the IVs were the right treatment or if they were being given some strange virus? The little devil looked like he was going to his death. However, Lin Momo and Lin Rua weren't idle either. Lin Rua whispered in Lin Momo's ear, You keep watch outside. I go in and take a look. Okay. Lin Momo quietly gave an okay sign, visible only to the 2 of them. Lin Rua was relieved and went into the examination room, closing the door behind her, probably afraid that any commotion inside would attract the attention of those outside. Lin Momo casually found a seat, pretending to casually observe her surroundings, but her attention was actually fixed on the 3 people. It wasn't her imagination. The 3 of them smelled strongly of decay, a putrid odor emanating from within. Although it wasn't particularly noticeable yet, their bodies were slowly mutating. She unconsciously shook her leg. The two-headed dog had somehow crouched down in front of her, its 2 scarlet eyes fixed on her, completely unlike its docile demeanor in front of the old man. No way. Is it planning to bite her? Lin Momo unconsciously began to radiate a chilling aura, and the two-headed dog began to growl with a low, threatening growl. One of the girls receiving N4 dripped shivered inexplicably. Why did it suddenly get so cold? She exhaled softly, her already pale face now appearing even more fragile. She couldn't show it too obviously. Lin Momo carefully suppressed her supernatural power, gradually restoring the surrounding temperature to normal. Click. A strange sound came from behind her. She looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that one of the men's faces had turned ashen, his head stiffly moving, making clicking sounds. The girl noticed too, turning her head to look behind her. What's wrong? Should we call a doctor? The words had barely left his lips when the man's head began to spin even faster, like a perpetual motion machine, a movement no normal person could perform. The girl screamed immediately. The next second, bright red blood sprayed onto her face. Because of the rapid rotation and the force of the external impact, the man's head flew off, spraying blood everywhere. The girl was terrified. The other man, however, was fast asleep, his head tilted to one side, completely unaware of the commotion around him. But Lin Momo felt he looked more like he was dead. She clicked her tongue and turned her attention back to the headless man. The stench of decay grew stronger. The girl screamed, "Doctor! Doctor, come quick! He's dead!" No, he wasn't dead. Lin Momo stood up, squinting at the man's corpse. Sure enough, when the gushing crimson blood stopped, the man's body began to convulse, and numerous tentacles sprouted from his severed body with a soft plop, thrashing wildly. The two-headed dog that had been crouching in front of Lin Momo immediately rushed forward, intending to tear him apart. But unfortunately, this two-headed dog looked ferocious, but it was quickly turned into a meat skewer. The tips of the man's tentacles had sharp spikes. Lin Momo shook her head. She had thought this two-headed dog was something special. Just as she was about to get up and deal with the mutated man, different barking sounds suddenly rang out from all around. Good heavens, there's more than one two-headed dog? The two-headed dogs hidden in the shadows all rushed out. They all looked exactly like the dead one. So many black dogs. Lin Momo couldn't help but exclaim. She then withdrew her attack, focusing intently on the spectacle unfolding before her. As for the other girl and man, she had no intention of helping them. Even if they weren't killed by the mutated man, they were doomed. The girl, terrified, had crouched in a corner. But if the girl were to look away now, she would notice a large hole in her chest. When the man unleashed his tentacles, they accidentally pierced through her chest. A normal human would have woken up long ago, but the girl hadn't noticed. Because she felt no pain. The other sleeping man remained asleep. If all three mutated together, the scene would be quite amusing. But it was already quite amusing. A pack of two-headed dogs against a headless monster. Oh no, its head was those disgusting clusters of tentacles. Lin Momo squatted to the side, watching the scene unfold, but her attention was occasionally diverted by the examination room. She wondered why Lin Ruo and the others hadn't made a move yet. She couldn't sense any fighting inside, as if she were completely isolated. Wait, isolation, it's a barrier. A barrier surrounded the examination room, which was why she hadn't sensed anything. Realizing this, she immediately stood up and tried to walk towards the examination room. Although she knew Lin Ruo was powerful, she was inexplicably worried. She hadn't taken more than a few steps when a pack of two-headed dogs surrounded her. She turned her head to look. The headless monster had already been killed by the two-headed dogs. It was just one monster, while the two-headed dogs were a pack. With so much concentrated firepower attacking a single, newly formed monster, it was naturally no match. Lin Momo sighed. She closed her eyes, this time unleashing her full power. The clinic instantly froze everything, the temperature plummeting to below zero. The two-headed dogs, itching to attack, didn't even have time to strike, they were all frozen solid. Lin Momo clenched her fist, and the frozen monsters crackled and shattered, a strangely spectacular sight. Of course, to save time, she didn't spare the girl and the other man either. As she began to unleash her power, the two were already undergoing mutations. The girl's hollow chest sprouted vibrant green leaves, while the sleeping man's body became dripping wet and showed signs of melting. However, these changes stopped. They too shattered into pieces. This is really troublesome. So many powers were wasted in one go. Lin Momo wiped the blood from her nose. Fortunately, she had a few snacks tucked in her pocket, which she quickly took out to replenish her energy, though they wouldn't be of much use at the moment. After replenishing herself, she drew the twin swords from her back and began walking towards the examination room. This time, she was truly certain that a barrier surrounded the examination room. Just as she hesitated about how to break through the barrier, the examination room door was suddenly flung open, the entire door rushing towards Lin Momo. Lin Momo reacted quickly. She swung her twin swords, instantly cleaving the door into 4 pieces, which fell to the ground. A tall figure appeared in the examination room, and the outer wall around the door was torn apart. It was a monster. It was tall, with an irregularly shaped head, and only one eye. A face was embedded in his chest, the old man's face. Even in this drastically altered appearance, he still smiled. However, when he saw all the 2-headed dogs he had carefully nurtured were dead, his cheerful smile vanished. He roared in anguish, his gaze finally focusing on Lin Momo. "It's you? It's you?" He took a few quick steps forward, his hand swinging as if to attack. Lin Momo quickly retreated to avoid him. She didn't attack first, occasionally glancing behind the old man to check the situation in the examination room. "I kill you. You bitch, you bitch, you bitch." Alright. Lin Momo sighed again. She didn't take the old man seriously. The strength of an opponent can be discerned from the pressure they exude. The old man was no match for her. This time, she didn't dodge. Her twin blades, now covered in frost, were instantly transformed into a mask of ice. She swiftly rushed forward, dodging the old man's attacks, and plunged the blades into his chest. Directly facing him was the old man's face, which could still be considered human. She twisted the blades, and frost began to spread from his face outwards, covering his entire body, which slowly collapsed. Lin Momo blew a puff of icy mist onto the body, and the old man's mutated body began to melt, finally turning into a pool of blood. Her powers were almost exhausted. She braced herself against the ground, twin blades in hand. Her problem now was that her powers were running out. If her opponent's stamina was long enough, she would be the one in trouble. She wiped the blood from her nose. After a brief rest, she continued towards the treatment room. The barrier had disappeared after the old man destroyed the door. Only when she got closer did Lin Momo realize that the barrier had been created by Lin Ruo. But where did he and the kid go? Why was only the old man rushing out the door in his mutated form? Chapter 49. After finishing the snacks she had brought, Lin Momo first looked back at the clinic. Pan Xing was still waiting for them in the car. But considering the car's sturdiness, she resolutely headed towards the examination room. The door and surrounding walls had been destroyed, and Lin Momo stepped straight in. Pretty impressive. The examination room wasn't large, but a large hole had been punched in the center of the floor. Peeking down, she could only see darkness and a small ladder beside it. This underground entrance must have been blown up. There were signs of a struggle nearby, indicating a somewhat chaotic scene. Lin Momo hesitated at the entrance for a long time before finally deciding to climb down to take a look. She didn't have Lin Ruo's teleportation ability, so she could only rely on the seemingly precarious ladder, unsure if she might accidentally fall. Shaking her head, she banished the jumbled thoughts from her mind and carefully began to climb down. Just as she could see, the ladder was indeed a bit loose. Lin Momo didn't dare to exert too much force. Even if the pain wasn't obvious, she didn't know how deep it was below. If she fell and was turned into mincemeat, there would be no saving her. "What are you doing?" She hadn't climbed down for long when a familiar face suddenly appeared above her. It was Xiao Gui. Damn! Next to appear was Lin Ruo's face, also staring at her with a puzzled expression. "What are you doing?" They both asked the same question. This made her extremely embarrassed. Why did she go down there? Of course, to find them. Lin Momo resignedly climbed up. "I went down here to find you guys. There was no one up there just a moment ago, but now 2 people have appeared. So what exactly happened in here?" She pointed outside. The old man was already dead, so what did these 2 do in there? "There's a small laboratory down there, with quite a few records." Lin Ruo explained simply, including Yin Sheng's information. "In that case, the old man should have stopped you. Why did he run out?" Asking this question, Lin Ruo's eyes flickered, and just as she was about to answer, the little devil interrupted, completely unaware of Lin Momo's thoughts. "Speaking of which, that old man was chasing us, but Brother Ruo did something, and he vanished instantly. Turns out you killed him." She understood. This was specially given to her by Lin Ruo, probably for practice. Never mind that now. What I'm more concerned about is what they found in the small laboratory. Why would Yin Sheng go to the trouble of infiltrating Tonga Island to do something like this? So what exactly did you find? Let's go out first. Lin Ruo stepped out of the dilapidated clinic. The scene outside wasn't much better. The little devil clicked his tongue in amazement. "You also had a big battle." Then, surprised, "Wow, there's more than one 2-headed dog." The scene was indeed spectacular. They finally left the clinic and returned to their car. She was clearly here to investigate the organization behind Yin Sheng, so getting into the car empty-handed made her somewhat suspicious. After restarting the car, Lin Ruo began to explain everything they had seen in the underground laboratory. One of the sources I was looking for has been found, but it's not over yet. The virus that modified Yin Sheng did indeed originate here. The underground laboratory contained many modified humans, but they were all failures, dying before the mutation was complete. A rather gruesome sight. The person who caused this situation at the clinic was the old man. He and Yin Sheng were collaborators. The reason was simple. Because of illness. The old man, a doctor, couldn't cure his own cancer and was once in despair. He didn't want to die. Just then, Yin Sheng arrived with the virus. She too was terminally ill. The two of them decided to use the virus on themselves. The disease in their bodies did disappear, but their bodies also changed into forms far beyond what they could accept. Although they could temporarily revert to human form, this uncertainty was not allowed in the then normal human world. In order to recover, or rather, to better integrate the virus into their bodies, they secretly conducted experiments on human subjects. Their small clinic lacked significant resources, and the virus in Yin Sheng's possession was stolen. How could they easily conduct experiments on people? Therefore, they established a kind of church. They specialized in brainwashing those suffering from serious illnesses, making them willingly become their experimental subjects. The virus could save their lives, but it transformed them into strange-looking monsters, drastically altering their personalities and causing them to exhibit murderous behavior. These terrifying actions were not enough for the old man and Yin Sheng. They hadn't found the most suitable person to fuse with the virus. Therefore, Yin Sheng, carrying her resume, went to Tonga Island. At that time, Tonga Island was recruiting talent. She not only successfully entered, but after working there for several years, she was also recruited into the underground city. During this time, she maintained intermittent contact with the old man. Since developing the church, the two of them were practically bound together. Even when they committed heinous acts, they secretly brought some people from Tonga Island to the ruined city for experiments. The people of Tonga Island rarely got sick. Their physical condition was not significantly better than that of people in other cities, which was also related to the city's development. Yin Sheng saw this, and that's why she went to Tonga Island. Unexpectedly, the apocalypse allowed her to successfully find Tonga Island's underground laboratory and take a small group of people for experiments. She no longer worried about the form. She began to think about creating a team that could roam freely and dominate the apocalypse. No matter how she tried, she couldn't achieve a satisfactory result, and the virus she had secretly brought out was almost used up. If Lin Momo and her group hadn't arrived, perhaps her experiments would have continued to expand. In the ruined city, taking advantage of the apocalypse, they offered free treatment, attracting many people. Until Lin Momo and her group arrived, everything was ruined. Long before the apocalypse, Lin Ruo had already noticed the church. He had even captured a human who had been modified by the church, attempting to study the virus in him to see if it was related to his mother. This was why he was so persistent. Lin Momo grasped a key point. The virus was stolen, so where was it stolen from? It's still unclear. Lin Ruo shook his head. If he could find the original source, he would definitely kill that person. Chapter 50. So, is the trail now broken, or have you found the result you wanted? Coming to the ruined city was Lin Ruo's suggestion. After learning that Yin Sheng was conducting these experiments, she sensed something unusual about Lin Ruo. Although he tried his best to conceal this emotion, for some reason, Lin Momo could feel the subtle details, though she couldn't explain why herself. Let's find a place to rest for a while. Lin Ruo didn't answer Lin Momo's question. The little ghost interjected, aren't we just going to leave those test subjects alone? The old man had probably used countless humans for experiments. The mist monster was one of them. There were probably many more such monsters in the ruined city. The living space for normal humans had been squeezed so much. We can't do anything about it. Speaking of which, you yourself are also a kind of experiment. Lin Ruo's gaze fell silently on the little ghost. Compared to the other monsters, the little ghost was the most normal one. Except for its somewhat frightening eyes, everything else was normal. If the deceased Yin Sheng knew that her final act of revenge had indirectly led to the successful finding of the perfect experimental subject she and the old man had been searching for, what would she think? But they would never know. The little devil felt everyone's gaze fixed on him, and he suddenly felt uneasy. He scratched his head. Compared to them, I guess I succeeded? Do I have another form? Recalling the monsters he had seen so far, he shuddered. He didn't want to become like that. It was too disgusting. Lin Ruo stopped answering their questions and started the car, beginning his search for another place to rest. They were still wandering around the ruined city. Even though they had found the clues they were looking for, Lin Ruo still had no intention of leaving. Lin Momo and the others didn't intend to ask anything either. In truth, the three of them still depended on him for support, of course. Whatever their boss wanted to do, they, the underlings, would do. Soon, Lin Ruo drove to the city center of the ruined city. During this time, he avoided many zombies and monsters created by the old man. He also verified how the little devil's abilities could be improved. He could eat human food and even increase his satiety slightly, satisfying his appetite, but the only thing he couldn't satisfy was his evolutionary process. Therefore, if a zombie had a bead in its head, i.e., a core crystal, then he could evolve using it. Nuclear crystals don't taste like much. Normal food is much better. This was the conclusion the little devil with the dry rice had drawn. Lin Momo, however, felt he was ungrateful. She could only eat plants. And mutated plants at that. Thinking about food, the two of them sighed. In the city center of the ruined capital, there was a huge chimney, which they had seen from afar as they approached the city. Now that they were closer, it was even more magnificent, a sight that evoked an indescribable sense of awe. But in reality, this chimney had been disused for a long time, and was now considered a landmark of the ruined capital. A city that only collects garbage certainly didn't have a developed tourism industry, but some people inexplicably came specifically for this building, so there were still tourists. Then, Lin Ruo found a small shop. The shop was neatly stocked with goods, almost untouched. The shop was also connected to the living quarters. A door hidden in the corner led to a bedroom, bathroom, and kitchen. Even though small, the owner kept it very tidy. However, because the owner hadn't returned for a long time, much of the floor was covered in dust. If she were to actually live there, she'd need to do a quick clean. This little shop is perfect for escaping the apocalypse. How could the previous owner just run away like that? Lin Momo looked at the various goods displayed on the shelves, marveling. Wow, what a waste! Some of the fresh food is expired, the little devil exclaimed. Pan Xing, on the other hand, started cleaning as soon as she entered the house. This was already a habit of hers. Lin Momo and the little devil, of course, went to help. They couldn't let a child do everything. As for Lin Ruo, after finding a place to rest, she greeted them and ran off again. It was unclear what she was going to do. After Lin Ruo left, they worked together to tidy up their temporary lodging. Looking at the clean and tidy place, the three of them wiped the sweat from their brows in unison. It's not easy. I wish we could stay here permanently, and there's plenty of food. The little devil was quite satisfied with the place. Pan Xing's eyes were also sparkling. Such prolonged escape always makes one feel tired and yearn for a peaceful life. But this small shop was far from providing long-term peace. Because the food stored in the shop was left over from before the apocalypse, only a constant supply could ensure a continuous food supply. Who could possibly restock the shop now? Once the food ran out, there would be nothing left. They would still have to move on to another safe place to continue living. Of course, this is based on the assumption of ordinary humans. None of them could be considered ordinary people, and Lin Momo couldn't even eat the food in the shop, so it was all for nothing. She took out paper and pen and quickly scribbled on it. You shouldn't become a monster at this stage. Haven't you thought about going back? Going back here refers to Tonga Island. The little devil probably still cares about his family. I want to gain some experience outside. I should be able to learn a lot from Brother Ruo, and I'm capable now. The little devil carefully looked at what was written in the notebook and quickly gave his answer. He now possessed superpowers, and if he could use them properly, there were many things he could do, but until then, he couldn't go back. Lin Momo nodded and put away her notebook. Turning around, she patted Pan Xing's head and took a bag of snacks from the high shelf for her. She knew Pan Xing had been eyeing this bag of snacks for a long time. Anyway, there was plenty of food here, and Pan Xing liked it, so she gave it to her. Since it would expire sooner or later, it was best not to waste it. It was a long day anyway. After tidying up the room, Lin Momo took a quick shower. Just as she was about to lay down on the mattress on the floor for a comfortable nap, she suddenly sat up and stared out the window. There were zombies and unformed monsters all around. She could sense them, but because Lin Ruo had released a protective barrier before leaving, these things wouldn't easily approach, and the lower level ones couldn't detect that someone lived in the small shop. Lin Momo put aside some insignificant danger perceptions. But just now, as she was about to rest, she suddenly felt a sinister gaze. This gaze was directed at her. Even though the surroundings were well concealed, how could something hidden in the corner so accurately detect her location? Now, Lin Momo didn't even want to rest anymore. She threw back the covers and decided to go into the shop to check. She hadn't taken more than a few steps when the little ghost, returning from the toilet, saw her. The little ghost looked at her suspiciously. "What's wrong? Weren't you going to rest?" Lin Momo quickly wrote a few words in her notebook. "I'm going out to check. There seems to be something outside. Remember to protect Ponching." Upon seeing this, the little ghost, who had been listless, instantly perked up. "Is it a monster?" Lin Momo shook her head, indicating she wasn't sure. So she had to go out and check. If it was something powerful, the barrier wouldn't hold for long. It would be better to go out and avoid destroying their carefully cleaned dwelling than to actually fight it. At this crucial moment, Lin Ruo still hadn't returned. But there was no other way now. Lin Momo slung her twin swords over her shoulder and resolutely went outside. It was already dark outside. Before leaving, she glanced at the clock on the wall. It was exactly 11 o'clock. Normally, this would be her time to rest and sleep. She stepped out of the barrier and began to release her senses, using them to detect any danger in her surroundings. She sensed the gaze, and indeed, many low-level zombies nearby noticed her presence. Driven by their instinct to advance, they all rushed towards Lin Momo. Lin Momo didn't plan to use her special abilities against the low-level zombies. She directly drew her dual swords, using the low-level zombies as practice opponents. Although her dual sword skills had become increasingly refined under Lin Ruo's guidance, she could only truly master them through repeated practical training. And now was the perfect opportunity. Since transforming into this form, her eyesight, stamina, and other abilities had greatly improved. Therefore, once she grasped a pattern and used her dual swords correctly, everywhere she went became a death trap for zombies. Before long, a pile of low-level zombies lay on the ground. Lin Momo was still thinking about the little ghost, so she also broke open the heads of many zombies, picking out those with nuclear crystals to take back to nourish the little ghost later. As she worked, she filled a small bag. She had cleared out the low-level zombies around her. What remained were some unformed monsters. These were the old man's failed experiments, not destroyed, so they could only wander around. They might still lack some human consciousness, but their hunger was the dominant force. To deal with these unformed monsters, Lin Momo tried using hand-to-hand combat combined with dual swords. Although it was somewhat strenuous, she succeeded. After dealing with one pitiful monster, Lin Momo was about to continue her slaughter. The sharp dual sword swung through the night air, about to strike a monster crawling on the ground like a maggot, when a sharp dagger suddenly slid across her face. A wet sensation slid down her cheek. Blood was flowing. She was injured. Chapter 51. Lin Momo raised her hand and wiped her face, noticing her fingers were stained with blood. She turned and squinted at the direction the knife had come from. In truth, she could only vaguely sense the intense hostility from her opponent, but couldn't pinpoint their exact location. In other words, the enemy was in the shadows, while she was in the open. This was not a good thing. Worse still, the cut on her cheek hadn't healed. Logically, even if her healing ability was declining, such a small wound shouldn't have taken so long to heal, and it was still bleeding. The knife was suspicious. Faced with a troublesome enemy, Lin Momo could only unleash her supernatural abilities, even though she still didn't know the opponent's location. She circled around, constantly on guard against an attack that might suddenly appear from some corner. But even with such vigilance, she was still caught off guard. Another throwing knife flew rapidly from a dark corner, and before she could react, it grazed her neck, leaving another bloody gash. The wound, too, failed to heal for a long time. After a while, it burned with pain. The enemy lurking in the shadows wasn't after her life. They just wanted to see her make a fool of herself. Lin Momo felt a surge of anger with nowhere to vent, and she couldn't easily ask the little ghost for help. After all, the little ghost had only recently transformed and might not be of any use. Most importantly, he needed to ensure Ponching's safety. If only Lin Ruo were here at this moment. Thinking this, Lin Momo felt a mix of emotions. Was it always Lin Ruo who she could rely on in situations like this? In a moment of distraction, the throwing knife flew out of the darkness again. It grazed Lin Momo once more, this time on her arm. The attack was the same as before, not a fatal wound, but one that wouldn't heal. She didn't know what her opponent wanted. Each time the knife appeared, it was silent and incredibly fast, impossible to detect instantly. By the time she reacted, she was already injured. Lin Momo couldn't speak, so she couldn't express her anger. She pursed her lips and began to expand the range of her supernatural ability infinitely, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet to below zero. Everything around her that could freeze solid was now frozen. Perhaps sensing her anger, her opponent's interest grew even stronger. This time, he didn't release the knives one by one. Instead, the surrounding air was filled with a dense barrage of knives, all flying towards Lin Momo's direction. Lin Momo immediately erected a barrier, blocking most of the attacks. Some throwing knives still pierced through her barrier, heading straight for her. She didn't give up. She nimbly dodged many vital points, but the number of cuts on her body inevitably increased. Hee. Laughter gradually drifted over. Lin Momo looked in the direction of the sound. She saw the enemy, who had been hiding in the darkness, a pretty woman. When she saw the woman's face clearly, her eyes widened in shock. Wasn't this the superhuman she had seen not long after the apocalypse broke out? And it was this superhuman who had cut off her head. Recalling that, she subconsciously touched her neck, which was wrapped in a silk scarf. Perhaps it was psychological. Lin Momo felt a faint pain in her stitched wound, but in reality, it had been quite a while. I thought I was seeing things, but it really is you. The woman slowly emerged from the darkness. From her words, it was clear she remembered Lin Momo. I remember, I cut off your head. I didn't expect you to still be alive. The woman tilted her head, looking at Lin Momo, and began to manipulate her supernatural abilities again. The throwing knives that had fallen to the ground floated up again, swirling around Lin Momo. Lin Momo hadn't expected this woman to remember her. To be able to use her abilities so skillfully so soon after the apocalypse. According to Lin Ruo, this meant she was a superhuman who had undergone modifications before the apocalypse. Being able to maintain a perfect human form meant she was a successful one. What? Not talking? Still suffering from the after effects of me cutting off your head? Seeing Lin Momo's lack of response, the woman frowned. It's alright, you won't survive anyway. In the woman's view, such a failure had no reason to live. She was determined to kill her. When the murderous aura erupted instantly, Lin Momo couldn't help but take a few steps back. Including this time, she had only met the woman twice. The woman's ability was to manipulate metal objects, similar to throwing knives, remotely, and she had mastered it. Lin Momo wasn't sure she had a chance of winning. Faced with this situation, she felt somewhat unwilling. Was she really going to die at the woman's hands again? There was no time for her to think. This time, the woman wasn't just manipulating the thrown knives on the ground. Even the surrounding metal objects began to tremble. They broke through the covering ice, condensing in the air into large iron balls made of solidified iron. Die! The woman uttered two simple words. Countless throwing knives, and a massive iron ball instantly rained down on her. Damn! This was too dense. Even if she wanted to run, she couldn't outrun the giant iron ball. The iron ball's mask covered everything around her. To dodge, she had to leave the area, but at the same time, she had to dodge the incoming throwing knives. This woman truly wanted to kill her. Lin Momo didn't intend to dodge this time. She looked up at the weapons, and the giant iron ball hurtling towards her, a slight smile playing on her lips. Her icy blue eyes gleamed, and her cheeks began to frost over. The surrounding temperature plummeted. Lin Momo's pale lips parted slightly. In an instant, all the weapons in midair solidified in an incredible form, surrounded by fine frost, forming a gigantic building. None of these weapons landed on her. The woman standing some distance away involuntarily shivered. As a superhuman, and one who had undergone early modifications, she possessed a certain tolerance for both cold and heat. But just now, she felt a chill. Even more terrifying was that all her attacks were frozen into frost. The woman didn't react for a moment. When she did, an inexplicable rage surged within her. She felt underestimated. To her, Lin Momo was nothing more than a failed modification. How could she possibly defeat her? Before Lin Momo could even catch her breath, the woman activated her power again. Her delicate face contorted from the exertion, the whites of her eyes turning black, making her look like a ghost. Standing on the flat ground, Lin Momo swayed for a moment. She felt the ground shaking, and the surrounding buildings began to collapse. No way. Won't the small shop be destroyed too? She hadn't gone too far from the shop. Given the woman's current momentum in activating her power, the surrounding buildings were definitely doomed. Moreover, after the outburst, her power was slowly waning. Just surviving was already a remarkable feat. At this moment, Lin Momo desperately wanted Lin Ruo to appear. She didn't wait for Lin Ruo, but instead, a strange man appeared. The woman's power abruptly stopped while it was still active. A large hole opened in her chest, pierced by a pale hand, and bright red blood gushed out. The woman murmured. Impossible? This can't be. The man sighed. What's impossible? You're not the only one. Saying this, he slowly withdrew his hand. The power user wouldn't die completely from this, so he hugged her from behind. The posture looked somewhat suggestive, but the next second he twisted and snapped the woman's neck, tearing it off forcefully. Then he tossed her onto the roadside like trash. Lin Momo watched all this unfold. She didn't feel saved at all. Perhaps she wouldn't be the next one treated like this. Even so, she still assumed a fighting stance. She didn't know his special abilities. Even with her powers depleted, she still had her dual swords to fight with. Don't be nervous, I won't fight you. This person should have died long ago. I'm here to kill her. The man appeared gentle when facing Lin Momo. Standing before her was a very handsome man, strikingly beautiful. He exuded a strong, subtle fragrance. Her keen sense of smell made her uncomfortable. However, she didn't lower her guard because of his words. What if he took advantage of her momentary lapse in attention to snap her neck? She didn't want to lose her head again. Lin Momo remained vigilant. The man didn't seem to care. He chuckled and took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands. It's normal for you to be afraid. My methods are indeed not honorable. Not just honorable, they're downright cruel. Cruel? The man's next words stunned Lin Momo. That was her innermost thought, something that, apart from Lin Ruo, who could occasionally sense it, no one else could discern. You know what I'm trying to say. Ah, I probably know a little. Wow. Besides those two words, she couldn't think of any other adjectives for the moment. Lin Momo still held the twin knives, not daring to put them down. She stared at the man's handsome face for a while, then asked again. What did that woman do? You want to kill her? You don't want to know. The man seemed unwilling to answer the question. But then again, they didn't know each other, and there was no need to answer a stranger's question. Who are you? However, Lin Momo continued to ask. Whether he answered or not was his business. She wanted to stall for time, waiting for Lin Ruo to return. But the other man seemed to see through her thoughts, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Those alluring eyes stared at her for a long time. Who are you waiting for? Nothing, nothing. Who else could I be waiting for? Goodness, so sensitive. How am I supposed to play this? Chapter 52. To ease the awkward situation, Lin Momo had to change the subject and stall for time, hoping the little devil would stay in the shop with Ponching and not come out. This man was no ordinary person. Seeing her become more wary, the man slightly restrained his emotions. He took a step forward, but didn't get too close. He stared intently at Lin Momo for a while, finally smiling. I really meant no harm. I killed her because she killed many innocent ability users. Now he began to explain his reasons. The world is different now. Easily trusting others often leads to certain death. However, Lin Momo still relaxed a little. This was to ease the tension between them. If the other party truly meant no harm, that would be best. Why did she kill so many ability users? She remembered that the woman had companions. But currently, she only saw the woman, and didn't sense any other ability users nearby except the man in front of her. Didn't she just say she considers you a failure? The man said, taking another step forward. He was closing in. You're not a failure. Before Lin Momo could reply, the man continued, You're perfect. As he said this, a flicker of infatuation flashed in his eyes, but it was so fleeting that Lin Momo didn't even notice it. She felt a little embarrassed by his words. If she were truly perfect, she wouldn't have turned into a zombie in the first place. Do you know me? Lin Momo suddenly asked. It was certain that she had never seen such a striking face before, nor had she ever met anyone like it. But she felt a strange sense of familiarity. I don't recognize you. The man shook his head. Although your face is very unfamiliar, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Lin Momo blurted out. Wasn't this just trying to get close? The man didn't seem to mind. Instead, he joked. Maybe it's because I have a common face. That's ridiculous. Such a striking face, and he dared to call it a common face. Wouldn't other people with common faces be spitting blood if they heard that? No, 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 you don't have a common face at all. You're incredibly handsome. The tense atmosphere between them eased considerably during their slow conversation. Lin Momo began to flatter the man, and in fact, he was indeed handsome. Hearing this, the man seemed quite pleased. You really think I'm handsome? Of course. She nodded vigorously. Even after answering, she could clearly sense the man's pleased mood. As Lin Momo pondered whether she should still offer a gift to flatter him, the man suddenly became serious again. He looked up into the distance, his mood visibly plummeting. Lin Momo tensed up. What's wrong? The man looked away, then back at Lin Momo, a hint of lingering affection in his eyes. Nothing, I have to go. We meet again. Huh? At that moment, Lin Momo also sensed someone approaching from afar. When she came to her senses, the man had vanished, leaving only the woman's head and body on the ground. This proved the man had indeed existed. Not long after the man left, Lin Ruo returned. What happened? He appeared instantly beside Lin Momo, startling her. Someone tried to kill me. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Ruo suddenly approached, looking down at Lin Momo, his tone chilling. Who? Lin Momo looked up at his handsome face, her mind wandering for a moment, unable to resist comparing him to the man from before. Both were exceptionally handsome, but if she had to compare, she decided Lin Ruo was more attractive, more in line with her aesthetic. Who tried to kill you? Lin Ruo repeated the question. Lin Momo pointed behind him. Over there. Hearing this, he turned around and saw the woman's corpse. Above him was a huge mass of frost, containing various iron blocks and throwing knives. After a moment of silence, he asked, Did you kill her? Lin Momo quickly waved her hands. It was already a miracle that she could unleash such a powerful ability to condense these things. Now, she only had a tiny bit of ability left. How could she possibly kill a woman? I didn't kill her. A handsome man just suddenly appeared and took care of her. Handsome? Lin Ruo narrowed his eyes. Who's handsome? Lin Momo instantly sensed danger. Of course you're handsome, really. Look at my sincere eyes. Lin Ruo snorted lightly. Then, he walked to the woman's corpse and examined it briefly. He recognized her too. This woman was the culprit who had beheaded Lin Momo. How did she end up here? Before he even met Lin Momo, he had been following her, so he remembered that woman. He hadn't even had a chance to settle accounts with her, and now she was dead here. Who was that man? Lin Ruo returned to Lin Momo's side, sniffing around her, his brows furrowing. He was extremely disgusted by the scent that man had deliberately left on her. I don't know him, we just chatted for a bit, and then he left. He said we meet again. Now that she thought about it, he probably didn't mean any harm, otherwise she would have been dead already. You like him a lot? What kind of question is that? What does it have to do with whether she likes him or not? No, do you know that person? She always felt that Lin Ruo's emotions were strange when this man was mentioned, constantly making comparisons, though she didn't know what those comparisons were. The only possibility he could think of was that these two knew each other before. No, but that doesn't stop me from disliking him. Lin Ruo explained calmly, then took Lin Momo's hand and walked back, not intending to bother with the mess. They returned to the small shop. The little devil was safely inside with Ponching. Seeing them return together, his gloomy mood instantly lifted. He wanted to go out and check what was happening several times, but Ponching was helpless, so he could only stay silently. Especially during the earthquake. You're finally back. There was an earthquake just now, did you know? Lin Ruo shook his head. He was too far away to feel anything. Only Lin Momo knew what the little devil meant by the earthquake. It was the noise the woman made. If the woman hadn't died, it wouldn't just have been an earthquake, all the surrounding houses would have collapsed, and the steel structures inside would have been controlled by her. She lowered her head and touched her nose, offering no explanation. It was too troublesome, she couldn't speak. Lin Ruo knew what she was thinking. He told the little devil and Ponching to eat the food from the store for the night, then pulled Lin Momo into the storeroom. The little devil's eyes widened. What were these two planning? His gossipy nature suddenly surfaced, but he held back because of Ponching's pleading gaze. He should continue nursing the baby. The little devil couldn't cook, so he found some noodles at the store and made noodle soup. He only knew how to make noodle soup. Brother only knows how to make this. Please make do with it. Ponching blinked. I'm easy to feed. She wasn't picky about food. If she were, she would have starved to death long ago, let alone in this apocalyptic situation. Besides, her meals were actually better than before, thanks to Lin Momo and her group. Looking at Ponching's thin and frail appearance, the little devil sighed. What kind of life did this child live before? Meanwhile, Lin Momo was dragged into the storage room, looking completely bewildered. What are you doing? Why did he drag her in like this? Was he going to do something indescribable? Lin Ruo pinched her cheek. Don't think about anything else, eat this. A mutated plant appeared out of thin air in his hand. However, the plant had already been dissected, and there was a core crystal in the center of the flower. It was extremely similar to the core crystal in a zombie's brain, but there were also subtle differences. What is this? Can I eat it? Won't it cause any side effects? Lin Momo smacked her lips, not particularly daring to eat it, but mainly because it looked awful, and she didn't want to put her mouth on it. You can eat it, but the kids can't. Saying this, Lin Ruo stuffed it towards her mouth again. Lin Momo kept her mouth tightly shut. So you rushed out just for this? The mutated plant looked different from what she'd seen before. Aside from its less than appealing appearance, it tasted much better than she hoped. If Lin Ruo cooked it, It would definitely taste even better. So, compared to eating the core crystal, she preferred to eat something relatively more normal. Eat it. Lin Rua's attitude hardened. I make you a new dish. The tempting offer made Lin Momo swallow hard. I eat it. She took the crystal from Lin Rua and put it in her mouth. She tried biting into it. It was a little hard, but not impossible to chew. It had almost no taste. It was utterly unpalatable. So she chewed it and swallowed it directly. Any changes? Lin Rua asked anxiously, watching her intently. Lin Momo licked her lips. It seems like nothing has changed. It just tastes a bit awful. And she didn't feel like her power was fully replenished. She could only use a tiny bit of her power now. Any more and she'd faint. Speaking of which, she was hungry. This crystal probably wouldn't do her any good. Just as she thought this, she suddenly covered her nose, and blood gushed out. Her head began to throb, and her vision blurred. Momo. Dizzy, so dizzy. The dizziness came suddenly, without any warning. She went limp and fell towards Lin Rua, unconscious. Lin Rua steadily supported her body, her eyes slightly darkened. Chapter 53. Having eaten and drunk their fill, Xiao Gui and Pan Xing lay in the living room, intending to rest for a while. However, they hadn't been lying there long when they saw Lin Rua carrying the unconscious Lin Momo out of the storage room. Xiao Gui immediately sat up and asked, "What happened to Sister Momo?" "She's fine, she just needs to rest." Lin Rua didn't explain further. He carried Lin Momo to the room, where a mattress had already been laid out on the floor, and gently laid her down. At this moment, Lin Momo was burning hot, like a furnace, frighteningly hot. "Xiao Gui, go get me some water." Xiao Gui, who was curiously peeking in from outside the door, heard this, and quickly agreed, obediently going to the bathroom to get water. Lin Rua continued to care for Lin Momo. The reason he gave Lin Momo the core crystal was simple. He wanted her to advance. Over the past month, he had also fed her mutated plants for advancement, but her condition hadn't changed at all. At most, it had replenished her supernatural abilities. If this continued, survival in the apocalypse would be extremely difficult. So, upon arriving in the ruined capital, he sensed a more advanced mutated plant. Although harvesting it took considerable time, his mood instantly brightened when he discovered a core crystal inside. Not every mutated plant possesses a core crystal. This time, it was just good luck. The little devil quickly fetched a basin of cold water, along with a towel. "Thank you. Go watch over Ponching for now, and I have you change the water again later." "Okay." As the little devil left the room, he glanced again at Lin Momo lying on the bed. Her face was flushed, her forehead was constantly sweating, or rather, her entire body was sweating profusely, her clothes were gradually becoming soaked. At the same time, he also noticed a stack of new clothes that Lin Rua had placed next to the bed.so. He was planning to change her clothes himself. He didn't dare say anything and obediently retreated, awaiting Lin Rua's instructions. To care for Lin Momo, whose body was burning with fever, he changed the water basin again and again, even changing her clothes several times, but her temperature still hadn't gone down, and she started talking incoherently. Lin Rua leaned down, trying to listen carefully, but he couldn't understand what she was saying. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Momo's temperature finally dropped, but what was even more terrifying was that when you touched her, you would find that she was like a block of ice. The temperature in the entire room dropped as well. The little devil waiting outside immediately shivered, and then looked at Ponching sitting on the sofa. She was clearly freezing too. He hurriedly ran into the room and frantically took out all the stored quilts from the closet, giving one to Ponching, so she could wrap herself up properly. "If you're really cold, go inside and rest. Don't stay up all night." Ponching had been waiting in the living room, probably worried about Lin Momo. But she was still young and couldn't hold out much longer. Ponching yawned, her eyelids drooping. "I go in later." She pulled the quilt tighter around herself. It was just too cold. They all knew the house had suddenly gotten cold because of Lin Momo. Her body was undergoing changes. Then, the little devil went into Lin Momo's room. "Do you need a blanket?" He even took 2 extra blankets. Lin Rua shook his head. "No, this temperature is exactly what she likes best. People really can't be compared." Lin Rua's complexion was normal and rosy, showing no signs of being cold. He probably hadn't noticed the sudden drop in temperature. When will he be this strong? "You and Ponching go and rest first. I watch over her from now on. Once she gets through the fever, her condition will improve." The little devil rubbed his eyes. "If anything happens, remember to call me." He was actually sleepy too. Lin Rua waved his hand, signaling him to leave. For almost the entire night, Lin Ruo stayed by Lin Momo's side until her body temperature gradually returned to normal and her breathing became calmer. He took Lin Momo's pale little hand, pressed it against his face, and gently surveyed her face with his eyes. Finally, her eyelids twitched slightly. She made a soft sound. Lin Ruo's eyes widened in surprise. Before, she could only make hissing sounds, unable to produce a complete tone. Could she start speaking now? Lin Momo groggily opened her eyes, and saw Lin Ruo's beautiful face magnified before her. She blinked. You? She froze immediately. She touched her throat, as if she hadn't realized the sound had just come from her. I. She tried to speak, but couldn't sustain it. She could only utter a few words at a time, and beyond that, it was difficult. Her throat also hurt a little. Lin Ruo pressed her shoulder and shook her head. Don't rush it. Since you can speak, you'd definitely be able to talk later. After a moment of silence, Lin Momo didn't try to speak again, but she knew it was a good thing. Get up? Lin Ruo asked again. Lin Momo nodded. With Lin Ruo's help, Lin Momo slowly sat up. Only then did she realize that the room was covered in frost. Did I do all this? Yes. That's pretty impressive. But aren't you cold? She noticed that Lin Ruo's clothes were quite thin. He shook his head. I don't feel anything. Goodness, he's definitely not an ordinary person. How are you feeling now? Lin Ruo asked again, carefully. Lin Momo pursed her lips, sensing the changes in her body. Now she realized that the core crystal could indeed affect her. Look. She could even start to utter simple words. Wow, the power level seems to have increased. And moreover, Lin Momo opened her palm and slowly looked up. Look! Several weapons slowly materialized in the air, all made of ice, which Lin Momo could freely control. The attack power within them was stronger, and the speed was faster. I can use dual swords while making small weapons. Lin Momo was somewhat excited. Lin Ruo looked at her gently. Knowing she had successfully advanced, he breathed a sigh of relief. But his goals went far beyond this. He needed her to become even stronger. This alone wasn't enough. Have some snacks to tide you over. I make you something delicious later. Lin Ruo slipped some more snacks into her hand before getting up to leave. He had been keeping watch all night, and the sun was already rising outside. Watching Lin Ruo's retreating figure, Lin Momo remained silent. At first, she hadn't really cared, but now she subconsciously relied on this person. She still didn't understand what it was about her that attracted him, and when exactly had they met? Why couldn't she remember anything? Her initially cheerful mood plummeted again. She glanced up at the frost covering the room, then waved her hand lightly, and the frost vanished instantly, along with the rest of the house. With a sigh, she casually peeled open a small pastry and began to eat it piece by piece. Her stomach was even hungrier after her advancement. She should replenish her powers first. After finishing the pastry, she climbed out of bed and walked towards the hall. She happened to come face to face with Xiao Gui and the others. She noticed that Xiao Gui and Pan Xing were both bundled up. She touched her nose sheepishly, knowing perfectly well that they were dressed so warmly because of her. Wow, you're finally awake. Xiao Gui excitedly patted her shoulder. Lin Momo nodded. Huh? You can talk? Xiao Gui was surprised to find that she could make sounds. Just a little bit. Lin Momo made a gesture, indicating that she could only utter single words. And her throat hurt a little. It's okay, that means there's hope, the little devil said, indicating it wasn't a problem. Lin Ruo had also prepared new dishes, and made breakfast for everyone else as well. However, most of her effort was focused on making new dishes for Lin Momo, so their breakfast was a bit simple. It was meat porridge. The little devil didn't mind, he hadn't had hot porridge in a long time. It smells so good. Your cooking is really good. How did this person manage to be so versatile? Lin Momo stared at her food, her eyes shining. The food tasted much better than before. It must have been made from new mutated plants. But after the initial joy came worry. She could clearly feel that Lin Ruo had poured a lot of attention into her, wanting to control almost everything, which made her feel like she couldn't live without him. What's wrong? Lin Ruo keenly sensed her emotional fluctuations. Nothing. She didn't want Lin Ruo to know her deeper thoughts. She picked up her breakfast and began eating. Her powers were already depleted, and with her advancement, a steady stream of energy finally began to flow in. She temporarily put everything else aside, and began frantically replenishing her energy. The food made from mutated plants could only be digested by her. For others, it would be like eating unpalatable food, having no effect whatsoever. Soon, she finished the large plate of food Lin Ruo had prepared, feeling full, and her powers were fully replenished. Your cooking skills are really getting better and better. She couldn't help but praise her. Lin Rua chuckled. I'm glad you like it. The little devil and Ponching, silently sipping their porridge, chose to remain silent. They were grateful to have food at all, especially fresh food. The little devil couldn't help but marvel at Lin Rua's ability to conjure anything. He vaguely sensed that Lin Rua possessed something like a spatial dimension, likely storing a considerable amount of supplies. So powerful, and possessing everything. In this apocalyptic world, she could live so comfortably. Breakfast was quickly finished. Thinking she might have to stay a few more days, Lin Momo quickly got up to wash the dishes. The little devil and Ponching did the same. The little devil interjected, we handle the finishing touches. You must rest well, and not tire yourself out. Lin Momo nodded vigorously. Chapter 54. Seeing their eagerness, Lin Rua didn't stop them. Even for ordinary people, prolonged exertion would be too much for the body, especially since this wasn't the first time he stayed up all night. Watching the three of them rush into the kitchen, he couldn't help but smile. Finally, he got up from his chair and headed to the bathroom. He needed to wash up quickly and then rest. Only with a good mind could he act better next time. Working together, the three of them quickly washed the dishes and tidied up the house. The whole small house looked much tidier and had a cozy feel. It's just a pity we can't live here forever, the little devil sighed. Thinking about it was one thing, but not being able to was another. In the apocalypse, the ruined city wasn't suitable for permanent residence. Food reserves were limited, and there was no place to produce food, as it was mainly a place for collecting and recycling garbage. Food was all imported from outside. Lin Momo patted his shoulder, indicating that she was going out for a walk. Hey, you just woke up and went out without telling Lin Rua? She immediately gestured for the little devil to be quiet. Lin Rua had already finished washing up and gone to rest. She didn't want to disturb him. She just wanted to go out and test her abilities after her advancement. Now that she had eaten her fill, it was the perfect time to show off her skills. There were still many zombies and roaming monsters outside. Alright, remember to be careful. After hesitating for a moment, the little devil let Lin Momo go. Besides, Lin Momo was much stronger than him now. He didn't need to worry about her for the time being. And if things got really bad, there was always Lin Rua, their leader. After a quick tidy up, Lin Momo went out. She first ran towards the place where she had been attacked yesterday. The weapons frozen in frost were still hanging safely in the office, and the woman's corpse lay motionless on the ground, pitifully still. It seemed the woman's companions weren't with her. Otherwise, how could no one have come after a whole night? But she didn't let her guard down. She still needed to maintain her vigilance. She circled the area again before heading closer to practice on the nearby zombies. After advancing her cultivation level, she was much more adept at dealing with ordinary zombies. Without using her special abilities, simply wielding her dual swords, she could anticipate the zombie's next move with just a little concentration, and her body would react naturally. It was much faster than before her advancement. The surrounding zombies were quickly dealt with, and this was without using her ice-based abilities. Lin Momo stood there, touching her nose, feeling quite accomplished. Just then, an unformed monster slowly approached. She also noticed that among the humans treated by the old man, those who became failed experiments all shared a similar, almost identical form. They lacked facial features, and their bodies were twisted and grotesque. But their attack power was formidable. Aside from that, they had no other advantages. Lin Momo decided to use her supernatural ability this time. As the monster drew near, she conjured an ice-based weapon, manipulating it at will. She stood still, instantly killing her target. Of course, this only worked successfully when the opponent wasn't too strong. If it were yesterday's woman, she might have been able to put up a strong fight. Especially since her ability usage had reached a new level. She no longer needed to constantly worry about running out of power instantly. Anyway, she was bored now, and to continue testing her abilities, Lin Momo cleared away quite a few zombies and monsters from the streets of the ruined city. Of course, the number of monsters was relatively small, but because it was one of the originating areas, there were significantly more than in other places. And there were few with strong attack power, none were particularly formidable. It was just a pity for these monsters, who were originally human. Dying sooner would be easier for them. After clearing out another batch, the nearby streets were much cleaner, but zombies from other places would always swarm in, so it couldn't last long. Lin Momo clapped her hands. It was rare for her to be in such high spirits. Having been outside for so long, she was a little tired, mentally tired of course. Although she had advanced, she was still essentially a lazy bum. Having proven she might be a little stronger, she couldn't wait to return to the small shop. At this moment, all she wanted was to lie in bed and rest. After walking a few steps, she stopped, and in a flash, she was gone. A blazing fireball descended from the sky, striking the spot where Lin Momo had been standing, creating a crater. Flames still burned within the crater due to the fireball. Good heavens! Lin Momo looked at the fireball and sighed. Indeed, after advancing in rank, her sense of danger had become much more acute. Shortly after, a tall man landed steadily on the ground. He straightened up, staring at Lin Momo with an extremely sinister expression, even tinged with hatred. Hatred? Why hate her? She stared at the man's face for a while, finally recognizing him. The man was the woman's companion, the one with fire-based abilities. Judging from the current situation, he seemed to have advanced considerably compared to before. He had already been modified before the apocalypse, and now he was still so powerful. You killed her, the man said hatefully. No, I didn't kill her. On the contrary, she almost killed me. Lin Momo wanted to retort, but she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. She was truly suffering in silence. The man stopped speaking, and his entire body began to ignite with powerful flames, making him like a radiant sun, intensely hot and bright, yet also unbearably uncomfortable. This was the opposite of Lin Momo's ability. Perhaps eager to avenge his companion, the man suddenly shot towards Lin Momo through the air. She could clearly feel a surge of heat rushing towards her. Let's talk this out. You can't just take the blame like that. Lin Momo quickly dodged. But stray flames still landed on her, scalding her. Knock. Burning hot, burning hot. She quickly shook her hand, no longer caring about dodging, and released her supernatural ability. Even if she could explain, they might not accept it. Constantly dodging would only make them think she was easy to bully. After all, she wasn't the one who provoked them in the first place. She didn't kill anyone. And why should they be able to act so recklessly? Kill people whenever they want? Lin Momo was angry. She slightly lowered her eyes, a chill emanating from her body, frost gradually covering her entire form, and the color of her hair changed accordingly. Her once soft brown hair instantly transformed into a silvery white, exuding a cold beauty that perfectly complemented her icy blue eyes. The man floated in the air, watching Lin Momo's ability, his smile twisting into a grimace. An ice-type ability user. I see who's stronger. Ice can melt into water. Technically, her ability is effective against fire. But if her opponent's ability surpasses hers, and their control is more refined, she could be utterly defeated. Right now, Lin Momo couldn't care less. She leaped forward, conjuring numerous ice weapons that hurtled towards the man. But as her ice weapons approached him, they melted instantly, leaving him completely unharmed. Nothing special. The man was unfazed and retaliated with several fireballs. She immediately erected an ice barrier, barely managing to hold them off. When the barrier shattered, she instantly teleported elsewhere. Because their abilities were on different levels, Lin Momo knew she couldn't directly confront him head-on. It would be disadvantageous. So, every time the man attacked, she skillfully dodged, avoiding significant damage. If those fireballs had hit her, it wouldn't have been so easy. Especially as the pain began to spread. The man, seeing he hadn't hit Lin Momo's vitals, grew increasingly irritable. You killed her using such underhanded methods? Lin Momo remained silent. What underhanded methods? She was simply dodging normally, okay? Was she supposed to stand still and let herself be relentlessly attacked? Only a fool would do that. This man's brain is completely messed up. However, she really couldn't keep dodging like this. She had to find a way to counterattack. After dodging several attacks, Lin Momo decided to take a daring approach. She had done this before, expanding the area to freeze everything around her. But back then, her power reserves were insufficient. Doing so would quickly deplete her power, making further resistance much more difficult. Now it was different. She had advanced. A slight smile played on her lips. As she dodged another attack, she suddenly unleashed her power, continuously expanding the area, gradually covering everything around her with frost. The temperature plummeted. The man clearly felt it. Even the flames on his body were suppressed, shrinking considerably. This made him even more depressed, his gaze towards Lin Momo becoming even more ferocious. I kill you! Bang bang bang. The man recklessly unleashed his power, the suppressed flames expanding again. Lin Momo, however, wasn't surprised. This was one of the effects she wanted to achieve. Since her power was limited, her opponent's power was also limited. The frost she released could last a long time, and she didn't need to continuously use her powers to maintain it, but she could make the frost disappear at will. Fortunately, after releasing the ice over such a large area, she felt she still had surplus powers to use. She winked at the man, then drew her twin swords. With the advancement of her powers, the twin swords were much more powerful when she used them to cover the man. The man continuously released fireballs from his body, which she could easily cut down with her twin swords. This time, the man no longer held back. The flames on his body erupted like a burst, hissing and spewing upwards, eventually forming a huge fire dragon. He began to control the fire dragon to attack Lin Momo. She aimed her twin swords and slashed. The flames disappeared and then reformed. Chapter 55. The severed fire dragon burned even more fiercely than before. Lin Momo licked her lips, gripping her twin swords tightly, pondering what she could do next to her advantage. Besides, it was too hot around her, making her very uncomfortable. Just as she was thinking, the fire dragon suddenly split, and she watched helplessly as the man's body merged into it, becoming unrecognizable. Holy crap, can it be like this? It wasn't just that he could conjure flames, his entire being was now flames. Before Lin Momo could recover from her shock, several enormous fire dragons rushed towards her at breakneck speed. She had no time to prepare an attack, and could only scramble to dodge, and even then, she was badly burned. Her clothes were already torn from the fight, and now, the fire made them look even more tattered. She didn't know how many clothes she had ruined during this time. Although the clothes were all given to her by Lin Momo had secretly checked the brands of the clothes. They weren't cheap, and besides, no company would continue producing clothes now. She was seething with anger and wanted to fight back, but there were just too many fire dragons. After several encounters, she hadn't gained any advantage. She was the one who suffered. Letting you die so quickly would be too easy for you. Aren't you afraid of the heat? Die melting away. The man's arrogant voice kept swirling in the air, his voice overlapping because he had split into several fire dragons. Lin Momo listened several times before she finally understood what he was saying. It was clearly not a good thing. Was he going to melt her completely in scorching fire? That wasn't a pleasant way to die. And as the man finished speaking, she could clearly feel the surrounding temperature continuing to rise, her clothes gradually becoming soaked with sweat. It was too hot. The prolonged hiding had gradually exhausted her, forcing her to stop and rest briefly in a dilapidated building. Wiping away her sweat, she tried to enhance her supernatural abilities, attempting to cool down the surroundings. But the next second, the fire dragon found her location, and the slight cooling instantly turned into heat again. The excessive heat made her irritable and volatile. The building she had finally managed to hide in was destroyed again. Lin Momo drew her twin swords and charged out, slashing at the fire dragon several more times. She amplified the effects of her supernatural abilities, and thankfully, it activated somewhat, though not very noticeably. She was in a predicament. Having only recently advanced in her cultivation, she hadn't even had time to explore her undeveloped abilities, and now she encountered such a powerful opponent. Perhaps realizing Lin Momo was now his prey, unable to escape, the man's attacks gradually slowed, as if he were toying with her. He was treating her like a toy. He didn't take her seriously at all. This couldn't go on. At this moment, she didn't want to wait for Lin Ru's rescue anymore. She wanted to rely on herself. This man was already treating her like a toy, of course. She couldn't tolerate it. Lin Momo hid in the shadows, her icy blue eyes growing even brighter, emanating an unprecedented chill that dissipated her body heat, making her much more comfortable. Found you. Within its encirclement, the fire dragon instantly sensed a drop in temperature. A **** is a bastard, always hiding in these small, inconspicuous places. There were several small buildings nearby. Because of the old man's constant release of flawed monsters, the humans who once lived here had either turned into zombies or fled. So even with all this chaos, no humans would be harmed. The cannon fodder would be the poor zombies. The man wielded 2 fire dragons, breaking through the building where Lin Momo was hiding. Only that corner had the lowest temperature, making it easy to spot. He laughed maniacally. Still an idiot, Lin Momo scoffed. Instead of dodging, she opened her arms to welcome the fire dragons. The fire dragons immediately pierced through her body. She expected the intense flames to engulf her, but something unexpected happened. As the fire dragon pierced through Lin Momo's body and soared into the air again, its body began to freeze inch by inch. The ice encased the powerful flames, preventing them from radiating heat. Lin Momo wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, a faint smile appearing on her lips. She could not only make sounds, but also subtle facial expressions. Just as the man roared in pain, she raised her twin swords and leaped upwards, slicing the now frozen fire dragon into ice shards. Bitch. She had only destroyed one of the fire dragons, the man hadn't died. But one fire dragon was missing. Lin Momo felt no excitement at the brief victory. She knew it wasn't over yet. Wiping the blood from her lips, she charged at the remaining fire dragons once more. With each charge, her power increased, her twin blades transforming into ice-like forms, their surfaces covered in crystals brimming with power. The fire dragons were also enraged. The man commanded the remaining fire dragons, charging towards Lin Momo together. The remaining 3 fire dragons roared, their flames intensifying with rage. This time I won't give you another chance, die. The man, weakened by the loss of some of his power, was consumed by rage. He unleashed his full power, disregarding his exhaustion, determined to annihilate Lin Momo completely. This time, Lin Momo did not dodge. Frost gradually covered her entire body, obscuring her original appearance. As the fire dragons breathed fire, attempting to pierce her body as before, she vanished in a flash, leaving her original position. The surrounding scorching air gradually cooled, the temperature dropping further. She unleashed unprecedented power, determined to fight him to the bitter end. Ice and fire clashed repeatedly in midair, creating beautiful sparks. The two were evenly matched. Unexpectedly, a child's cry echoed from the previously deserted building. The child shakily crawled out from the collapsed structure. His body was clearly injured, mostly bearing burn marks. Lin Momo paused at the child's cry, giving the man an opening. Ugh! She was injured again. The frost on her body gradually faded. The man seemed to understand something, suddenly becoming excited. You care about that child? He's just an ordinary human. Even if he doesn't die here, he dies somewhere else. The man subtly wielded one of the fire dragons. I free him now. No! Lin Momo watched helplessly as the fire dragon hurtled towards the boy. After all, she was still a living human being. She immediately changed direction, trying to save the boy. But the man wouldn't give her the chance. The remaining fire dragons entangled her. With a sizzle, the boy was completely reduced to ashes, disappearing from this world. Look, how fragile humans are. Only we, the people of this new world, are truly powerful. Staring at the vanished boy, Lin Momo remained stunned for a long time, her body still trembling slightly. How could this be? You seem angry, but only the weak and incompetent have such emotions. The man laughed wildly, constantly provoking Lin Momo. She had always known that after the world became like this, she couldn't save everyone. She didn't have that kind of power, even her life had been saved by others. But the boy's situation was clearly avoidable. An unspeakable rage ignited within her. Her pupils gradually turned crimson, losing their original icy blue. She was no longer cold. The man noticed as well. You? Before he could finish speaking, an incredibly fast figure burst through the fire dragon's body, piercing through 3 of them in succession. The flames were instantly disrupted. The man roared in agony. The scattered fire dragons were all part of his body, and he had already lost one. But what was even more terrifying now was, this woman before him had developed a second superpower, a fire-based one. Are you devouring me? Lin Momo, already unconscious, was relentlessly consuming the man's flames and his supernatural abilities. She was going berserk. Stop! Stop! Unable to sustain it any longer, the fire dragon finally merged, transforming into a human and collapsing to the ground. His supernatural abilities were still being drained relentlessly. If this continued, he would surely perish. The man gradually lost consciousness. He could have easily crushed Lin Momo to death, so why did things turn out this way? Was it because he killed an insignificant human? Just as the man's last ounce of supernatural ability was about to be drained, someone broke in from outside. He shattered the barrier and carried the dying man away without hesitation. Lin Momo was also interrupted. Her bloodshot eyes stared blankly into the distance. After a long, dazed state, her pupils finally returned to their icy blue, and her hair returned to normal. Then she collapsed to the ground unconscious. The surrounding environment had been ravaged into ruins, devoid of any living creature. After a long silence, a figure gradually approached from afar. It was the strikingly handsome man. He walked step by step to Lin Momo's side, then knelt down, carefully observing her. You haven't disappointed me, he said, gently touching her cheek. Because her second ability had been activated, her body was burning hot, but that didn't matter. He slowly lowered his head, approaching her bright red lips. He wanted to kiss her. But before he could get close, a strong killing intent suddenly appeared, and a bloody welt appeared on his cheek. Let her go. Lin Ru appeared unnoticed, staring at the man with a murderous look. The man wiped the blood from his face and smiled. You took good care of her. It would be even better if you could restrain your disgusting thoughts. Seemingly still concerned about something, the man reluctantly released Lin Momo, his eyes filled with longing. Momo, I'm leaving. Chapter 56. As soon as he finished speaking, the man disappeared from Lin Momo's side, leaving behind a lingering, alluring fragrance. Momo. Lin Ruo rushed over. He had been resting and replenishing his energy, sleeping soundly. He was completely unaware of what had happened. Later, Lin Momo suddenly activated her second ability. The shockwave was so widespread that he barely noticed and knew something was wrong with her. He immediately forced himself awake. When he arrived, this was the scene before him. An indescribable rage surged within him. If it weren't for his strong self-control, he would have torn him to pieces. How dare he be so close to Lin Momo? Taking a deep breath, Lin Ruo approached Lin Momo, knelt down, and lifted her into his arms. The burning heat didn't deter him. Instead, he held her even tighter. "It'd be all right," he whispered, comforting her, even though he knew she couldn't hear him. Back in the inner room of the small shop, he carefully placed her on the bed. The little devil, who was tending to the plants, stopped watering them. What's wrong with Sister Momo? Lin Momo's condition was clearly off. How could she have been fine when she left, but come back like this? Take good care of Ponching. Lin Ruo didn't say much more, simply closing the door to the room, cutting off the little devil's view. The little devil sighed. Worried as he was, he figured as long as Lin Ruo was there shouldn't be any major problems, so he followed her instructions and took good care of Ponching. Another day passed. Lin Momo slept for a whole day before waking up. Her burning body temperature had subsided, returning to its usual relatively low state, which was normal for her at the moment. She slowly opened her eyes. Ugh! Momo. Hearing the movement, Lin Ruo immediately rushed forward, his eyes filled with worry. This was the first time he had seen Lin Momo in this state. Even before the apocalypse, he had been investigating the situation of superhumans, but a second superhuman had never appeared before. This was Lin Momo's first, as far as he knew. After a moment, memories flooded back, and she recalled what had happened. Her eyes turned sorrowful. I couldn't save him. Tears welled in her icy blue eyes. Lin Ruo's heart softened instantly. Although he didn't know what had happened, he immediately hugged her and gently comforted her. It's all right now. After calming down, Lin Momo recounted the events of the previous day to him. Although my consciousness was hazy, I knew that person wasn't dead. He had been rescued. And he had come to avenge the woman's death. There were many things she didn't understand, but through her experiences in the apocalypse, she gradually understood that the virus was deliberately created, possibly by several different organizations. Each organization had different motives. And the man she encountered this time was clearly an extreme case. Don't think so much, rest first. Lin Ruo roughly understood some things, but he didn't want Lin Momo to think so much. Her health was the priority now. At this moment, Lin Momo also realized something. Have I mutated? Isn't my ability ice-based? You evolved a second ability, but it's not mature yet. You need to restrain it at this stage, especially. After a pause, Lin Ruo took her hand again. Especially since you absorbed another ability user's power. This was something that had never happened before. Am I really okay? The memory wasn't very vivid, but even a brief recollection of that memory gave her goosebumps. She disliked that power. It made her lose control. Once she lost control, she might do anything, and she was more likely to hurt those close to her. Do you want something to eat? I'm a little hungry. I get you something to eat. You lie down a bit more. Without saying anything more, she watched Lin Ruo leave. She was indeed still quite tired. Although she was awake, her body was still extremely exhausted. So she closed her eyes again. Due to the change in her ability, Lin Momo had barely had the strength to get up these past few days. It was 3 days later, when she was finally able to get out of bed. Xiao Gui and Pan Xing were both very worried about her. Sister Momo, are you alright? Xiao Gui was the first to approach her. Lin Ruo had been guarding the door, giving them no chance to sneak in. Because he wouldn't let them in. Lin Momo shook her head. I'm alright. She even made a gesture of physical strength. That's good. The little devil handed her the potted plant he was holding. You can smell it, but it's not fully grown yet. Lin Ruo had taken care of this plant for her a long time ago, but he had neglected it a little before. Fortunately, the plant was very resilient, and was still growing very vigorously. Lin Momo sniffed it. The fragrance was refreshing, and did indeed invigorate her. While they were discussing the plant, Lin Ruo had already tidied it up briefly. We should probably go. One of the sources has been found. so there's no need to stay any longer. The monsters here are merely a diverted, inferior virus, only a lucky few can successfully evolve. And the little devil is one of them. Lin Momo was curious. Where are we going next? They'd been following Lin Ruo the whole way, but it didn't seem like they were fleeing. They were going to each place with a purpose. Yuzhou, I guess. Lin Ruo didn't hide anything. Yuzhou was a place he always wanted to investigate, but he'd always been tied up with other things, so he kept putting it off. Now that the virus had broken out, even if there were hidden labs, they should be easier to enter than other places. They might even be breached. This would make infiltration easier, and the source of the virus might be right in front of them. I've been to Yuzhou. Hearing Yuzhou, Lin Momo perked up. Upon graduating high school, annoyed by her family's constant coveting of her grandmother's inheritance, she immediately went to Yuzhou after receiving her diploma. Her grandmother had a house there, and she spent a comfortable summer there, the happiest time of her life, free from all worries. No one bothered her. Only after that did she move from Yuzhou to Jingsheng to study. Now, the apocalypse has been going on for a while. She wonders how the house is doing there. I never been to that place, the little devil said, scratching his head. Or rather, there are many places he hasn't been to. As a mischievous child, he was sent directly to Jingsheng, and he actually spends more time there than on Tonga Island. Well then, check if there's anything else you need to pack, we be leaving soon. Lin Ruo gave the instructions again. They didn't take much of the food displayed outside the small shop. Lin Ruo's food reserves were already quite abundant. They planned to leave the food in the shop for ordinary humans. Ordinary humans needed it more than they did. Xiao Gui and Pan Xing check everything again. Nothing's missing. Get in the car. A few days later, they got in the car again and left. As the car slowly started and drove into the distance, the huge chimney in front of them gradually disappeared. They hadn't gone up to see it yet. Now that they were leaving, there probably wouldn't be a chance to come back. Things were different now. This world would undergo even greater changes. Xiao Gui and Pan Xing pressed their faces against the window, gazing longingly. Let's look for as long as we can. We probably won't be able to come back again. Lin Momo also glanced at it a few times. She didn't feel much. Her physical condition was much better, but she still felt something was wrong, so she couldn't muster any energy. Just as she was about to look away, she suddenly looked back. Was she seeing things? There should have been someone standing on that huge chimney, right? But when she looked more closely, there was no one there. It was as if it had been her imagination. There seemed to be someone standing on the chimney just now. Lin Ruo had been focused on driving and hadn't noticed. But hearing Lin Momo's question, she casually asked the little devil, "Did you guys see someone standing on the chimney just now?" The little devil immediately shook his head. "No, we were watching the whole time. How could there be someone standing up there? And, at this height, the elevator must be out of service, right? How are we supposed to get up there?" Lin Ruo rolled her eyes at him. There were stairs at first. The elevator was installed later. The little devil muttered. "Okay, but there's definitely no one standing up there, right, Pan Xing?" Pan Xing nodded, confirming the little devil's statement. After hearing their answers, Lin Momo fell silent. She rubbed her eyes, then her temples. Maybe she really saw things. "I'm going to sleep for a bit." She closed her eyes, intending to rest in the car. Lin Ruo continued driving, leaving the ruined city. The little devil and Pan Xing also looked away, going about their own business. Along the way, they each collected quite a few small items. Pan Xing collected the most books, while the little devil collected game consoles, and even found quite a few game cartridges. There probably aren't many people who can live so peacefully after the apocalypse. As the car drove further away, a black figure reappeared atop the giant chimney. Upon closer inspection, one would find he was the strikingly handsome man. He stood steadily on the edge of the chimney, watching the departing car, his eyes dark and brooding. "I take you home," the man murmured before disappearing from the top of the chimney. The ruined city wasn't large, and with few remaining zombies and monsters, and having already dealt with the more troublesome monsters, their journey was remarkably smooth. Moreover, perhaps because the more troublesome aspects of the city had been resolved, the ordinary humans, who had been hiding in the corners, had finally emerged. Of course, not in a literal sense. It meant they finally had the courage to venture out to find food, and to deal with the low-level zombies. That old man's gone, this place has actually become more suitable for survival. Food shouldn't be scarce in the short term, the kid remarked. The ruined city was inhabited by its original inhabitants. Seeing Lin Ruo and his companion's car driving on the main road, they had no intention of hitchhiking. They preferred to stay in their familiar territory. Chapter 57. Yuzhou is quite a distance from the ruined capital. It's estimated to take a week to reach their destination. Therefore, they will stop in other small towns. Along the way, they discovered that some people were organized and gathered together, forming encirclements, able to divide tasks and cooperate, both to fight off zombies, and to go out and find food to avoid starvation. This situation likely exists in many places. Lin Momo and her group, on the other hand, couldn't approach. None of the people in the vehicle could be considered normal. If their marks were exposed, it would be a huge problem. They didn't want to harm innocent people. So, at each temporary rest stop, they either dealt with the zombies in the vehicle or in an uninhabited house. So far, things were peaceful. Nothing had happened. Lin Momo's second ability seemed to have fallen silent and hadn't been activated again. This was exactly what she hoped for. After all, the feeling was truly unpleasant. It made her feel like a completely different person. Let's rest here tonight. Lin Rua exited the highway and parked the car near the toll booth. There were the fewest zombies here, and hardly any people either. Even if there were, they would leave quickly, because there was no food. But staying in a place like this meant they would have to rest in the car. There was no shower, and sleeping in uncomfortable positions would be awkward. But it was the apocalypse, so they didn't care too much. Just later that night, 2 large buses also parked nearby. Lin Momo wasn't sleepy at all. She sat in the passenger seat playing the game console that Xiao Gui had picked up, and she was quite addicted. She had a similar one in her dorm, which she used to pass the time. Hey, people are here. Xiao Gui peered out the window. People had come and gone before when they stopped to rest, but there hadn't been any contact between them. Everyone was worried about encountering bad people with ill intentions and getting into trouble. Of course, some bolder people would come forward to exchange supplies. These people were usually quite strong, or they were superhumans. 2 buses, fully armed. This must be a small group. Xiao Gui took another closer look. After they parked, the fully armed people got out first. After checking that everything was alright, they waited for the others to get off and orderly unload their belongings. Wow, they're setting up tents. Hearing Xiao Gui's words, Lin Momo became interested. She put down her game console and looked outside. People gradually disembarked from the 2 buses. There were men and women, young and old, representing a diverse group. The person leading this group must be a superhuman with exceptional abilities. Otherwise, how would they protect the ordinary humans among them? Lin Momo glanced around casually, intending to continue playing her game, but then suddenly looked up again. That's Shinjiozhou. She doubted her eyes and rubbed them frantically. The woman in the simple dress and black-rimmed glasses was indeed Shinjiozhou. It was her, there was no mistake. But Lin Momo would never forget the scene she saw on TV. To save her own life, Lin Xiao pushed Shinjiozhou directly into a horde of zombies. Logically, Shinjiozhou would have had a very difficult time surviving in that situation. But she was standing perfectly fine in the distance, a gentle smile on her face. Her exposed skin showed no signs of injury. There was only one possibility. She was also a superhuman and had been rescued in time. Otherwise, even if she hadn't been infected by the virus, she would have been eaten alive, leaving not even bones behind. What's wrong? Lin Rua, who had been fiddling with experimental data on his computer, noticed Lin Momo's emotional fluctuation and looked up at her. He knew others had come, but he didn't care much. As long as they didn't cross any lines, he never paid attention to what they were doing. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Momo shook her head. Nothing. Shinjiozhou should have superhuman abilities now. She had the ability to protect herself, and she should have adapted to this kind of life. Although danger lurked everywhere, her face showed no despair or suppressed emotion. In fact, she seemed quite relaxed. This must be a good team. Lin Momo didn't want to disturb her. In Shinjiozhou's eyes, she was probably just a wandering zombie, likely already dead. That's it. Knowing the other person is still alive is enough. Thinking this, she sighed, slid back down, and picked up her game console to continue playing. The convoy not far away didn't seem inclined to come over and say hello. This suited Lin Momo perfectly. As night fell, Xiao Gui couldn't resist getting out of the car to find a place to relieve himself. I need it too, Pan Xing said softly, her face flushed. The girl was also desperate. Being timid, she didn't dare get out of the car alone. She only felt safe with Lin Momo and the others. All right, Xiao Gui said, leading the girl out of the car. After sitting in the car for so long, finally being able to stretch his body made him feel much more relaxed. However, because there was a convoy ahead, he still wore sunglasses. He discovered that even with his eyes closed, He could see everything around him clearly using his supernatural abilities, even seeing many details and the vital points of some living things. So wearing sunglasses at night didn't affect his eyesight at all. Xiao Gui was just worried that if he ran into the convoy, they would be afraid to see what his eyes looked like. It was best to cover himself to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lin Momo yawned while sitting in the car. Actually, she wanted to get out and stretch her legs, but she was worried about running into Qin Jiujiu, so she could only stay in the car playing games. Out of curiosity, she would occasionally peek towards the convoy. Is someone you know over there? Lin Ruo, who had been busy all day, finally shut down his computer. He had been paying attention to Lin Momo's movements. She was acting differently than usual, her attention drawn to the convoy. If she didn't know someone, she wouldn't be doing this at all. A former roommate. Lin Momo finally confessed. If Lin Ruo had been following her before the apocalypse and had observed the people around her, he should also remember Qin Jiujiu. Lin Ruo glanced towards the convoy. He immediately recognized a familiar face. It's Qin Jiujiu. I remember you two were very close. Lin Momo glanced at him. You're really dedicated. Not only did you follow me, but you even know everyone around me. Lin Ruo simply smiled gently, omitting this part of the conversation. Are you going to meet her? Or, what happened between you two? Lin Momo mutated in the dormitory, an experience he was unaware of. If nothing had happened, how could she be wandering outside in that form? It's nothing much. I was in zombie form from the start. I would have been scared too, so they kicked me out. But actually, Lin Xiao initially wanted to kill her, but Qin Jiujiu couldn't bear to, so she kicked her out. In a sense, she should thank Qin Jiujiu. At the time, her reaction was slow. It would have been easy for Lin Xiao to kill her. If she had died in the dormitory, she really would have died there. And things wouldn't be like this now. Lin Ru reached out and pinched her cheek. It's all right now. She uttered a soft syllable. Lin Momo continued playing her game with renewed focus. After some time, Xiao Gui and Pan Xing still hadn't returned. Even Shangda University students should have been back by now. She put down her game console. Why haven't Xiao Gui and the others returned yet? Could something have happened? Lin Momo was a little worried. While choosing a place to rest, Lin Ruo also amplified her senses to observe the surroundings. It was impossible to say there were absolutely no zombies. There were still some low-level zombies wandering around, but they posed no threat to them. Just as Lin Ruo was about to reassure her, a scream suddenly erupted from the nearby convoy. Zombies! Zombies are emerging from underground. The convoy's defenses were actually quite thorough. Half of them were superhumans, and once everything was in place, they would take turns deploying superhumans to provide protection around the area. But no one expected zombies to emerge from underground. Lin Momo heard the scream and immediately looked up. She saw in the distance that an elderly woman was instantly grabbed by a zombie buried in the ground, and its leg was bitten off. The scene was slightly gruesome. The superhumans in the convoy panicked for a moment, but quickly regained their composure. Jean Biao dealt with the emerging zombie, allowing the remaining humans to get into the vehicles and take cover. Get in the vehicles. Everyone, get in the vehicles. Lin Momo couldn't hold back any longer. I need to find Xiao Gui and the others. Her senses gradually amplified. She could feel that many zombies were lurking in the ground, even though there hadn't been any at first. What on earth is going on? Lin Ruo frowned slightly. We can't stay here any longer. There's a graveyard in the distance. They dig their way over. Wow, this is some kind of crazy tactic. So Xiao Gui and Pan Xing haven't returned yet. They must have encountered the same situation. You drive first, I go find Xiao Gui and the others. Lin Ruo didn't stop her. These zombies' skills are indeed different from what she's seen before, but their lethality isn't strong. Dealing with them would be easy, but there are too many of them, so it's not necessary for now. Then be careful. Okay. Lin Momo quickly opened the car door and got out. She first sniffed around, roughly figuring out Xiao Gui and Pan Xing's location, and then prepared to run in their direction. Before running, she couldn't help but glance back at the convoy. Qin Jiujiu also joined the battle and used her special ability. Her ability looked strange. It could unleash something like spider silk, directly trapping the zombies. Chapter 58. It looked like spider silk, but it wasn't as soft. Lin Momo clearly saw. This thing ensnared the zombies, and soon their bodies were torn apart, shattered into pieces. This ability was truly thrilling. She hesitated for a moment, then continued running towards the direction the little devil and the others were heading. These ability users were quite powerful. The initial shock might cause some ordinary humans to die, But once they reacted, the problem would be quickly resolved. Lin Momo quickened her pace. Many zombies emerged from the ground along the way. She didn't use her ability, but dealt with them directly using her dual swords. As she ran, she suddenly stopped. The zombies emerging ahead were the most numerous, terrifyingly dense, most of them missing limbs and desperately climbing upwards. Looking at this scene, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Not out of fear, but out of disgust. "Sister Momo. We're here." The little devil's voice came from above, and Lin Momo looked up in the direction of the sound. Goodness, seeing danger, he didn't even bother to climb higher. At this moment, the little devil was lying on the roof of a small building with Ponching. The highest floor was only about 3 stories high, not particularly high. But it was enough to hold off the zombies on the ground. She was a little curious about how the little devil had managed to bring Ponching up with him. The building's main door was still locked. They couldn't have gotten in from the inside. "Sister Momo, watch out." The little devil suddenly screamed in anguish. It turned out that the zombies had spread to her side, and one of them was grabbing her ankle, trying to lift her off the ground. Lin Momo remained calm, severing the zombie's hand with a single stroke and plunging the blade into its head. The more troublesome part was, even after being severed, the zombie's hand still gripped her ankle firmly. Lin Momo didn't hold back. This time, she unleashed her supernatural power. The severed wrist instantly turned into ice, shattering into countless shards. At the same time, not wanting to waste any more time, she amplified the power level. Soon, frost filled the area around her, freezing the zombies desperately crawling out from underground into solid blocks of ice, instantly rendering them immobile. Xiao Gui and Pan Xing watched from the rooftop, exclaiming in amazement and clapping their hands. "Sister Momo is truly amazing." Lin Momo rolled her eyes. She knew Xiao Gui could handle these zombies too, but having Pan Xing with her was inconvenient, and she didn't have a suitable weapon. In this situation, finding a safe place to hide was the best option. "Calm down!" She waved to the little devil and Ponching. She could still manage a word or two. Seeing the danger temporarily averted, the little devil nimbly leaped from the 3rd floor, carrying Ponching, who tightly closed her eyes in fear. He landed steadily, looking quite relaxed. "It's strange, really. Ever since I contracted the virus, not only have I gained superpowers, but I can also jump incredibly high, effortlessly." Jumping to the 3rd floor was a reaction born of desperation, startling even himself. "Come on!" Lin Momo waved to them again. The nearby cemetery was vast, filled with long-buried corpses. Infected by the virus, some even sprouted rotting flesh, transforming from skeletons into strong bodies. To speed things up, Ponching was carried by the little devil the entire time. Back at Lin Rua's side, they witnessed an even more troublesome situation. A gigantic zombie composed of various skeletons and flesh stood before them, its body enormous, resembling a building. Moreover, this giant zombie was currently lifting a bus, on which were ordinary humans. They were screaming in terror. The superhumans below were desperate to rescue them, but no matter what powerful attacks they used, the endless stream of zombies from below would simply fill the gap, creating a kind of healing effect. Lin Momo stared at everything in astonishment. "Is this even possible? How do we do this? Get on the bus! Get on the bus quickly!" The little devil, carrying Ponching, dashed into the bus. No way, with such a gigantic zombie, running away is the best option. Lin Rua had been waiting for them in the same spot. After realizing the zombies had the ability to combine, he didn't move. Instead, he took out his computer to record the changes. The virus was mutating too quickly. He wouldn't be surprised by any changes now. "Brother Rua, is there a way to deal with this?" The little devil asked Lin Rua immediately after getting into the car, since there were still ordinary humans on board, and saving them would be ideal. Before getting in the car, the little devil had used his ability to observe the giant zombies' weaknesses. He did see a bunch of them. The problem was, once these weaknesses were broken, other zombies would fill the gaps. It was endless. Lin Rua didn't answer immediately. He turned to look at Lin Momo, who was still standing outside the car. Momo should be able to handle it. "Sister Momo?" The little devil also looked over. Lin Momo wasn't looking at the precariously positioned bus. She was looking at Qinjiojio. Because her team members' lives were threatened, Qinjiojio's previously relaxed expression turned anxious, and tears welled up in her eyes. She truly loved this team. Lin Momo sighed, then looked up again. She slowly raised her hand, releasing her power onto the giant zombie's hand. Her hair turned snow white, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. The other ability users present noticed it, and they all turned their gazes to Lin Momo in surprise. The giant zombie's hand instantly froze, unable to move, and the bus, supported by the hand, swayed precariously, about to fall. Lin Momo then used her ice-based power to create a series of surprises. A perfect ramp emerged from the zombie's hand, and the bus slid down the icy slope. But the speed was slightly too fast. Seeing this, the superhumans in the convoy also intervened. The bus and its passengers were saved. However, the giant zombie wasn't truly defeated. She had only frozen one of the giant zombie's hands. "Sister Momo," the little devil cried anxiously, sticking his head out of the window. It turned out that after realizing it was frozen, the zombie could no longer move and simply abandoned that hand, while other zombies in the ground began to form another hand. Lin Momo didn't give them that chance. The reason it wasn't completely frozen was for the bus's safety. If it broke, it would be difficult to repair. She unleashed her power again, and the surrounding temperature plummeted once more. Ordinary humans began to shiver, snot running down their faces, and even frost forming on their skin. The giant zombie quickly froze into an icicle, not even sparing the ground beneath it. While releasing her power, she closed her eyes. The power extended across the land, directly touching the graveyard and spreading rapidly. Lin Momo temporarily froze their escape routes, but this wasn't a long-term solution. These bodies, already dead from the virus, felt no fear. Their movement was driven by the virus, driven only by a relentless craving for food until their demise. However, the more critical situation at hand was now resolved. This place was no place to linger. It was best to leave quickly. Lin Momo stopped activating her power, and her hair returned to its original color. She exhaled a puff of icy mist, and the frost on her face gradually disappeared. Just as she was about to turn and get into the car, Chin Jojo ran over. "Momo!" Chin Jojo recognized her. She would never forget Lin Momo's face. She had thought countless times how wonderful it would be if Lin Momo were alive. Lin Momo panicked and tried to run away. But Chin Jojo panicked and immediately used her 1,000 threads to trap Lin Momo's hand. The sense of danger made her react accordingly. Lin Momo severed the 1,000 threads with ice. "Don't go yet, I mean no harm." Chin Jojo hadn't given up. Seeing Lin Momo alive and well now made her very happy. This proved that she hadn't been completely consumed by the virus. She had ultimately evolved and developed superpowers. "I'm so sorry for kicking you out of the dorm back then, but if I hadn't, Lin Xiao would have killed you." Chin Jojo's voice trembled as she spoke of Lin Xiao, her face paling as if recalling something terrible. Lin Momo sighed again. But because she had only recently activated her powers, her sighs were icy mist. She shook her head and patted Chin Jojo's shoulder. She couldn't speak yet, and pointed to her throat, where the scars were hidden by a black silk scarf. Chin Jojo quickly understood, looking at Lin Momo with a hesitant expression. She had so much to say. She wanted to know what had happened to her during this time, whether she was doing well. But it was already the end of the world. What was there to say about being well or not? After a long silence, Chin Jojo asked again, "Will you come with me?" "Of course, your companions can come with us too." As she extended an olive branch to Lin Momo, Lin Ruo got out of the car and walked towards Lin Momo. He stood beside Lin Momo, adopting the posture of a guardian. "She won't leave with you." Chin Jojo stared at the man who had suddenly appeared, momentarily stunned, her gaze fixed on his handsome face. She felt. She'd seen that face somewhere before. "Why? More people can look after each other." "She won't go, and neither will we," Lin Ruo repeated. No one could take Lin Momo away. But he was also worried. Worried that Lin Momo would leave with him. After a period of silence, Lin Momo finally spoke. No, I won't go." Her voice was a little hoarse, but it was enough to express her meaning. Chin Jojo's eyes reddened slightly. She felt a pang of sadness. Although it was a pity, she wouldn't force her. Where Lin Momo wanted to go, and who she wanted to be with was her freedom. Chapter 59. "Well, I hope you're doing well. We definitely meet again." Chin Jojo finally gave up trying to persuade her. How to put it? She felt that Lin Momo seemed to be being taken very well. Her clothes were clean and bright, and she looked fair and clean, although she looked a little pale. But in the apocalypse, very few people could maintain such a state. For example, she herself hadn't showered for a while, and she looked dusty and grimy. Or rather, the entire convoy was in this state. "Alright. I have to go back. This place isn't safe. You should all leave as soon as possible," Chin Jojo added. Her teammates were still waiting for her to return. They had sustained some injuries, so they needed to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. Lin Momo nodded, indicating that she had taken her words to heart. Finally, As Chinjiojio was about to turn and leave, she couldn't help but look at Lin Momo again. There's one more thing. She then looked at Lin Ruo. If, and I mean if, you ever have the chance to see Lin Xiao again, please be careful of her, or you could kill her. Lin Momo knew what Chinjiojio wanted her to be wary of. Actually, she had seen everything Lin Xiao had done. If she had the chance to see Lin Xiao, she wouldn't act rashly. She would wait for Lin Xiao to do something outrageous and repulsive before making her move. I will. Lin Momo tried to speak, to express her meaning to Chinjiojio, but it was still difficult. Chinjiojio chuckled. It's alright, I know what you want to say. Perhaps we meet again someday. Okay. Then I'm leaving. Chinjiojio flashed a bright smile and turned to run back to the convoy. Momo, let's go. Lin Ruo took her hand. Knowing she wanted to stay, he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little smug. Perhaps she chose to stay because of him, not because of his insistent attitude. After getting in the car, Lin Ruo quickly started the engine and drove away. Chinjiojio's convoy needed some repairs because one of their buses had a minor problem. And it seemed some of their staff knew how to fix cars, carrying tool bags and skillfully crawling under the bus to inspect it. Lin Momo watched longingly from the window, still a little reluctant to leave. This was her roommate of several years, someone she had supported for a while. Lin Ruo was a little unhappy. You're reluctant to leave? A little, but I can't go with her. Why? My condition is unstable. Only you can stabilize me. Hearing this explanation, Lin Ruo fell silent, feeling a little awkward. Why couldn't she choose to stay because of him? Never mind, the longer this goes on, the worse it gets. The group found another place to rest, thankfully without any further incidents. Chinjiojio also successfully repaired her car and left. A week later, they arrived safely in Yuzhou. The virus had already spread here. As they approached Yuzhou, many zombies blocked their path. Lin Momo and Xiao Gui dealt with quite a few of them. The little devil is now also being used as Lin Ruo's training subject. Now that he's become a superhuman, he continued training, and when necessary, he can still be used as a laborer. The little devil himself doesn't mind. Having grown up in the military and undergone considerable training, he's quite happy using zombies as practice subjects. I want to go back. As they approached the city, Lin Momo suddenly made a small suggestion. Is it your grandmother's place? Lin Ruo answered naturally. He knew everything about Lin Momo. Lin Momo was used to his tone, and simply nodded slightly. Yes, my grandmother has a house in Yuzhou. If you need a place to rest, you can go there. The environment is quite nice. Her grandmother was a wealthy businesswoman, so the house she bought wouldn't be bad. It also provided excellent privacy. Therefore, her irresponsible parents had always coveted her grandmother's wealth. During her childhood, she endured extreme hardship and contemplated suicide several times. But if they died, they would be the happiest. So she had been enduring it all. And now, they weren't even sure if they would survive. Lin Ruo knew everything about Lin Momo, so even though Lin Momo hadn't told him, he knew exactly where they were going. It was just a little troublesome. Because that residential area was in the city center, and the city center was where the most zombies were. Although most of them were low-level zombies, the possibility of monsters couldn't be ruled out. From what Lin Ruo knew, Yuzhou was a large laboratory, although he hadn't been there yet. Watching the familiar buildings flash by, Lin Momo felt a pang of nostalgia. When her grandmother was still alive, she often came here to play, but that was a long time ago. If it weren't for her illness, her grandmother could have lived for a much longer time. The car, which had been traveling smoothly, suddenly braked sharply. Lin Momo, the little ghost in the back, and Ponching almost fell out, even though they were wearing seatbelts. The seatbelts were sore from the pressure. The little ghost groaned. What happened? Sudden braking. There are zombies blocking the way. Easy, I get out and practice. Just as the little ghost was about to roll up his sleeves to get to work, Lin Momo stopped him. Looking closely ahead, there were indeed many zombies, but they were huddled together in groups, behaving strangely, unlike any zombies he's seen elsewhere. Their appearance was similar, just looking blankly. Hey, am I seeing things? Are all these zombies staring at us? The little ghost rubbed his eyes. They weren't just staring at them, but they also didn't pounce, as if waiting for some command. Sure enough, a sound came from outside, and the horde of zombies that had been standing steadily in front of them instantly surged, rushing towards them. Momo. Lin Ruo called out, and Lin Momo knew what he wanted her to do. Her icy blue eyes gleamed slightly, and a huge ice wall rose from the ground, blocking the zombie's path. It seems like this is the only way to Grandma's house. After building the ice wall, Lin Momo finally realized. She still had to deal with the horde of zombies first. You and the little devil go train a bit. There's a high-level zombie inside. It can command the lower-level zombies. We don't know what other abilities it has. Lin Ruo slightly released her senses and quickly detected a peculiar entity among the zombie horde. High-level zombies had even evolved to control lower-level zombies, indicating a certain level of intelligence and independent thought. Whether it could recall its human memories was unknown. Perhaps it had already changed its state. The little ghost was somewhat surprised by Lin Ruo's words. A zombie can command zombies? In this world, anything is possible. Okay. Get off the car. Lin Momo uttered a few words haltingly. Since Lin Ruo entrusted them with dealing with the high-level zombies, it meant it was within their capabilities. The little ghost didn't hesitate and patted Ponching's little head. Little star, wait for us in the car with Brother Ruo, okay? Okay. Ponching was a very quiet girl, usually listening to them talk, and always eager to help, never holding them back. She was the most normal of the four. While she was indeed an ordinary human, as she had no special abilities, she wasn't truly ordinary either, because she was immune to the virus. I be a good girl, Ponching whispered. Now, Ponching was being led by Xiaogui. Although he was also a minor, and a bit of a scatterbrain, he had a knack for taking care of children. Then, the two got out of the car. Xiaogui scratched his head, looking at the huge ice wall in front of him. How are we going to get over there? The ice wall was vast, almost completely blocking their path. It was quite a sight, to be honest. Lin Momo immediately grabbed the little devil's wrist. Follow me. With that, she pulled the little devil straight through the ice wall. After passing through the thick ice wall, the little devil was dumbfounded. The feeling was truly novel, and a bit cold. He couldn't help but ask Sister Momo, do you have the ability to pass through walls? Lin Momo shook her head. She could only pass through the ice wall she created. She could only shatter other walls, not penetrate them. There was no time for them to chat. On the other side of the ice wall were hordes of zombies, which swarmed towards Lin Momo and the little devil upon seeing them. Damn! The little devil immediately pulled out the new pistol Lin Ruo had given him and began firing rapidly. The bullets were different from ordinary bullets, and they could be used for a much longer time. Lin Momo built a platform for the little devil, entirely made of ice, so he could safely fire from there. She then went to find the high-level zombie. Since her advancement, she could fly briefly in midair, but this didn't last long and consumed a lot of her energy. After traversing a dense swarm of zombies, she finally found the high-level zombie. The high-level zombie had obviously seen her too. Just as Lin Momo was about to attack, a sudden pain shot through her heart, instantly severing her flight. Her body plummeted, and below, a horde of zombies waited to devour her flesh. She quickly mustered her strength and created a platform for herself, crushing a small portion of the zombies. Oh no! This high-level zombie was mind-controlled. A mere glance was enough for it to react to her body. Sister Momo, are you alright? The little brat called out from afar. Even he found it difficult to get over. The high-level zombie was constantly summoning other zombies, and there was almost nowhere to land below. Chapter 60. Lin Momo still. Go to hell. Before Lin Momo could react, she heard a malicious voice in her mind. She looked in surprise at the high-level zombie not far away. It could express its own thoughts, meaning it possessed consciousness. You? She only managed to utter one syllable when the platform she was standing on collapsed with a crash, and she was about to fall into the horde of zombies. The high-level zombie was continuously controlling the surrounding zombies to destroy her platform. There was no other way. Lin Momo had to build another one. Looking around, there was nowhere to stand. Thinking of this, she began to worry about the little ghost. Lin Momo distracted herself and looked into the distance, only to find that the little ghost's situation wasn't much better. His platform was about to be destroyed. As if suddenly bursting with power, she quickly built several more platforms for the little ghost, enough to sustain him for a while. When she turned her attention back, the high-level zombie was standing in front of her, seemingly out of nowhere. Its crimson eyes stared at her, as if she were already dead, then a twisted smile appeared on its face. You still have time to worry about others. The high-level zombie had barely finished speaking when her platform was destroyed again. This time, the platform she had built wasn't destroyed by the combined forces of the zombies, but by the high-level zombie before her. The ice melted in a bizarre way, forcing her to fly and face the high-level zombie. But the moment she looked at the high-level zombie, a powerful mental pressure would assault her. Her head and heart would ache, and her supernatural abilities would become difficult to use. You're no match for me, but you be a very good dinner. The high-level zombie seemed to handle Lin Momo with ease, making no offensive moves whatsoever. He either stood amidst the zombie horde directing the attack, or, like now, floated in midair using mental attacks, preventing her from using her abilities normally. You're talking nonsense. Lin Momo couldn't stand the discomfort any longer and recklessly unleashed her abilities, maximizing her power, which unexpectedly triggered an ice explosion. The crowded horde of zombies crumbled into ice sculptures, resembling an ice and snow art festival unfolding on the ground. She angrily exerted her power again. The ice sculptures shattered into pieces, and the surrounding zombies, which had been crammed together, became piles of ice shards, leaving no place to stand. Seeing this, the high-level zombie raised his already sparse eyebrows dismissively. You look impressive, but I still maintain that you're no match for me. A mental attack, once evolved to a high-level state, would be virtually invincible to lower-level or newly evolved ability users. It could even easily destroy an ability user's head, and with greater power, control their mind, though this usually required a great deal of effort. He didn't want to do that. He only wanted to devour Lin Momo. Once he completely devoured Lin Momo, his abilities would advance even further. She was an incredibly powerful ability user. Unfortunately, she had encountered him. Thinking this, the high-level zombie applied pressure again, instantly slamming the floating Lin Momo to the ground. The ground was no longer littered with piles of zombies, but instead with shattered, sharp fragments of ice. When Lin Momo crashed to the ground, she felt an excruciating pain in her back. Her pain was slowly returning. Blue blood soaked her clothes, a rather frightening sight. She struggled to get up and resist, but as she prepared to rise, a powerful mental pressure pressed her down again. She felt as if she were being crushed. The more you struggle, the more fun I find it. Do you want to die easily or painfully? The high-level zombie floated in midair, looking down at Lin Momo. Get lost? Not cute at all. Listening to the high-level zombie's words, Lin Momo could roughly sense that he possessed memories of his former human self, but he had abandoned his human thoughts. He acted arbitrarily and recklessly. He wouldn't care how he obtained any method that could enhance his power. Then you can just obediently wait to die. The high-level zombie continuously released mental pressure, attempting to crush her body by squeezing her flat. Lin Momo screamed in agony. Just when she thought she was about to be crushed, the pressure suddenly disappeared. Damn it! Who is it? The high-level zombie's mental control had vanished. He tried to activate it again, but he couldn't control his abilities. He looked around frantically. Lin Ruo was standing on the ground sometime during the incident. He looked at the high-level zombie with extremely cold eyes. Who are you? The high-level zombie could feel an incomparably powerful mental suppression emanating from Lin Ruo, and suppression that was incomparable and invincible. That's why he started trembling, begging for forgiveness. Please let me go, I just don't want to die. His attitude was completely different from before. But Lin Ruo ignored him. With just a glance, he used the same method to pin the high-level zombie to the ground, compressing his already rotting and decaying body. It also emitted a foul stench. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please let me go. The high-level zombie howled in pain, black blood seeping from its entire body. Lin Momo was finally freed. She wiped the blood from her nose, feeling dizzy, and shakily stood up from the ground. The feeling of being mentally controlled was truly unbearable. She gagged, but nothing came out. The high-level zombie's howls gave her a headache. I can't take it anymore. What kind of monster is this? It's too uncomfortable. Lin Momo complained to Lin Ruo. She knew he had saved her. Oh, and the brat too. Lin Ruo stepped forward, supporting her swaying body. I was wrong. I thought it was just an ordinary ability. I didn't expect it to be mental. Low-level mental ability users are easy to deal with, because they often need to expend enormous power to activate their abilities, leaving them weak afterward. High-level users are different. They have so many more options. Looking at Lin Momo's disheveled state, Lin Ruo's eyes darkened. He applied mental pressure again, continuing to torment the already deformed high-level zombie. The high-level zombie's body was flattened beyond recognition, looking extremely disgusting. But even so, it wasn't completely dead, constantly repeating its painful cries. Kill me, kill me. He stopped begging and chose death. The torture was unbearable. But the high-level zombie hadn't considered how he had elevated his abilities to such a level. How many people he had eaten, how many superhumans he had tortured. It was something he himself couldn't even calculate. Perhaps tired of hearing his pleas, Lin Ruo decided to stop torturing him. With a soft splatter, the high-level zombie became a pool of blood, its original shape unrecognizable. Lin Momo smelled an extremely foul odor and gagged again. What bad luck today. She should have stayed in the car. Where's the kid? She was saved. The zombies she had just cleared were only in her own area. The kid's area hadn't been completely cleared. He was alright. Lin Ruo's answer reassured her considerably. Let's hurry back to the car. It's too uncomfortable. The dizziness was still there. Lin Ruo nodded. Wait here for me a moment. I get a core crystal. A high-level zombie that had advanced to this stage must also have a core crystal in its head, and the energy wouldn't be small. Suitable for the little devil to consume, he'd gotten a great deal this time. The little devil had dealt with quite a few zombies, and later he no longer used weapons, but his own supernatural ability. He discovered he could destroy vulnerable, fatal points out of thin air. As long as he concentrated, low-level zombies would quickly die. However, this ability had a limited scope, currently only applicable to low-level zombies. From afar, he saw Lin Momo and Lin Ruo walking towards him. He stood on the platform, waving. Sister Momo, Brother Ruo, I'm here. He hadn't faced a high-level zombie, so he didn't know how difficult they were. But seeing Lin Ruo supporting Lin Momo, he quickly realized that Lin Ruo had resolved the crisis. He didn't even know when he had transmigrated. Lin Ruo looked up at the little devil on the platform and tossed him the nuclear crystal. Eat it. This is a nuclear crystal? It seemed they had dealt with a high-level zombie and gained quite a bit. On his side, only a few zombies remained, and the ground was littered with zombie corpses. The combined smells made this place absolutely awful. Lin Momo was even weaker. Back to the car. I need to get back to the car. She never wanted to deal with these psychic ability users again. She hadn't even used her true abilities and had been utterly defeated. The group quickly returned to the car. Lin Momo was the most disheveled. Not only had she been beaten, but she was also injured, her back covered in blood, and her clothes were torn. Ponching, who had been waiting in the car, saw this and asked worriedly, Is Sister Momo alright? The little devil, chewing on a hard crystal, said, Don't worry, Brother Ruo is here. In his eyes, Lin Ruo was currently a god. Even if Lin Momo was on her last breath, he could save her. In fact, his thinking was correct. What they didn't know was that even if Lin Momo's head and body were separated, he could still save her. But such opportunities were rare. However, the zombies are gone, but the road blockage problem is still not solved. The little devil raised his question again. There were too many zombies gathered this time. After he killed them, the number of zombies occupying the area didn't decrease, and the roads that the car could travel on were all blocked. Not to mention the battlefield a little ahead, where Lin Momo was fighting the high-level zombies. That area was full of ice shards. Even if the car is very sturdy, it shouldn't be driven like that, right? Chapter 61. It's alright, the car has another driving mode. Lin Ruo didn't care about the current situation. He pinched Lin Momo's little cheek. Momo, remove the ice wall, let's leave this place now. Lin Momo barely lifted her head, trying her best to completely remove the ice wall in front of her, then she was exhausted. Lin Ruo saw her struggling, and put some snacks in her hand. But because she felt unwell, even the snacks she received had no appetite. She just closed her eyes to rest. She felt like she had a high fever, dizzy and nauseous. So she had the will, but not the strength to do anything. Removing the ice wall was already the best she could do. The little ghost looked at the sickly Lin Momo, and suddenly felt a little worried. Are these high-level zombies that powerful? Lin Ruo glanced at him in the rearview mirror. If you go, there might not even be any left. Upon hearing this, the little devil immediately rubbed his arm, which was covered in goosebumps. That's terrifying. After you ate the core crystal, have you experienced any changes? Lin Ruo asked, while adjusting the vehicle's mode. Not yet. The core crystal was still as unpalatable as ever, but after eating it, he felt energetic and full of strength. But that was all, nothing else. Lin Ruo only inquired about the situation briefly, and didn't ask any further questions. Finally, he pressed a red button, and the vehicle began to vibrate. The little devil and Ponching instinctively reached for something to steady themselves. Lin Momo ignored it completely, closing her eyes to sleep, but not completely asleep. After a series of vibrations, the car's external form had changed. Even the steering wheel inside was different. The little devil looked on curiously and asked, So, this car can fly, right? Yes. Lin Ruo activated flight mode. He intended to use it to leave this chaotic area. The little devil looked on in surprise. This is also a product of sub-arc technology, right? Why wasn't it released before? He had always had the concept of a flying car, but he never imagined that sub-arc technology had already built it. There had been no news about it before. It's not a finished product, and it uses energy very quickly. I haven't been able to replenish the energy in time, so I haven't been able to activate this mode. Lin Momo gave a simple explanation. He lightly pressed the accelerator, and the car shot up, flying at an extremely fast speed across the chaotic area. It took about 3 minutes to fly across, because there were still some zombies piled up on the outer edge. Without the control of the high-level zombies, although they were scattered, there were still many of them. Only after they reached a relatively safe place did Lin Momo return the car to normal driving mode. Exciting? If we had flown like this the whole way, we would have arrived much sooner. The little devil was still immersed in the feeling of flying, but he knew that the energy was running low, so he only sighed. Because of this brief flight, Lin Momo's image in his mind had grown even more impressive. It's a pity it only flew for 3 minutes. After the car returned to normal, Lin Momo continued driving. They were now very close to where Lin Momo's grandmother used to live. There were relatively few zombies here, possibly due to the presence of higher-level zombies. He controlled a large number of zombies, otherwise, the dense swarms wouldn't have been so numerous. This resulted in fewer zombies in other areas. Momo, we're here? After successfully entering the residential area, Lin Momo told Lin Momo to cheer up. Lin Momo reluctantly opened her eyes and sat up. Looking at the familiar greenery around her, her mood improved slightly, but this didn't alleviate her physical discomfort. Are there still humans living here? There were only a few scattered zombies in the residential area, all easily dealt with by the little devil. He didn't even need to get out of the car. Simply staring at them was enough to kill them. Yes, but not many. Lin Momo could sense the presence of humans in the community. But not many. Once the food ran out, they would have to move to survive. Those remaining were either hiding here on their way or unwilling to leave, waiting for rescue. But given the current situation, waiting for rescue was the least hopeful option. Establishing a large safe haven takes time, and then expanding outwards takes even longer. Not to mention the modified monsters and advanced zombies encountered along the way. It's practically a survival challenge. Lin Momo quickly found the parking spot. He even knew the floor number and her apartment floor. Watching his actions, Lin Momo couldn't help but sigh, even though she felt uncomfortable. You're quite the dedicated stalker. This showed that Lin Momo had indeed been paying attention to her life for a long time, but she only discovered his stalking after starting university. Or perhaps, he deliberately let her notice. What connection do we have? Why are you so obsessed with me? Lin Momo still couldn't figure it out. At first, with the mindset that she was going to die anyway, she didn't care much, but now, the closer she got to Lin Momo, the more her curiosity grew. I wait until you remember. No matter what, Lin Momo wouldn't say, insisting she remember. But in her memory, she didn't seem to have missed anything. Could it be that he really mistook her for someone else? Feeling frustrated, she got out of the car. Perhaps after resting a bit, she felt much better than before. Or perhaps it was because they were back in familiar surroundings, and they felt relaxed. The neighborhood had been neglected for a long time, so the area was a mess, especially the surrounding greenery, which was overgrown with weeds and unknown plants. Among them were quite a few mutated plants. But they were all low-level. For Lin Momo at her current state, they might fill her hunger, but they wouldn't fully replenish her strength. Lin Momo also had no interest in these low-level mutated plants. He already had quite a few in his spatial storage. They didn't linger long downstairs in the neighborhood and went straight upstairs. Surprisingly, the power system was still functioning, so the elevator still had power. Just as the elevator doors opened on their floor, a low-level zombie rushed out. Lin Momo easily dealt with it. The 4 of them entered the elevator together. Inside was a mangled corpse, its head damaged, indicating it had died in human form. But it had also been badly bitten by the zombie that had rushed out. This zombie had likely been trapped in the elevator for a long time. So when the elevator doors closed, a pungent stench immediately hit them. Even Lin Momo's expression changed. Lin Momo's grandmother's house was on the 28th floor. Finally reaching their floor, the 4 rushed out as fast as they could. The little devil was the first to complain. This is no place for humans to stay, it's suffocating. Since its mutation, the little devil's sense of smell had become much more acute. Yes, not human, dumb. Even though it was difficult for Lin Momo to speak, she had to agree with the little devil's words. After standing outside the corridor for a long time to catch her breath, they continued walking. Because it was an upscale residential area, only 2 households lived on each floor. Lin Momo had been kicked out of the dormitory, so she had nothing on her, not even a key. The door to her grandmother's house was still tightly locked. The door to the other house was wide open. A bloody smell wafted from inside, but there was no sign of any living thing, Whether it was a person or a zombie, they must all be dead. Lin Momo still wanted to rest at her grandmother's house. After all, it was a place she had lived before. Lin Ruo wouldn't disappoint her. She easily opened the lock without damaging it, leaving it intact. The moment the door opened, a pleasant fragrance wafted out. Grandma loved perfumes and aromatherapy products when she was alive. So the house was filled with similar items. Even though no one had lived there for so long, the enclosed space and the fact that the fragrance products hadn't been used up had preserved the scent. After that pungent stench, smelling this fragrance made arriving home feel much more relaxing. The little devil immediately collapsed onto the sofa, oblivious to the dust that had settled there. It smells so good here, Momojia. Your grandma's house is so beautiful. Lin Momo touched her nose, a little smug. Lin Ruo stood on the wall covered with photos, looking around. He knew exactly where Lin Momo's grandma's house was, but he had never stepped inside before. This was his first visit. Unexpectedly, the place still carried the scent of Lin Momo's past life. For example, the photo wall displayed pictures of Lin Momo from various periods of her life. Lin Momo noticed what he was looking at, and immediately stepped forward to block his view. After all, there were childhood photos, and she was still quite embarrassed. You're so cute, no need to block it. Lin Ruo bent down and cupped her face, her eyes filled with laughter. Lin Momo looked away. Of course, I always been this cute. Xiao Gui and Pan Xing also came over out of curiosity. She's really cute. Is this your grandma? Besides solo photos, there were group photos, and the older woman in the group photos looked very elegant. That was Lin Momo's grandma. Even in her old age, grandma still retained her charm, captivating not only many older men, but also some young men who were attracted to her style. Although some were after her money. Why aren't there any photos of her around 8 years old? Lin Ruo suddenly asked. Lin Momo was taken aback and glanced at the photos herself. Chapter 62. Why aren't there any photos of me at age 8? Lin Momo fell into deep thought. When her grandmother was still alive, she would come here every year, so there must be photos. Her grandmother would also record details on the photos, making it very clear how old she was at each stage. But there are no photos of me at age 8. I don't remember clearly. It seems I was sick when I was 8, so I didn't come to my grandmother's that year. Hearing Lin Momo's answer, Lin Ruo remained silent. The little devil stared at the photos on the wall for several more moments, then stretched. Ponching, and I will tidy up the house. They'd probably be staying here temporarily for now. The interior of the house looks comfortable and suitable for living, but the problem is that because no one has lived here for so long, it's very dusty and dirty. I too go. Lin Momo didn't pay much attention to the lack of photos of her at age 8. Her attention was quickly drawn to the little devil and the others. The three of them went to the balcony and retrieved cleaning tools. Before the apocalypse, there were regular housekeeping services. Now everyone's too busy escaping to do that. Besides, given the strict living conditions in this environment, it's only the four of them who are still here. The three of them worked together, humming songs, showing no signs of the tension of the apocalypse. Lin Ruo stood by the wall, looking at the photos pasted on it. Her beautiful eyes blinked, then she looked at Lin Momo, who was holding a broom. She sighed softly. I go make you something to eat. In almost an instant, the house was sparkling clean, spotless. However, all the food in the house had spoiled, especially the frozen items in the refrigerator. The moment the refrigerator door was opened, the smell almost suffocated someone. Only Lin Ruo calmly cleaned the refrigerator, airing it out before neatly arranging their dinner for the evening, including Lin Momo's mutated plant. Dinner will be a little late. Let's have some snacks to tide us over. A pile of snacks had appeared on the tidy table. There were many kinds, but Lin Momo could only eat small snacks. She was quite melancholy about this. After all, she used to enjoy these things when she was just lazing around in the dorm. It wasn't that the snacks weren't tasty, it's just that she couldn't eat any of the flavors she used to miss. If she and Lin Ruo were to separate one day, it would be even worse. As if thinking of some deep-seated grudge, Lin Momo looked extremely distressed as she ate her snacks. The little devil glanced at her. What's wrong? Lin Momo shook her head. And nothing, it's nothing. He's fine for now, but who knows what will happen in the future. Let's cherish the present. Snacks only slightly satisfy his hunger, but the little devil craves human food. He can never get enough. The nuclear crystal he absorbed earlier seems to be slowly having some effect. His eyes felt a little burning, but it didn't affect his movements. It was almost 10 p.m. when Lin Ruo finally finished preparing dinner. Of the four, only Pan Xing was the most normal human. To have a hot meal, she didn't dare eat too many snacks. Or rather, she didn't really have much of a concept of snacks. Under her parents' exploitation and violent beatings, a single bite of food was already the greatest mercy she could receive. Snacks were something only her younger brother would have. And unlike most children, she didn't crave what she couldn't have. For her, being able to eat her fill and stay warm was enough. Ponching really loved the food Lin Ruo made. Let's go. Lin Momo suddenly took Ponching's little hand and walked towards the dining room, leaving the little devil munching on snacks on the sofa. Don't leave me behind. The little devil stuffed another potato chip into his mouth and quickly chased after her. It has to be said that Lin Ruo was an absolute master at cooking. No one knew how many ingredients he had stored in his spatial dimension. As long as they found a place to rest, the day's meals were always plentiful, including Lin Momo's food. He already cared deeply for Lin Momo, so he had developed many variations of her special foods. Lin Momo's appetite was whetted by the aroma of the food. She discovered it was another new variety. She had no idea when Lin Ruo had gotten his hands on the mutated plant. Looking at the neatly arranged food on the table and the enticing aroma, she unconsciously swallowed. The little devil watched from the side, first staring at the normal food for a while, then at Lin Momo's food. Each time, he marveled at Lin Ruo's patience. To be able to prepare food so exquisitely under these circumstances, especially two different kinds of food. However, although the food made by the mutated plant was fragrant and beautiful, it tasted particularly bad. The little devil felt it was a real shame. Lin Momo knew the little devil was always craving her food, and suddenly, on a whim, she grabbed a small snack and prepared to stuff it into his mouth. Hey, that's not fair. The little devil immediately dodged. The smell was absolutely awful to them. After a brief playful tussle, Lin Momo suddenly stopped. What's wrong? The little devil, fearing she was playing a trick, kept his distance. She remained in one position, but her ears twitched slightly. Lin Ruo seemed to sense something was amiss as well. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the little devil also composed himself, becoming calm. Someone's coming up. Outside the stairwell, she heard the sound of the elevator slowly ascending. Low-level zombies lack intelligence and couldn't possibly use the elevator, but higher-level zombies might be able to. Of course, it could also be a human. Regardless of the possibility, they needed to be vigilant. Just as she was trying to determine which floor the elevator would stop on, Lin Momo heard a slight sound outside their floor stairwell. Good heavens. The elevator was stopped on their floor. It's highly likely they're coming for them. At this moment, the little devil also sensed something was wrong. He looked towards the door and heard faint sounds outside. Since their mutation, their hearing had been greatly enhanced. Only Ponching didn't know what was happening, but from everyone's reactions, she understood that something bad was about to occur. Lin Ruo was the first to react. Ponching, go and stay in the innermost room first. She immediately stood up obediently and walked towards the room. At the same time, the footsteps outside the door grew closer. Lin Momo clicked her tongue. There's more than one person. Judging from the footsteps, there were 3 or 4 people. Soon, the footsteps stopped at the door, followed by the sound of conversation. This is the place, isn't it? Lin Momo's grandmother's house. Yes. Pick the lock. Chapter 63. Goodness, are they going to start picking the lock? Lin Momo pursed her lips, somewhat displeased. Even though it's the apocalypse now, even if she didn't come back, someone else might have broken into this house. But she's standing inside now, and besides, the people outside recognize her. They even know her name. Sister Momo, the people outside seem to know you. The little devil whispered. He had initially assumed a defensive stance, his eyes clearly seeing the faces of the people outside through the thick door. There were 3 people in total, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were quite old, and the woman looked to be about the same age as Lin Momo. Since they knew each other, shouldn't they be less wary? Whether you know them or not, don't let your guard down yet. Aside from her deceased grandmother, Lin Momo didn't have much affection for her other relatives, nor did she have much contact with them. Before her grandmother found her, she was often subjected to emotional abuse from her family, and in severe cases, they would even beat her. But to maintain a facade of respectability and avoid gossip, they usually kept it very secret. Moreover, the other relatives never offered any help. Later, when her wealthy grandmother arrived, they revealed their greedy side. Sensing that Lin Momo wasn't in a good mood, the little devil gradually became serious. At the same time, he secretly glanced at Lin Ruo, wanting to see his reaction. With a click, the first door outside opened. These 3 didn't seem to be doing this for the first time, So they broke down the door relatively quickly, but they could actually use a more brutal method, simply smashing the door. However, if there were zombies, this would only get them into trouble. They'd be in soon. The little devil tensed up. Lin Momo let out a soft breath. She suddenly stepped forward and opened the undamaged door, startling the two men outside who were picking the lock. How could they have imagined there was someone inside? The older man outside was the first to recover. He recognized Lin Momo, someone familiar. That made things easier. He smiled. It's Momo. You're still alive. As he spoke, he smelled the aroma of food wafting from inside, steaming hot, freshly cooked food. The girl standing behind also saw it, and immediately tugged at her father's sleeve. Dad, there's food inside, I'm starving. They had been traveling a long way, so it wasn't like they hadn't eaten. Both men were low-level ability users, so finding something to fill their stomachs was relatively easy. However, they hadn't eaten hot food like this since the apocalypse. The temptation of the food was irresistible to the three outside. The older man laughed again, with a hint of flattery. Momo, let us in. We all know each other, and Nanan is hungry too, she's your cousin. Faced with the man's ingratiation, Lin Momo's face remained expressionless, and she didn't back down. The two older men outside were her uncles. The older one was named Lin Zeng, and the other Lin Wei. They had a good relationship with Lin Momo's father, but that had nothing to do with her. This isn't my place to call the shots. If you want to rest, go across the street, there shouldn't be anyone there. She bluntly dismissed them. Besides, this was originally her grandmother's house. By any measure, it had nothing to do with them. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanan immediately turned hostile. Lin Nanan had never liked Lin Momo, which was subtly influenced by the attitude of her family. Every time she went to Lin Momo's house with her father, Lin Momo was always the one excluded. Why was she treating them like this now? Lin Nanan's temper flared instantly. What kind of attitude is this? You think you can exclude your family just because you're doing so well? You're no family. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zeng, who had been all smiles, instantly lost his composure. He clenched his fist, and a subtle heat emanated from his entire body. Finally, his fist formed a fiery fist. He initially wore a smiling face only because there were two men standing next to Lin Momo. If they also possessed supernatural abilities, he'd have to think twice. As for Lin Momo, he hadn't taken her seriously from the start. Now that he wanted to break off the facade, he didn't need to give her another chance. But before his fist could even land, Lin Momo blocked it. She caught the incredibly hot fist with her bare hands, without a trace of emotion on her face. You're also a superhuman? Lin Zeng was stunned. Lin Momo didn't reply, but her movements didn't slow down. The biting ice instantly extinguished the flames on Lin Zeng's fist, and frost gradually covered his skin. If Lin Momo didn't stop, his hand might be crippled. Lin Wei immediately realized something was wrong and forcefully pulled his brother away. Momo, don't go too far. We won't go in. Lin Momo wasn't going to push her luck. Even if Lin Wei didn't pull Lin Zeng away, she was already planning to stop. She had only done that to scare them and prevent them from entering. She lowered her hand, gesturing for them to back away. Don't come any closer, or go to the other side. What an ingrate! His own parents don't even know if they're alive or dead, yet he has the nerve to harm his own kind. Lin Nanan was indignant. Even though he could see that his father or uncle was no match for Lin Momo, he couldn't suppress his resentment and could only vent his anger through words. Lin Wei, worried about his daughter, quickly pulled her arm. But Lin Nanan didn't stop there. Her gaze kept drifting to the handsome man standing behind Lin Momo. Actually, Lin Nanan had noticed Lin Rua's presence the moment the door opened. Whether before or after the apocalypse, she had never seen someone so handsome. Why would someone like him stand with someone like Lin Momo? The stark contrast made Lin Nanan rush forward recklessly. You'd be killed by Lin Momo sooner or later. She's no good. Lin Nanan was actually shouting this at Lin Rua, hoping he would waver. Hearing this, Lin Momo glanced at her, but wasn't angry. She was already used to Lin Nanan's inexplicable attitude. A very spoiled young lady. Lin Nanan was actually very beautiful. She would stand out on the street, and even ranked as the school beauty in school. Combined with her family's unconditional pampering, she had developed her current personality. She would throw a tantrum at the slightest dissatisfaction. Sometimes, Lin Momo was quite envious of her. After all, Lin Wei wasn't like her father, who favored boys over girls. They were brothers, but their personalities were worlds apart. Even in the apocalypse, they looked clean and well protected, and hadn't suffered much hardship among the hordes of zombies. Lin Momo didn't intend to pay them any attention, and was about to close the door when Lin Ruo raised her hand to stop her. She turned her head in confusion, wondering what Lin Ruo wanted to do. At the same time, Lin Nanan's expression brightened when she saw Lin Ruo's actions. In her view, Lin Ruo had been persuaded. It's not hard to understand why she thought that way. After all, from the very beginning, before they had done anything, Lin Momo had already adopted a refusal attitude, which would seem strange to anyone, right? I know what kind of person Momo is better than any of you. If you don't want to get hurt, get out of here. This floor is ours. Good grief, now they don't even want to live across the hall anymore. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanan's face immediately turned pale. She wanted to say something, but her father stopped her. Nanan, don't say anything more, let's go. Lin Zhang was clearly still unconvinced. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at Lin Momo, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the house. This caught Lin Momo's attention, but she didn't show it. After watching the three people get back into the elevator, they returned to the house and closed the door. Thank you. Lin Momo turned to Lin Ruo and thanked her. Lin Ruo didn't reply, only gently patting her head. The little devil standing to the side remained silent, feeling the atmosphere suddenly become heavy. The three who left were clearly related to Lin Momo, but the atmosphere between them was tense. Perhaps something had happened before the apocalypse. But the little devil had no intention of investigating. For him, no matter what happened, he would choose to stand by Lin Momo's side. Little devil, call Ponching out for dinner. The troublesome guy had already left. There was no need to continue worrying about them. If they dragged it out any longer, the dinner Lin Ruo had carefully prepared would get cold. The little devil immediately received the message and perked up, calling Ponching out of her room to lighten the mood. Lin Momo didn't remain silent either. She was genuinely hungry, and temporarily put aside the matter of her uncle's sudden visit. These three had come all the way from their hometown, specifically to visit her grandmother's house, a place they had no connection with, so it couldn't be just about finding a place to stay. There were plenty of empty houses around. Most people left their homes to survive, so there were plenty of nice and comfortable dwellings. Not just in this neighborhood. However, even though she found her uncle's actions hard to understand, Lin Momo didn't bring it up for the time being. In her opinion, these two uncles wouldn't give up so easily. They would definitely do something else. Dinner ended quickly. The three of them helped Lin Ruo clear the table, and Lin Momo finally told Lin Ruo about her doubts. Chapter 64. You think they didn't come for a place to stay, but for something else? Otherwise, why would they come all this way, and find her grandmother's address so precisely? They never been here before. Lin Ruo paused for a moment, then asked, Did your grandmother tell you anything special? Lin Momo fell into thought, trying hard to recall if her grandmother had said anything that required special attention. But she couldn't come up with anything. Let's rest tonight. We stay here for a while. We find something eventually. Lin Ruo told her not to worry about it anymore, and she could only give up for the time being. The tidied house felt especially comfortable. Although there was no electricity, miraculously, there was still running water, though this situation probably wouldn't last long. The little devil was currently filling the bathroom with water, preparing to wash up before bed. It would be great if I could boil water. It's still a bit cold at night. As he said this, he remembered Lin Xing's special ability. Fire-type ability users can certainly start fires. Lin Momo heard the little devil's mutterings. She suddenly looked at her palm and remembered when she fought another fire-type ability user. Her body also unleashed another kind of ability. I can try. Lin Momo suddenly moved closer to the little devil, who was startled. Aren't you an ice-type ability user? Just let me try. She had told Lin Ruo about fighting a fire-type ability user, but ever since then, every time she tried to display her fire ability, not a single spark could be produced. She was only trying it out, to see if she could manifest another form of her superpower. Lin Momo tried several times, but all that came out were scattered fragments of ice. Even the little ghost shivered at the sight. One last time, Lin Momo thought, still unwilling to give up. If she could master another superpower, it would mean that when she encountered other powerful superpowered individuals, she would have a stronger ability to protect herself or those she wanted to protect. When she activated her superpower again, Lin Momo closed her eyes. She slowly calmed down, feeling another hidden energy cluster within her body, which was somewhat uncomfortable. Unlike ice-based superpowers, fire-based superpowers were filled with a burning sensation. Holy crap, it actually produced a flame. The little ghost, who had been observing from the side, exclaimed in surprise, and Panxing also looked over curiously. A tiny flame appeared in Lin Momo's palm, burning continuously, and at the same time. The surrounding temperature rose slightly, though not uncomfortably. Then, Lin Ru appeared. Seeing Lin Momo's excited little face, his expression remained largely unchanged, his gaze fixed on the flame in her palm, making it impossible for anyone to discern his thoughts. But he quickly composed himself, reverting to his usual gentle smile. "There will be time to practice later," he said, interrupting Lin Momo's actions. The flame, which couldn't have lasted long anyway, quickly went out. As for the little devil wanting a hot bath, Lin Ruo brought out other tools from his spatial storage, allowing the cold water to be heated. Everyone was finally able to take a hot bath. The fatigue of the past few days, coupled with the shelter of their lodging and the absence of night watch, meant everyone finally got a good night's sleep. When he woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. It was a rare beautiful day. The little devil stood on the balcony looking down. If he could ignore the chaos outside, he might even fantasize that the apocalypse was just a nightmare. But the scattered zombies on the ground shattered that fantasy. Lin Ruo had already prepared breakfast. "Is there anything I can do today?" the little devil asked self-consciously while eating breakfast. "You and Ponching stay home. Just don't let those three from yesterday break in. In short, defend your territory." The little devil wiped his mouth. "That's easy, but where are you going? Are you sure we don't need to follow?" In his opinion, those three from yesterday were no match for him. Even if their place was temporarily occupied while they were out, they could still take it back. Although it would be a little troublesome. No need. Lin Ruo refused again. The little devil and Ponching had finished breakfast, but Lin Momo was still fast asleep in her room. She wasn't sleeping in, it was just her body's natural rhythm. Lin Ruo seemed to have anticipated this situation, so he only went in to check on her briefly that morning and didn't do anything else. "Is this alright? Is Sister Momo alright?" the boy asked worriedly, quickly connecting the dots to the fact that this was likely related to the ability he had activated yesterday. He wanted to ask about Lin Momo's second ability several times. It's already quite rare for someone with superpowers to exist among the general population, let alone someone who can control two. However, since neither of them seemed inclined to explain, he didn't press the matter. "You and Ponching clear the dishes, I go in and check." Finally, Lin Ruo couldn't sit still any longer. He got up and walked towards Lin Momo's room. This room was specially prepared for her by her grandmother. It held the scent and traces of her past life. He stood outside the door, pausing quietly for a moment, as if sensing something, before gently pushing his way in. The room was dimly lit, the curtains tightly drawn. Because of the effective light blocking, sunlight couldn't penetrate well when the curtains weren't open. It was also perfect for sleeping. Lin Ruo carefully approached the bedside. He could hear Lin Momo's even breathing, indicating she was still asleep. Then, he sat on the edge of the bed, carefully observing her face. He reached out and touched her face. It was slightly hot. His hand slowly slid down, finally reaching her neck. He rubbed the stitches on her neck with his thumb. What's wrong?" In a daze, Lin Momo suddenly opened her eyes. "It's nothing, I just wanted to wake you up. I thought you were going to sleep for a long time." Lin Momo took a while to sit up in bed, her hair a mess. "Did I sleep for a long time?" she asked, puzzled. This shouldn't be the case. Since the apocalypse, although she could fall asleep quickly, she was a light sleeper. She could sense even the slightest movement. Lin Ruo had clearly been in the room for some time. Lin Ruo chuckled, "It's almost midnight. How long did you sleep?" Hearing the time, Lin Momo was stunned. She immediately threw back the covers and looked at the clock on the table. The clock still had power, and the time displayed was fairly accurate. She scratched her head, not understanding how she had slept for so long. "Get up, wash up, and have breakfast. I'm taking you out." Lin Ruo looked at her spiky little hair and couldn't resist pressing it down a few times, but couldn't get it down. She immediately covered her head, muttering, "My hair was already a mess." She'd just woken up, and her unkempt appearance was a stark contrast to the impeccably groomed man before her. However, Lin Momo didn't take it to heart, because Lin Ruo had seen her in much worse shape before. For example, when her head fell off, it was this man who had sewn it back up. "Then hurry up and get ready." Seeing that Lin Momo was fully awake, Lin Ruo didn't intend to tease her any further and left the room. The room was soon empty except for her, and quiet returned. Lin Momo didn't get out of bed immediately. She sat on the bed for a while, then opened her palm and looked at it. She felt there was definitely something wrong with her body. She tried to activate her supernatural abilities again, but failed. With a sigh, Lin Momo finally got out of bed, quickly washed up, and ate breakfast. Her breakfast was still a small snack, something to replenish her lost energy. Where are we going today? She was actually quite familiar with Yujo. Every time she stayed here, her grandmother would put down her work and take her around, as a way of making the most of the time she had left. Her grandmother knew she didn't have much time left. Now, looking back on the past, Lin Momo didn't find her grandmother's passing particularly difficult to accept. The apocalypse wasn't so kind to the elderly. No matter how wealthy or privileged you were in life, at least, Grandma wouldn't have to suffer like that anymore. Letting out a soft sigh, Lin Momo changed her clothes, taking them from the closet in her room. She hadn't grown taller over the years, so clothes from a few years ago still fit her. Where are we going? To find the lab. Find? The word find was ambiguous. It meant Lin Ruo didn't know where they were either. Are we going to Asiatic Technology? There was Asiatic Technology in Yujo. She thought it would be at a branch there. No. What about the kid and the others? They're guarding this place. Didn't you not want those three to break in? That's true. Thinking of Lin Nanan's attitude yesterday, her mood wasn't so good. But they're also ability users. Can the kid really handle it? Maybe it would be better for her to guard this place. Lin Ruo saw through her thoughts and didn't give her a choice. Little Devil can handle this alone. I also set up a barrier, so you don't need to worry too much. In short, she had to come with him today. Although she didn't know what Lin Ruo was so insistent on, Lin Momo didn't say anything more and obediently followed. After preparing everything and giving Little Devil and Ponching some instructions, the two left as planned. I keep a close eye on this place, Little Devil promised. Ponching hid behind Little Devil. She was young and had no special abilities. She couldn't do anything right now, and was worried she would be a burden. The only special thing about her was that she wouldn't be infected. The elevator's power supply was different from the residential areas, so the elevator's normal operation was unrelated to whether the residential area had electricity. They arrived at the first floor smoothly. Walking through the messy garden of the complex, Lin Momo couldn't help but look up. There were balconies here, and she could roughly see if there were any signs of human habitation. Lin Ruo knew what she was thinking. They live on the third floor. Chapter 65. Following Lin Ruo's words. How did you know? Following Lin Ruo's words, Yenilan unconsciously looked up at the third floor. She could vaguely see clothes drying on the third floor. They weren't left by the previous residents, but clothes that had only recently been hung out to dry, because they were still damp. After a quick glance, Yenilan pulled Lin Ruo away. Thinking that these three lived in the same building as them, she had a strange feeling, but she couldn't do anything for the time being, since they hadn't made any moves yet. Lin Ruo's car was actually parked nearby in the complex. Approaching the car, she could see scratches on it. These were new. The materials used in the cars manufactured by Asiatic Technology were unavailable on the market, making them extremely hard. It was strange that scratches could be left on them. This proved that when they parked the car here last night, it had attracted the attention of the other humans living in the complex. Especially the SUV, which looked sturdy and robust enough to leave this godforsaken place and this area. So it's not surprising that someone would be eyeing it. Lin Ruo quickly started the car, intending to let Lin Momo get in, when suddenly a tall man pounced on her. The man had been hiding near the car for a long time, waiting for this moment. After countless unsuccessful attempts to pry open the car last night, they set up a stakeout in a certain spot, intending to steal the car when the owner started it. Their first target was Lin Momo, because in their view, women are the easiest to control. But who knew they picked such a difficult opponent? Before even touching the person's clothes, their hands were covered in a thick layer of frost. The sudden, biting cold made the man instantly recoil, worried about frostbite. This was different now. If it were just a simple external injury, having medicine at home would be manageable. There were no doctors nearby. If the injury was serious, they just have to wait to die at home. It's an ability user, the man stammered, hiding his injured hand. At the same time, he was also warning his companions, who were hiding elsewhere, not to make any rash moves. They weren't ability users, encountering one would be suicide, so they were destined to lose the car. I'm leaving now. Worried that Lin Momo would release that strange frost again, the man took the initiative to back down and slowly moved away. Once the dangerous ability he was facing disappeared, he took off running. If not now, when? Lin Momo watched the departing man, then glanced at the other flower beds where she could hide. The people there hadn't left, but they weren't much of a threat to her. She only glanced at them briefly before getting into the car. She had no intention of hurting anyone. Even the man who ran away at the beginning was just a scare. Once the frost melted, there wouldn't be any injuries, let alone frostbite. Her superpower was under her control. Let's go, Lin Momo said calmly, fastening her seatbelt. Lin Ruo didn't say anything more and drove away from the residential area. But as the car drove away, a figure appeared on the third floor they had been observing. It was Lin Zeng. He remained standing in the same spot even after the car had driven away. Brother, what are you looking at? Lin Wei approached. Lin Momo, and that man drove away, he said, pulling a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket. There were only a few cigarettes left, but he was a heavy smoker. Lin Wei frowned. He didn't approve of his smoking, especially in this apocalyptic world. There were no doctors to check on him if he got sick. Brother, you should smoke less. Lin Zeng ignored him and continued, we go up again sometime. Those two are gone, leaving only the young man and the girl. They're not too much of a threat. Both of them were superhumans. Even if the other young man was also a superhuman, he would have to be distracted while carrying a small child. They could always find an opportunity to sneak into the room. Once they achieved their goal, they could leave directly without encountering Lin Momo and the others. Lin Wei sighed, tacitly agreeing. Meanwhile, Lin Nanan, in the living room, remained expressionless. Her mood had been exceptionally bad since last night, and she couldn't find any relief. On the table lay the wrappers of bread she had already eaten. Recalling the lavish dinner she had seen yesterday, and then Lin Momo's smug face, she suddenly smashed a glass on the floor. The glass shattered quickly into pieces. Lin Wei, who had come in from the balcony, saw this but wasn't angry. Instead, his expression softened. Nanan, just bear with it a little longer. We soon be free from this kind of life. But I just can't stand Lin Momo. How could she treat us like this? We're her family. Lin Zeng then entered and glanced at her. Once you get your hands on the stuff, killing her will be a piece of cake. Don't throw a tantrum over this. Lin Nanan was still quite afraid of her uncle, and Lin Zeng's words slightly tempered her temper. She was a child who had been spoiled since childhood. The group packed up and prepared to hurry upstairs, determined to get things done before Lin Momo and the others returned. Lin Momo and Lin Ruo, however, had already driven towards the city center. Yuzhou wasn't without zombies. Strangely, there were fewer than in other cities. Most were low-level zombies, lacking their own consciousness and wandering aimlessly, swarming together whenever they encountered food. As for advanced zombies, they hadn't seen any yet. Didn't you have a destination in mind? Why did you say you were looking for the lab? Lin Momo watched as Lin Ruo drove, noticing from the car's navigation that he was heading towards the city center. I only know the general location, so we need to split up later. Lin Ruo glanced at the navigation, then parked the car in a secluded spot with few zombies. Lin Momo was slightly surprised. Split up? Because of Lin Ruo's obsessive protectiveness towards her, they rarely discussed splitting up after he rescued her. More often than not, Lin Ruo would leave her in a safe place while he went out to do something secretive. That's why she was surprised. However, she didn't refuse. This feeling was quite novel to her. What do I need to do to find the lab? Although she had lived in Yuzhou for a while, she had never heard her grandmother mention any labs here. Was it secretly built? After parking the car, Lin Ruo took out a small tablet from his spatial storage and showed her some basic operations. He pointed to a distinctive symbol on it. This is the lab symbol. Of course, it won't appear in a conspicuous place. You just need to remember what it looks like. Then, he showed her some blurry photos. This is what the lab looks like inside, and the external entrance. The photos looked like they were taken secretly. Even with careful examination, nothing could be deciphered. Are you trying to find the source of the virus? She knew Lin Ruo was traveling everywhere to find the source of this outbreak. Lin Ruo didn't deny it. Based on what I gathered so far, there should be a secret lab here. He didn't finish his sentence, leaving something unsaid. What puzzled him was why there were so few zombies around if there was a lab here too. Because Yuzhou had a large population. But along the way, they found the number of zombies clearly didn't match, and the whereabouts of the humans who hadn't turned into zombies were unknown. Lin Momo took the small tablet and put it away, then got out of the car. We meet here when it's time, right? Yes. Then I wander around first. I'm familiar with this area. Saying this, she was about to leave. But she had only taken a few steps when Lin Ruo called her back. Wait. He hesitated again. As if knowing what Lin Ruo was thinking, Lin Momo not only didn't stop, but instead started running. She ran and said, I'll be back soon. Watching her retreating figure, he pursed his lips, feeling a little depressed. Was she really that happy to be away from him? He suddenly regretted suggesting they split up, but he had no choice. Composing himself, he got out of the car and left. Slow-moving zombies were still roaming around. When Lin Momo walked by with light steps, she attracted their attention. As if starving, they struggled and wriggled towards her. She ignored them, instead erecting an ice wall behind her to block their path. Lin Momo walked around a few times, and came to a coffee shop. When she lived in Yuzhou, she loved coming here. Now, the shop's door was almost completely destroyed. She went inside, found a relatively safe spot to sit down, and reopened her tablet, carefully studying the photos. She was looking at the entrance to the laboratory. The photo was blurry, but she noticed a familiar trace. The image shown was of a large, arched doorway with carved patterns on either side. However, due to the darkness and the fact that it was taken secretly, the shapes of the patterns were no longer discernible. The only thing clearly visible was the top of the door. She squinted for a long time, then a thought struck her. She remembered. When she and Uxian were exchanging letters, he had slipped a few photos into the envelopes. Back then, he said that was his current work environment. Now that she thought about it, that place did resemble a laboratory, only most things were concealed. The only thing that hadn't been concealed in time was a strange mark. 3-petaled leaves. And the mark she had magnified on the tablet now was also 3-petaled leaves. There must be a connection. Could it be that Uxian had actually been working in Yuzhou all these years? If so, why wouldn't Uxian meet with her? Chapter 66. Even with numerous questions, there were no answers now. Lin Momo focused on finding the laboratory. The only way to answer Uxian's questions would probably be to see him in person. Anyway, knowing he was still alive was enough. Taking a deep breath, Lin Momo continued to organize the clues she had. 3-petaled leaves. Yuzhou wasn't without large laboratories, but those were research institutes for medical drug development, quite famous locally, staffed by elites from all over the world. The research institutes were established a long time ago, even before Lin Momo was born. They had produced many useful research results over the years. Could it be that the laboratory Lin Ruo was looking for was there? Once she had this thought, she couldn't stop. I should go take a look. Lin Momo made a decision. She would take a look within the time limit given by Lin Ruo, and leave immediately if she didn't find any worthwhile clues. Thinking this, she sat up and prepared to leave. But after only a few steps, a hidden door next door was suddenly broken open, and a twisted zombie rushed out. A second-tier zombie. Lin Momo was somewhat surprised to see the zombie charging towards her. She hadn't thought there were any advanced zombies in this place. It turned out they were lurking around in a place like this. This kind of zombie possessed a certain level of intelligence, so when it saw food, it didn't rush out like a normal zombie, unable to resist its appetite. But this second-tier zombie was clearly still lacking. Before it could pounce, Lin Momo froze it into ice, then cleaved it into a pile of shattered ice with her large twin swords. Second-tier zombies aren't actually weak, but if they only recently advanced, they're even more vulnerable than lower-tier zombies during this period. Without finding shelter or food in time, encountering a strong opponent means certain death. Clapping her hands, Lin Momo prepared to leave. After taking only a few steps, she stepped on something. She moved her foot and looked down, finding a wallet that resembled an ID card holder. This was useless now. She could simply leave. But the wallet bore a familiar mark. 3 leaf petals. She pursed her lips slightly, then bent down and picked up the wallet. The wallet hadn't been on the floor when she arrived, so it must have been accidentally dropped by the zombie that had pounced on her. What a coincidence, Lin Momo muttered, opening the wallet. It was probably sheer luck. The wallet she found really was a pass to that mysterious laboratory. Inside the wallet was an ID card and some loose change. The ID card also had a 3-petaled leaf printed on it. Project Hope, Research Institute No. 3, Intern Qiu Yi. An intern. Lin Momo read aloud all the information on the ID card. However, there was no address, so she still needed to find it. If she had known this advanced zombie was a staff member of the mysterious laboratory, she shouldn't have killed it so early. At least she should have searched it. Now, even its clothes were shattered into ice. Even if there were clues, they were useless. After putting away her wallet, Lin Momo finally left. The tablet also had a navigation system, and she used it to find the exact location of the research institute, though it was still a bit far. She had to leave the city and head towards the municipal road. Leaving the coffee shop and dealing with some scattered zombies, Lin Momo found a motorcycle. She couldn't drive a car, but she could ride a motorcycle. Fortunately, the key was still in the ignition, probably because the owner was busy escaping and hadn't had time to remove it, and the motorcycle still had gas, enough for her to reach the municipality. Without wasting time, Lin Momo immediately set off on the motorcycle at high speed through the city streets. Any zombies blocking her path were promptly eliminated using her special ability, without much trouble. Following the navigation, it took her nearly 20 minutes to finally arrive at the Research Institute's location. This place was even more eerie. There wasn't a single zombie in sight. She sniffed the air, and her expression turned grim. The smell here was indescribable. It wasn't just foul, it was unbearable. Inhaling too much of this smell made her feel nauseous and dizzy. She wondered if the reason there were so few zombies was because of this strange odor. Although she didn't understand where the smell came from, she knew that inhaling too much would be bad for her health. She hurriedly searched and found a pack of masks in a nearby store, then put them on to barely block out the strange smell. With everything ready, Lin Momo ran towards the Research Institute. Because the Research Institute was built many years ago, the building that appeared before her, though large, looked old and worn from the passage of time. Although several buildings nearby were newly constructed, the building as a whole still exuded a sense of history. Logically, a laboratory with successful research results shouldn't be so dilapidated. Unless, they simply didn't want to attract attention, hence their low-key approach. Anyway, there were no obstacles around, so Lin Momo entered openly through the main entrance. The door was securely locked. Looking inside from the outside, there was no sign of disorder. Everything was neatly arranged. It seemed this place had ceased operation before the apocalypse. Without thinking too much, she used her twin swords to break the lock and went straight in. The first floor was the lobby. The actual offices were accessible by elevator. She wondered if there was still electricity. Lin Momo went to check. What a pity. The building had no electricity, meaning the elevators were out of service. However, Lin Momo didn't rush to find the stairwell. Instead, she carefully examined the map next to the elevators. The office locations were clearly marked: Research Institute, floor number, etc. Of course, the laboratory Lin Ruo was looking for wouldn't be so obviously displayed here. And it might not even be in this place. Lin Momo was just trying her luck. She carefully memorized the directions, and then quickly began moving, navigating the surrounding buildings. Judging from the current search results, much of the equipment and experimental materials at the Research Institute had already been removed, indicating that preparations for evacuation had been made long ago. Lin Momo hadn't found any truly useful clues, not even the three-petaled leaf mark. Could it really not be here? She had spent a considerable amount of time searching every building in the Research Institute, but still found nothing. She stood blankly in the open space, looking up. Thump! A crow flying in the sky collided with something, making a sound. She squinted. She wasn't mistaken. There was absolutely nothing in front of the crow. And the crow seemed to think the same way, stubbornly continuing to fly forward. Good grief, it was stunned this time. At the same time, Lin Momo's eyes brightened. She felt that she might know where the hidden laboratory was. Just as she was excitedly about to rush into the building, the small tablet lit up, showing a video call with the contact name listed as unknown. She knew it was Lin Ruo calling. This thing can communicate. Where's the signal coming from? Despite her grumbling, she answered. Lin Ruo's pretty face appeared on the screen, and no matter how you looked at it, it was irritating. Only he could withstand this kind of camera without beauty filters or editing. Mo, you gone over time. Lin Ruo's expression on the screen was clearly not good. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, then looked at the time in the lower right corner of the tablet. Good heavens, she gone over time by 3 hours. She knew she would definitely go over time, but she hadn't expected so much time to have passed, and there were several messages on the tablet, also from Lin Ruo. She scratched her head. I didn't notice, but I noticed something. Come back immediately. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Ruo interrupted her. But we still have time. You need to leave that place right now. Whether it was a bad signal or something else, the video call was suddenly cut off. Lin Momo sighed and looked up at the transparent building one last time. She took off her mask and put on the last new one. Staying here for too long seemed to be diminishing her supernatural abilities. Maybe she should listen to Lin Ruo and leave this place first. She was going to stay in Yuzhou for a while anyway, so a little extra time wouldn't make a difference. Having made up her mind, Lin Momo retrieved her old motorcycle and rode it away again. She returned to where Lin Ruo had parked. The whole way, she felt dizzy, and the motorcycle nearly tipped over several times, but she managed to stay upright. Finally, upon seeing Lin Ruo, she couldn't hold on any longer and gave up. Lin Momo's last conscious thought was seeing Lin Ruo's worried face before she lost consciousness. As for the little devil, not long after they left, Lin Xing and Lin Wei came knocking. Fortunately, Lin Ruo was prepared. They couldn't even get into the house, which was encased in a barrier, and could only leave in a huff. The little devil didn't even lift a finger. As night fell, the little devil and Ponching finally saw Lin Momo and Lin Ruo return after an anxious wait. However, Lin Momo was being carried back by Lin Ruo. The little devil panicked. What happened? Is Sister Momo injured? Lin Ruo shook her head. It's nothing. Watch over Ponching, don't come in. With that simple sentence, he carried Lin Momo back to the room. The little devil vaguely saw some black spots on Lin Momo's face, as if she had contracted something, and her complexion was very pale. She looked somewhat weak. What on earth happened? Did we encounter an advanced zombie? Chapter 67. Until the door was completely closed, Xiao Gui couldn't see anything. Although worried, as long as Lin Ruo was there, any problem could be easily solved. At least during the time they teamed up, he had easily resolved all the difficulties they encountered. So, Lin Momo should recover soon. Thinking this, Xiao Gui took Ponching to the hall to pass the time. Inside the room, because the curtains were tightly closed, there wasn't a single ray of light. Lin Ruo carefully placed Lin Momo on the bed, then sat down beside it, carefully observing the changes in her body. This was caused by prolonged exposure to certain substances. For Lin Momo's current constitution, it wasn't a major problem. Her body would repair itself during her unconsciousness. However, prolonged exposure to this environment could cause some harm. He was very curious about where she had gone. Taking a deep breath, he sat on the edge of the bed, bent down slightly, and brought his face closer. He wondered if it was because her food had changed, but she also seemed to have a subtle, plant-like fragrance about her, which wasn't off-putting. He liked the scent. So he couldn't resist taking another gentle sniff near her neck. With a soft sigh, he closed his eyes, trying to control his emotions. After a while, Lin Ruo sat up straight and gazed at her face again. The freckles on Lin Momo's face had faded somewhat, meaning she was slowly recovering, so he didn't need to stay with her. That's what he thought, but his body remained completely still. He remained motionless, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Momo's face. If only it could always be like this. He brushed aside a stray strand of hair from her forehead, as if trying to memorize her features. The little devil was reading a storybook in the living room, specifically for Ponching. Ponching hadn't had much schooling, so she didn't recognize many words, and this was a way of teaching her to read. As the two were engrossed in their reading, he noticed Lin Ruo standing in the living room. He asked, "Is Sister Momo alright?" "She's fine. You two continue. I go prepare some food." Relieved that Lin Momo was alright, the little devil continued reading his storybook. They were currently at an exciting part. Ponching was also listening intently. Late into the night, Lin Momo slowly woke up. She lay in bed with her eyes open for a long time, a feeling of hunger rising within her, before she struggled to get out of bed. She pressed the switch by the bedside, and the room instantly brightened. She looked up at her arm. Before she fainted, she had seen some marks appear on it, but now they seemed to have disappeared. The discomfort had eased after her nap. She stretched and got out of bed. Her slippers were neatly arranged beside the bed. It seemed Lin Ruo had made them. Going to the living room, Xiao Gui and Pan Xing had already returned to their rooms to rest, while Lin Ruo was still sitting on the sofa using her tablet. Awake? Sensing movement, Lin Ruo looked up at the person who had entered. How long have I been lying here? It hasn't been long. Are you hungry? I made food, it's on the table. Lin Momo glanced towards the dining room and asked, "Were you waiting here for me to wake up?" Lin Ruo waved his tablet. "Just doing some work. Aren't you curious why I fainted? I think I found the lab you were looking for." If Lin Ruo hadn't urged her, she would have wanted to continue exploring. But it was precisely because of his urging that she escaped unscathed. Otherwise, fainting in that environment would have only made things worse. Go check it out after you rested. Lin Ruo wasn't in such a hurry to go to the lab anymore. Perhaps because he knew where the destination was, and didn't need to continue searching blindly, he gradually relaxed. Lin Momo also went to the dining room to eat, replenishing her lost energy. Halfway through her meal, she remembered another question. She turned to look at Lin Ruo, who was still sitting on the sofa. Did Lin Zeng and the others come up here today? They came, but they couldn't break in. Their abilities were still at a low level, so they couldn't break through his barrier to get in. Lin Momo fell silent. She felt something was strange. They insisted on finding a place to stay, and it didn't necessarily have to be Grandma's house. Now, they even sneaked up here while they were out, trying to break in. So, was there something hidden in Grandma's house that she didn't know about? There's nothing worth searching here. If there were, it wouldn't be here. Lin Momo didn't reveal her thoughts, But Lin Momo seemed to know what she was thinking at that moment, directly addressing her question. You know, Grandma hid something? What she really wanted to ask was why everyone else knew this place was unusual, but she knew nothing. Lin Momo shook his head. I don't know. I just saw that Lin Zeng and the others didn't seem to be looking for a place to stay. So, I observed the house here, but there was nothing special about it, and I didn't sense anything unusual. His perception was always excellent. Lin Momo thought for a moment, but couldn't figure it out. Grandma had never told her anything special. If there was any relative she knew who had contact with Grandma, it was only Yu Xian. But now she didn't even know where Yu Xian was. With a sigh, she automatically started clearing the dishes. Things will work themselves out. There was no point in thinking about it now. To be in better spirits to search for the laboratory the next day, after clearing the table, the two went back to their respective rooms to rest. But because Lin Momo had slept for a long time, she felt even more energetic when she lay back in bed. As a result, she only managed to get a little sleep just before dawn. However, she didn't feel tired. After making some simple preparations, Lin Ruo was about to take her to the place from yesterday, while Xiao Gui and Pan Xing stayed behind. You need to take this. Just as they were about to leave, Lin Ruo took out a mask and asked her to wear it. How did you know about the situation over there? She had smelled a strange odor when they approached the laboratory building, and now she realized that her unconsciousness and the markings on her body were probably caused by that smell. I smelled it on you, so the smell has become much milder. Don't you need a mask? Seeing that Lin Ruo had only taken one, she hesitated. Lin Ruo chuckled. Are you worried about me? Chapter 68. Back at the Research Institute, Lin Momo was a little excited. As for what excited her, she couldn't quite put her finger on it, but her intuition told her they were sure to find something here today. The crow you mentioned, is it the one on the ground? Lin Ruo walked forward, squatted down, and looked at the crow's carcass. Yes, there must be something on the top floor that we can't see. But if that's the case, why is there only a crow that crashed to its death on the ground? If there really was an unseen structure on the top floor, then there should be more than just one flying animal's carcass around. It's far too clean. Lin Momo shrugged. We find out by going up and taking a look. The two wandered around in front of the building for a while, before heading straight for the main entrance. The building had no electricity, so they had to climb the stairs to get to the top floor. Lin Momo was now thankful that she was no longer considered human, so climbing these stairs wasn't so strenuous. If it were her old body, she would probably be out of breath after less than 3 floors. This is the physical condition of contemporary college students. Upon reaching the top floor, the exit was locked. It was a combination lock, and the door was made of a very heavy material. Lin Momo tried to break it with brute force. But it didn't work. It's just a door leading to the rooftop. Is it really necessary to make it so fancy? Lin Momo silently complained. Let me see. Lin Ruo then stepped forward to examine it closely, her eyes suddenly lighting up as if she had seen something amazing. I never seen this material before, but it's not impossible to open. He raised his hand and gently pressed it against the door. Lin Momo watched curiously from the side. Before she could see clearly, she suddenly felt the pressure around her drop sharply, and she gagged. The next second, the door that had been so difficult to open turned to dust in front of her. Lin Momo looked at Lin Ruo in disbelief. What other abilities did he still have that he hadn't shown? You can go in now, Lin Ruo gestured. You? Lin Momo wanted to ask something, but in the end, she swallowed all her questions and walked out of the passage first. But when they reached the rooftop, they found nothing. Since we can't see it, it must be hidden. Let's look around and see if there's anything strange. Lin Ruo looked around but didn't find anything unusual yet. Lin Momo, on the other hand, had already started wandering around more boldly. As she walked, she suddenly stopped. She closed her eyes and listened carefully. Logically, this research institute should no longer have a power supply, so there shouldn't be any engine-like sounds anymore, yet she still heard some strange noises. Lin Ruo noticed her movements. What did you find? She didn't answer immediately, but instead followed the faint sound to the farthest corner of the rooftop, the other side of the exit. Here. She pressed her ear against a wall, slowly bringing it closer. She heard it. The sound was coming from here. There's a door we can't see here. She had found the entrance, so the rest was up to Lin Ruo. Lin Ruo then stepped forward and, imitating Lin Momo, listened for a while. Just as Lin Momo thought he was going to use the same method to break down the door, he took out another tablet he never seen before from his spatial storage. It bore the logo of Subaru Technology. Not going to destroy it directly. I want to preserve it intact. Lin Momo seemed very interested in the research institute here. Anyway, it wasn't something she could handle, so she stood aside and kept watch. Strangely enough, if such a miraculous laboratory was truly hidden here, there should be people here, yet it was eerily quiet. Not to mention people, even zombies were scarce. Aside from the strange smell that lingered, this place was practically an ideal sanctuary. She didn't know what Lin Momo had done, but soon, a hidden door in the wall suddenly appeared and slowly opened. It was an elevator. The two of them stepped inside and discovered that the elevator could only go upwards. As it stood, there was only one layer of air above. Shall we start from the first floor? Lin Momo asked. Just one floor. After pressing the floor button, the elevator quickly ascended. They could feel the speed of the ascent. Finally, the elevator dinged. First floor. A mechanical female voice announced. The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing a completely different testing area from the one downstairs. All the equipment and decorations were unlike anything Lin Momo had ever seen. She felt like she had entered a new world. She asked blankly, "Is this the place you're looking for?" Maybe. While it looked novel, there was no direct evidence yet to prove that the virus he was looking for had leaked from here. Should we split up and search? Lin Momo suggested. You come with me, Lin Momo refused. This experimental area was full of unknowns, and he was worried about Lin Momo splitting up. Seeing that Lin Momo didn't agree, Lin Momo didn't say anything either. Finding the lab was his idea, so she naturally went along with it. Who knew if they would encounter other monsters in this place? Thinking about it that way, it was better to stay with Lin Momo. Without further small talk, the two of them quickly explored this unknown lab. The first floor was relatively simple. For Lin Momo, this floor didn't contain what he was looking for, so they quickly reached the second floor, the third floor. Because it was a hidden lab, the higher they went, the more permissions and commands were required. Even some offices and research rooms were the same. But this wasn't particularly difficult for Lin Momo. They searched floor by floor, finally stopping at the top floor. This must be the top floor, right? Lin Momo first found a window and looked down. She explained, "From the outside, it feels like I'm suspended in midair." How did they do that? Lin Momo, standing behind her, also peered down, then tugged at her clothes and continued walking inside. You have to ask the owner of this building. They found the clue in the central research lab. Or rather, what Lin Momo was looking for was created here. The researchers in the building evacuated quickly, but they couldn't take everything with them, or perhaps they weren't afraid of anyone discovering the place. So much research data and dormant experimental subjects were still safely stored inside. The lab was large, and Lin Momo, out of curiosity, explored on her own, careful not to touch anything lest she trigger an unnecessary button and cause trouble. But when she reached a particular workstation, she suddenly stopped. On this workstation sat a group photo. The photo showed two men and a woman, all wearing white lab coats. The man standing at the very edge was exceptionally handsome. UXIN? Hearing Lin Momo's surprised exclamation, Lin Momo followed her voice to where she was. What did you find? My uncle. So he's always been here. This is where he works. Remembering how UXIN always disappeared periodically, it now seemed that his work prevented him from contacting the outside world. Lin Momo quickly went to Lin Momo's side. Which one is your uncle? This one. She pointed to the striking face in the photo. UXIN was very handsome, even as a child. But he disliked his face, so he often made himself look dirty. He was taken in to do chores, and no one else seemed to care. However, UXIN wasn't content with mediocrity. While concealing his identity, he diligently studied. That's how he got the opportunity to work here. Lin Momo stared at UXIN in the photo for a long time, seemingly deep in thought. Then, he must have been involved in the virus's creation. Lin Momo instinctively retorted, UXIN wouldn't have leaked the virus. Lin Momo shook her head. I didn't say he leaked the virus. But since he could work at the top level, he must have been one of the people involved in its creation. That's true. Her gaze returned to the photograph. She hadn't been able to meet UXIN in the ruined city, but now she found his workplace. Just as she was lost in thought, Lin Momo had already walked to the other side of the research lab. There were several freezers there, containing some finished products. He opened a freezer, took out a portion, and began studying it. The equipment here was still functioning normally. The building itself was without power, but the invisible building was still operating normally. Lin Momo was studying the finished products, while Lin Momo found UXIN's workstation and began searching for useful information. She found many postcards and envelopes in the drawer, all of which she had sent to him, but he rarely replied. Among them was a photo of her and him, one of the few photos they had together. It was from several years ago. Beep beep. Just as Lin Momo was about to continue searching for any other information, the computer on the desktop, which had been off, suddenly lit up. She looked up, staring intently at the screen. A few words lit up on the screen. Momo, you finally found it. She frowned, looked around, then looked up, noticing a moving camera, now positioned directly at her. Yusen. The screen displayed more words. Open the second drawer, there's a hidden compartment inside. She hesitated for a moment, then did as instructed, finding the hidden compartment in the second drawer. Something was hidden inside. It was a key. She stared at the key for a long time. This was Grandma's. The key had a unique shape, so Lin Momo recognized it. But how could Grandma's key be with Yusen? What role did Grandma play in this laboratory building? Everyone was there except her. Keep the key safe, don't let anyone know. The screen last displayed these words before going completely black again, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Chapter 69. Lin Momo stared blankly at the black computer screen for a long time, finally putting away her keys and searching around her workstation, but found no other useful information. However, there was a small bottle of beverage next to the computer. She squinted and picked up the beverage. She remembered it. Back then, Lin Momo still had intermittent contact with Uxian, they weren't completely out of touch. She remembered. Uxian had even sent her a case of drinks by express delivery. It was a case, but the quantity wasn't large, and since it was something Uxian had gone to great lengths to send, Lin Momo finished the entire case. The drink tasted very unique, so much so that after finishing it, she specifically went online to try and buy it. She discovered that this drink wasn't sold in stores. She even asked Uxian about it. His reply was that the drink was still a new product, and there were no plans to release it to the market, nor were they continuing production. Lin Momo stared at the drink for a long time, then an absurd thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. She picked up the drink from the table and walked towards Lin Ruo, who was conducting research. Could you take a look at the ingredients in this drink? Lin Ruo stopped his work. He hesitated for a moment before speaking first, revealing his discovery. I found the source of the virus in your body. The apocalypse came suddenly, but the virus in Lin Momo's body was different from the one that broke out during the apocalypse. The virus in her body had been dormant for several years. Someone had deliberately planted it in her body. Check this first. Lin Momo insisted that Lin Ru examine the drink in her hand. He hesitated for a moment, then took the drink and began testing it. After a long while. It's the same ingredients. Lin Ru looked up at Lin Momo. You drank this kind of drink before, didn't you? Yes, Uxian sent it to me. So the virus lurking in her body had an explanation. Uxian had implanted the virus in her early on. But she couldn't understand why Uxian would do such a thing. Maybe if we find him, everything will be explained. Lin Ru said softly. He knew she was in a terrible mood. The person she trusted most had done this to her. No one could understand it. Lin Momo took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Her hand, which was in her pocket, tightened around the strange key. In the end, she didn't tell Lin Ru about it. She changed the subject. Is the source you've been searching for also from here? Yes, there are several samples here, likely from different people. Lin Ru took out an equipment case from her spatial storage, put several important samples inside, and prepared to take it away. Since there's a virus, there should be a vaccine, right? Lin Momo suddenly asked. Yes, but it's not a finished product. Lin Ru also put the initial version of the vaccine into her equipment case. Lin Momo's feelings were still complicated. Staying here made her feel suffocated, especially with the mask on her face, which made her even more anxious. Patting her cheeks, she walked out of the research lab, stopping again as she passed one of the workstations. She wondered if all the staff here liked to display photos on their desks, but what she saw was a family portrait. There were several. The husband was tall and handsome, the wife gentle and beautiful, and their child, a blend of their genes, looked incredibly cute. But she only glanced at it before leaving. She waited outside for a long time, while Lin Ru finally packed up what she wanted to take. Let's go! Now that they had found the source, there was no need to stay here any longer. But as they entered the elevator, the Research Institute's cameras started rotating on their own. In a dark room somewhere, a man hidden in the shadows stared at the monitor screen, letting out a muffled laugh. Daddy, I want to go out and play. A clear child's voice broke the tense atmosphere in the room. The man turned to look at his daughter. Go ahead, but come back soon. The girl grinned, revealing sharp teeth covered in bright red blood. I'm off then, bye-bye. Lin Momo and Lin Ru quickly left the research institute and returned to their temporary residence. Now that they had found what they wanted, Lin Ru planned to rest for another day before leaving the city. He wanted to go to the headquarters of Asiatic technology to thoroughly study what he had. But trouble soon followed. That night, the howls of zombies outside suddenly increased, and gunshots rang out. Lin Momo, half asleep, was startled awake and quickly peered out the window. What she saw triggered her trypophobia. There weren't many zombies in Yuzhou to begin with, as if some special obstacle was preventing them from staying, especially in this residential area. But somehow, in just one night, the residential area was teeming with zombies, like a horde. There were already some survivors in the residential area. Those without superpowers could only use self-defense tools, so the gunshots were their actions in self-defense. What on earth happened? Just as Lin Momo was about to go find Lin Ru, she noticed a woman floating in midair amidst the zombie horde. No way. Lin Momo remembered this woman. Wasn't she the woman who was imprisoned in the basement? She seemed to have some connection with Lin Ru. This made her even more determined to find Lin Ru. Perhaps this woman was after him. Lin Ru. She had barely called out when she found Lin Ru, and the others already gathered in the lobby. Pan Xing's face was pale. She had obviously also seen the scene outside the residential area. Momo, take the kids and leave. I handle the people outside. Don't wait for me. Lin Ru said, walking towards the balcony. She's after me. I don't want you to get hurt. With that, he leaped from the balcony, heading straight for the horde of zombies. Pan Xing immediately closed her eyes. Lin Momo stared at the scene before her, stunned for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. When they returned yesterday, their car was parked in the underground parking lot. They couldn't leave without that car. Kid, I clear the way for you in a bit. You go get the car. She quickly planned their escape route in her mind. Because it happened so suddenly, taking the elevator was out of the question. Accidents could happen at any moment. So, the only option was the stairwell. At that moment, Pan Xing let out a terrified scream. Lin Momo turned around. Good heavens, these zombies could climb stairs. They climbed directly up from the balcony, and this was over 20 stories high. Without hesitation, she erected an ice wall against the doorway. Go, go, go! Hurry! Fortunately, they were going downstairs, not up, so they were much faster, but at the same time, many zombies were breaking down doors. Lin Momo dealt with them all. Soon, they reached the parking lot. Incredibly, the parking lot was also teeming with zombies. Many abandoned vehicles were crushed by the zombies, and some humans, who had tried to escape, were still inside. Most likely, they had no chance of survival from the horde. Ordinary cars couldn't withstand this horde of zombies, but Lin Ru's car was different. It could even fly for short distances. As long as they could get in, everything would be fine. These zombies were different from ordinary zombies. Other zombies wouldn't attack Lin Momo unprovoked, because to them, Lin Momo was more like one of their own. But these zombies were clearly being controlled. What do we do? The little devil, clutching Pan Xing, was somewhat at a loss facing the zombie horde. If he were hiding in the shadows, he could deal with many zombies, but the problem was there were simply too many. I clear a path for you, just get in the car. Lin Momo let out a soft breath, white mist gradually swirling around her. Fortunately, Lin Ru's car was within sight. Clearing a simple path to the car shouldn't be a problem. Take Pan Xing and be ready at any time. Without much time to think, Lin Momo pushed open the door to the parking lot. As the zombies swarmed in, she unleashed her ultimate attack, freezing them one by one into ice blocks, which then shattered into a pile of ice shards. Immediately afterward, she used her supernatural ability to create an ice tunnel leading directly to the car. Quick, run through this ice tunnel. The ice formation needed to be maintained, and she also had to watch out for the approaching zombies. Lin Momo couldn't run with them. Xiao Gui hesitated. What about you? I go help Lin Ru. You drive and find a safe place to park. The car's central control system can contact Lin Ru, so don't worry about us. You all come back, right? Xiao Gui asked again. Stop talking nonsense, I can't maintain this tunnel much longer. Xiao Gui stopped talking, grabbed Pan Xing, and started running into the tunnel at lightning speed. Only after he and Pan Xing were safely in the car did the ice tunnel Lin Momo had created completely shatter. More zombies rushed towards her direction. She didn't retreat, but continued to use her powers to clear a path for herself, and also for Xiao Gui and the others. She persisted for a long time until Xiao Gui finally started the car and headed towards the basement exit. She followed behind, constantly clearing a path for them. During this time, some zombies scratched her hands, and she sustained many injuries, as there were simply too many zombies. Fortunately, she was already a type of zombie, so even if she was scratched and injured, she wouldn't be infected again. After watching Xiao Gui and Panqing leave the neighborhood, she turned around and ran towards Lin Ruo's direction. Lin Ruo was currently in the middle of the zombie horde, confronting the woman. She vividly remembered the woman's appearance, breathtakingly beautiful, yet carrying a melancholic air. For example, right now, apart from her head, her entire body below that head can no longer be described as having a normal shape. Chapter 70. The woman's body was like a thick, nauseating black mist. Numerous tentacles emerged from the mist, constantly trying to entangle Lin Ruo and bind him. Her beautiful face was filled with a gleeful smile and twisted hatred. Lin Momo only observed from a distance before quickly stepping forward to help Lin Ruo. In her view, even though Lin Ruo was very powerful, no matter how powerful he was, if the number of enemies exceeded his capacity, his abilities would eventually run out, and he wouldn't even be able to spare the energy to deal with even stronger enemies. Just as the woman's tentacles were about to touch Lin Ruo, Lin Momo cut them off in time. Of course, simply cutting them off wasn't enough, because the woman's tentacles would continue to grow. Why didn't you leave? Lin Ruo looked at Lin Momo in surprise, noticing her unusually disheveled state. Come help you, Lin Momo said with a grin. Of course, her smile didn't last long before she was dragged to the ground by a zombie. She once again used her superpower with all her might, dealing with a horde of zombies centered on her. But this didn't allow her to catch her breath for long. A continuous stream of zombies continued to surge towards them, which was not a good sign. So it's you. The woman, having had one of her tentacles severed by the external force, instinctively looked at the newcomer. Upon seeing Lin Momo's face clearly, she suddenly smiled. Lin Ruo, you're really devoted. You haven't forgotten this girl after all this time. Lin Momo continued to fight the zombies with all her might, but she also heard the woman's words, and didn't understand what she meant. If the woman remembered her, she wouldn't find it strange. After all, it was the woman who had caused her to fall into the basement. But now, from the woman's words, Lin Momo sensed something else. You know me? Oh dear, I don't remember anything. The woman's smile grew increasingly maniacal. That's true, he begged me to erase your memory. This seemed to touch a nerve with Lin Ruo, whose delicate and beautiful face contorted for a moment. Countless invisible blades pierced the woman's body. The woman screamed in pain, black blood dripping onto the ground, driving the zombies on the ground even more frenzied. Lin Ruo, I'm your mother. Are you going to kill me now? Upon hearing this, Lin Momo was instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? This woman? Is she Lin Ruo's mother? But if that's the case, Lin Ruo's appearance does resemble the woman somewhat. You could even say that Lin Ruo's beauty is even more striking than hers. You should have died anyway. Just as Lin Momo was still struggling, she suddenly felt the air around her thin, followed by an immense sense of oppression. She watched helplessly as the zombies around her were crushed under something, flattened one by one, leaving bloodstains on the ground. The woman let out a huge scream. Lin Momo remembered the woman's voice in the basement, piercing and unpleasant, just like now. She instinctively covered her ears. But even in this unpleasant state, she was still worried about Lin Ruo's situation. She struggled to open her eyes, and looked at Lin Ruo. She saw Lin Ruo floating in midair, just like the woman, all the oppressive force emanating from him. She realized the woman's body was being torn apart. She didn't know what Lin Ruo had done, but she could sense his rage, his desire to shred everything before him. Strangely, although Lin Momo could feel the oppressive force, it wasn't directed at her. Her only discomfort came from the woman's screams. You bastard! I should have killed you back then. Everything you have now is thanks to me. The woman screamed frantically. Perhaps driven by the will to survive, she unleashed all her power, releasing her final supernatural ability. At that moment, Lin Momo's only thought was to escape, but the woman's ever-extending tentacles grabbed her ankles, and the last branches gradually wrapped around her body. Before she could retaliate, a tentacle covered in sharp spikes pierced through her chest. Wow, that hurt a bit. She gasped for breath, straining to look at Lin Ruo. He seemed to have temporarily lost consciousness due to the eruption of his supernatural power, preventing others from approaching him. Because approaching would only result in being torn apart. I kill you. When he wakes up, he go insane, won't he? In her dazed state, Lin Momo heard a woman's voice right beside her ear. She barely managed to turn her head. She saw nothing. Actually, she wasn't dying so easily, because the virus she was infected with was different from others. Her wounds were constantly healing. But the tentacles hadn't withdrawn, so she was constantly being injured. Even though the pain wasn't as intense, it was still unbearable, and her consciousness was gradually fading. She didn't hear what the woman said, and gradually sank into darkness. Drip, drip. It was a rainy day. Lin Momo left her house with an umbrella. Feeling neglected, she had secretly run away from home. In short, she had run away from home. But she knew very well that her departure wouldn't attract attention. They all knew she would eventually choose to go home. Where could a child without the ability to support herself go? She pouted and continued walking. Whenever Lin Momo was unhappy, she liked to go to her secret hideout, an abandoned factory nearby. Because of the numerous murders that had occurred there, very few people came. But this time, when she left home and came here, she discovered an uninvited guest. A rather handsome little boy. Even though he was dirty, it wasn't hard to see how handsome his face was. Are you also a runaway? Lin Momo noticed that the boy's body was covered in bruises, some from whippings, and others with wounds she couldn't describe. If she could snap out of her reverie now, she would understand that these indescribable wounds were the result of years of being treated as a guinea pig. At first, the boy ignored her, simply staying quietly by himself. Lin Momo stayed with him. For several days in a row, the boy remained in the abandoned factory, and Lin Momo had to go home because she was hungry. However, she always worried about the boy, so she would secretly bring him some food from home, especially her younger brother's snacks. Being scolded and beaten was commonplace. She continued to take care of the boy until he slowly began to speak to her. She couldn't understand most of their conversations. She was just responding to him, trying to ease his loneliness. This went on for a month. Lin Momo even secretly took him home to bathe him, but she couldn't do this often. If her family found out, it wouldn't just be a beating. Luckily, Xian was there to cover for her. Later, a beautiful woman appeared at the factory. She took the boy away, and on that same day, she briefly lost her memory. Everything returned to darkness. When she opened her eyes again, Lin Momo wasn't fully awake. This time, she observed the memories as an outsider. Those weren't her memories. It was Lin Ruo. Still a child. Lin Momo had always thought her own childhood was terrible enough. But now it seemed Lin Ruo's childhood couldn't be considered a human experience. His mother was a mad scientist. Because of her paranoia and madness, she did many incomprehensible things at her previous workplace. To cover her up, her family eventually brought her home, only to discover she would harm her own child. She treated a living person as a test subject, conducting numerous experiments on him. Before Lin Momo could continue watching, a shout snapped her back to reality. Momo! Momo! Wake up! She struggled to open her eyes, her vision blurry. It was Lin Ruo calling her. He had regained consciousness. Then she couldn't continue to be suppressed like this. She looked down at the black tentacle that had pierced her chest, flashes of blue light flickering across it. She remembered some of her lost memories, and also saw memories that weren't hers, likely related to these tentacles. She raised her hand and grabbed the tentacle piercing her, then began to freeze it. Her black hair gradually turned silver white as she amplified her power, causing the tentacles wrapped around her to shatter. The tentacle piercing her body, sensing the threat, tried to retreat. But Lin Momo didn't give her the chance. She gripped the retreating tentacle tightly, the icy mist in her hand extending along the tentacle, spreading towards its main body. Then she met Lin Ruo's gaze. With just one glance, the two knew what to do. The woman felt an unprecedented fear. She screamed, "Impossible." But the next second, a chilling sensation filled her body, and something inside her began to explode. It was Lin Ruo. She didn't want to die, so she adopted a motherly stance. "Don't kill me." "But you already killed me." After saying this, the woman was enveloped in icy mist, finally shattering in midair. She died. With the woman's death, the zombies gradually dispersed. This city had medicine to repel zombies. If it weren't for the woman, the zombies wouldn't have desperately swarmed here. Lin Ruo, exhausted, collapsed to the ground. After recovering, Lin Momo ran over. "Are you all right?" He weakly shook his head. "And you?" Lin Momo was silent for a moment, then shook her head as well. She didn't tell Lin Ruo that she had regained her lost memories. A brief, but precious memory. At that time, she wasn't just accompanying Lin Ruo, but also comforting herself. "Let's go find the little devil. Let's leave this place." Chapter 71. The number of zombies had decreased, and their threat had diminished, especially since the most troublesome one was already dead. There was no need to stay any longer in this place. Just as they were about to help each other leave, she heard Lin Xing's voice. Lin Momo instinctively turned around and saw Lin Xing yelling at Lin Wei to abandon Lin Nanan. Because of the zombie horde, Lin Nanan, as an ordinary person, was inevitably vulnerable to harm. Therefore, once she came into contact with a zombie and became infected, she would either become a superhuman or become one of the zombies. Clearly, Lin Nanan was already infected. Some of her skin was ulcerating, which was not a sign of becoming a superhuman. But her rationality as a human remained. Lin Wei saw Lin Momo. His eyes lit up, and he shouted at Lin Momo, "Hand over the stuff. I know you have the vaccine." How did they know? Lin Momo was surprised. Did they know about yesterday's events? But the next second, Lin Wei's words took another turn. "Your grandmother must have left the vaccine with you. Hand it over now. She's your family, you can't just watch her die, can you?" Grandmother? So they've been trying to come all along for the vaccine? But the vaccine they're talking about isn't the same one they found at the research institute yesterday. At that moment, Lin Ruo whispered in her ear, "The vaccine we found was only a semi-finished product. It won't work in the current situation." She understood what he meant. Without the vaccine, you have to abandon her. Lin Momo was telling the truth. Before the words were even finished, Lin Xing had already used his supernatural ability to kill Lin Nanan, who was still mutating. Lin Wei was incredulous and, ignoring Lin Momo, immediately rushed forward and began fighting with Lin Xing. "Let's go!" Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Momo helped Lin Ruo quickly leave this dangerous place. Her supernatural ability was already exhausted, and she simply didn't have the strength to continue fighting two supernatural beings. Lin Ruo's condition wasn't much better. She probably had no ability to protect herself at all. Fortunately, after the woman died, the zombies left quickly, as if they were avoiding something. Then, using Lin Ruo's watch, they contacted the car's central control system and quickly located the car's location. Xiao Gui and the others hadn't gone too far. Because the zombies were controlled by the woman, once they left the residential area, they were all safe. Xiao Gui was finally relieved to see that they were all alright. He hadn't dared to go too far, fearing they wouldn't be able to find him. "Are you all alright?" "We're fine, let's drive." The little devil immediately started the car. "Where are we going?" "To Yudu." Lin Ruo said softly, "Where's the headquarters of Asiatic technology? If all goes well, I can develop a vaccine there." The atmosphere in the car fell silent, except for Pan Xing, who didn't understand what was happening. The little devil and Lin Momo both knew that Yudu was the most populous city, and its central city. If you were to ask where the most zombies were, it would probably be Yudu. The little devil swallowed hard. "Are we really going?" "Yes." Having made up their minds, the little devil could only operate the central control system, find the navigation, and continue driving towards Yudu. Because Lin Ruo hadn't fully recovered, the little ghost had to drive. Lin Ruo spent almost the entire journey asleep. Several times, Lin Momo wanted to ask how the woman knew they were in Yuzhou, and why she could be so cruel as to kill her own child. Of course, all of this was now unanswerable. After all, besides using her own child as a guinea pig, she hadn't spared herself either. Otherwise, how could she have ended up in that ghostly state? Lin Momo shook her head, looking down at the key clutched in her hand. This key wasn't like ordinary keys. Its exterior looked strange, and it was large, as if it contained something inside. The little ghost noticed it unintentionally and casually asked, "Why does this key look so strange?" "Yes, my uncle left it to me." Lin Momo temporarily put the key away. She glanced back at the still sleeping Lin Ruo. She thought, perhaps she should tell Lin Ruo about the key. Or maybe she should wait until he woke up to make a decision. The capital city was some distance from Yuzhou, forcing them to stop in several cities to rest and regroup. Unexpected events did occur during this time, but they were all resolved satisfactorily. Lin Ruo remained in a hibernation state. He would awaken occasionally, but only briefly, exchanging a few words before falling back asleep. Currently, they were stationed in the city closest to the capital city, Huacheng. Because of its proximity to the capital, the population here was also relatively large, and zombies were almost everywhere. Finding a quiet place to rest was quite difficult. After wandering around for a while, they finally found a low-rise house in a relatively remote area. The buildings here weren't very attractive. It was located in an old town slated for demolition. Relocation had begun before the apocalypse, so there were the fewest zombies here. Clearing it out would be relatively easy for them. However, if they could think of this, others certainly could too. Lin Momo encountered someone she had never wanted to see. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had obviously seen Lin Momo as well. At this time, Lin Xiao was still an ordinary person. She had separated from the group that had once sheltered her. An accident had occurred, and to survive, she had had to make some difficult decisions. Even family, she could abandon. Including now, if it weren't for external resources, she would have died somewhere long ago. You're still alive. Lin Xiao looked at Lin Momo's pale face, seemingly understanding something. She looked at her mockingly. So you become a superhuman. She still couldn't understand why others could become superhumans while she couldn't, forced to sell her body for a safe survival. Look at Lin Momo, who initially mutated into a zombie, now she's a superhuman. Xiao Xiao, is this your friend? A short man approached Lin Xiao. As soon as he got close, his hands started to wander. Even though Lin Xiao was impatient, she could only endure it. What could she do? This man was an advanced superhuman. Advanced superhumans were incredibly rare at this stage. Seemingly remembering something, Lin Xiao proactively hugged the man's arm, pouting, Master Huan, this woman used to have a grudge against me, I don't like her. Look! They even have a car, a much better car than ours. Lin Xiao's meaning was clear enough. Even without Lin Xiao's hint, Qian Huan would have done the same. The car Lin Momo and her companions were driving was far too conspicuous. Anyone with power would be tempted. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Lin Momo subconsciously frowned. She truly couldn't understand how Lin Xiao had become like this. Where's your brother? She wasn't bothered by their interest in the car. She was just curious where everyone who had been with Lin Xiao was, including Chen Qi. Lin Xiao was his most precious possession. Now, she was surrounded by undesirable individuals. The Lin Xiao of the past would never have tolerated such people around her. As if touched on a sensitive topic, Lin Xiao's expression suddenly turned grim. That happened on Tonga Island. Chen Qi died there trying to save her. As for Lin Jian, because of her betrayal, he was arrested, and to this day, no one knows what happened to him on Tonga Island. She scoffed. What's it to you? You should worry about yourself first. My little beauty is right. You should worry about yourself more. Qian Huan grinned, shielding Lin Xiao behind him, and signaling his henchmen to rush forward and seize the car. His team consisted of about 20 people, at least a quarter of whom were superhumans. Dealing with a few people was no problem at all. Moreover, there was a child in the opposing team. Kid. Lin Momo called softly, and the kid immediately understood what she meant. His superpower was like a sniper rifle, except that he could kill an enemy instantly, no matter where they were. That was the power of his eyes. So when ordinary people went forward as cannon fodder, they instantly collapsed from unknown injuries. The little devil didn't kill them, but merely temporarily incapacitated them. Qian Huan immediately realized something was wrong. He knew the little devil's eyes were faulty, but he hadn't expected it to have this kind of ability. He immediately attacked the little devil. His superpower was also ice-based, and his first instinct was to freeze the little devil completely. But he hadn't expected. Lin Momo, whom he had always underestimated, was also an ice-based superpower user, and even an advanced superpower user like him. You? Lin Xiao was terrified by the situation. While Qian Huan and the others weren't paying attention, she quickly found a place to hide to avoid being hurt. Lin Momo didn't intend to linger. She planned to finish off her opponent in one go and practice her second superpower. During her rest, she had been trying to unleash her dormant supernatural abilities, and she had found the pattern. Now was the time to release them. Just as Qian Huan thought Lin Momo would make the same move, a burst of blazing flame suddenly attacked him. He then realized that Lin Momo was a dual elemental ability user. He couldn't defeat such an opponent. Retreat! Retreat! With their leader running away, the remaining henchmen naturally wouldn't stay. Lin Xiao, hiding in the shadows, saw that things weren't going as she expected, and froze. She then got up to leave as well. But what she didn't notice was that although there were few zombies around, it didn't mean there weren't any. A low-level zombie, moving slowly, was advancing in her direction. Chapter 72. Lin Xiao also noticed the zombies behind her. She screamed in terror, so terrified that she even forgot to run. If Chen Qi were still there, or if Qian Huan could still notice her, they would have dragged her away long ago, instead of leaving her standing there in a panic. Even at this point, Lin Xiao was still blaming others for not pulling her along when they ran, instead of thinking about fighting back herself. By the time Lin Xiao realized she needed to run, it was too late. The slow-reacting zombies had already scratched her arm. Lin Xiao screamed and ran away, rushing towards the direction where Qian Huan and the others were. At this moment, Qian Huan and the others were planning to drive away. They always knew what they were doing. If they could win, they steal. If they couldn't, they run. Otherwise, if they lost their lives, they lose everything. Qian Huan! Wait for me! Wait for me. Don't leave me. Qianhuan, who was about to drive away, heard Lin Xiao's cries. His first instinct was to wait for her to get in the car, but upon seeing the scratch marks on her arm, he drove off without hesitation. Lin Xiao was indeed very beautiful, exceptionally beautiful, but once she became a zombie, even her beauty was useless. Qianhuan showed no hesitation whatsoever. Lin Xiao could only watch helplessly as they abandoned her and drove away. The resentment in her heart amplified, but she could do nothing. After a long stunned silence, she looked at Lin Momo. Her lips trembled as she took a few steps forward. Save me. Lin Momo looked at her coldly. I have no obligation to save you, and besides, you've been scratched. How can you just stand by and watch me die? Hearing this, she found it laughable. When you pushed Qin Jojo towards the zombies, didn't you think of this? You were only thinking of yourself, weren't you? How did you know? Lin Xiao trembled. Back then, Lin Momo should still be a zombie, right? Did she have memories? At this moment, Lin Momo didn't want to say anything more. Kid, get in the car, we find another place to rest. Seeing that Lin Momo and the others were about to leave, Lin Xiao panicked. Wait, don't leave me behind. She tried to run over, but suddenly tripped over a stone on the ground. When she got up again, she had many small cuts on her body, but these weren't from the fall, her body was rotting. Even in her most disheveled state, Lin Xiao would always keep herself clean and tidy. She couldn't accept her current state. Meanwhile, Lin Momo and the others had already driven away. Looking out the car window at Lin Xiao, who was gradually becoming increasingly deranged, the little devil hesitated. Is this really all right? Lin Momo shook her head. Even if I wanted to save her, what could I do? You saw it, she's already infected. And I just did the same thing as her, though slightly better. I stood by and did nothing. She directly pushed someone into the fire. Qin Jojo was luckier. She didn't become a zombie but a superhuman. But the others who were harmed by Lin Xiao might not be so fortunate. The little devil didn't know what had happened between them, but he knew it couldn't be anything good. Come to think of it, they had all been scratched. Without a vaccine, they either had to wait to become superhumans or become zombies. They found another place to rest temporarily, not too far from where they had been before, but with fewer zombies around, and mostly low-level ones. Lin Ruo remained dormant. If Ruoji doesn't wake up soon, what will we do when we get to the domain capital? The domain capital's population is exploding. If Lin Ruo doesn't wake up, they might have a hard time entering the domain capital, or even entering subarc technology. Then let's wait here until he wakes up. Lin Momo planned to stay in Huacheng for a while, until Lin Ruo fully awakened. The address they chose was a dilapidated apartment building. Because of its age and disrepair, security measures were poor. If an advanced zombie, or someone with malicious intent, it could easily break in. Therefore, Lin Momo and Xiao Gui had to take turns keeping watch. Several days passed without incident, and Lin Ruo didn't wake up even once. Lin Momo had tried to use her special ability to help her. She remembered that her abilities seemed to have healing properties, but it only worked once, and this time, it had no effect at all. She didn't know what was wrong with Lin Ruo. But they couldn't stay in Huacheng forever. Sister, there's a child outside. Just as Lin Momo was pondering their next move, Ponching suddenly approached her with a book, her tone seemingly frightened. A child outside? You and the little devil stay inside. I go check it out. No matter what happens, don't come out. Okay. Gently patting Ponching's head, Lin Momo walked outside. She didn't open the door immediately, but like Ponching, looked out the window first. Sure enough, there was a child standing outside. It was a girl, probably around 7 or 8 years old, holding a doll. Her face was fair and clean, she looked very cute. She was clearly well cared for by her family. Normal thinking would be to find a way to let a child inside to hide from the zombies. But Lin Momo didn't think that way. The child outside wasn't normal at all. The girl stood there, but the surrounding zombies dared not approach her, as if she were some terrifying demon. Not to mention, would the girl's parents feel comfortable leaving her alone here? Sister, can you let me in? It's too scary outside. The girl's gaze had fallen on her without her noticing. She already knew Lin Momo was watching her, and now she was looking at the window with a pitiful expression. Lin Momo took a deep breath, not answering her, but also not opening the window or door. She wanted to see what the girl was up to. Perhaps realizing that her act of playing the victim wouldn't gain Lin Momo's sympathy, her expression instantly fell, indicating that she was angry. The doll in the girl's hand seemed to come alive, trembling incessantly in her arms, and even emitting eerie laughter. How boring. Why don't you fall for it? I'm just a poor, child. The girl's lips curled into a wide grin, reaching her ears. Ponching, who had inadvertently witnessed this, trembled with fear. Kid, take Ponching and hide. Lin Momo reacted immediately. She had to retaliate, otherwise this little house wouldn't last long. Having spent some time with Lin Ruo, she had figured out how to create her own barrier, but it was clearly not as sturdy as Lin Ruo's, so she had to go outside to deal with the girl. After the barrier was erected, Lin Momo went outside as well. At this moment, she noticed that the surrounding zombies were constantly surging towards them. No way. Another one who can control zombies? The girl giggled. Sister, hand over the vaccine, and I let you go. The vaccine again? I don't have any vaccines. You do, hand over that key. Lin Momo was startled upon hearing this. How did this girl know she had that key? She recalled the cameras in the research institute, they could move. If UXIN could control the surveillance to check on the research institute, it meant that others could also check. But to be on the safe side, Lin Momo still tentatively asked, you know UXIN? The girl laughed again. Dad said UXIN is a traitor, he has to die. She knew Lin Momo wouldn't easily hand over what she wanted, and didn't want to continue the entanglement, so she directly summoned the surrounding zombies to gather there. The zombies, previously gripped by fear, suddenly roared with excitement, seemingly provoked by something, and allowed the girl to control them at will. Lin Momo also unleashed her powers. The surrounding temperature plummeted, freezing any creature still capable of movement to freezing solid. The zombies were frozen, but the girl remained standing perfectly still, seemingly unaffected by the cold. Oh dear, Dad was right, you're a tough one to deal with. He told me not to come, the girl said, tilting her head as she looked at Lin Momo. Suddenly, she released the doll she was holding. The doll fell to the ground with a thud, its head twisting and turning. Lin Momo watched cautiously, holding her breath, anticipating their next move. The doll's head twisted faster and faster until it finally snapped off, spurting out black blood. But it wasn't blood, it was more like a viscous substance, and it multiplied, gradually forming an indescribable monster. Papa, eat her. This is your food for today, the girl commanded the now formless doll. Soon, the monster began to ride towards her, moving incredibly fast. Lin Momo dodged instantly, but it was faster. The black mass enveloped her foot, causing her intense pain. This stuff is corrosive. She immediately used her ice blade to sever the black mass, instantly cooling her foot. The zombies that had been eliminated earlier continued to surge forward, and the girl continued to summon more. The girl's control over her surroundings was incredibly powerful. She could summon zombies from any distance. She was still young, but as she grew, this ability would only evolve to an even more terrifying level. This couldn't go on. Lin Momo couldn't even catch her breath, constantly dodging attacks. She had to use her second stage ability to burn everything here. She hadn't tried such a large-scale attack before, so success wasn't guaranteed. But she had to try. Lin Momo no longer hesitated. The frost on her face gradually faded, replaced by intense heat. Lin Momo's body burst into flames, merging with them. Chapter 73. The girl stared in astonishment at Lin Momo's transformation. She was now a blazing flame, almost unrecognizable. Ziyu, come back quickly. A man's anxious voice came through the communicator hanging around the girl's neck. The girl's name was Zhang Ziyu. She had secretly come from the domain city. Her father knew nothing of it. But if she were in danger, he would definitely notice. Zhang Ziyu, who had been full of confidence, instantly panicked. Dad, what do we do? I can't escape. The man's breathing became heavy. We have to run. Because it was the first time she had controlled such a large flame, Lin Momo was gradually losing consciousness, so her supernatural abilities continued to amplify. The doll that had tried to attack her was quickly swallowed by the flames, disappearing without a trace. Zhang Ziyu saw this, and screamed in panic. Clap clap. It was a birthday present her father had left for her. Zhang Ziyu instantly flew into a rage, desperately calling for the surrounding zombies to rush forward, but to no avail. The zombies didn't even get close to Lin Momo, before turning to ashes and vanishing completely. The flames intensified again, and everything around Lin Momo, except for the house with the protective barrier behind her, was being burned. Realizing the difference in strength, Zhang Ziyu finally tried to escape, but it was too late. She was afraid of fire, especially the fire of those with superpowers. Her father had warned her countless times, but she had completely ignored him, even taking pleasure in hunting these superpowered individuals. Countless fire-type ability users had died at her hands. She could clearly sense that the flames emanating from Lin Momo were different from those of other ability users. Zhang Ziyu kept dodging, but couldn't avoid being burned. Her skin was constantly peeling off and rotting. Slowly, she began to resemble the surrounding zombies, looking disgusting and terrifying. Yes, this was her true form. Zhang Ziyu had actually died before the apocalypse, and when she awoke again, she was actually awakening as a zombie. "Dad, I can't go back," she replied hoarsely to the man on the communicator. "I really regret it. I shouldn't have been so playful." She sobbed until she was finally engulfed by the flames. The man on the other end of the communicator had a dark expression. He gripped the communicator tightly until it shattered, but he didn't let go. After a long while, a beautiful woman entered his room. She had only one eye, an empty socket, unlike normal people. It was a beautiful blue, located in the center of her eye. "Jinyan, hasn't Ziyu come back yet?" Zhang Jinyan took a deep breath, turned to look at the woman, and forced a smile, even though he knew she was blind. "She's still playing outside. Don't worry about her." The woman leaned against the door, paused, and slowly turned her head, as if remembering something. "No, Ziyu is dead," she murmured to herself, then slowly turned and left the room, leaving Zhang Jinyan alone in the chair. For a long time, he swept everything on the table to the floor, his body trembling. Then a phone rang. He answered it just as the ringing was about to end. "My condolences. If you hadn't sent her that case of drinks, maybe Zhang Ziyu would still be alright." The voice on the other end was that of another man. Zhang Jinyan laughed angrily, glaring at the man on the other end. "Then I kill her. I will definitely kill her." The only response was the sound of the phone being hung up. He angrily smashed the phone. Meanwhile, the flames were still burning. But Lin Momo gradually regained consciousness. When she came to her senses, everything around her was still burning, including the doll and the strange child. The zombies had disappeared. She gradually calmed the flames within her. To be honest, she was terrified by the scene before her, especially the raging fire. She had no idea what she had done while unconscious. She didn't like seeing the scene before her. Left with no other choice, she used her ice-based powers to extinguish the flames, but the surrounding situation only worsened. "Sister Momo!" The little devil's voice came from behind her. He was still inside the barrier. The crisis was temporarily averted. But Lin Momo knew this was far from over. The girl was after the key she possessed, and if one came, another would follow, so there would definitely be more people harassing them. Perhaps from overusing her powers, Lin Momo finally collapsed to the ground. The little devil quickly ran out of the barrier and brought her back inside. This was the only intact house in the area. She didn't know how much time had passed. Lin Momo felt like she was dreaming. Good and bad, everything was mixed together. Finally, she awoke to the sound of her name being called. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Lin Ruo's magnified face. She blinked. "You're awake!" Lin Ruo chuckled. "You're awake too!" After regaining consciousness, Lin Momo was weaker than before. She retrieved the key she had always hidden on her person, and handed it to Lin Ruo. "There's something I haven't told you at the Research Institute. Xian has always known my whereabouts. He asked me to find this key at his workstation. It should contain vaccines. Didn't you say the vaccines in the freezer were all semi-finished products?" Lin Ruo was still preparing to leave when he heard Lin Momo's instructions. He stopped his work and took the key from her. After examining it briefly, he found the hidden mechanism. Just as she said, there was indeed something hidden inside, a small bottle containing blood. The bottle had a label on it. An immune person. That is, someone immune to the virus. Lin Momo subconsciously looked at Ponching standing next to the little devil. If you have to put it that way, then Ponching is also immune. Before they found her, she had been scratched by zombies several times, but so far, she hasn't changed at all. She is still just like a normal human. The key is crucial, but they also have a living, breathing immune person beside them. Lin Ruo quickly put the key away. "We need to hurry and set off for Yudu." "Okay." Just as Lin Momo was about to get out of bed, she suddenly looked up. She sensed something. Lin Ruo noticed something was wrong with her, thinking she was feeling unwell, and hurriedly tried to check her, but Lin Momo stopped her with her hand. "I'm fine, someone's here to see me." With just a sense of it, she knew who it was. It was Xian. Actually, Xian had been observing her from the shadows, concealing his presence so she wouldn't know, but now, he was deliberately letting her know. He was standing right outside. "I go with you." "No, I go alone." Lin Momo refused. She still believed one thing, Xian wouldn't hurt her. "I understand." Lin Ruo finally relented. He took Lin Momo's hand, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, he said nothing, only squeezing her hand tightly again. He patted her shoulder. Lin Momo nodded to him, and walked out of the house. Sure enough, the person standing outside was Yu Xian. He was still the same as before, unchanged. Long time no see. Actually, by seniority, he was her uncle, but in reality, they were only about 8 years apart in age. She felt she and Yu Xian were more like friends, even though they weren't related by blood. Long time no see, Momo. Yu Xian walked towards Lin Momo, and couldn't help but hug her. The hug was very brief. Lin Momo felt his body trembling. It was a physiological reaction. What's wrong? After all, he was a close relative, and she was a little nervous. She knew Yu Xian, like her, had been infected. It's nothing. After a while, Yu Xian finally stopped trembling, but his complexion wasn't much better. The key is still on you, right? Lin Momo nodded. It's the blood of an immune person, I saw it. That's your grandmother's blood. Yu Xian's answer stunned her. Grandma? Yu Xian nodded. I never told you, but your grandmother always invested in our research institute, but that **** ruined everything. After a long silence, Lin Momo asked again, Grandma, how did she die? The doctor only said she was sick. Yu Xian's expression softened. She did die from illness, but we also discovered she was immune to the newly developed virus. She asked me to draw her blood, perhaps we find something. So, did you intentionally infect me with the virus? Yu Xian shook his head. No, it was some **** who did it in my name. He sent you a case of drinks, letting the virus lurk in your body. He used that to blackmail me into continuing my virus research. So, this is what happened now, and that man did it too. You could say that. He just did the final step, letting the virus leak out, which activated the virus in your body. The **** Yu Xian was referring to was Zhang Jinyan. He was a genius, at least everyone thought so. When we worked together, he always presented the most perfect image, deceiving everyone. This man was a madman. He married early. His wife was a wealthy heiress. They had a daughter, but she died of illness. His wife couldn't bear it, and went insane, eventually jumping off a building to commit suicide. As he spoke, Yu Xian's body trembled again, as if he were on the verge of collapse. Lin Momo sensed something was wrong. What's wrong with you? Let me finish. He took a breath. The virus was initially developed to combat another virus, but Zhang Jinyan used all the resources of the Research Institute to develop another mutated virus. His goal was simple, to revive his wife and daughter. Chapter 74. After Zhang Jinyan's wife and daughter died, he didn't bury them, but instead tried every means to preserve their bodies. Then, using the Research Institute's existing resources, he found a way to resurrect them. After resurrecting them, he discovered they couldn't continue living as normal humans. Going out would only make them monsters, and they were even highly contagious. For his family, he decided to transform this world into one suitable for their survival. Lin Momo listened to everything, finding it absurd. But such an absurd thing had actually happened. Then what about the vaccine? Can it resolve the current crisis? Yes, that's why they've been trying to stop it. Yu Xian couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground, but he still insisted on explaining everything to Lin Momo. He should have explained long ago. But before breaking free from the shackles Zhang Jinyan had placed on him, he couldn't easily approach Lin Momo, otherwise he would hurt her. The vaccine might even kill them, so he's desperately trying to stop it. Lin Momo understood the importance of the vaccine. Tell me first, what's wrong? How can I help you? Yu Xian shook his head. I can't help. I'm dying. Is it him who did it? Yes, I'm out of control, so he wants to kill me, including you. What do you need me to do? Lin Momo took a deep breath and grasped Yu Xian's hand. He came to her when he was dying. It couldn't have been just to tell her how the virus started spreading. Momo, you have to kill them and help Lin Ruo develop the vaccine. I already done too many wrong things with him. I'm sorry to you too. Lin Momo shook her head. You didn't do it on purpose, you were just threatened. Yu Xian, still using his last strength, continued, your abilities alone can't kill him. You must use the vaccine, but what? Once you also come into contact with the vaccine, you die too. After a moment of silence, Lin Momo nodded. I understand. I know what to do. Yu Xian gradually lost his strength, his body undergoing constant changes. Holding his last breath, he continued, the girl you burned to death is his resurrected daughter. No matter what, he will come for you. You must seize the opportunity. Finally, he turned to ashes in Lin Momo's arms. She held a pile of ashes and found a black box hidden inside. The light on the box flickered continuously, and sounds came from within. He's dead. You're next. Lin Momo picked up the box and brought it close to her face. She whispered, "No, you're next." After doing this, she crushed the box and returned to the house. Having lost a loved one, she was clearly not in a good state. "Let's get going quickly," she said to Lin Ruo. Lin Ruo knew she wasn't feeling well. He tried to hug her, but she dodged, and he remained frozen in place for a long time. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself and then called for everyone to set off. Watching wasn't far from the domain. To save time, Lin Ruo didn't continue using the vehicle, but instead upgraded it to flight mode once again. However, because the design wasn't perfect, the flight time couldn't be maintained for very long, but it was enough for them to reach the headquarters of Subpolar Technology. Fortunately, the flight proceeded without incident. Zhang Jinyan did not appear. Lin Momo knew he was in Yudu. Because Yudu had the largest population, it was the most suitable place for him and her family to live together. For ordinary people, it was hell, but for them, it was heaven, where everything was under their control. The Subpolar Technology headquarters was located underground in the central city. Lin Ruo's car drove directly to a designated location, and with identity verification, it could descend directly from the ground. Everything went smoothly. They wasted no time. Upon arriving at the headquarters, they began developing the vaccine. The vaccine was almost complete. Lin Momo's grandmother's blood wouldn't be enough for a one-time success, so Ponching, whom they had temporarily rescued, became their greatest savior. She was certainly not the only immune recipient, but the number was too small, making even finding her difficult. Ponching had no objections to donating her blood. Even if she hadn't been infected, she would have been killed by her parents long ago if Lin Momo and the others hadn't come. All along the way, she felt useless, the kind of person who needed protection and couldn't offer much help. But now, of course, she was willing to give anything to help. At this point, Lin Momo and the little devil could do nothing more. They could only stay at the base camp, at least until a vaccine was developed, to prevent Zhang Jinyan from finding this place. Lin Ruo, if the vaccine is successfully developed, can you create a mist-like state? Lin Ruo nodded, yes. Did you Xian tell you that? Lin Momo shook her head. I just think it's more convenient this way. She didn't reveal everything you Xian had told her. She would handle the rest alone. Perhaps they were lucky, or perhaps Zhang Jinyan was plotting something. But while Lin Ruo was developing the vaccine, everything was peaceful, and they survived underground. There were no zombies here, and supplies were plentiful. Living here for several years wouldn't be a problem, but this wasn't the outcome they wanted. A month later, Lin Ruo's research finally yielded results. If the vaccine hadn't been a semi-finished product, it would have been impossible to produce it in just 1 month. He handed Lin Momo a small silver canister, resembling a miniature explosive. Just throw it forcefully, and the mist will erupt. Are there many finished products? Lin Ruo glanced back at her workshop. They're under production, but they're all injectable except for this one. Lin Momo put the finished product away and looked up at Lin Ruo. I want to go out for a bit. She didn't want to hide it anymore. Lin Ruo nodded. I know. I've been setting up obstacles here, so he can't find us. But once you get up there, he know your location. I'm sorry, I overheard your conversation with you Xian. So he knew what Lin Momo was going to do next, and he knew that stopping her was pointless. He stepped forward again and hugged Lin Momo. Remember what I said? I always be by your side, so go for it. Okay. Except for Pan Xing, they were all people who had evolved after being infected by the virus. Lin Momo didn't want them all to follow her. After emerging from underground, Lin Momo rode a flashy motorcycle straight out of the zombie horde. Because she was originally an evolved zombie, low-level zombies wouldn't directly attack her unless someone was controlling them. Now, she was brazenly driving around the streets. Her purpose was simple, to get Zhang Jinyan to find her. She caused such a commotion that Zhang Jinyan quickly discovered her. He had access to the entire city's surveillance system, and instantly found Lin Momo's trail. For the past month, he had lost track of Lin Momo, which infuriated him. Moreover, because of Zhang Ziyu's death, his wife's condition was deteriorating. Although she wouldn't die, her mind would never be clear again. His wife was a victim of the virus infection. Although he didn't want to admit it, that was the truth. All his anger was directed at Lin Momo. If it weren't for these disruptors, his life could have continued peacefully. Suddenly, a loudspeaker on the street blared, and Zhang Jinyan's voice came through. 23 Tang Street, I know you're looking for me too. He gave an address. Zhang Jinyan wasn't afraid of Lin Momo's arrival. In his view, Lin Momo's current abilities were all given to her by him. Initially, he only wanted to use Lin Momo as leverage to keep Yu Xian in check and continue his research. If Yu Xian disobeyed, he would trigger the virus within Lin Momo. Then she would become an early infected person. He never imagined she was one in 10,000 lucky ones. Even as a zombie, she possessed her own memories, and even evolved into a superhuman. Lin Momo quickly followed the directions, and arrived at number 23 Tank Street. There was a large villa there. It looked eerie and terrifying from the outside, but her intuition told her that Zhang Jinyan lived there. It seemed Zhang Jinyan truly didn't take her seriously, which was why he directly told her his address. She didn't care. She got off her motorcycle and directly broke down the gate and went inside. There were zombies inside, and modified zombies at that, blocking her way. This was all Zhang Jinyan's twisted sense of humor. Lin Momo quickly dealt with the zombies and followed the scent upstairs. She smelled a familiar scent. Since Zhang Jinyan had infected her deceased family members, he must no longer be a normal person. The virus in his body was the same as hers. Therefore, she could sense where he was, just like she could sense Yu Xian. This was a signal he deliberately sent out. Finally, Lin Momo found Zhang Jinyan in the study. This was the first time she had seen Zhang Jinyan, but he had long ago memorized her face. Finally, we meet. Zhang Jinyan coughed softly, sitting in his swivel chair. In his human form, he was extremely weak. His face was pale, but that couldn't hide his handsome features. Lin Momo chuckled. She didn't waste any time and immediately attacked him. Zhang Jinyan didn't dodge. He bravely endured the freezing attack with his human body. To be honest, it wasn't pleasant. He was stuck to the chair, laughing maniacally, until his bones cracked and popped as he transformed. Lin Momo clutched the vaccine in her pocket, not releasing it immediately. She wanted to see what form Zhang Jinyan would take when he was no longer in human form. Suddenly, a pair of pure white wings unfurled from Zhang Jinyan's back. They eventually formed 6 wings, making him look like an angel. Even his face became more holy. Looking at the scene before her, Lin Momo couldn't help but laugh. She decided not to waste any more time with him, and slammed the vaccine forcefully to the ground. Green smoke instantly erupted. Zhang Jinyan's second form hadn't even fully formed before he was attacked. He roared angrily at Lin Momo. Doing this will kill you too. How could someone as foolish as you exist? I'm already dead. The green mist instantly filled the entire room. Zhang Jinyan frantically flapped his wings, trying to disperse the mist, but his wings were slowly rotting. Just then, his wife burst in. He had been keeping her safely locked up. How had she gotten out? Ziyu? Are you here? Lin Momo also noticed the newcomer. She skillfully avoided the woman's embrace. The woman clearly mistook her for the girl. Looking at everything before her, she felt only pity. Without much of a fierce struggle, Zhang Jinyan was defeated. Perhaps he had been too naive, thinking Lin Momo would use other methods to save her life. But he clearly hadn't anticipated this mutually destructive outcome. Not long after, Lin Momo also lay on the ground. Her eyes were open as she watched Zhang Jinyan's feathers fall off, his wings rot, and finally, he turned into a pool of putrid fluid, the smell foul and nauseating. She grinned. Maybe she would become like that too? Breathing became increasingly difficult. Lin Momo could feel her functions deteriorating. She glanced at her arm. Just like at the beginning of the virus outbreak, she was decaying. It was just returning to the beginning. For her, life and death were almost the same now. It wouldn't be bad to do something meaningful before dying. Thinking this, she slowly closed her eyes. Because of the vaccine, the zombies disappeared quickly, but at the same time, the threat of superhumans emerged. Therefore, the world had not yet returned to normal order and would require a long time. The headquarters of Subarc Technology. In a sealed room, a small figure swayed about, her face pale, with wounds, but she was recovering. Lin Ruo was currently sitting in the monitoring room, watching her condition. The person in the room was Lin Momo, whom he had brought back. Lin Momo wasn't completely dead, but had regressed into a zombie, though retaining some consciousness. She simply kept moving around, without making any harmful movements. A year had passed, and her condition had improved considerably. She even had moments of lucidity. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ruo picked up the snacks he had prepared, pressed his fingerprint to open the heavy door, and went inside. How are you feeling today? Lin Momo turned to look at Lin Ruo, her eyes brightening slightly. You're so beautiful. This was the first thing she said every day when she saw him. He nodded. Are you hungry? After taking out the snacks, Lin Momo's attention was entirely on them. But he didn't immediately give them to her. Instead, he tapped his own cheek. What do I need to do first if I want something to eat? She turned her head in confusion, then seemed to remember something. I need a kiss. Saying this, she gave him a quick peck on the cheek, finally managing to snatch the snack from his hand. She could still only eat food made from mutated plants. Lin Rua sat quietly beside her, watching her. He felt this kind of life was good, at least it was just him and her, no one else. Ponching had found an adoptive family, and the little devil continued to contribute to this chaotic world. I say, what have you been teaching this mindless zombie? Lin Momo asked, glancing at Lin Rua as she ate, her lifeless eyes brightening with a sly smile. Momo! She had recovered. Lin Rua pounced on her, pinning her to the bed. The snacks fell to the floor wasted. Hey, my snacks. All her words were swallowed by a kiss.